Next, Linhao. The sonorous voice exploded across the sports field that held thousands of people carrying the unique pressure of a deity and silencing the once boisterous grounds in an instant. On the high platform, teacher Lu Yong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, dressed in a black uniform. He was the school's only 5-turn intermediate deity and the chief person in charge of this awakening ceremony for the divine domain. He extended a finger, and a gentle thread of golden divine power shot out, sinking into Lin Hao's forehead. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Hao opened his eyes groggily, his face brimming with delight. Awakening successful, you may step down. Lu Yong waved impassively, his tone utterly flat. After all, in every awakening ceremony, he had to awaken several hundred students. This was a world where everyone could become a deity. At 18, one awakened a divine domain and obtained an initial race of dependents. Some awakened giant dragons or angels soaring to the heavens in a single step and becoming candidates for future masters of a god system. Others awakened goblins or slimes, remaining weak deities for life, and eventually becoming nourishment for someone else's domain. There was no reason or fairness to be found. Everything depended on fate. Chen Shun. Beside him, a burly man clenched his fists so tightly his palms were slick with sweat, his voice trembling with nervousness. What do you think the two of us will awaken? If I can awaken a race of beastmen, I'll be burning incense in gratitude. That's the one I like the most. Beside him, Chen Dao listened, drawing in a deep breath and forcing down the surge of emotion in his heart. He was not originally someone of this world. 3 hours ago, he had been in a rented room pulling an all-nighter reading web novels. When he woke from a nap, he had somehow crossed over into this world of universal deities, becoming a senior high student named Chen Dao with the same name and face. Before he could even figure out what was happening, he had already been dragged to this awakening field. Don't panic. Chen Dao patted Shun Yi's shoulder, forcing a relaxed smile. With a physique as robust as yours, the race you awaken definitely won't be bad. Though he said so, his own heart was more anxious than anyone's. His parents in this world were merely ordinary 8-turn weak deities with neither power nor influence. If he awakened some trash dependents, his life would be over before it even began. He had not crossed into this world just to become a background NPC. Next, Chen Dao. At that moment, Lu Yong's voice rang out again. Chen Dao's heart jolted violently. It's my turn already. He took a deep breath and strode up onto the high platform. Relax your mind. I will inject a thread of divine power into your body to guide the awakening of your divine domain. Lu Yong's voice remained purely procedural. As his words fell, a cool touch brushed Chen Dao's forehead. A warm current of divine power flowed from that point, instantly coursing through his entire body. After a bout of vertigo that felt like the world spinning, the sports field and the crowd vanished completely. Chen Dao found himself standing in a boundless void where there was neither up nor down, nor any sense of time or space. Just as he flailed in confusion, thinking his awakening had failed, an icy mechanical voice suddenly exploded within his mind. Ding! Soul compatibility with host detected. Exclusive options panel officially activated. This panel is unique to the host. It is imperceptible to others. Chen Dao froze for a moment, then was overwhelmed by boundless ecstasy. The cheat ability every transmigrator dreamed of had finally arrived. Before his elation faded, a translucent blue panel popped up before his eyes. Detected, you are currently awakening your initial divine domain. 3 options are now provided for you. 1. Land generation area, 100 probability of generating iron, ore, and coal deposits greatly increased. 2. Ocean generation area, 150 guaranteed appearance of cultivable marine plants with a 1 chance of spawning a deep-sea magic crystal vein. 3. Completely random generation, probability of all resource types increased by 10. Excellent. From the inherited memories, he already knew that other people's divine domains were generated automatically. Good or bad, purely determined by luck. Only he had the privilege of choosing. Without a shred of hesitation, he eliminated the 3rd option outright. Pure randomness was for gamblers. If he lost that bet, there would not even be a place to cry. The deep-sea magic crystal in the 2nd choice was indeed tempting, but oceanic dependents were essentially unable to fight on land in the early stages. The limitations were too great, so he discarded that as well. I choose the first one. Ding! Divine domain generating. Generation complete. Congratulations, you have obtained an 800 square kilometer land divine domain containing 2 large iron mines and 3 medium coal mines. Before Chen Dao could even breathe a sigh of relief, a 2nd panel popped up immediately. This was the most crucial step of all, the choice of initial dependence. It would directly determine a deity's early development speed and future upper limit. Holding his breath, Chen Dao stared fixedly at the panel, praying for an option so astonishing it would shake the world. The next second, his expression darkened on the spot. Based on your domain's attributes, 3 initial dependent options are now provided. 1. Initial dependence, little demons, 250. 2. Initial dependence Fishmen 300. 3. Initial dependence Dwarves. What? Chen Dao was completely dumbfounded. Little demons. Fishmen. Dwarves. This was it. What kind of joke was this? Where was my dragon? Where was my angel? As a transmigrator, shouldn't he be granted a race of dependents that was overwhelmingly powerful? Was the system toying with him? These three together would not compare to a single fingerdip of a young dragon. He forced down the urge to curse and made himself calmly analyze. The second option, Fishmen, was eliminated at once. With a purely land-based domain, raising Fishmen would be suicide. The first option, little demons, indeed belonged to the top tier among initial dependents in terms of combat power and could evolve later into hell knights or flame demons and the like. But their shortcomings were even more fatal. They were utterly chaotic by nature and born to wage internal wars. Without formidable divine power to suppress them, they could wipe themselves out within 3 days. With the meager strength of his parents, they would never be able to support such a brood of little demons. It would bankrupt the family in no time. Choosing them would be the same as inviting a group of ancestors to sit on his neck. In the end, Chen Dao's gaze settled on the third option, dwarves. Their combat strength was mediocre, their reproduction rate slow, and they were hopeless drunkards. Yet they were born with talent for mining, forging, and construction. Their loyalty was relatively high and betrayal was exceedingly rare. Chen Dao let out a long sigh. So be it. Better that than fighting themselves to extinction. A bunch of little dwarves. He could make do with them. I choose the third option, dwarves. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened your initial divine domain. Initial dependents Dwarves 350 have been deployed into your domain. May your development be smooth and may you ignite divine fire soon. The panel vanished. The void before his eyes shattered with a roar and blinding sunlight flooded his vision. Chen Dao found himself back on the high platform. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met Lu Yong's gaze, now filled with an unusual gravity. The hundreds of students queued behind him also fixed their eyes on him in unison. Chen Dao's heart skipped a beat. Teacher, what's wrong? Did I fail to awaken? He asked, a guilty edge. Lu Yong did not answer immediately. He simply stared at him and slowly spoke, his voice not loud. Student, do you know how long it took you to awaken your divine domain? A full 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Did I hear that right? Don't ordinary people take just a minute or two? How did he take so long? Amid the murmurs, a black business card suddenly appeared in Lu Yong's hand, which he held out to Chen Dao. My name is Lu Yong. This is my private contact information. His tone was deadly serious. Your divine domain should be very special. In the future, if you feel your development has gone well enough, call this number. I will grant you an opportunity that others could only dream of. With that, he waved his hand. You may step down. Chen Dao accepted the card, and under the gaze of hundreds of people whose eyes burned with jealousy, quickly descended from the platform. Damn, Chen, you're incredible. As soon as he stepped down, Shun Yi lunged at him in a bear hug, jumping with excitement. Teacher Lu actually gave you his card of his own accord. Tell me, what heaven-defying dependence did you awaken? Don't get carried away. Chen Dao tucked the card into his pocket, keeping a calm expression. There's no top-tier race. It's just a bunch of ordinary dwarves, that's all. Dwarves, eh? Shun Yi was stunned for a moment, then burst into uproarious laughter so intense he could barely straighten his waist. Ha ha ha. Dwarves. Chen, your luck is terrible. He thumped his chest proudly. Let me give you some good news. I awakened trolls, 50 of them. From now on, I'll be the one covering you, Chun. Enough with the nonsense. Chen Dao gave Shun Yi's chest a Gudamord punch. Let's go. Chen Dao slung an arm around Shun Yi's shoulder and strode toward the school gate, an unprecedented light gleaming in his eyes. What did it matter that his race was dwarfs? With the blessing of his cheap panel, he believed he would be inferior to no one. No more wasting time here. Let's go home and develop our dependence. In 10 days at the monthly exam, I'll let everyone see just how powerful dwarves can be. Half an hour later, Chen Dao returned to his rented apartment. He put on the Divine Domain auxiliary helmet he had prepared long ago. Newly awakened deities possessed weak divine power. Staying within the Divine Domain for too long would damage the soul, making the helmet indispensable. Lying on his bed, Chen Dao silently intoned in his heart, opened personal panel. Personal panel, name Chen Dao, divine name Holy Flame of the Forge, Father of Steel and Art, divine office none, divinity 0, divine fire unignited, god rank first turn weak deity, faith value 400, divine art fire summoning, divine artifact none, divine domain 800 square kilometers, towering mountain ranges, 60 hills and basins, 30 freshwater lakes, and religion none, followers dwarves. Night in the high mountain range. Dozens of dwarves, each shorter than 1.5 meters, were bent over, toiling hard inside the mine tunnel. Though the pickaxes and weapons in their hands were crude and shabby, the dwarves' innate sense for mineral ores coupled with their greed had still led them here. Put your backs into it. Straighten those waists and work harder. Haichui's booming voice exploded again and again within the narrow tunnel, reverberating so violently that loose stones rattled down from the rock walls. He was the chieftain of the Haiyan tribe. Though his height seemed no different from that of the other dwarves, the muscles bulging along his arms were a full circle thicker than theirs. At this moment, he was bent over, mining alongside his clansmen from time to time, bellowing to spur them on. Clang! Just then a crisp ringing sound echoed from the rock face before Haichui. Stop! Haichui suddenly roared, cutting off the dwarves who were digging with all their might. A young dwarf nearby wiped the sweat from his brow and edged closer, asking in puzzlement, "Boss, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? We've hit something good." Haichui slapped the back of the young dwarf's head with a backward swing of his hand, then pointed at the crack in the stone before him and burst into hearty laughter, his beard trembling wildly with excitement. "This is iron. This is definitely iron, there's no mistake. We've scoured this whole mountain, and at last I've found iron. Brothers, put your backs into it, and keep digging. It won't be long before our good days arrive, ha." Haichui greedily drew in a deep breath of the iron ore hidden deep within the fissure, his gaze turning fervent and devout. It must be the great Lord, the sacred flame of the divine forge, the father of steel and art, who is guiding us. Before his words had even fallen, boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire tunnel shuddered violently, and shards of rock rained down like a sudden downpour. Haichui staggered as the falling stones struck him, nearly pitching backward into the dwarf behind him. Steadying himself, he slapped the young dwarf beside him and cursed, "Which bastard knocked down a support pillar?" The young dwarf, whose head he had slapped earlier, now stood pale as a sheet, pointing a trembling finger toward the depths of the tunnel. "Boss, it wasn't us, it's over there." Haichui, frowning in confusion, followed the direction of his finger with his gaze. On the rock face, the freshly exposed iron vein was quivering in an uncanny manner. From the darkness deeper within flickered an eerie light, and from the depths of the strata came a dull thudding, not the sound of digging, but a rhythmic heartbeat. "Everyone fall back." Seeing this, Haichui reacted at once, drawing the battle axe slung across his back. Yet before the dwarves could recover from their panic, boom! The rock wall at the end of the tunnel suddenly exploded outward. Amid flying rubble, a gigantic claw covered in iron rust-colored scales thrust forth and seized the two nearest dwarves in a single grasp. Their screams were cut short. In just a few seconds, two dwarves had met their end. Seeing that ferocious dragon claw extinguish two of their clansmen, in an instant the accompanying dwarves all cried out in terror. "This iron ore must be its hoard. We dug up its treasure, and it's come to exact vengeance." Unnoticed, Qingdao, who had been observing from the shadows all along, knew that his opportunity had arrived. After a divine domain awakens, small-scale calamities often arise. If a deity properly uses divine power to help their chosen people overcome such disasters, their faith will be deepened further. It seemed that this suddenly appearing iron-scaled earth dragon was the calamity of his own divine domain. But how was he to help? Qingdao fixed his gaze on the colossal creature squeezing itself out of the rock wall. It was a full 4 meters long, its entire body covered in iron rust-colored scales, each one the size of a human palm. Its slit pupils glimmered with a ghostly light in the darkness as they swept over the trembling dwarves before it. Haichui shielded his people, fighting as he retreated. His battle axe struck the earth dragon's scales, sending out only a shower of sparks without even leaving a pale scratch. With a sweep of its massive tail, 3 dwarves were flung away like rag dolls, smashing into the rock wall and never rising again. "Retreat. Fall back toward the tunnel entrance." Haichui roared, himself hoarse, turning back to hack at the earth dragon in hopes of holding it back for his clan. But the earth dragon moved too swiftly. It plunged headlong into the tunnel, its massive body squeezing the rock walls until they cracked and crumbled. With every fall of its great claws, another dwarf was crushed to pulp. Haichui watched, eyes bloodshot, as his clansmen fell one after another, his vision almost tearing at the corners. "Damn your ancestors." Eyes reddened, he hefted his battle axe, about to charge forward to avenge the dead, utterly ignoring the fact that he was no match for the beast. Yet he froze. A warm current of power had suddenly surged into his palm, where he gripped the axe. That force carried a strange warmth as it slowly flowed into his hand, then gradually climbed up into the stone battle axe itself. As that warm current poured in, the axe blade began to shine with a faint golden-red glow. It resembled the bonfire at the center of Haichui's tribe, yet without any scorching heat. The glow simply clung quietly to the rust-stained blade. This was Qingdao. After much thought, he had turned to his sole divine art, fire summoning. The faith value Qingdao currently possessed was far too meager. The fire summoning he cast could not heavily wound the iron-scaled earth dragon. He thus took a step back from that idea, and instead attempted to bestow the fire summoning upon Haichui. "Lordy," Haichui muttered as he stared at the anomaly in his hands. No one answered him, but he heard it. A majestic voice resounded in the depths of his heart, speaking only 2 words: swing the axe. Upon hearing this, Haichui hesitated no more. Turning to face the iron-scaled earth dragon lunging toward him, he gripped the axe with both hands, and mustering every ounce of his strength swung down. Clang! The axe blade cleaved into the massive claw the earth dragon had thrust forward. This time, instead of bouncing off as before, the axe bit deep into the dragon's flesh. Then with a hiss, a wisp of white smoke rose from its claw. The earth dragon thrashed its forelimb wildly, but could not shake the axe free. The glow seemed to cling to its scales, continuing to sear them. At last fear seized it. The great body shrank back with all its might, smashing apart half the tunnel's rock walls as it went before plunging headlong into the depths of the earth without a backward glance. Silence fell upon the tunnel. Only the dwarves' ragged breathing remained, along with the soft occasional clatter of loose stones rolling down. Haichui, still frozen in his axe-swinging posture, stared blankly toward the direction in which the earth dragon had fled. In his hands, the light upon the axe blade was slowly fading, dimming bit by bit, like embers burning out. At last, Haichui seemed to lose all strength at once, and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Boss!" came the young dwarf's trembling voice from behind. "Your axe." Haichui lowered his head, and looked at the seemingly ordinary stone axe. On the blade, the once chipped edge was now smooth as new, faintly sheathed in a subtle luster that one would miss without careful scrutiny. He tightened his grip on the haft, and turned to look at the dwarves who had been so grievously wounded this time. Those who still lived supported one another, bodies covered in blood, each and every one of them wounded. The young dwarf whose head he had slapped earlier now had a broken left leg, and was leaning against the rock wall, baring his teeth in pain. Yet all eyes were fixed upon Haichui, the most loyal trust in their tribal leader shining in their gazes. Haichui knew what they were waiting for. He also knew what he ought to do. Using his axe for support, he forced himself to stand, then slowly sank down onto his knees. Behind him, the dwarves knelt one after another. They had no strength left for spoken prayers, yet without exception each offered devout thanks in their hearts for their Lord's mercy. You have consumed 200 points of faith value to grant your believer Blackhammer a temporary blessing flame enchantment. Your believer Blackhammer delivered a crucial strike in a dire situation, successfully repelling the iron scale earth dragon young. Your dwarf believer Blackhammer's faith in you has increased true believer devout believer. Your 40 dwarf believers' faith in you has increased general believer true believer. New faith value gained 350. Current faith value 550. Detected a strong emotional resonance generated by your believers in battle, unlocking a new option. You can spend faith value to bestow forging blessing upon your believers, enhancing the success rate of forging. Open the clan panel. Chun Dao silently recited in his heart. Clan Dwarves. Saints 0. Fanatics 0. Devout believer Blackhammer dwarf leader. True believers 43. General believers 289. False believers 0. Non-believers 0. Just now a miraculous event successfully garnered 1 devout believer and 40 true believers. In a good mood, Chun Dao turned his gaze back to the dwarves. Due to the time ratio between the outside world and the divine realm being 130, it was already the second day in the divine realm. Blackhammer had led the remaining clansmen back to the Blackrock tribe. 17 are dead. Over 30 are injured, 5 of whom may never wield a pickaxe again. The women and children of the tribe gather around the injured, some crying softly, others silently bandaging wounds. The entire tribe was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Blackhammer sat on a stone, staring blankly at the battle axe before him. "Boss." A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was the young dwarf with a broken leg from last night, now lying on a makeshift stretcher being carried by 2 companions, grinning at Blackhammer. "Boss, can you show me that axe again?" Blackhammer said nothing and passed the axe over. The young dwarf took the axe, examining it back and forth for a long time, finally gently touching the blade. Where there used to be a chipped edge, now it was smooth and new. "Boss." He returned the axe, his eyes shining unnaturally bright. "This was given to you by the master, right?" Blackhammer remained silent for a moment and nodded. "Then why did the master choose you?" Blackhammer was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, wanting to say, "How the hell should I know?" But the words that came out were something he had never thought of. "Because I didn't run away at that time." The young dwarf was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Boss, you really are something." Blackhammer laughed too. He stood up, slinging the axe over his shoulder, and walked toward the center of the tribe. There the surviving men were gathered together, waiting for him to speak. Blackhammer stood before them and spoke. 17 are dead. His voice, though weary, was still filled with strength. Over 30 are injured. If it weren't for the master last night, we all would have died there. No one spoke. But we survived. Blackhammer paused, his gaze sweeping over each face. The master saved us. With this axe he saved us. He thrust the battle axe into the ground, the blade cutting into the earth, standing firmly. From today on, this axe will be worshipped. What about the iron mine? Someone asked. Blackhammer fell silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his head, gazing at the distant dark mountains. The mine tunnel is right there, the earth dragon is there, and the iron mine is there. Dig, he said, but we need to change our digging method. How to change? Black Hammer grinned, revealing a half-missing tooth. Wait for the master to tell us. Ding. Congratulations, your clan has established a sect, Forging Fire Sect. Chen Dao looked at Black Hammer establishing the Forging Fire Sect in surprise, but soon began to feel troubled by his words. Wait for the master to tell you. The problem is even this master doesn't know how to dig. He looked down at the newly unlocked option on the panel, Forging Blessing. Spend 50 faith points to significantly increase the success rate of the believer's next forging. Perhaps this is where it can start. 3 days later, Black Rock Tribe. As the sun climbed to the peak of the highest mountain in the Black Rock Mountains, Black Hammer stood in the empty space at the center of the tribe, facing a mountain of iron ore. 3 days, a full 3 days. The day after the Earth Dragon retreated, he led the clansmen back into the mine tunnel. This time they were much more cautious, stopping to listen for sounds every 15 minutes and shining torches 3 times for every foot dug. Though they were on edge, the work still had to be done. Now the ore was piled up here. Boss. The young dwarf with the broken leg iron stump approached with a crutch. What do we do with this? Black Hammer scratched his head. Although the dwarf clan had a talent for forging minerals, they had never attempted to create iron tools. This leap from 0 to 1 was still too difficult for this newly formed group of dwarves. First burn it. Black Hammer said, let's see after it's red. So the dwarves built a stone stove, chopped firewood, and threw the ore inside to burn. They burned it for a day and a night. But no matter how many pieces of iron they burned each time, they couldn't withstand a few blows from Black Hammer before crumbling to the ground. Boss. The nearby Black Hammer said listlessly, do you think we can actually burn this iron out? A furnace. An elderly voice interjected. Everyone turned around. The speaker was the oldest dwarf in the tribe, with a beard as white as winter snow and a back bent almost to the ground. No one remembered his name, how everyone called him Old Rock. Old Rock shakily approached the fire, picked up a piece of burned or examined it for a long time, then threw it back into the fire. Without a furnace, burning it to death is still just stone. He turned to Black Hammer. Boss, do you remember that night? The light on your axe. Black Hammer was taken aback. That was the fire bestowed by the master, Old Rock said. Though I haven't experienced it, it is definitely not the kind of fire we have on the ground. That is the fire that can melt iron and soften steel. That is. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. That was divine fire. Black Hammer was silent for a moment, then stood up, brushing off the dust from his knees. Bring all the game we hunted to me. Boss. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. The dwarves exchanged glances, but still complied. After a while, the clansmen brought all the recent game to the front of the fire. Black Hammer stood alone in front of. He tightened his grip on the battle axe from 3 days ago, the blade still faintly glimmering with a dim sheen, then raised his head and looked at the sky. Great sacred furnace, fire, father of steel and art, creator and protector of the dwarves. We offer our sacrifices and our unchanging faith here. At this point, Black Hammer raised the battle axe high. Great master, please bestow upon us the sacred furnace fire, so that our warriors may gain greater strength to help you expand your territory. After saying this, Black Hammer struck the battle axe heavily against the ground, bending his knees and kneeling down. Behind him, over 40 dwarves followed suit, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Chun Daojing stared at the panel, waiting for the prayer of the Black Hammer. But this time what appeared was not as simple, do you respond, but 3 parallel options emanating a faint golden light. Ding. Your follower Black Hammer leads 330 followers to offer you sacrifices and initiates a collective prayer. Detected sacrifice quality, ordinary mountain game 17. Detected prayer scale, first collective sacrifice. Please choose your response method. Option 1, bestow the fire of the furnace. Consume 300 faith points to grant the followers the fire of the furnace lasting 7 days. Option 2, bestow forging blessings. Consume 200 faith points to bestow forging blessings upon the follower Black Hammer permanent. Option 3, descend a miracle and guide personally. Consume 500 faith points to manifest in the divine realm in projection form and personally teach the dwarves how to build furnaces and forge iron tools. Chen Dao stared at the 3 options on the panel, his brows slowly furrowing. 300, 200, 500. He glanced at the upper right corner, showing current faith points 550. Enough to choose anyone, but after choosing, would the remaining points be sufficient to handle unexpected situations? He hesitated for a few seconds, his gaze flickering between the 3 options. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke his choice to the system. System prompt: you have made a choice. Processing. Processing complete. Your response has been bestowed. In the divine realm, Black Rock Tribe Black Hammer knelt on the ground, waiting for a long time. So long that his heart gradually sank into despair, believing that his incompetence had caused the master to give up on him. Then his battle axe suddenly began to warm. He suddenly looked down at the axe, which was glowing with a familiar golden red light, brighter and hotter than last time. yet still not harming his hand. The light exploded from the axe blade, transforming into a beam of light that shot directly towards the piles of prey. No, it was not aimed at the prey. It was aimed at the fire pile behind the prey. Boom! The already raging fire erupted again. The flames grew stronger and higher, and then under the astonished gaze of all the dwarves the flame slowly condensed. Until a few minutes later the flame completely took shape, forming the silhouette of a person. The figure was not tall, just half a head taller than the dwarves, and their face was unclear, only the flames flowing around them were visible. He stood there in the flames, quietly watching the dwarves kneeling on the ground. Blackhammer stared in shock at the figure before him. Although he had never seen it, he clearly knew that it was the master personally descending. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found his throat felt blocked, and he could not squeeze out a word. Behind him, over 300 dwarves did not even dare to lift their heads, their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground. Stand up, look at me. I will demonstrate the methods of furnace forging and iron refining. Although feeling somewhat shameful for the sake of faith, Chun Dao still spoke these words. Blackhammer was stunned. The dwarves behind him were also stunned. The master spoke. Blackhammer instinctively wanted to stand up, but found his legs felt as heavy as lead. He gritted his teeth, propping himself up with the battle axe, slowly raising himself until he finally stood straight. Although his knees were still shaking, he looked firmly at Chun Dao. Master, he opened his mouth, his voice filled with reverence for the deity. Chun Dao raised his hand, interrupting him. It was not that he did not want to hear Blackhammer speak, but he truly did not know how to respond. He couldn't very well say, "It's nothing, I'm just here to teach you how to forge iron." Could he? That would be too out of place. So he merely nodded lightly, and then turned walking toward the still burning flames. Behind him, the dwarves finally dared to lift their heads, staring at Chun Dao's figure with reverence. In the following days, Chun Dao demonstrated to the dwarves how to build furnaces and refine iron. Although he spoke almost nothing, it was enough for a talented dwarf like Blackhammer to understand. Next, he just needed to ensure Blackhammer fully mastered the techniques before passing them on to the other dwarves. As for Chun Dao's projection, it vanished into the void after the teaching was completed. Your projection's descent has ended. Duration of this descent, 3 days, divine realm time. Your follower Blackhammer has mastered skills: basic iron refining, furnace construction, basic forging. Your follower Blackhammer has become a fanatic. New true believers 130. New faith points 2,400. Current faith points 2,450. Detected that your follower has witnessed divine descent for the first time, unlocking new mechanism miracle records. This divine descent event will be passed down within the divine realm, and over time may evolve into a mythological legend. Worth it. Looking at the prompts from the panel, Chun Dao's anxious heart finally eased. Not only did it allow the dwarves to master some basic skills, enabling them to officially begin utilizing their talents, but it also directly quadrupled his faith points. After temporarily stabilizing the dwarves in the divine realm, Chun Dao took off his helmet and let out a long breath. Several days had passed in the divine realm, but the time ratio compared to reality was 3-1, so it was only just the second morning. Outside the window, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the room was quiet with only the sounds of his parents chatting in the living room. He moved his slightly stiff shoulders, preparing to lie down for a short rest. Looking down at his wrist, the portable terminal distributed by the Divine Realm Management Office was faintly glowing. Divine Realm Monitoring. Your Divine Realm is functioning normally. Current time flow rate: 1 day in the external world, 30 days in the Divine Realm. No abnormal fluctuations. Unable to detect. The system from the Management Office can only monitor basic information such as: does the Divine Realm exist? And is the deity alive? As for the internal information of the Divine Realm, it was a blank slate. While he was pondering, a knock sounded at the door. "Xiaochen, are you awake?" It was his mother's voice. "Breakfast is ready, come out to eat." Chun Dao responded and placed the helmet on the bedside before opening the door. At the dining table, his parents were waiting for him. The table was filled with his favorite dishes, but both of their gazes were clearly not on the food. "Son," his father cleared his throat. "How's the awakening? How was it?" Chun Dao sat down and took a sip of porridge. "It's okay." "What does okay mean?" His mother became anxious. "What kin are you awakened to? How many are there?" Chun Dao glanced at them and slowly put down the bowl. "Ordinary dwarves." "As for the number, more than 300. His parents were taken aback. "Haha. Well done, our Xiaochun is making progress. Focus on developing well, strive to enter the key class in a month. Though I'm just an 8-turn weak deity, I can still get you a better Divine Realm card." His father patted Chun Dao's shoulder heavily. Chun Dao knew that although his parents were merely 8-turn weak deities and not particularly strong among deities, their accumulated connections and resources over the years could still secure him a better Divine Realm card. "Don't worry, Dad. I won't say I'll be first in the whole school, but getting into the key class should be easy." Chun Dao smiled confidently at his father. This confidence stemmed from the advantages that the personal panel brought him. After finishing breakfast and relaxing for a while, Chun Dao returned to his room and put on the helmet again, connecting to the divine realm. Welcome back, great holy furnace flame, father of iron and art. You have been away for 2 hours. 60 hours have passed in the divine realm. Chun Dao was taken aback. 60 hours, just a short rest, yet over 2 days had already passed in the divine realm. On the panel, messages began to pop up one after another. Your follower Blackhammer has successfully led the clan to build a furnace. Your followers have spontaneously organized a patrol team, with 12 dwarves taking turns guarding the mine entrance. New dependents added. 5 newborn dwarves automatically become general believers. Current total number of followers, 347. Current belief value, 3,000. All previous general believers have turned into true believers. Chun Dao looked through the messages, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth. This group of dwarves had indeed lived up to his expectations. He was preparing to immerse his consciousness into the divine realm to see what could promote development. Suddenly a warning came from the panel. Warning: divine realm event detected, Earth Dragon awakening. Vital signs of the Earth Dragon are recovering, expected to awaken in 10 days of divine realm time. Suggestion: prepare in advance. Chun Dao's smile froze on his face. This sudden warning temporarily extinguished his excitement. He began to contemplate how to deal with this issue. Directly solving it with divine techniques would not work, as last time it was necessary to consolidate the dwarves' faith. If everything were to be solved by the deity, it would only raise a group of giants with 0 combat power. Although dwarves are inherently suited for blacksmithing, the deities awakened from dwarves usually do not possess great combat power. However, the uniqueness of the personal panel made Chun Dao unwilling to be a deity with only supportive abilities. He hoped his dwarves could develop comprehensively, able to forge and able to fight. Chun Dao stared at the remaining 2,490 belief values on his panel, and an idea formed in his mind. Direct intervention wouldn't work, nor could he completely disregard it. Then he could only give some hints to the dwarves. He took a deep breath, opened the follower list, and found Blackhammer's. You have bestowed a divine decree upon the fanatic Blackhammer. Divine decree content: the Earth Dragon will awaken in 10 days. Consumption: 50 belief values. In the divine realm, Black Iron Tribe. Blackhammer stood in front of the furnace, staring blankly at the freshly forged iron block. He had barely slept in the 3 days since the Lord's arrival. He was one of the few dwarves who had fully learned the priest's techniques and had been helping his clan refine their skills. The Earth Dragon, temporarily repelled from the mine, was also a thorn in his heart. Just as Blackhammer was worrying about the future of the Black Iron Tribe, a voice echoed in his mind. In 10 days the Earth Dragon will awaken. Blackhammer shuddered. That voice was the Lord's. He instinctively tightened his grip on the battle axe. 10 days. The Lord had told him there were still 10 days. Blackhammer took a deep breath, raised his head, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly firm. Iron Block. He turned and shouted loudly. Here. Iron Block hobbled over, asking, Boss, what's wrong? Gather all the brothers who can fight. Gather in front of the furnace, bring your gear. Iron Block saw the look in his eyes and didn't dare ask further, turning to run. Half an hour later, 70 or 80 dwarves stood neatly in the central clearing of the tribe. Blackhammer stood at the front, holding the battle axe that had been enchanted by the Lord. The Lord just conveyed a divine decree. He shouted loudly, in 10 days the Earth Dragon will awaken. The crowd stirred. 10 days, that's soon. We just learned to forge, can we handle it? Last time we almost died in that thing's mouth. Blackhammer said nothing, he just held up the axe, waiting for everyone to quiet down. Then he spoke. The Lord told us the date, not to scare us. He scanned the crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. It is to prepare us. In 10 days we will dig traps, build stone walls, and forge more weapons. In 10 days we will take shifts to guard the mine entrance, listen for movements underground, and study its habits. In 10 days we will practice how to cooperate, how to dodge, and how to strike hard when it shows itself. He paused, gripping the battle axe tighter. Last time the Lord saved us. This time the Lord is watching over us once again. We must show the Lord that dwarves are not just softies who can mine and forge. We can forge and we can fight. Do you understand? Understood. 70 or 80 voices erupted simultaneously. Blackhammer nodded and placed the battle axe, which symbolized the Lord's arrival, back in its position. This axe was no longer used by Blackhammer. It stood as a spiritual symbol of the dwarves in the center of the tribe. Then let's get to it. Outside the divine realm. Chun Dao watched this scene, a slight smile lifting the corner, using 50 belief values for such a successful speech. Blackhammer really didn't disappoint him. In the divine realm, the countdown began. In the next 9 days, it would depend on this group of dwarves. For the next 9 days, Blackhammer worked tirelessly to command the clan, to set up defenses and forge ironware. On the first day, he led 30 young and strong dwarves to dig 3 trenches at the mine entrance. The trenches were a yard deep, filled with sharpened wooden stakes covered with dry grass and loose soil. On the second day, 3 stone walls were built between the trenches, half a person high enough for dwarves to hide behind and throw spears. On the third day, Iron Block brought the last batch of weapons out from the blacksmith shop. There were 12 more battle axes and 20 more short spears. On the fourth day, Blackhammer divided the 87 dwarves into 3 teams for shifts at the mine entrance. 1 team guarded during the day, 1 team for the first half of the night, and 1 team for the second half of the night. Those not on duty slept, preserving their strength. On the 5th day, the noises from underground began to grow louder, no longer just the occasional muffled sound, but a series of tremors, as if something was turning over deep below. On the 6th day, the tremors transformed into roars, deep and distant, heard by all. On the 7th day, the patrol team switched to 2 shifts, and no one could sleep. On the 8th day, Blackhammer gathered everyone for a final rehearsal. How to dodge, how to throw spears, and how to strike hard when it shows itself. They rehearsed 3 times until everyone remembered their positions. On the 9th day, dusk, the mine entrance was eerily quiet. Even the wind had stopped. Blackhammer tightly gripped an ordinary iron battle axe. Behind him, Iron Block leaned and lowering his voice, "Boss, do you think we can win?" Blackhammer did not turn around. "Yes." "Why, oi?" "Because the Lord is watching." Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the mine. The entire ground shook. Blackhammer's pupils constricted sharply as he raised his battle axe and shouted loudly, "Prepare." The 87 dwarves instantly gripped their weapons tightly, hiding behind the stone walls, staring intently at the mine entrance. The roars grew nearer and louder. In the darkness, a pair of ghostly green vertical pupils lit up. The roar grew closer and louder. In the darkness, a pair of emerald green vertical pupils grew larger and brighter. Then a massive head emerged from the mouth of the mine. The iron-scaled earth dragon was now a whole size larger than the last time they saw it. The once rust-colored scales glimmered with a dark red light, as if they had been roasted by magma. Thick, viscous saliva dripped from its jaws, sizzling as it hit the ground. "Steady," Haichui whispered low, gripping his war axe tightly. The earth dragon's head fully emerged from the mine, followed by its neck, front claws, and half of its body. Boom! The first trench collapsed. The earth dragon's front claws missed the ground, half of its body toppled into the trench, and wooden stakes pierced through the gaps in its scales. "Ow!" The earth dragon let out a pained roar. "Now, throw the spears," Haichui shouted fiercely. Over 20 short spears flew from behind the stone wall, thrusting toward the exposed neck and jaw of the earth dragon. Clang, clang, clanged. The sound of chaos erupted. Most of the spears were deflected by the scales, but 3 or 4 found their mark through the wounds caused by the wooden stakes piercing deep inside. The earth dragon thrashed its head wildly, black-green blood gushing from the wounds. "Second team, go." A dozen dwarves leaped out from behind the side stone wall, gripping their war axes and attacking the front claws of the earth dragon. The axe blades struck through the gaps in the scales, some hit joints while others were flung aside, yet many held tightly to the axe handles without letting go. The earth dragon grew furious. It suddenly exerted force, struggling out of the trench, sweeping its massive tail toward the dwarves. "Dodged." The dwarves hurriedly ducked down. The stone wall was struck by the tail, collapsing halfway with a thunderous roar, while debris fell upon several dwarves. Some spat blood on the spot, and others were buried beneath. Third team, charge. Haichui observed the numerous clan members being slaughtered by the earth dragon, his inner fury boiling over, yet he still issued the command calmly. The third team of dwarves rushed in from the rear, replacing the scattered group. They did not get close, but hid behind the remaining stone wall, continuously throwing spears to harass the earth dragon's head and draw its attention. Irritated by the disturbance, the earth dragon opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of black-green liquid in that direction. "Scatter!" The dwarves scattered to avoid it, but 2 of them, slower than the rest, were splashed by the liquid. Their screams echoed as their flesh visibly corroded, revealing their white bones. "Damn it!" Haichui finally seized the opportunity created by his clan. He rushed in from the side and struck the joint of the earth dragon's hind leg with his axe. The axe blade lodged into the gap between the scales. He twisted with all his might, causing the earth dragon to cry out in pain and kick him away, sending him crashing against the stone wall. "Boss!" Tai Dun yelled hoarsely. Haichui crawled up from the pile of rubble, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he still gripped the war axe tightly. "Don't worry about me. Keep chopping." The earth dragon, enraged by his strike, turned its head, its emerald green vertical pupils fixated on him. It opened its mouth and its throat began to bulge. Despite his disheveled appearance, Haichui's face broke into a smile. When it is about to spray something, its throat will swell. Everyone strike there. As soon as he finished speaking, the earth dragon suddenly sprayed a stream of liquid at him. Haichui rolled aside with all his strength. The liquid grazed his shoulder and splashed onto the rocks behind him, sizzling as it bubbled. "Now's our chance. Cut its throat." He was the first to charge forward. The earth dragon had just finished spraying, and its mouth was still open. Its throat exposed the thinnest part of its scales. Haichui leaped up, gripping his axe with both hands, channeling all his strength to chop down at that gap. Thud! The axe blade sliced through flesh, black-green blood splattering all over him. The earth dragon let out a deafening scream, thrashing its head wildly. Haichui was flung away, but the axe remained lodged in the wound. The earth dragon completely lost its mind. It disregarded the traps, ignored all tactics, and simply thrashed. Its tail lunged and sprayed wildly. The dwarves were thrown into disarray, some were crushed into mush, some were swept away by the tail, while others were splashed by the liquid, rolling on the ground in agony. Haichui struggled to get up and saw Tai-Dun trapped under a massive rock, bloodied, yet still alive, shouting to him, "Boss, don't mind me. Cut it." He noticed his axe still embedded in the earth dragon's throat. Clenching his teeth, he picked up a war axe that someone had dropped and charged in again. The earth dragon sensed him and turned its head, opening its massive jaws. Haichui did not dodge. He rushed toward its mouth, and at the moment it was about to bite down, he slid sideways and slipped beneath its jaw. While gripping the axe tightly, he struck down hard on the axe embedded in its throat. Clang! The two axes collided, driving the lodged axe deeper by 3 inches. The earth dragon's body stiffened. Then it began to convulse, black-green blood gushing from its throat. It struggled and thrashed, but its movements grew slower and slower. Finally, its massive body crashed down with a thunderous thud. Dust flew everywhere. When the dust settled, the entrance of the mine was a scene of devastation. The trench was filled and the stone wall half collapsed, and the ground was littered with black-green blood and the corpses of dwarves. Haichui knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, covered in blood, both his own and that of the earth dragon. Behind him, the surviving dwarves helped each other up, staring blankly at the colossal creature that would never move again. It was unclear who shouted first, "We won." Then there was silence. Afterwards, some began to weep. Haichui slowly stood up and staggered over to Tai-Dun, who was still pinned under the massive rock, but alive, grinning at Haichui. "Boss, you really are something else." Haichui said nothing, merely squatting down to hold his hand. Then he looked up at the sky. "Lord," he whispered, "we won." Outside the divine domain, Shun Dao stared intently at the divine domain, his palms clammy with sweat. How long did the battle last? He did not know. He only knew that for these 10 or so minutes his heartbeat had not slowed. 19 dwarves died, 23 were severely injured, and 41 were lightly wounded. But the earth dragon was dead. He let out a long breath, preparing to zoom in to see Haichui's injuries. Suddenly the panel lit up. Battle ended. Your follower has successfully killed the iron-scaled earth dragon. Youth stage casualty statistics: 19 dead, 23 severely wounded, 41 lightly wounded. Detected residual bloodline of the earth dragon, triggering a special event. Please choose your response. Option 1, bloodline. Gift: consume 1,000 faith points to extract the essence from the heart of the iron-scaled earth dragon for a bloodline baptism of all dwarf followers. Effect: all dwarves gain a faint dragon blood bonus, slightly enhancing strength and constitution. Some dwarves may awaken dragon might or scale transformation talents. Limitation: only available to living followers. The deceased cannot benefit. Additional effect: newborns have a chance to inherit dragon blood traits, passing down through generations. Option 2, forge divine weapons. Consume 800 faith points to guide followers in using the earth dragon's scales, tendons, and bones to forge 3 pieces of dragon blood equipment. Can specify forging types: weapons, armor, accessories. Effect: the forged equipment possesses random traits such as dragon might, armor breaking, and self-healing. Additional effect: participating followers gain forging experience, enhancing their crafting skills. Option 3, dragon soul tribute. Consume 500 faith points to hold a dragon soul tribute for the 19 fallen dwarves. Effect: the souls of the deceased find peace and their families receive heroic blessing, increasing faith point production. Additional effect: the tribe establishes a prototype of the Hall of Heroes, unlocking new building options. The deeds of the fallen will be celebrated, enhancing the battle spirit of all dwarves. Shun Dao stared at the 3 options on the panel, silent. 1,000 points, 800 points, 500 points. He glanced at the upper right corner, current faith points 4,000. He could choose any one of them, or even all, but he did not know if multiple selections were possible. He did not make a decision immediately. He immersed his perspective in the divine domain, watching the dwarves kneeling on the ground, those carrying the corpses of their companions, and Haichui squatting beside, Tai-Dun holding his hand tightly. Then he took a deep breath and made his choice. You have made a choice. Processing. Your response will descend. Detected multiple selections. Do you confirm the consumption of 2,300 faith points while executing bloodline gift, forging divine weapon, and dragon soul offering? Confirm. Cancel. Yes. You can indeed select all 3 options at once. Without any hesitation, Shun Dao pointed to confirm. You have made your choice. Faith points consumed 2,300. Remaining faith points 1,700. Processing. Your response will descend. Inside the divine realm, Blackrock tribe. He Huang squatted beside the iron stump, holding his hand, still recovering from the aftermath of the battle. Behind him, the surviving dwarves silently cleaned up the battlefield. Some carried away the bodies of their companions, some peeled off the scales of the earth dragon piece by piece, while others simply sat on the ground staring at the massive creature, saying nothing. Suddenly a golden light descended from the sky. It was not the previous kind of intense flame, but a gentle one. The light enveloped the entire tribe, covering every living dwarf as well as those lying on the ground. Chen Dao's fire avatar appeared above the dwarves. Accompanying it were 3 even more dazzling beams of light. The fire avatar then slowly spoke, its voice not loud, yet clearly reaching the ears of every dwarf. The 3 beams of light are my response to you. The first, dragon blood entering your bodies. Henceforth the blood flowing within you will no longer be just that of dwarves. The second, dragon bones for weapons. That axe, those pieces of armor, are the last gifts from the earth dragon. The third, the souls of the sacrificed heroes. 19 souls of dwarves who sacrificed themselves for the tribe will enter the hall of heroes, guarding the tribe forever. The fire avatar paused as if allowing the dwarves to digest this information, then continued, this is what you have earned yourselves. I was merely watching. Very well. With that, the fire avatar slowly dissipated, golden light points raining down like droplets. He Huang knelt on the ground, not rising for a long time. The new battle axe was planted in the soil before him. Behind him someone shouted, "First Master." Then came more voices, trembling yet unwavering, "Master! Master! Master!" The shouts rose and fell, lacking any trace of the previous disarray. He Huang said nothing, merely gripping the new battle axe tightly. After a long time he finally stood up. "Stop shouting." He spoke, his voice hoarse. "The master has left." The dwarves gradually quieted down. He Huang turned around, looking at those carrying their companions' bodies, and at those who, bloodied yet standing, remained. "Clean up the battlefield," he said. "The fallen brothers deserve a proper burial. Those who are alive, bandage your wounds. Not a single piece of dragon material shall be wasted." He paused, raising the new battle axe. "The master has given us 3 things, dragon blood, dragon weapons, and the hall of heroes. We cannot disappoint the master." "Understood." Outside the divine realm, Chen Dao withdrew his consciousness, leaning back against the chair and exhaling deeply. His palms were sweaty. On the panel, information continued to pop up. Bloodline gift execution completed. All surviving believers receive a weak dragon blood enhancement. He Huang, awakened talent dragon, might beginner, tide stump, awakened talent scale transformation beginner, forging divine weapon. Execution completed. Acquired battle axe, dragon's throat, legendary quality, acquired dragon scale, armor 2, epic quality, acquired dragon bone short spear, 5 rare quality, dragon soul offering, execution completed. 19 fallen believers transformed into heroes, unlocked new building hero altar, faith output from the families of the fallen increased by 30, all believers combat will boosted. After reading all of this, a smile could not help but spread across Chen Dao's face. 19 dwarves were gone, but their souls remained. The living dwarves grew stronger. They also provided their kin with a legendary weapon, further enhancing the combat power of the Blackrock tribe. Inside the divine realm, 3 days later, the Blackrock tribe had undergone a transformation. The dwarves quickly developed while mourning their fallen kin. 19 new graves stood on the eastern side of the tribe, each grave marked by a broken mining pick, the tools the fallen had used in life. The graves formed a circle. In the center stood a 3-foot stone platform upon which burned an eternal blue flame. This was the hero altar. Old Yin said that it was the flame granted by the master, burning the dragon's souls and illuminating the path home. The fallen brothers could find their way back following this light. He Huang would come here every evening to stand for a while, saying nothing, just standing. Today was no exception. "Boss." A voice came from behind him. It was Tide Stump. His leg injury had not completely healed, but he could walk with a simple crutch now. The most noticeable thing was his right hand, covered with small dark red scales glimmering faintly in the sunlight. "What's up?" He Huang did not turn around. "The dragon materials have been distributed." Tide Stump walked to his side, handing over a wooden board with crooked numbers carved on it. 2 pieces of scale armor were given to the bravest brothers, and 5 short spears were distributed to the most accurate throwers. "They'll keep the remaining dragon bones for now. When my skills improve, I can forge even better weapons." He Huang took the wooden board, glanced at it, and nodded. "How's your hand?" Tide Stump raised his right hand. "The day before yesterday, I tried it out. These scales are harder than iron. I don't even need an axe to chop firewood." He Huang did not smile. He looked at Tide Stump's hand, remaining silent for a while. The things given by the master should not be wasted. "Of course." Tide Stump's smile faded. "Boss, I just wanted to ask you, what's it like having dragon might?" He Huang was taken aback for a moment. What was it like? He could not quite explain. He only knew he had dragon might, but it seemed that nothing particularly special had manifested yet. "I can't quite say." He finally replied, "In any case, it's not a bad thing." Tide Stump nodded, not asking further. The two stood there watching the eternal blue flame, neither speaking. After a long time, He Huang spoke. How's the mine? The patrol team goes down every day. Tide Stump lowered his voice. The Earth Dragon's lair has been found deep down. The brothers do not dare to approach, but it seems there is something inside. What kind of thing? I can't say. Tide Stump scratched his head. Some heard a heartbeat, some saw glowing stones, and others said they smelled fresh blood. He Huang turned around staring at him. Tide Stump felt a chill from his gaze. Boss, what's wrong? He Huang said nothing, only gazed toward the direction of the mine entrance. Fresh blood. Could there still be living creatures inside? Outside the divine realm, Shun Dao was preparing to zoom in to see what the something else in the lair was when his wrist terminal suddenly vibrated. He looked down to see a message. Shun Yi, brother Chun, are you there? Help. Shun Dao was taken aback. Why did Shun Yi suddenly send a plea for help? His awakened kin was an ogre whose initial combat power was already formidable. Plus the two of them were good brothers, so it was practically a certainty that they would form a divine system together afterward. However, he did not expect to encounter trouble needing to seek help from others so early in his awakening in the divine realm. Not wanting to think too much, Shun Dao opened the message and scrolled down. Shun Yi, my ogres are going to starve. Shun Yi, there aren't many prey in my divine realm, and these ogres eat 3 meals a day. Shun Yi, an ogre can eat half a deer in 1 meal. I can't afford it. Shun Yi, they're already starting to dig up tree bark to eat. If this continues, something really bad is going to happen. He glanced at the warning on the panel that still indicated suspicious living beings deep in the mine, then looked again at the series of exclamation marks. Ogres. They can indeed eat a lot. He remembered reading that this race has strong combat power and quick recovery, but at the cost of an astonishing appetite. 1 ogre's food consumption is equivalent to that of at least 5 dwarves. He glanced at the warning on the panel that still indicated suspicious living beings deep in the mine, then looked again at the series of exclamation marks Shun Yi had sent. He took a deep breath and stood up. The dwarves now had a certain degree of self-preservation, so there shouldn't be any major problems for the time being. As for his brother's matter, he had to go now. As he walked outside, he replied to Shun Yi, Chen Dao, on my way to your place. 10 minutes later, Chen Dao stood at Shun Yi's doorstep. The door was suddenly yanked open, and a burly young man rushed out, grabbing his shoulder. Brother Chen, you finally made it. Shin Yi's eyes were red with anxiety. My ogres haven't eaten for 2 days. Let's talk inside, Chen Dao said, patting him as he stepped into the house. Shin Yi's room was a mess. A helmet lay on the table, and the panel projection was still on, filled with warnings. Warning: your follower ogre is experiencing mass starvation. Follower's loyalty is continuously decreasing. Recommendation: resolve the food issue as soon as possible. Chen Dao glanced over and asked, what did you originally have in your divine realm? Just a broken forest, a few wild deer, and some rabbits, Shun Yi said, nearly in tears. I thought it would be enough. Who knew ogres could eat so much? One eats 3 meals a day, and there are over 30 of them. I originally found a patch of potatoes, thinking if they could hold on a bit longer they could eat this batch of potatoes, plant another, and with the remaining prey in the forest it should last until after the monthly exam, when I could load the species divine realm card for them. But what happened? Chen Dao asked. What happened was that this group of gluttons devoured most of those potatoes in just a few meals. Shun Yi clasped his head with both hands, planting. Forget it. They all went into their stomachs. Chen Dao remained silent for a few seconds. He quickly calculated in his mind on the dwarf side there were still plenty of jerky saved up, and some earth dragon meat was left. Allocating a portion should be enough to keep the ogres fed for a while. But just giving them food wouldn't suffice. I have a plan, he spoke up. Shin Yi's eyes lit up. What plan? I will exchange jerky for, or with you. Exchange for, or. Shin Yi was taken aback. Yes, Chen Dao replied. Have the ogres mine whatever iron, ore, or copper, or they dig up can be exchanged for food. But I don't even know if there are mines in my divine realm. Then just go mine, Chen Dao interrupted him. It's better than waiting to starve to death. Shun Yi scratched his head, then looked at the series of warnings on the panel, gritted his teeth, and said, all right, I'll have them mine. Chen Dao nodded and opened his own panel. On the dwarf side, the stockpile, there were still over 5,000 pounds of jerky, left a few dozen pounds of earth dragon meat, and the rest was the wheat planted by the dwarves, all previously saved up. He thought for a moment and issued a divine decree to Blackhammer. Inside the divine realm, Blackrock tribe Blackhammer was currently reinforcing the fence at the mine entrance when suddenly the master's voice echoed in his mind. Prepare 1,000 pounds of jerky and send it to the altar. Blackhammer was taken aback. 1,000 pounds? What does the master want this for? But he didn't ask too much and turned around shouting, Iron Stump, take people to the warehouse and bring out 1,000 pounds of jerky. Huh? Iron Stump limped over. Boss, why are we moving jerky? The master ordered it, Blackhammer replied. Let's talk, hurry up. An hour later, 1,000 pounds of jerky was neatly stacked in front of the spirit altar. A golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping that pile of jerky. As the light faded, the jerky vanished. Black Hammer scratched his head and looked up at the sky. What does the master want? To treat someone to a meal. Inside Shun Yi's Divine Realm Ogre nest, a group of starving ogres with green eyes were crouched on the ground gnawing on tree bark. Suddenly a golden light exploded in front of them. A pile of jerky fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. The ogres were stunned. Then they pounced on the pile of jerky like mad. Shun Yi hovered in midair watching this scene, nearly in tears. He took a deep breath and said to Chen Dao, "Thank you, Brother Chun. I will have these gluttons hurry up and mine, or for you. No rush, you should think about how to get through the next few days first." Chen Dao waved his hand unconcerned and turned back to his own home. Chen Dao looked at the notification on the panel. Resource transfer completed. Faith value consumed 500. Shun Yi's Divine Realm received jerky 1,000 pounds. He put away the terminal and looked back at his Divine Realm panel. Helping a brother took over an hour. In the Divine Realm, 2 more days had passed. He opened the still bouncing warning of suspicious living beings deep in the mine, taking a deep breath. It was time to check what exactly was inside. Inside the Divine Realm, Black Rock Tribe Black Hammer was leading several capable dwarves holding torches, standing at a fork deep in the mine. 2 days ago, after the master took away that 1,000 pounds of jerky, he felt something was off. When did the master need so much jerky? There must be a significant event. So he decided to take people down to explore. Boss. Iron Stump followed behind him, the scales on his hand reflecting a dark red glow in the torchlight. If we go further down, we will reach the Earth Dragon's lair. Are we really going in? Are you scared? Black Hammer didn't turn back. Scared of what? Iron Stump straightened his neck. It's just that the smell down there is too unbearable. Indeed, it was unbearable. A damp, foul odor surged from the depths, mixed with a faint sulfur smell, making one feel nauseous. Black Hammer said nothing, only tightened his grip on the dragon's throat and continued forward. After walking for half an incense stick, the mine suddenly opened up. A massive cave appeared before them. In the center of the cave was a gigantic nest made of dry bones and straw. Scattered around the nest were the remains of various animals. Some had already turned to white bones, while others still bore rotting flesh. In the center of the nest lay 3 dark red eggs quietly resting. Heikue stood frozen in place, staring at the 3 dark red eggs, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Tai Dun peeked out from behind him, also seeing the eggs, his mouth agape, as if it could fit a fist. "Boss, what is this?" "Eggs of the Earth Dragon," Heikue said in a hushed tone, as if afraid of startling something laid by the mother dragon before she died. Tai Dun swallowed hard then. "Where is its father?" "Who knows?" Heikue slowly approached, crouching down to touch one of the eggs. Warm. Alive. The scale-like patterns on the eggshell slightly undulated beneath his fingertips, as if breathing. "Boss." Tai Dun lowered his voice, but his excitement was evident. "If we take the eggs back and wait for them to hatch, wouldn't that mean we'll have our own dragons?" Heikue remained silent, just staring at the 3 eggs. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. The mother dragon's ferocity might stem from these dragon eggs. When they hatched, who would the newborn Earth dragons recognize as their parents? If they recognized the dwarves, would the Haiyan tribe then have 3 dragons? "Move," he said decisively as he stood up. "Bring over the rot tin basket, handle them gently." Several dwarves hurriedly cleared the rot tin basket, laying down a thick layer of hay inside, and then carefully placed the dragon eggs one by one into it. 3 eggs filled the basket to the brim. Heikue personally lifted one end of the basket, leading the way. "If we can hatch these 3 eggs, and they recognize the dwarves as their masters, the Haiyan tribe will surely prosper." Heikue silently calculated in his heart. Outside the Divine Realm, Chen Dao watched as Heikue and his team carefully lifted the 3 dragon eggs out of the mine tunnel, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Dragon eggs. Living dragon eggs. Although they were Earth dragon eggs, if they could hatch, they would still be a powerful force. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and continued to observe. The dwarves formed a circle around the 3 dark red eggs, chattering excitedly. "Are these dragon eggs? Bigger than my head. Can we eat them?" "Eat what?" "These are for hatching baby dragons." Old Yin trembled as he squeezed to the front, extending his withered hand to feel the temperature of the egg from a distance, nodding repeatedly. "There is vitality. There is vitality. These eggs are alive. This is the master protecting our tribe." Heikue ignored them, simply standing beside the basket of eggs, gripping the dragon's throat, waiting for the master's decree. Chen Dao pondered for a moment, then delivered the decree, "Take good care of them." Heikue raised his head, nodding solemnly towards the sky. "Rest assured, master," he said, "I will definitely take good." Outside the Divine Realm, Chen Dao withdrew his consciousness, leaning back in his chair. It's easy to say take good care, but raising dragons isn't that simple. He opened the interface and looked at the icons for the 3 dragon eggs, which displayed several lines of text: Earth Dragon Egg 3 status, hatchable, hatch conditions, sustained high temperature environment near furnace or geothermal source, daily, need to feed a small amount of meat or mineral, expected, hatching time 30,100 divine realm days. Note: the newborn dragon will recognize the first creature it sees as its parents. Chen Dao looked at the line saying 30,100 divine realm days and silently calculated. In reality, it's just a few days. Not too long. By the time of the monthly assessment, they should be able to exhibit combat power. He glanced at the several thousand pounds of dried meat and a pile of minerals stacked in the dwarven warehouse. Just 3 little earth dragons should still be affordable. At least initially they could manage. Just as he was about to close the interface, he suddenly noticed a small prompt note: long-term placement of earth dragon eggs near lava may cause mutations. He stared at the line of text, stunned. Mutations? He quickly recalled the pungent sulfur smell and the humid warmth inside the earth dragon's nest. Was there lava beneath? He opened the divine realm map, finding the location deep in the mine. Sure enough, there was a line of small text marked below the nest: underground lava river active. Chen Dao took a deep breath. Next to the lava. Mutations. He recalled the adult earth dragon he saw before, its scales shimmering with a dark red light. Could that be the result of long-term living near lava? If that's the case, then these 3 eggs cannot all be left to hatch on the ground. He looked again at the panel's hatching conditions: sustained high temperature environment, then at lava proximity, may cause mutations. The 2 conditions do not conflict. In fact, one could say that being near lava is the ideal hatching location with sufficient heat and a chance for mutation. But the question is, what will the mutation be like? Will it be stronger or weaker? Is it controllable or uncontrollable? Chen Dao hesitated for a few seconds and then made his decision. He delivered the second decree to Heikuei. Inside the divine realm, Haiyan tribe, Heikuei was busy setting up the 3 dragon eggs. He moved his home directly next to the furnace, deciding to oversee them personally. Just as he was busy, the master's voice echoed in his ear again. Return 1 dragon egg to its original place, placing it near the lava. Heikuei was taken aback. Return it to its original place. That stinky, fishy earth dragon nest. Was there even lava there? But he didn't ask further. The master must have a reason for saying so. He stood up, shouting to Tai Dun, lift the basket, put in 1 dragon egg, and follow me. Huh? Going back? Tai Dun looked confused. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Half an hour later, Heikuei and his team returned to that massive cave. This time, following the faint guidance from his battle axe, he bypassed the nest and walked deeper into the cave. The heat intensified and the air grew thicker. The pungent sulfur smell was suffocating. Finally, the view opened up, revealing a dark red lava river, flowing quietly, waves of heat assaulting them, curling the dwarves' beards. This place. Tai Dun swallowed hard. Boss, did the master want us to put the eggs here? Heikuei said nothing, merely searching for a spot not too far from the lava to set down the wrought tin basket. Under the dim red glow, the patterns on the eggshell seemed to shine for a moment, as if they had come to life. Heikuei stared at them for a long time, then stood up. Let's go. After returning, arranged for the tribe members to take turns watching over them. Outside the divine realm, Chen Dao watched as Heikuei and his team returned to the tribe, just preparing to withdraw his consciousness, when a prompt suddenly popped up on the panel. Ding. Detected special hatching environment. 1 of your earth dragon eggs has been placed next to the active lava river, triggering special hatching conditions. Mutation probability 47, increasing expected hatching time 2045. Divine realm days shortened. After properly placing the dragon egg, Chen Dao prepared to take off his helmet and rest for a while. But his wrist terminal vibrated again. Shen Yi, brother Chen, we've struck gold. Chen Dao was taken aback and opened the message. Shen Yi, I had that group of useless eaters digging for a day and night, and they actually found a mine. Shen Yi, it's a kind of black mineral, incredibly hard. The trolls can't even break it with stones. Shen Yi, what kind of mineral is this? Is it valuable? How much dried meat can it be exchanged for? Shen Yi sent a screenshot. In the image, several trolls were surrounding a freshly excavated mine, with a few pieces of jet black ore scattered on the ground, glimmering with a faint cold light under the dim illumination. Chen Dao stared at the screenshot, his brows slightly raised. Black ore. Extremely hard. He recalled that the iron ore previously dug up by the dwarves was gray-brown, and the copper ore was bluish-green. This pure black. He opened his panel, located the mineral encyclopedia, and searched by color and character. Moments later, a message popped up. Black Yao iron mine rarity, rare characteristics, pure black, extremely high hardness, emits cold light, uses forging high-grade weapons armor, with a slight armor-piercing attribute bonus. Chen Dao's eyes instantly lit up. Black Yao iron mine, this is the first time encountering a rare mineral. He took a deep breath and replied to Chen Dao. Black Yao iron mine, a rare mineral. It's normal that the trolls can't move it, and let's not force it. They'll have the dwarves make a few better mining picks to send to you in exchange for a batch of ore. After sending, he thought for a moment and added another message. Chun Dao, your group of trolls finally proved their worth. Moments later, Shun Yi replied with a series of excited emojis, with the last one saying, Shun Yi, brother Chen, you're amazing. I'll wait for your pics. Chun Dao smiled, turned off the terminal, and looked back at the Divine Realm. Black Hammer had just returned to the tribe and was arranging for people to take turns watching over the 2 dragon eggs by the furnace. Chun Dao pondered for a moment and issued a new divine decree. In the Divine Realm, Black Rock tribe Black Hammer was squatting by the furnace, staring blankly at the 2 dark red eggs. In his mind, the master's voice echoed again, forge a batch of quality mining picks needed in 7 days. There is a batch of black ore that needs to be mined. The mined ore will make your weapons sharper. Originally, it would have been enough to say this, but thinking that the dwarves would need to cooperate with the trolls later, he added, they are a group of trolls and will work with you in the future. Trolls. Black Hammer scratched his head. He had never seen a troll, but he knew they were tall, greenish creatures, strong, able to eat a lot, but not very bright. How did the master get involved with those things? But he didn't dwell on it. The master must have his reasons. He stood up and shouted towards the furnace, Iron Dun. Bring the best blacksmiths here. Iron Dun limped out from behind the furnace. What's the matter, boss? The master ordered us to forge a batch of mining picks. Black Hammer paused. The best kind needed in 7 days. Mining picks. Iron Dun leaned in closer. Aren't our picks enough? They're not for us. Black Hammer said they're for a group of trolls. Iron Dun was stunned. Trolls. When did we get? I don't know either. Black Hammer squatted down, adding a piece of wood to the furnace. The master said they will cooperate with us in the future. The black ore they mine will make our weapons sharper. Iron Dun's eyes brightened. Then what are we waiting for? He'll go call the others. Half an hour later, 5 of the best blacksmiths gathered around the furnace, each with a pile of fine iron in front of them. Black Hammer inserted the dragon's roar into the ground beside him and supervised personally. The master said this batch of mining picks must be the best. He scanned around. Anyone who forges subpar picks will have to eat them. The blacksmiths shrank their necks and focused on their work. The sounds of hammering echoed throughout the day. Outside the Divine Realm, Chun Dao watched the dwarves enthusiastically crafting the mining picks, feeling a sense of pride. 7 days. 7 days in the Divine Realm equated to just 5 or 6 hours in reality. That was enough. He switched back to his panel and sent a message to Shun Yi. Chun Dao, the mining picks are being forged. They'll be delivered in 7 days. Make sure your trolls keep an eye on the mine. Don't let anything else take over. Moments later, Shun Yi replied with an OK emoji. 7 days later, Black Rock tribe. The sounds of hammering finally ceased. By the furnace lay dozens of brand new mining picks, each glistening with a sharp iron sheen. The pick heads were 3 inches thicker than ordinary mining picks, the blades extremely sharp, and the handles wrapped in the oldest iron wood, comfortable to grip without slipping. Black Hammer squatted in front of a row of mining picks, picked one up, and weighed it in his hands. Heavy just right. A single strike could drive into ordinary stone by 3 inches. He nodded, set down the pick, and turned to look at the tired blacksmiths. All right, everyone, go back and get some sleep. The blacksmiths felt as if they had received a pardon and scurried away. They hadn't had proper rest for the past 7 days, relying solely on the motivation of forge poorly and eat picks to keep going. Meanwhile, Black Hammer and Iron Dun stood in front of the pile of mining picks, waiting for the master to collect them. Outside the Divine Realm, Chun Dao opened his eyes and checked the time. 7 days had passed in the Divine Realm, which was just over 5 hours in reality. He put the helmet back on, his consciousness sinking into the Divine Realm just in time to see Black Hammer squatting in front of that row of mining picks. 60 picks, even more than Chun Dao had expected. He opened his panel, found the resource transfer function, and entered Shun Yi's Divine Realm coordinates. Detected transferable resources quality, mining picks 60, estimated faith cost 600, confirmed transfer. Chun Dao hesitated for a second. 600 points, 100 more than the last time he sent jerky, even he couldn't help but feel a bit of pain. But he still clicked to confirm. Shun Yi's Divine Realm troll nest. A group of trolls was gathered at the mine entrance, bored and gnawing on tree bark. Suddenly, a golden light exploded in front of them. 60 brand new mining picks fell from the sky, hitting the ground with a loud crash. The trolls jumped back in fright, but when they saw what it was, they immediately rushed over. One bold troll reached out to pick up a mining pick, inspecting it from all angles. Then it raised the pick and swung it down hard onto a nearby rock. Crack! The rock split in two. The troll froze, and the other trolls were equally stunned. Soon the 60 mining picks were snatched up, and the trolls charged into the mine, the sounds of smashing rocks ringing out loudly. Shun Yi hovered in midair watching this scene, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly messaged Chun Dao, brother Chun, I received the mining picks, wait for me to send you the ore. On Chun Dao's side, Chun Dao looked at the message that popped up on the panel, resource transfer, complete, faith cost 600, Shun Yi's Divine Realm, receive quality, mining picks 60, remaining faith 600. He smiled, preparing to withdraw his consciousness, but a new message popped up on the panel. Shen Yi brother Chen we mind a lot. Following that was a screenshot. In the image the depths of the mine showed a dark vein glowing faintly under the illumination of torches dense and endless. Chen Dao's eyes brightened. He replied to Shen Yi Chen Dao dig more, and he'll send you another bag. Shen Yi sure brother Chen my trolls may not be good at anything else, but their strength is impressive, just wait and see. 10 days later in the real world Chen Dao took off his helmet and rubbed his stiff shoulders. There was only one day left until the monthly exam. The dwarves had steadily developed for a year. He opened the panel and a series of messages popped up. Divine Domain Development Brief Day 300 of the Divine Domain Dragon Egg hatching. 2 dragon eggs successfully hatched beside the furnace with the young dragons recognizing He Chue and Tai Dun as their masters. The dragon egg near the lava mutated, hatching a lava earth dragon that recognized Tai Dan as its master. All 3 earth dragons were still in their infancy and lacked combat power. Mineral trade completed 12 transactions of or with Shen Yi. Acquired obsidian iron, or 3,000 pounds. Consumed jerky, 3,000 pounds. The dwarves have successfully forged obsidian iron equipment: battle axes, 37, mining picks, 53, throwing spears, 100. Believer development, current total number of believers, 487 newborns, natural population growth, saints, 0 fanatics, He Chue dwarf leader, Tai Dun Lao, Yin devout believers, 60 true believers, 307 general believers, 120 false believers, 0 non-believers, 0 current faith value, 5,400 daily output remaining from trades. For a student who has just awakened his divine domain for less than a month, this is quite a remarkable achievement. He clicked on He Chue's personal panel again. Name: He Chue, Dragon Descended Dwarf, Level 2, Occupation Dwarf, Craftsman, Talent Dragon, Might, Mastery in Forging, Innate Divine Strength, Leader, Charisma, Introduction, Chief of the Blackrock Tribe, Awakened Dragon, Might after accidentally bathing in dragon blood, a natural leader among dwarfs. As Chen Dao was looking at the panel, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Dao, the school has sent a notice. His mother's voice came through. The arrangements for the monthly exam have been sent to your terminal. Chen Dao was taken aback and opened the terminal. Awakener First High School monthly exam notice. Exam time tomorrow at 9:00 a.m. Exam format: Divine Domain Combat Simulation. Exam content: randomly match 3 Awakeners from the same cohort to enter a virtual battlefield limited to 3 hours, scored based on the performance of the clans. Team rules: individuals can register alone or in groups with prior notification. Chen Dao finished reading, his expression unchanged. This notice was no different from what he had heard. He sent a message to Shen Yi. Chen Dao, have you registered for the team? A few seconds later Shen Yi replied with a big OK emoji. Chen Dao looked at the OK, smiled, and was about to put down the terminal when the screen lit up again. Shen Yi called directly. Brother Chen, have you seen at the virtual battlefield? Shen Yi's excitement could be felt through the screen. Randomly match 3, if we team up won't it be a massacre? Don't get too happy too soon. Chen Dao leaned back in his chair. There might still be experts among them. Then, Shen Yi was brimming with confidence. Your dwarf as a dragon, I have great strength as a giant. Let the dwarves forge some hammers for my giant. Whoever comes will die. Chen Dao didn't respond, falling silent for 2 seconds. What about your giants now? Shen Yi paused for a moment, then chuckled. Wait, I'll send you a screenshot. A few seconds later an image was sent over showing over 30 giants standing in 2 neat rows, each holding an obsidian hammer. The largest one in the front was wearing a simple leather armor with a crooked symbol painted on its chest. Shen Yi's message followed. Shen Yi, cool, right? I had them practice formation for half a month, just waiting to show off at the monthly exam. Chen Dao stared at the picture, his mouth twitching. As long as you're happy. The next day, Awakener's First High School, the examination venue was set in the school's virtual combat hall. When Chen Dao and Shen Yi arrived, more than 20 people were already standing in the hall. They were gathered in small groups, some whispering, some staring at their terminals, and others leaning against the wall, resting with their eyes closed. As soon as Shen Yi entered, he began to look around. Brother Chen, who do you think our opponent will be? You'll only know once you go in. Chen Dao glanced around the hall. Let's sign in first. The sign-in area had a line that was neither long nor short. In front of Chen Dao stood a tall, thin boy, wearing glasses, who was fiddling with his terminal. The cuff of his school uniform revealed a section of his wrist, which had a tattoo-like totem that was the mark of his clan. Chen Dao glanced at it, but didn't recognize it. When it was their turn to sign in, the staff handed over 2 forms. If you are in a team, fill in the same group number. Matching is random. You won't know your opponent until you enter. Shen Yi rushed to fill it out and dragged Chen Dao to the rest area. Just as they sat down, they heard a snicker from beside them. Oh, if it isn't Shen Yi. I heard you awakened as a giant. Can you even feed them? Chen Dao turned to look in the direction of the voice. 3 boys were sitting on a nearby sofa, and the one speaking with a buzz cut was wearing a smirk as he watched them. Shen Yi's expression stiffened, and he didn't say anything. The buzz-cut boy continued to laugh. I heard that giants eat 3 meals a day, 1.5 heads of deer each meal. Those few broken trees in your divine domain, how many days would they last for them to gnaw? The two beside him chuckled along. Shun Dao glanced at the boy, then looked at Shun Yi. Shun Yi clenched his fists, but didn't move. Do you know him? Shun Dao asked. He's from the class next door, Shun Yi whispered. I once put a firecracker in his seat while he was in the bathroom. Shun Dao's initial intention to stand up for Shun Yi disappeared instantly. This guy really knew how to stir up trouble. Zhou Lei didn't look at them anymore and turned to leave with his group. Shun Yi let out a sigh of relief, leaning closer to Shun Dao's ear. Brother Chun, I heard his clan is werewolves, pretty fierce. I know. Shun Dao interrupted him, his gaze still fixed on Zhou Lei's retreating figure. Let's see the matching first. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall's broadcast rang out. Attention students, the matching is about to begin. Please return to your seats and wait for the system to assign the battlefield. Shun Dao and Shun Yi exchanged glances. Here it comes. Shun Dao and Shun Yi returned to their seats, staring at the huge projection screen at the front of the hall. On the screen, the names of all participants were scrolling rapidly. What are the matching rules? Shun Yi asked. 3 per group, automatically matched by the system. Shun Dao replied. We're a team, so we need one more person. Shun Yi swallowed. What if Zhou Lei gets matched with us? That would be our opponent. Shun Dao shot him a glance. Teammates are randomly supplemented from those who haven't formed a team. Just as he finished speaking, the scrolling on the screen stopped. 6 names lit up side by side. Red team, Shun Dao Shun Yi Lin Qingxua. Blue team, Zhou Lei Zhao Chuang Li Yuan. Shun Yi paused. Lin Qingxua. Who is that? Shun Dao was also taken aback. He had heard that name before. He didn't know her personally, but she seemed to have some reputation among the students, and her family appeared to be quite powerful. He turned to look at the other side of the hall. A girl was standing up from her seat and walking towards them. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, her school uniform was neatly worn, and her face bore no expression. As she approached, she glanced at Shun Dao, then at Shun Yi, and said Lin Qingxua. Her voice was emotionless, simply introducing her name. Shun Yi scratched his head. Oh, hello, I'm Shun Yi, this is Shun Dao. I know. Lin Qingxua interrupted him, her gaze fixed on Shun Dao. I hope we have a pleasant collaboration this time. Shun Dao looked at her, saying nothing. Lin Qingxua waited for 2 seconds, seeing that he remained silent, nodded. Let's talk more inside. As the voice fell, a white light suddenly illuminated the ground beneath the 3 of them. Before Shun Yi could speak, the light instantly engulfed everything. A voice resonated in his mind. Virtual battlefield, Redstone Wasteland, authorized unilateral entry, rights granted, please arrange for your kin to enter promptly. Just as the voice faded, Shun Dao's consciousness returned. At this moment, he opened his eyes, and under his feet lay a dark red gravel ground. What kind of place is this? Shun Yi's voice came from beside him. He stood to the left of Shun Dao, and they were currently suspended in midair over the Redstone Wasteland, but could only see a small area ahead. Shun Dao did not rush to speak, first surveying the surroundings. Not far to the right, Lin Qingxua was also hovering in midair, looking down at the ground below. Her expression showed little change, as if she were waiting for something. Beneath the 3 of them, the dark red gravel ground extended to the end of their field of vision. In the distance, some undulating hill outlines were faintly visible, but anything further away was obscured. First, summon the kin, Lin Qingxua spoke. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and drew a line in front of her. A silver-white portal materialized out of thin air, hovering half a meter above the ground. The edges of the portal flowed with a faint glow, making it impossible to see what lay beyond. She remained silent, simply waiting. Shun Yi paused for a moment, then reacted and raised his hand to summon a portal. The dark red portal opened before him, larger than Lin Qingxua's, with its edges shimmering erratically. Hee, my portal is bigger than yours, Shun Yi boasted with a hint of pride. Lin Qingxua ignored him. Shun Dao also remained silent, raising his hand. A golden red portal condensed before him. Its light was more stable than Shun Yi's and warmer than Lin Qingxua's, with flame-like patterns faintly flowing on the door. The 3 portals stood side by side. Soon the kin of the 3 began to emerge in order. From the silver-white portal, a slender figure stepped out. An elven archer. Upon landing, she quickly scanned her surroundings, then stepped aside to make room for her following her the second, third, and 40 elven archers filed out without making any extra noise, automatically forming 2 lines after landing. The leading elf, adorned with a silver earring, approached Lin Qingxua and knelt on one knee. My master. Lin Qingxua nodded. Rise, prepare for battle. The elf stood up and returned to the ranks. Shun Yi stared in awe, then hurriedly waved towards his dark red portal. Hurry, hurry, everyone come out. Heavy footsteps echoed from the portal, followed by a large green foot stepping out. A troll. After landing, it yawned, scratched its rear, and looked around. One by one, trolls squeezed out behind it, colliding with each other and stepping on their companions' feet with a chorus of grumbling complaints. Over 30 trolls huddled together, completely lacking any semblance of formation. Shun Yi's face turned green. Stand straight. Stand straight, all of you. The trolls exchanged glances, managing to form a crooked line. Chen Dao glanced at Lin Qingsu's kin before turning to his own portal. Hui was the first to step out. Holding the dragon's roar, he surveyed the surroundings before his gaze fell on Chen Dao's fiery incarnation, not far away, striding over. Behind him, 79 dwarves streamed out, each wielding a black iron battle axe, some even carrying a few javelins on their backs. They were not as orderly as the elves, but neither as chaotic as the trolls. Each dwarf stood automatically behind Hui, after emerging holding their battle axes and keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Hui approached Chen Dao, slammed his battle axe onto the ground, then knelt on one knee. In accordance with the master's divine command, I have brought all the capable kin. The 79 dwarves lined up neatly, holding their battle axes and javelins, eyes fixed ahead. Chen Dao said nothing, merely nodding in satisfaction, acknowledging the organization he had managed over the past few months. Hui rose and returned to the ranks, waiting. Shun Yi was left dumbfounded. He glanced at the group of trolls behind him, still scratching and whispering to each other, then looked at the orderly dwarves by Chen Dao, and finally, at Lin Qingsu's silent elven archers. His face turned pale. Chen Gu, you have 79 dwarves. Chen Dao responded with a nonchalant Shun Yi swallowed hard, not saying anything further. Lin Qingsu's gaze swept over the dwarves before landing on Chen Dao's face. She paused for 2 seconds, then spoke. What level are they? Hui is level 2, Chen Dao said. The others are at level 1, some even at level 0. Lin Qingxue nodded, not pursuing the matter further. She turned to her elven archers, and the leader, wearing silver earrings, stepped forward immediately. Ariel, take 3 people and scout east. If you see the enemy, return immediately. Do not engage in combat. Yes. The elf named Ariel pointed to 3 archers. The 4 departed silently, running towards the eastern hills. Their footsteps were light, barely making a sound on the gravel ground, and they quickly disappeared from sight. Lin Qingxue turned to Chen Dao. My elves are good at reconnaissance. We will wait for them to gather intelligence before engaging in battle. Is that okay? After a pause of 2 seconds, Lin Qingxue added. Sure. Chen Dao, fully aware that his dwarves were more suited for the front line, did not elaborate further. Seeing this, Shun Yi immediately became anxious. What about me? What will my kin do? Lin Qingxue glanced at him, then at his group of trolls still scratching themselves, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Just wait. Wait for what? Wait until we detect the enemy, then we will see. Shun Yi opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but after glancing at his trolls, he closed it. Chen Dao looked towards the east. In the direction Ariel and the others had left, the gray wasteland was eerily silent. But everyone knew this silence would not last long. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, faint footsteps came from behind the eastern hills. Ariel returned with 3 elves. She quickly approached Lin Qingxue and knelt on one knee. Master, we found something. Lin Qingxue nodded. Speak. 3 miles east, there is a temporary stronghold where the enemy has gathered. Ariel paused. 3 kin werewolves, halforcs, and goblins. The werewolves are the most numerous, about 40, with the largest among them likely being their leader. There are over 20 halforcs wielding iron hammers. More than 30 goblins carrying backpacks filled with unknown contents. After hearing this, Lin Qingxue looked at Chen Dao. Chen Dao also turned to her. The 2 exchanged glances for a second, and Lin Qingxue spoke. How shall we attack? Lin Qingxue's family is composed entirely of archers, primarily responsible for reconnaissance and rear support. Shen Yi seems like a big, not very clever oaf. Thus, the decision-making power for the entire battle naturally fell into Chen Dao's hands. 40 werewolves would definitely charge quickly. The halforc wielding a heavy hammer resembled Shun Yi's troll, but Shun Yi's troll wielded a black iron hammer crafted by dwarves, giving it a significant advantage. The goblin carried a backpack, likely for throwing or support. He looked at Lin Qingxue. Can your elves seize the initiative? Yes, Lin Qingxue replied. They have a longer range than them, but only one chance. After that they will charge. Chen Gu, what should my people do? Shun Yi asked, eagerly puffing up his chest as Chen Dao looked at him. Chen Dao was silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. Their halforcs also wield hammers. Your troll is equipped with black iron hammers, so just go heat in with them. The virtual battlefield's family would not truly perish, so Chen Dao chose the most straightforward method. Afterward, I'll have my dwarves throw spears from the side, then hold back their werewolves and goblins. After Chen Dao finished, he turned to Lin Qingxue again. After your elves finish their first wave, send half of them to flank the goblins. Lin Qingxue nodded. Then let's do it this way. After distributing the tactics, the 3 of them conveyed divine orders to their respective family leaders to prepare. The divine orders were passed down. The black hammer tightened its grip on Dragon's Roar and turned to the dwarves, growling low. Stay close and keep quiet. 79 dwarves bent down and crept towards the eastern hillside. The gravel crunched underfoot, but the sound was drowned out by the wind. On the other side, Alier led 40 elven archers silently up the gentle slope of the hill. They crouched low using the cover of dead trees and stones to inch closer to their range. The troll chief stood at the front of the troll line, trying hard to lower his voice. When you hear the dwarves roar charge out and smash those halforcs wielding hammers understood. The trolls nodded eagerly. On the hillside, Alier raised her hand. 40 longbows were drawn simultaneously. She focused on the base of the hill where a small army composed of 3 families had already entered their range. Alier waved her hand downwards. Release. 40 feathered arrows sliced through the gray sky, arcing towards the werewolf pack. The rain of arrows fell. Screams erupted instantly. 7 or 8 werewolves were shot down before they even knew what hit them. The remaining werewolves scattered in panic, causing chaos within their ranks. But soon a wolf howl drowned out all other sounds. The lead wolf, significantly larger than the others, howled at the sky, and the werewolves immediately regained their composure, charging towards the hill. Dozens of werewolves charged toward the elves. Chen Dao's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. As the werewolves crossed halfway, a swarm of dark objects suddenly flew from the side. Not arrows, but javelins. Dwarven, throwing spears. Several more werewolves fell, but the remaining ones did not slow down, quickly closing in on the elves' blind spot. Chen Dao glanced at the position of the Black Hammer. The Black Hammer was also watching him. Chen Dao nodded. The Black Hammer raised Dragon's Roar and roared Dwarves charge. 79 dwarves surged from the side, facing the werewolves' heathen. 2 torns collided. Battle axes met claws, steel clashed against flesh. The battlefield instantly erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, a group of halforcs trailing behind the werewolves was being violently struck by trolls wielding black iron hammers from seemingly nowhere. On the dwarven front, battle axes clashed against wolf claws, producing a cacophony of metal sounds. The Black Hammer cleaved through a werewolf skull, but before he could pull back his axe, another wolf pounced from the side. He sidestepped, swinging his axe horizontally, and that werewolf was cut in half. But more werewolves rushed in. They were fast with sharp claws, and the dwarves' leather armor was already marked with numerous claw marks. The Black Hammer took a deep breath, gripping Dragon's Roar tightly. An invisible pressure emanated from him, the dragon's might he had previously gained. The surrounding werewolves froze in their tracks, fear flashing in their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Hammer roared, chopped them down. The dwarves counterattacked, and as their axes fell, several more werewolves fell. On the other side, the halforc line was on the verge of collapse. They only wielded ordinary iron hammers, far inferior to the trolls' black iron hammers. The trolls swung their black iron hammers, and with each blow halforcs were sent flying along with their hammers. The lead troll, a giant wearing leather armor, was particularly fierce. With one blow, he smashed a halforc's skull, and with another he broke another one's leg. Shin Yi watched from above, blood boiling, shouting, "Smash! Smash them to bits!" The trolls howled as they fought more fiercely. Meanwhile, at the flank of the battlefield, 20 elven archers had crept close to the goblins. The goblins were squatting on the ground, pulling out black round balls the size of fists from their backpacks, emanating a faint sulfur smell. Alier's pupils contracted. That was explosives. Seeing so many baskets of explosives made Alier's heart race, but simultaneously an idea formed in her mind. "Everyone ignite your arrows, and prepare to shoot." Alier turned to the elves behind her. As soon as her voice fell, the 20 elven archers immediately took fire starters from their waists to ignite their arrowheads. Flames flickered at the arrow tips. Release. 20 flaming arrows shot out, tracing arcs as they fell straight towards the goblins' piles. One goblin had just lifted its head and hadn't had time to react when an arrow struck the basket next to it. Boom. The first explosion. Then came the second and third. A chain reaction instantly detonated all the explosives. Flames shot into the sky. The goblins were blown to smithereens, with limbs flying into the air. The black round balls that had yet to be pulled out exploded in the flames, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. Alier raised her hand to shield herself from the oncoming heat wave, shouting, "Fall back. Everyone retreat." The elven archers quickly withdrew, their faces illuminated by the firelight. In the distance, Chun Dao watched the ascending flames, heart filled with joy. He knew the goblin line was broken. He turned to look at the other 2 sides of the battlefield. On the dwarven front, the dragon's might of the Black Hammer still persisted, and the werewolves were already in disarray. The Black Hammer cleaved down the last werewolf, blocking his path, raising his head to look in the direction of the lead wolf, which was surrounded by a few dwarves covered in wounds, moving increasingly slowly. On the troll side, it was even more straightforward. The halforcs were sprawled all over the ground, with the last one still struggling, being knocked down by the giant troll and failing to rise again. Shun Yi was ecstatic, dancing in the air. "We won. We won. Chen Gu, we won. Your command was good." Lin Xingxue smiled and said. Chen Dao nodded, remaining silent. On the battlefield, the last werewolf fell. System notification: the red side has completely annihilated the blue side's family. Battle ended. Winning side, Chen Dao. Shun Yi, Lin Xingxue. A light once again shone, engulfing everything. As the light faded, Chen Dao opened his eyes. The hall remained brightly lit, yet the air around felt somewhat heavier than before. Some people were looking down at their terminals, while others gathered in small groups to whisper. A few with grim expressions were being helped by their companions to walk outside. Shin-Yi beside him was stunned for 2 seconds before suddenly jumping up. We won, we won, we won. Brother Chin, did you see my big rice bucket? Chen Dao interrupted him. I saw it. A single hammer sent 2 flying. Shun-Yi grinned foolishly, turned to find Lin Qingxue, only to discover she had returned to her original seat, staring down at her terminal, her expression unchanged from before. Why isn't she excited at all? Shun-Yi muttered quietly. Chen Dao did not respond. He was also eager to see his own results. Raising his wrist, the terminal screen lit up, and a new message popped up. Monthly exam results have been announced. Please click to view details. Monthly exam score report. Candidate name Chen Dao, class high school, year 1, class 3, ancestral type dwarf, dragon blood, mutation, battlefield role, commander, frontline combat, power combat, data, kill count 53, tactical execution, degree, a team contribution, degree, a examiner's comments. Clear command, thought, reasonable, troop allocation, able to quickly adjust tactics based on battlefield situation. The quality of the ancestral cultivation is relatively high. Individual combat power exceeds the average level of the same cohort. Recommended for elite class admission. Comprehensive evaluation, A admission result, elite class. He scrolled down, but found no further information. Just as he was about to close it, a line of golden text appeared on the panel that only he could see. Divine domain development, potential S, hidden score, visible only to you. Detected special structure within the divine domain, heroic spirit altar prototype. Detected bloodline mutation of followers dragonborn dwarfs 2. Detected earth dragon cubs 3. This was authorized by Chun Dao for the terminal to better monitor his current divine domain situation. More importantly, no one else could possibly see this panel without his approval. Yet he instinctively glanced around. No one was watching him. Shun-Yi was still grinning at his own results. Lin Qingxue remained with her head down, and in the distance, Zhou Lei was conversing with 2 companions, his expression not looking too good. Taking a deep breath, he closed that hidden information. Brother Chun. Shun-Yi leaned over, thrusting the terminal in front of him. Look at mine score, I got into the elite class. Chen Dao glanced down. On Shun-Yi's score report, the kill count read 32, and it was for a stronger Halford in single combat. How many did you kill, eh? Chen Dao asked. Shun-Yi was taken aback, counted on his fingers, then scratched his head. It seems I killed more than half. Chen Dao remained silent, just looking at him. Shun-Yi felt uneasy under his gaze and stammered. Well, that means I won, right? He opened his mouth to say more, but ultimately fell silent, muttering, I'll practice when I get back, I'll practice. At that moment, Lin Qingxue had also finished checking her results and walked towards Chun Dao and Shun-Yi. It was a pleasant cooperation. See you in the elite class. After leaving this remark, she turned and walked away. The 2 parted ways at the hall entrance. When Chun Dao arrived home, his mother was sitting on the sofa, and upon hearing the door open, she immediately stood up. How did it go? Elite class. As Chun Dao spoke while changing his shoes, his mother's face instantly lit up with joy. I told you my son would do well, Lao Chun. Lao Chun, your son got into the elite class. From the bedroom came his father's voice. I heard. More dishes tomorrow. Chun Dao smiled and walked towards his room. Closing the door, the world quieted down. He picked up the helmet and put it on, closing his eyes. Connecting to the divine domain. Welcome back, great sacred furnace flame, father of steel and art. Chun Dao opened his eyes, his consciousness hovering above the tribe. Under the night sky, the Black Rock tribe was as silent as a stone. The furnace's fire had been extinguished, leaving only a few dull red embers. In the central open area of the tribe, dozens of newly crafted mining picks were neatly stacked, glinting coldly. He sank down quickly and soon found the Black Hammer. The Black Hammer was not asleep. He squatted beside the furnace, holding a piece of raw meat, feeding it to a dark, indistinct object in front of him. That thing was half a person tall, covered in dark red scales, with a head resembling a lizard though more rounded. It was devouring the piece of meat, making gurgling sounds from its throat. Chen Dao stared at it for 2 seconds. Is this the Earth Dragon cub? Those 3 eggs from 3 months ago have grown this much. He glanced around and quickly found the other 2. One was lying at the foot of the iron stump, nudging the stump with its head. The iron stump had its eyes closed against the wall, mumbling something, while its hand unconsciously stroked the head of the little dragon. The other one was squatting in the shadows at the edge of the tribe. Its owner was one of the tribe's blacksmith's iron egg. It was a size larger than the other 2, with deeper colored scales displaying a hint of black within the dark red. It was not sleeping, staring motionlessly at the entrance of the mine. After feeding the meat in his hand, the Black Hammer stood up and walked over to the little dragon squatting in the shadows. He squatted down, reaching out to touch its head, but the little dragon tilted its head and dodged. The Black Hammer did not reach out again, just squatted there watching the mine entrance together with it. Still shy. The voice of Iron Stump came from behind. Iron Stump approached with his own little dragon squatting 2 steps away from the Black Hammer. His little dragon peeked out from behind him, curiously looking at the Black Hammer's dragon. It's always like this, the Black Hammer said. It won't eat food offered by others, won't let anyone touch it, just keeps staring at that tunnel in trance. Missing its mother. The Black Hammer fell silent for a moment. I don't know. Iron Stump did not ask further. The two squatted there with the 2 little dragons, one squatting and one lying, all 3 pairs of eyes fixed on the direction of the mine entrance. Chen Dao watched this scene in silence. He recalled the mother dragon's fury before her death and the 3 warm eggs in the nest. What the mother dragon fought to protect was not just those few eggs. It was this place. Deep within this mine, besides the dragon's nest and lava river, what else is there? While he was pondering, a message suddenly popped up on the panel. Ding. Detected the unclear emotions of follower Black Hammer, doubts about the depths of the mine, detected abnormal behavior of Earth Dragon, cubs maintaining vigilance at the mine entrance, suggestion, investigate the depths of the mine. Chen Dao stared at the 2 lines of text, his brows furrowing. Again, it was about the depths of the mine. When the Earth Dragon had just died, the patrol team mentioned that there was a fresh scent of blood in there. He did not let the dwarves continue to explore further. At that time, he was busy trading ores with Shun Yi and preparing for the monthly exam, so the matter was set aside. Now it seemed it couldn't be put off any longer. He was about to issue a divine decree to the Black Hammer, instructing him to take people down to take a look tomorrow, when he suddenly remembered something. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the admission ceremony for the elite class. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and now it is 8 o'clock in the evening. There are still 19 hours until 3 o'clock tomorrow. In the divine domain, it has been over 20 days. After thinking, he still issued a divine decree to the Black Hammer. Prepare again, enter the mine in a month. The next afternoon, Chen Dao arrived at the classroom 10 minutes early. The door was open and there were already 7 or 8 people inside. He glanced around but did not recognize anyone. Shun Yi had not yet arrived. He found a seat by the window and sat down. People came in one after another. Some looked down at their terminals, some whispered to each other, while a few leaned against the wall, resting their eyes, appearing even more composed than Chen Dao. At 2:58, Shun Yi burst and drenched in sweat. Traffic jam. He plopped down beside Chen Dao. Chen Dao glanced at the time, 2 minutes to go. Shun Yi sighed in relief, finally taking the time to survey the surroundings. His gaze swept around, suddenly pausing. He nudged Chen Dao with his elbow. Brother Chen, look over there, isn't that Lin Qingxue? Chen Dao turned to look. Lin Qingxue was sitting in a front row corner, her long hair tied in a ponytail, her back straight. She did not speak to anyone, just fixed her gaze on the podium ahead. Chen Dao did not respond. At 3 o'clock, the door was pushed open. A person walked in and stood at the podium. When Chen Dao saw that face, his pupils slightly contracted. Lu Yong, the teacher who had given him a business card during the awakening ceremony. Lu Yong stood at the podium, scanning the students present, and his gaze paused on Chen Dao for a moment. That glance was brief, too short for anyone to notice. Congratulations to all of you for entering the key class. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it silenced the entire classroom. You have proven yourselves capable of achieving more than most students in just half a month. Someone puffed out their chest proudly. What does being in the key class mean? More resources, better guidance, a higher starting point. However, this does not mean you can rest easy. This half month is merely your starting point. The Divine Trading Center and the Divine Forum will soon be open to you. Also, every month you can load 3 Divine Domain cards, all of which are opportunities for you to advance further. He paused. In the midterm assessment 3 months from now, you will be ranked together with the regular class, and the bottom 10 will be eliminated directly. Shun Yi muttered beside him, thinking about elimination right after entering. Lu Yong seemed to hear him, and his gaze flickered over, his lips twitching. Do you find it cruel? Then let me tell you something else. He placed both hands on the podium. Students in the key class can apply for the elite group. Elite group. Chen Dao recalled the business card he had been given and the opportunities mentioned. Perhaps this was what it referred to. Lu Yong continued, members of the elite group have the chance to enter the Divine Domain ruins once a month. There are resources and legacies left by fallen deities, and you may even encounter high-level kin that can be subdued. Someone gasped. The resources were undeniably rich. But whether you can enter, whether you come out alive or in a body bag, depends on yourselves. He straightened up. The spots in the elite group are limited and distributed based on performance. Only the top 10 in next month's examination will qualify to enter. He raised his hand to check the time. That's all. Later, each of you come to me to receive a universal resource type Divine Domain card, and then class is dismissed. After class, Chen Dao went to collect the Divine Domain card. Universal resource type Divine Domain card, medium iron or vein 1. He glanced at the explanation. After loading, a medium iron or vein will be randomly generated within the Divine Domain with average quality or suitable for continuous mining. Ordinary stuff. But since it was free, he would take it without hesitation. Back at home, he put on the helmet and entered the Divine Domain. connecting to the divine domain. Welcome back, great sacred forge fire father of steel, and Art Chun Dao opened his eyes, his consciousness hovering above the tribe. 17 days. One night in reality equated to over half a month in the divine domain. He looked down, and the tribe was in the open space. Dozens of dwarves were gathered in a circle watching a live combat practice in the center. The sounds of axes clashing, 3 earth dragons squatted at the edge of the open space. The one belonging to Highhammer was larger than a heavy stone, squatting in the front, its neck slightly raised, as if surveying its territory. The one belonging to Ironstone lay on the ground, its tail occasionally sweeping the surface. The one belonging to Ironball still crouched in the shadows. But this time Chun Dao could see something was different at a glance. The lava earth dragon was larger than the other two by a wide margin. Its scales were no longer dark red, but glimmered with a faint black light, with molten-like patterns subtly revealing at the edges. Its eyes were half-closed, staring at the dwarves in the open space, but its gaze continually drifted toward the mineshaft entrance. Chun Dao thought for a moment, feeling that the dwarves were prepared enough, and then issued a decree to Highhammer. Today we will delve into the mine. After receiving the decree, Highhammer did not say much. He turned and shouted toward the open space. Ironstone, Ironball, gather everyone. Half an incense stick later, 20 dwarves stood at the tribe's entrance. Each held a black obsidian war axe with 3 javelins strapped to their backs and torches and rations hanging from their waists. Ironstone and Ironball stood at the front, each accompanied by their earth dragon. Highhammer stepped to the front of the line, his gaze sweeping over each face. Deep in the mineshaft, the master has commanded us to go down. He spoke, his voice neither loud nor soft. What lies inside we do not know, whether there is danger we do not know. He paused, but the master commands us to go, so we shall go. He turned and led the way toward the mineshaft entrance. The 3 earth dragons followed behind him. The 20 dwarves silently trailed behind. The mineshaft remained unfathomably deep. Highhammer held the torch at the front, his feet stepping on uneven rubble. On both sides of the rock walls one could see the marks left by the dwarves' pickaxes from years past. After about the length of an incense stick, the view suddenly opened up. The earth dragon nest. The once gigantic cave filled with bones and remains was now empty. The scattered bones had been cleared away by the dwarves, leaving only the massive pile of dry grass in the center still retaining its original shape. Highhammer stood at the edge of the nest, surveying the surroundings. Continue on, he said. The group circled around the nest and proceeded deeper into the cave. The further they went, the hotter it became. The scent of sulfur intensified so strong it was choking. The flames of the torch began to flicker, as if being drawn away by something. Ironball's lava earth dragon suddenly quickened its pace, crossing in front of the line and leading the way. It moved quickly and steadily, as if it knew the path. Highhammer did not stop, it merely tightened his grip on the dragon's throat and followed behind. After walking for another half an incense stick, the surroundings suddenly brightened. It was not the light of the torch. It was a dark red glow. The lava river. The lava river, which had previously only held a dragon egg, was now flowing quietly just 10 feet away from them. The dark red lava bubbled occasionally, forming a bubble that burst, sending up sparks. Boss, Ironstone swallowed this place. Highhammer remained silent. He was watching the lava earth dragon. That earth dragon stood motionless at the edge of the lava river, staring intently at the river surface, its gaze focused enough to seem unlike a young dragon. Then it turned around and began walking upstream along the lava river. Highhammer was silent for a second and waved his hand, follow. The group moved along the lava river. The terrain rose higher and the river's surface widened. Cracks began to appear in the rock walls on both sides, revealing a dark red glow as if lava was flowing within. The lava earth dragon moved quickly and the dwarves had to nearly jog to keep up. After about 2 incense sticks it suddenly stopped. Highhammer stepped forward following its gaze. Then he was stunned. The lava river turned a corner here, and at the bend was an open flat area with a stone standing in the center. No, it is not a stone. The black hammer slowly approached the light from the torch, illuminating the surface of the object. Within the crystal, faint glimmers of light flowed, flickering like a heartbeat. He reached out to touch it. However, as soon as his finger made contact with the surface, a wave of intense heat surged forth. In less than half a second, the black hammer quickly withdrew his hand. Before he could react, the lava-ground dragon behind him suddenly let out a low growl, charging forward and pushing his hand aside with its head, then pressed itself against the crystal's surface, rubbing against it. The crystal flickered slightly. The light spread along the area the dragon had rubbed, as if it had come to life. The black hammer took a step back, gripping his battle axe tightly. The light from the crystal grew brighter and brighter, until finally a soft sound echoed from within it. Dong! It resonated again like the sound of a heartbeat emanating from that crystal. Chun Dao stared intently at the crystal, his palms already sweating uncontrollably. He didn't know what it was, but its peculiar nature made him feel anxious. Just as he was about to issue a divine decree to the Black Hammer to investigate it another day, the personal panel options, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly chimed again. Ding! Your follower Black Hammer and 3 lava ground dragon cubs have discovered the dragon blood crystal core. Energy activity detected in the crystal core. It can be absorbed. Please select your response. Option 1. Black Hammer absorbs it. Consume 2,000 faith points and guide the power of the dragon blood crystal core into the body of the follower Black Hammer. Effect 1. Black Hammer's bloodline is further purified. 2. Black Hammer gains the new talent Dragon Blood Body, significant boost to physique, enhanced recovery ability. 3. Black Hammer's lifespan is extended and the potential limit is increased. The typical lifespan of ordinary dwarves usually ranges between 200,000 and 230. Option 2. Ground Dragon absorbs it. Consume 2,500 faith points and guide the power of the Dragon Blood Crystal Core into the Lava Ground Dragon Cubs. Effect 1. Iron Egg's Ground Dragon evolves into Lava Ground Dragon complete form, significantly enhanced fire attribute, high probability of awakening new abilities. Option 3. Sacrifice at the Heroic Spirit Altar. Consume 2,200 faith points to offer the Dragon Blood Crystal Core to the Heroic Spirit Altar. Effect 1. The Heroic Spirit Altar is upgraded. Fallen Dwarven Heroic Spirits gain enhancement and can temporarily manifest to assist in battle and boost morale. 2. All dragon-blooded dwarf followers receive a weak dragon blood enhancement, can stack with existing dragon blood. 3. Unlock new building dragon blood pool available for subsequent followers to bathe and enhance. Current faith points 10,050. Chen Dao stared at the 3 options on the panel silent. A deity can fuse 1 point of divinity for every 1,000 faith points. A first-tier weak deity only requires 10 points of divinity to be promoted to a second-tier weak deity. Originally, Chen Dao planned to promote after the dwarves explored the depths of the mine to avoid any mishaps. Unexpectedly, the personal panel appeared at this time. It seemed that the promotion to a second-tier weak deity would have to wait a few more days. But this also proved that allowing the dwarves to come and investigate was the right choice, and Chen Dao's anxiety slowly dissipated. Looking back at the panel, all 3 options were undoubtedly very enticing. However, there was only 1 crystal core. Even if the faith points were sufficient, he could not select all options and had to consider carefully. He glanced into the divine realm. The Black Hammer stood in front of the crystal core, and the place where his hand had been burned still bore faint red marks. The 3 ground dragons surrounded the crystal core, with the lava ground dragon being the closest, emitting a low rumble in its throat. He recalled how the Black Hammer had been from awakening until now. When Chen Dao instructed him to descend the mine today, he did so without hesitation. Chen Dao shifted his gaze back to the panel. Option 1. Black Hammer absorbs it. When Chen Dao instructed him to descend the mine today, he did so without hesitation. Chen Dao shifted his gaze back to the panel. Option 1. Black Hammer absorbs it. Without further hesitation, he clicked on this option. You have made a choice. Black Hammer absorbs it. Consume faith points 2,000. Remaining faith points 8,050. Processing. Your response will descend. Inside the divine realm, the Black Hammer was staring blankly at the crystal core. Suddenly, a warm light poured down from above the mine tunnel. Just as the Black Hammer was about to look up, the voice of Chen Dao's flame incarnation reached him. Touch the crystal, and I grant you evolution. Upon hearing that voice, the Black Hammer trembled all over. He looked up at the flame incarnation suspended in midair, its face obscured by the radiance. Yes. He did not ask further questions and turned back towards the crystal core. This time he did not hesitate at all and reached out to press against the crystal core. But the intense heat did not return. Instead, it was a warm sensation like being submerged in hot water. Light surged from the crystal core, climbing up from where his finger touched over the back of his hand, his wrist and forearm. The Black Hammer gritted his teeth. An unbearable pain surged through him suddenly. Then the light began to spread over his elbow, climbing up to his shoulder. Boss. The voice of Iron Dune came from behind, footsteps sounding as if he was about to rush up. Don't move. The Black Hammer squeezed out 2 words between his teeth. Iron Dune's footsteps stopped. The light continued to climb up, and soon the Black Hammer's entire body was. In his last moments of consciousness, the Black Hammer heard the low growl of the lava ground dragon, followed by Iron Egg's lowered voice, "Don't go near." Then he could hear nothing at all. He lost track of time. It could have been a stick of incense, or just a few breaths. The light began to fade. It retreated from the Black Hammer piece by piece like the tide receding. Finally, the last bit of light shrank back into the crystal core, and the glow on the core dimmed, turning into an ordinary dark red stone. The Black Hammer stood in place. He closed his eyes. Iron Dune gripped his battle axe, staring at him motionless. Iron Egg held his lava ground dragon palms sweaty. Then the Black Hammer suddenly opened his eyes. Iron Dune's feet were nailed to the ground. Although those eyes were still the black hammers, the depths of the pupils faintly glimmered with a hint of dark golden light. The black hammer looked down at his hands. The red marks from the burns were gone, replaced by faint golden patterns resembling some ancient totem. He clenched his fist. Ka! Feeling the surge of power in his hand, he raised his head to look at the flame incarnation suspended in midair. Once again he plunged the battle axe into the ground and knelt before Chun Dao. Thank you for your blessings. I, Black Hammer, will forever follow your path. Follower panel: Black Hammer. Name: Black Hammer, Dragonborn Dwarf. Level 3. Occupation: Dwarf Craftsman. Lifespan: approximately 350 years, originally 200,230 years. Talent: 1. Dragon Might. Intimidation. After Bloodline Purification, Dragon Might evolves, causing a brief fear effect on enemies when released with an expanded range. 2. Dragon Blood Body. Significant increase in physique, enhanced recovery ability. Ordinary injuries can heal on their own. 3. Forging Mastery, a racial talent of the Dwarves, adept at forging. 4. Innate Strength, far surpassing his kin. 5. Leadership Aura, naturally carries authority, easily gains the trust of kin, a born leader among the Dwarves. Introduction: Chief of the Blackrock Tribe. After absorbing the Dragon Blood Crystal Core, his bloodline was purified, gaining the Dragon Blood Body, becoming an unprecedented powerhouse among the Dwarves. Having just completed his transformation, Chun Dao eagerly opened the Black Hammer panel, which indeed did not disappoint him. Outside the Divine Domain, Chun Dao withdrew his consciousness and removed his helmet. The room was quiet, with only the occasional sound of vehicles from outside the window. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Now that the difficult period within the Divine Domain was over, he no longer needed to worry about trivial matters. Next, he just needed to find a suitable Divine Domain card to load. He glanced down at the terminal. Remaining faith value, 8050. Still 1950 short of promotion. He calculated, at the current rate of faith production, he would have enough in a few days. Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Little Chun. It was his father's voice. Chun Dao sat up straight. What is it, Dad? The door slowly pushed open, and his father leaned in with a proud smile, holding a card in his hand. The Divine Domain card I prepared for you has arrived. He walked in and placed the card on Chun Dao's desk. Chun Dao glanced down at it. The card was dark gray with dwarven-style patterns etched along the edges, and at its center was an image of a fortress built against the mountains. Building type: Divine Domain card. Dwarf Fortress Epic. Upon loading, generates a dwarf fortress. Forging efficiency 15, a defensive combat power 10. Dwarf Fortress, his father said with a smile. It's a building type suitable for your group of dwarves. After a brief chat, his father left, encouraging Chun Dao to load the Divine Domain card promptly. The room fell quiet again. He glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. He held the card in hand and put the helmet back on. Connecting to the Divine Domain. Welcome back, great sacred furnace of fire, father of steel and art. Chun Dao opened his eyes, his consciousness hovering above the tribe. Black Hammer and his group had already returned to the tribe. Chun Dao's consciousness hovered in midair, observing below. Black Hammer stood in the center of the tribe with 3 earth dragons crouching a few steps behind him, while Tai Dun and Tai Dan were ushering the accompanying dwarves to disperse. He withdrew his gaze and opened the panel. Current loadable Divine Domain cards 2. 1. General Resource Type: Divine Domain card, medium iron or vein, X1 ordinary. 2. Building Type: Divine Domain card, Dwarf Fortress Epic. He first clicked on the first card. Do you confirm loading medium iron or vein? Confirm. Cancel. Chun Dao clicked confirm. Within the Divine Domain, Black Hammer was just about to return to the house when the ground suddenly trembled beneath him. He tightened his grip on the battle axe as the 3 earth dragons simultaneously raised their heads, staring towards the east side of the tribe. What's happening? Tai Dun rushed out from the house. Before his words finished, the ground at the foot of the mountains to the east began to rise. Rocks cracked and soil surged as a dark brown vein slowly emerged from the ground, like a slumbering giant beast just turning over. The cross-section of the vein was exposed, glimmering with a dark metallic sheen under the torchlight. Looking up at the sky, Chun Dao's flame avatar was quietly gazing below. Tai Dun swallowed hard. That vein is even bigger than what we dug before. Black Hammer did not respond, but simply withdrew his gaze and turned to walk back into the house. We'll take people to see it tomorrow. Chun Dao looked at the newly emerged vein, nodding in satisfaction. He clicked on the second card. Do you confirm loading Dwarf Fortress Epic? Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. Within the Divine Domain, this time the disturbance was much greater than before. As Black Hammer reached the door, the ground began to violently shake, causing him to brace himself against the door frame. What now? He turned to look outside the tribe. To the west side of the tribe, the once flat ground began. Rocks rose from the ground one after another, as if an invisible hand was stacking them. First, a circle of stone walls. The walls grew taller and thicker, reaching a height of 3 zhang in no time. Every so often along the wall a tower protruded with the arrow slits facing the surrounding wilderness. The stone walls formed a circle, and inside that circle buildings began to take shape. 5 furnaces stood side by side, their chimneys reaching for the sky. 3 massive stone silos with entrances wide enough for 2 mine carts to pass side by side. Neatly arranged stone houses stretched from the foot of the mountain all the way to the wall. Finally, there was the central keep. The keep was taller than the other buildings, with dwarven-style totems carved into the stone walls, and 2 stone columns stood at its entrance, each topped with flames. The entire process lasted for half a stick of incense. When the tremors finally ceased, a complete dwarf fortress stood silently on the west side of the tribe. Black Hammer stood at the entrance of the tribe, staring at the fortress, unable to utter a single word. Tai Dun had somehow positioned himself behind him, his mouth agape, as if a fist could fit inside. At this moment, the flame avatar slowly descended, addressing all the dwarves in a voice full of authority. I grant you homes and veins. After speaking, it transformed back into a mass of flames and slowly dissipated in the air. On the panel, new information popped up. Dwarf fortress loading complete. Current fortress status vacant. Suggestion: arrange for followers to move in as soon as possible to activate the bonuses of forging efficiency 15 and defensive combat power 10. He glanced over it and closed the panel. Then he would see the results of their move later. He withdrew his consciousness. Connection disconnected. Shen Dao removed his helmet and put the card back in the drawer. Outside, the night remained. 3 days later, real world. Shen Dao opened his eyes and took off his helmet. It was already bright outside. He rubbed his shoulders and glanced at the terminal. Remaining faith value 10100. Enough. In 3 days, 90 days had passed in the divine domain. The dwarves had moved into the fortress, the iron vein was being mined normally, and the 3 earth dragons had grown a size larger, with faith values being steadily produced every day, finally accumulating enough. He clicked on his personal panel. Named Shen Dao. Divine name Sacred Furnace of Fire, Father of Steel and Art. Divine position none. Divine nature 0. Divine fire unlit. Divine rank first, turn weak deity. Faith value 10,100. Divine technique fire invocation. Divine artifact none. Do you want to consume 10,000 faith points to condense 10 points of divinity? Confirm cancel. As soon as his finger touched the option, a powerful suction surged from deep within his soul. The numbers of faith value on the screen visibly dropped: 10,100, 8,000, 5,000. Eventually it stopped at 100. The entire 10,000 points of faith value remained intact, slowly coalescing into 10 strands of divinity. In reality, Shen Dao's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He could distinctly feel the 10 strands of divinity spreading along his soul to his arms, legs, and throughout his body. His body, which had become somewhat stiff from wearing the helmet for too long, was now enveloped by a warm force refining him from within. Every piece of flesh and every bone became sturdier beneath the wash of divinity. The terminal on his wrist vibrated intensely, the screen shining blindingly. Abnormal divinity fluctuation detected. Source: user Shen Dao. User is undergoing promotion to a second-tier weak deity. Promotion progress 10. 35. 70. At this moment, the divine realm also underwent tremendous changes. Every piece of land in the Black Rock Mountains trembled gently. It wasn't a destructive shaking like a dragon rolling over, but a rhythmical undulation, as if it had come to life. Inside the dwarven fortress, 5 furnaces, which were originally burning ordinary charcoal, suddenly erupted into towering golden-red flames. The flames shot up the chimney into the sky, illuminating the entire fortress night sky, as bright as day. All the dwarves and the 3 earth dragons froze in place simultaneously. A vast, warm, yet dignified power surged from every corner of the sky, penetrating the hearts of it is the master. Ironblock suddenly stood up straight, throwing away the torch in his hand, and knelt towards the direction of the fortress main keep. At that moment, Black Hammer, who was polishing his battle axe inside the main keep, felt his blood boil. The golden pattern on the back of his hand, which had absorbed dragon blood crystal, now shone dazzlingly. He grabbed his battle axe and ran out of the main keep just in time to see all the dwarves kneeling in the their foreheads pressed tightly against the cold stone floor. They repeatedly chanted Shen Dao's divine name. The 3 earth dragons were prostrate at the front of the square, their heads firmly pressed to the ground. Even the most rebellious lava dragon had reigned in all its ferocity, emitting a gentle low rumble from its throat. Black Hammer raised the dragon throat battle axe in his hand. Kneeling on one knee, his voice rang out like a bell resounding throughout the fortress. Praise the great divine furnace fire, the father of steel and art. We pledge to follow you for eternity with hammer in hand and axe in grasp to forge the supreme glory of our master. Behind him, over 400 dwarves shouted in unison, their voices spreading through the mountains, echoing in the divine realm. Ding! Detected a collective prayer initiated by all your followers. Faith value continuously rising. Current faith value 3,000. Divinity condensation progress 306,090. Chun Dao's consciousness suspended in midair clearly sensed everything within the divine realm. He could feel the sincerity of each dwarf. At that moment the panel suddenly lit up again, revealing 3 options radiating golden light, slowly unfolding in his consciousness. Ding. Detected that your divinity condensation is complete, meeting the conditions for unlocking a primary divine position. Please select your core divine position direction, which will permanently affect your divine arts divine realm development, and the limits of your followers. Option 1. Condense Forging Divinity. Unlock Primary Divine Position. Master of Forging Effect. Forging Related Divine Arts Effectiveness 50. All Dwarven followers' forging talent permanently increased by 20 can unlock. Exclusive Forging Divine Arts 100. Compatibility with your divine name. Option 2. Condense Flame Divinity. Unlock Primary Divine Position. Master of Flames Effect. Flame Related Divine Arts Effectiveness 50. Fire Attribute followers potential greatly enhanced divine realms. Lava River Energy Activity permanently increased 90. Compatibility with your divine name. Option 3. Condensed Dragon Blood Divinity. Unlock Primary Divine Position. Dragonborn Protector Effect. Dragonborn followers bonuses doubled. From awakening the divine realm to selecting Dwarven followers, bestowing forging blessings to entering the key class with the Dwarven Forged Obsidian equipment. Every step he took was on the path of forging. Fire and dragon blood were undoubtedly important, but only forging was the foundation of his role as the father of steel and art. You have selected option 1. Condense Forging Divinity. Unlock Primary Divine Position. Master of Forging Divinity condensation complete. Your divine rank has been updated. Second tier weak deity with the panel's notification sound falling. The golden red light swirling in the divine realm suddenly dissipated. The flames of the furnace blazed brighter. The speed at which the ore melted in the fire visibly increased. The dwarves felt that their forging hammers were more comfortable than ever. The once vague forging techniques in his mind became extraordinarily clear at this moment. The golden patterns on Black Hammer's body solidified completely, spreading from his arm to his chest. The once vague forging techniques in his mind became extraordinarily clear at this moment. The golden patterns on Black Hammer's body solidified. The sky outside was already bright, and the morning sunlight streamed through the window, landing on his hand. He opened his personal panel and new information flashed before his eyes. Personal panel name, Chun Dao. Divine name, Sacred Furnace. Fire Father of Steel and Art. Divine Position. Primary Master of Forging Divinity. 10. Divine Fire. Unlit Divine Rank. Second Tier Weak Deity. Faith Value 3,800. Divine Arts. Fire Invocation. Forging Blessing Group. Flame Enchantment Equipment. Solidification Artifact. None. Divine Realm. 1,200 square kilometers. Religion. Forging Fire Sect. Followers. Dwarves. Earth. Dragons. Knock knock knock. The door was gently knocked upon, and his mother entered with breakfast. As she stepped in, her footsteps halted. The bowl in her hand was still steaming, but her eyes were fixed on Chun Dao, her surprise evident on her face. Did you promote? Chun Dao paused for a moment, then quickly realized that both of his parents were second-tier weak deities exceptionally sensitive to fluctuations in divinity. Having just completed his divinity condensation, he couldn't hide the aura surrounding him. Yes, I am now a second-tier deity. He smiled and accepted the bowl from his mother's hand. Mom reached out and touched Chun Dao's arm. As her fingertips brushed against his sleeve, she exclaimed in wonder, "Goodness, this divinity is stable, not at all like a rookie who just advanced to the second transition." When your dad transitioned back, then his hands were shaking so much he couldn't even hold chopsticks. In the bedroom, Dad heard this and rushed out in his slippers. His face darkened. "What nonsense are you talking about? I was just excited." He approached Chun Dao, sizing him up from head to toe. The tense expression on his face gradually relaxed, and he finally patted Chun Dao on the shoulder with just the right amount of force. "All right, kid, you're better than your old man was back in the day." Awakened for less than a month, and already at the second transition, there aren't many in the entire grade like that. Chun Dao took a couple of bites of porridge, smiled, and said nothing. When he arrived at school, the bell for the morning study session had just rung. The classroom for the key class was much more spacious than the regular class, with each student's seat equipped with a separate divine domain connection pod, rather than a standard helmet. Chun Yi was already there, leaning on the desk, sighing at the terminal. Upon seeing Chun Dao enter, he immediately sprang up and grabbed Chun Dao's arm. "Chun Ge, you're finally here. What's wrong this time? Did your ogre gnaw through all the potatoes again?" "No." Chun Yi's face turned pale as he lowered his voice. "I've only accumulated over 6,000 faith points so far. I still need 3,000 more to reach the second transition. I heard our class is almost there." Chun Dao smiled, not mentioning that he had already transitioned to the second level, and instead asked, "How's the mining going?" "Still mining." Chun Yi slapped his thigh. The obsidian iron mine just keeps yielding more, but those gluttons they need to eat 2 days worth of meat for just 1 day of mining. The bit of jerky I traded with you isn't nearly enough for that. I even bought a biological divine domain card to load, but I didn't expect that after just a few days half of the cows and sheep I loaded would be eaten up by them. Chen Dao glanced at him. You didn't think about raising them. Shen Yi paused for a moment, huh? Once the cows and sheep are eaten, they're gone. Just find a place to enclose them, breed them, and eat them in batches, Chen Dao said. Shen Yi's eyes gradually lit up, then he slapped his forehead. Right? How did I not think of that? Your brain is only a bit smarter than an ogre's, Chen Dao said, rolling his eyes. Shen Yi chuckled a couple of times and leaned closer. Then Chen Gu and I trade for some more jerky. He'll have the ogre mine more double the trade. Chen Dao thought for a moment and opened the terminal to check the divine domain brief. The dwarves had quite a bit of jerky in stock, and with the fortress recently completed, the hunting team's efficiency was also high. All right, he said. The usual deal, 1,000 pounds of jerky for a batch of ore. Just as Shen Yi was about to respond, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. Chen Dao. The two turned their heads. Lin Qingxue was standing next to their seat, holding a document. Shall we talk about the monthly exam? Shen Yi quickly scooted over to make space. Lin Qingxue sat down and placed the document on the table. I had someone look up the information on the No. 17 Divine Domain Relic. She flipped to the first page. It's been abandoned for about 20 years. The original owner was a third transition deity with a bloodline of fire lizard and magma turtle. Chen Dao looked down. The document had several blurry photos printed on it with dark red rocks and fissures emitting flames from within, while several lizard-like creatures were resting by the lava. The core area of the relic has a lava terrain, Lin Qingxue continued. There are residual wild bloodlines inside number and levels unknown, along with resource points left by the original owner and potential temple ruins. Lin Qingxue glanced at him without saying anything and pulled out 3 cards from under the document. These are what I prepared. She pushed the cards in front of Chen Dao. Flame resistance amulet. One time after use, the user's and bloodline's flame resistance increases by 30, lasting for 6 hours. What about mine? What about mine? Shen Yi was suddenly anxious when he saw Lin Qingxue only brought out 2 amulets. Lin Qingxue looked at Shen Yi. Your ogre has thick skin, you should be fine. But dwarves and elves generally have low flame resistance, so it's best to be prepared. Lin Qingxue finished speaking, packed up the document, and turned to leave. As she reached the door, she looked back at Chen Dao and said, by the way, I heard someone in the next class also transitioned to the 2nd level. You might run into them during the monthly exam. She didn't wait for Chen Dao to respond and turned to leave. Shen Yi stared at her back, and once she was far away, he leaned in closer. Chen Gu, she just said also transitioned to the 2nd level. Did you transition too? Chen Dao didn't say anything. Shen Yi's eyes widened. When did you transition? Last night. The night before. Why didn't you tell me? As soon as I told you, you'd be pestering me about how to accumulate faith points. Chen Dao waved his hand. Class is starting. Shen Yi swallowed down a bunch of questions he had and held them back. After school, Chen Dao returned home and directly put on the helmet. Connecting to the divine domain. Welcome back, great divine furnace, fire father of steel, and art master of forging. Chen Dao opened his eyes, his consciousness hovering above the fortress. He looked down. The fortress was even livelier than the night before. The chimneys of the 5 furnaces were all smoking, and the sound of hammering iron filled the air. A small mountain of obsidian iron ore was piled up at the warehouse entrance, and several mine carts were lined up. In the square, more than 20 dwarves were practicing battle formations. The war axes rose and fell, footsteps moved, and the shouts echoed through the sky. 3 earth dragons lounged by the side of the square with boredom. The one with the black hammer was the largest, squatting in front, its neck slightly raised. The one named Iron Dung lay on the ground, its tail occasionally sweeping across the surface. The one named Iron Egg squatted in the shadows, but this time it wasn't staring at the mine entrance. Instead, it was focused on the dwarves in the square. Chen Dao opened the panel and found the new divine spells. Furnace Blessing. Beginner consumes 200 faith points to enhance the quality of one furnace for 24 hours, with a small chance of producing rare equipment. Group Flame Enchantment. Beginner consumes 500 faith points to add flame damage to all followers' weapons lasting for 1 hour. Equipment Solidification. Beginner consumes 300 faith points to solidify one piece of equipment, increasing its durability by 50 and slightly enhancing its basic attributes. He thought for a moment and chose Furnace Blessing. Target main furnace of the fortress. Confirm consumption of 200 faith points. Confirm. A golden red light fell from the sky, precisely enveloping the central furnace among the 5. The Iron Dung, who was swinging a hammer in front of the furnace, paused for a moment, looking up at the sky. Then he looked down at the furnace. The flames were more vigorous than before, and the golden red light danced on the surface of the ore. He picked up the hammer and continued to strike, but after just 3 strikes, he sensed something was off. That piece of ore was softer than usual. He quickened his pace, and after several strikes a formed axe blank lay on the anvil. Iron Dung stared at the axe blank and looked up at the sky again. That piece of ore was softer than usual. He quickened his pace, and after several strikes a formed axe blank lay on the anvil. Iron Dung stared at the axe blank and looked. The surrounding dwarven craftsmen gathered around, their eyes filled with fervent admiration as they gazed at the flawless battle axe blade on the workbench adorned with perfectly even patterns. In the past, even Black Hammer would have taken half a day to forge such a perfect axe blade, but now Tai Dun completed it in less than 15 minutes. Hovering above the fortress, Chun Dao watched the notification pop up on the panel, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your follower Tai Dun has forged a rare quality obsidian battle axe under the blessing of the furnace, faith value 50. Your forging divine affinity has slightly increased, just as he had anticipated. After unlocking the forging divine position, not only could his divine arts enhance forging, but every time a follower forged a high-quality piece of equipment, it would also boost his divine affinity. This even directly contributed to the growth of his faith value. It was an unlimited positive cycle. As long as his dwarves kept forging, his divine power would continue to grow. His gaze swept past the noisy forging area and landed in the armory of the main fortress. There lay the dragon's throat battle axe that Black Hammer had spent nearly 3 months forging. From obtaining this weapon by slaying the Mother Earth dragon to now, Black Hammer's strength had surged from level 0 to level 3, with his bloodline undergoing 2 purifications. Now this battle axe made of ordinary obsidian iron had long fallen behind his growth. Soon they would enter the lava ruins. No. 17. Facing unknown dangers and equally formidable opponents, he had to provide his core follower with the finest weapon. With a thought, 3 divine arts lights descended from the sky, precisely enveloping the central main furnace. Furnace blessing equipment, solidification, forging blessing. He spent 550 faith points to fully buff the dwarves. As Tai Dun was forging, he felt a vast and gentle power surge into the furnace, nearly causing him to drop the forging hammer. He suddenly looked up at the sky and quickly realized what was happening. The hammer in his hand clattered to the ground as he knelt down with a thud, his voice filled with utmost reverence. Praise my lord. Indeed, Chun Dao not only bestowed blessings upon the dwarves, but also descended in the form of a fiery avatar. He did not speak, but directly waved his hand to summon the dragon's throat from afar. The battle axe sliced through the air, tracing a cold arc before landing steadily on the workbench in front of Chun Dao. This axe had accompanied Black Hammer for so long, enduring countless trials. The blade had developed 3 or 4 small chips, and the patterns on the axe body had become blurred from repeated collisions. Now this battle axe no longer matched the purified dragon blood lineage of Black Hammer, nor could it withstand the upcoming monthly assessment. Chun Dao's fingertips brushed over the axe body, golden red, divine fire spreading along his fingers and sweeping over every pattern of the battle axe in an instant. He didn't even need to examine it closely, relying solely on the instinct granted by his forging divine position. He could discern all the flaws and deficiencies within this weapon. The dwarves gathered around the furnace held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Their god had not only personally descended before the forging furnace, but was also set to personally reforge the weapon. This was an unparalleled miracle for this group of dwarves who worshipped forging. Chun Dao waved his hand. The stone door of the main fortress storeroom crashed open, and 3 beams of light shot out in succession, accurately landing beside the workbench. The first piece was the obsidian or core that the dwarves had saved for nearly 2 months. It was an exquisite material, a chunk the size of a fist that could be selected from each card of, or 3 times harder than ordinary obsidian iron. The second piece was the toughest dragon back scale left over from the initial slaying of the iron scale dragon, accompanied by a small vial of the source dragon blood from the earth dragon, still exuding a faint aura of dragon might even after all this time. The third piece was the dim crystal left after Black Hammer absorbed the dragon blood core. Although it appeared to be waste material, it still contained a trace of the dragon blood law, making it excellent material for forging dragon-type equipment. With the 3 materials settled, Chun Dao's will surged, unleashing the full power of the 3 divine arts within the furnace. The already surging golden red flames burst forth, breaking through the chimney and condensing into a massive illusion of a flaming forging hammer above the fortress. The temperature within the furnace soared to its peak, causing the walls made of obsidian rock to glow with a translucent red light, and the air was thick with the rich scent of molten iron. He tossed the dragon's throat battle axe into the furnace. Buzz! With a gentle sound, the battle axe quickly melted in the divine fire. The impurities originally mixed in with the molten iron were burned clean under the power of the forging divine position, leaving only a pool of pure obsidian iron water. The dwarves surrounding the furnace collectively inhaled sharply. This refining technique had already surpassed their understanding. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from the direction of the main fortress. Black Hammer had just returned from inspecting the mine, and saw the fiery phenomenon above the fortress from afar along with the sight of his kin kneeling in the square. His heart raced, and he hurried forward. He knelt down with a thud, his forehead pressed firmly against the cold stone slab, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion, yet filled with utmost reverence, praised the great sacred fire of the forging furnace, the father of steel, and art the lord of forging. Detected that all your followers initiated a collective prayer of devotion. Faith value continuously rise. Current faith value 6,300. Forging divine affinity increased. Chen Dao glanced at the kneeling Black Hammer, but did not halt his actions. The flaming forging hammer illusion, hovering in midair, crashed down, precisely striking the pure iron water that had just poured onto the workbench. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike of the hammer brought with it golden patterns of forging laws, and under the divine powers hammering, the molten iron rapidly took shape, far more precise than the finest dwarven craftsman. He crushed the dragon back scales into powder, infusing them bit by bit into the axe body, doubling the axe's toughness. He then dripped the source dragon blood into it, allowing the weapon to resonate with Black Hammer's dragon blood lineage. Finally, the remnant of the dragon blood crystal core was embedded at the top of the axe handle, the faint trace of dragon might spreading along the axe body. With every strike of the hammer, when the final hammer fell, the entire fortress fell into silence. Congratulations, you have successfully forged a rare quality dragon blood sacred forged battle axe by hand. Equipment name: Dragon's Throat Sacred Forged Version. Adaptation: Dragonborn Dwarf Black Hammer. Attributes: Strength 40, Constitution 25, a double dragon, might, intimidation, effect attacks, inflict lava burn effect, can resonate with the wielder's dragon blood lineage, temporarily doubling battle power. Description: personally reforged by the second transition forging lord, integrating the source of the earth dragon and the essence of the dragon blood crystal core. It is an irreplaceable, exclusive, divine, forged equipment. Chen Dao lightly waved his hand, sending the freshly forged battle axe flying in front of the kneeling Black Hammer. Instinctively reached out to catch it, and the moment the battle axe touched his hand, a warm power spread through his body, perfectly resonating with the dragon blood power in his veins. The golden totem on the back of his hand instantly lit up, resonating with the runes on the axe body. He could even clearly feel that this battle axe was like a part of his body, and with every swing it unleashed unprecedented power. In the moment when his consciousness withdrew from the divine realm, Chen Dao could still clearly perceive the extreme devotion surging through his veins as the Black Hammer gripped the war axe. He slowly removed his helmet, the room illuminated only by the faint glow of the terminal screen. After unlocking the divine position at the second level, his control over the divine realm and his perception of the laws of metal and flame had vastly improved compared to when he was at the first level. However, Chen Dao knew all too well that this growth was still far from sufficient. There were still a full 28 days until the first official monthly exam of the first semester of junior year. The unified battlefield for this monthly exam was the Lava Divine Realm Ruins No. 17. Nearly 1,000 students from 12 classes across the entire grade, all awakened to the divine realm, would swarm into that abandoned lava domain to compete for resources and inheritances. Though his dwarven kin had begun to take shape, there were still many shortcomings to address regarding their adaptability to the lava environment and their tactical systems for large-scale battles. Chen Dao pondered for a moment and clicked on the icon for the official forum for high school students after the monthly exam. Having been isolated for so long, it was time to check the forum. As the interface transitioned, a highly informative section page unfolded. This was the official platform shared by all awakened Divine Realm high school students in the country, and only officially enrolled students could gain access. The top sections were clearly labeled Newbie Growth Zone, Kin Development Zone, Divine Position, Exchange Zone, Free Trade Zone. Each section's posts refreshed in seconds, generating a remarkably high level of activity. Chen Dao did not wander aimlessly, but directly entered the core keywords into the search box: Dragonborn Dwarfs, Cultivation, Lava, Environment Adaptation. The moment he pressed the search button, hundreds of related posts appeared in an instant. He filtered out the boastful posts and meaningless pleas for help from newcomers, quickly honing in on a pinned post marked as Essence. The poster's nickname was Greybeard Forge Master, and their certification information indicated they were a weak, 5th-level divine being with a kin that was the long-established Dragonborn Dwarf tribe. The content of the post was filled with solid information covering everything from the logic of developing the Dragonborn Dwarf's bloodline to the construction of their occupational system. Everything was written clearly, precisely addressing all of Chen Dao's current blind spots. The core of the Dragonborn Dwarfs is not merely to stack dragon blood purity, but to establish a mutual binding of dragon blood talent and forging ability. Blindly pouring dragon blood into the entire tribe would only cause the dwarfs to lose their racial foundation, turning them into mere brutes with raw strength. Only by integrating the power of dragon blood into forging and inscribing runes can the true limits be unlocked. The prioritized sequence for establishing the first-tier occupational system Runesmith, Holy Forging Berserker Siege Technician. The Runesmith is the core of the entire tribe capable of mass enchanting equipment and inscribing runes. It is essential to prioritize unlocking the Runesmith profession under certain conditions. The Holy Forging Berserker is the frontline core resonating with dragon blood and forging runes capable of being immune to 70 of lava burning damage. The Siege Technician is key for adapting to the narrow tunnels of the ruins. Runesmith, Chun Dao silently murmured in his heart. This was indeed the most lacking aspect for his dwarfs. They possessed strong forging abilities, but enchanting and runes relied entirely on Chun Dao's divine skills, making mass production impossible. If he could unlock the Runesmith, allowing the dwarfs to inscribe runes on their own equipment, their combat power would at least double. He closed the post and clicked on the free trade zone. Searching for runes inheritance, dragonborn dwarfs. Instantly dozens of results flashed up, but most were posts by sellers offering finished rune equipment at high prices with only a few actually selling knowledge. As he scrolled down on the third page, a post caught his attention. Offering basic rune stones, 3 Runesmith entry fragment in exchange for quality minerals. Please private message me if interested. The post was made an hour ago. Chun Dao opened the private message and typed directly, "Do you accept obsidian, or?" The other party replied in seconds, "Yes." 3 rune stones could be exchanged for 500 pounds, and the fragment for 1,000 pounds. They were all basic items. The rune stones could only inscribe the simplest fire resistance, and the fragment had only the first 3 pages, but it was sufficient for entry. Chun Dao glanced at the mineral reserves in his divine realm. There were still over 2,000 pounds of obsidian ore remaining from the batch he exchanged with Chun Yi, which was enough. Deal. How do we trade? The forum has an official escrow service. You list the ore, and once I confirm receipt, it will be automatically dispatched. Without hesitation, Chun Dao opened the trading zone to place an order. Half an hour later, 3 dark red rune stones and a tattered sheepskin scroll appeared in his virtual warehouse. Without hesitation, Chun Dao opened the trading zone to place an order. Half an hour later, 3 dark red Runesmith entry fragment documents the principles of basic runes and 3 simple inscribing methods: fire resistance, sharpness, durability. After securing his items, Chun Dao exited the forum. Eagerly, he put on his helmet. Connecting to the divine realm. Welcome back, great sacred forge fire, father of steel and art master of forging. Chun Dao opened his eyes, his consciousness hovering above the fortress. Below, the afternoon bustle was alive with dwarfs engaged in their tasks. The sounds of clanging from the forging area were incessant. Mine carts lined up at the warehouse entrance, and some dwarfs were training in the square. 3 earth dragons were napping in a shady spot. He thought for a moment and did not directly deliver a divine decree. Instead, he first opened the panel to check his faith value. Current faith value 6,200. There had been some income in the past few days, but to be promoted to a weak, 3rd-level divine being, he needed 25 points of divinity, which was still quite far off. He withdrew his gaze and clicked on the newly acquired fragment and rune stones. This time he did not plan to descend in the form of a flame avatar. Fortress forging area. The Black Hammer was forging and researching new weapons alongside other dwarfs. Occasionally dwarfs would ask the Black Hammer for tips, and he always generously shared his knowledge. He squatted in front of the furnace holding a freshly forged piece of obsidian, demonstrating to several young dwarfs how to control the heat. Watch closely. He pointed to the color of the iron piece's surface. When it reaches this dark red color, it can be taken out for forging. If it is heated more, it will become fragile. The young dwarfs nodded repeatedly, their eyes fixed on his hands. Just then a commotion erupted from the square, not far away. The Black Hammer quickly put down his work to check. What's happening? Why is everyone gathered here? The Black Hammer hurried over and shouted. Boss, you need to see. Iron Dunn, who had been watching for quite some time, hurriedly pushed through the crowd to lead the Black Hammer inside. In the crowd, an unknown book and 3 stones were quietly placed. Boss, these items suddenly appeared in the square just now. I suspect they are another reward from the master. What do you think we should do with them now? After Iron Dunn finished speaking, he stood by waiting for the Black Hammer to respond. Take these items and follow me to the forging area. Let me see what treasures our master has bestowed upon us this time. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hei Chue reacted. Yes, boss. Before long, the book and 3 stones were brought to the forging area. Hei Chue waved his hand to silence the gathered dwarves, and after a routine praise of the deity, he bent down to examine the book. The book was made of parchment, and the words on it glimmered with a golden hue. These words brought a profound feeling to Hei Chue. Though he did not recognize these characters, he could comprehend their meanings. He flipped through the pages, and with each page his breath quickened. When the terms rune blacksmith, fire resistance, sharpness, and durability appeared before him, he could not help but raise his arms high, praise our master. He Chue's roar resonated like a great bell, striking stone, shaking the forges in the area, while he tightly grasped the fragment of parchment, his eyes glowing with indescribable fervor. His stout arms trembled slightly with excitement. Our master has granted us the legacy, allowing us to learn the art of rune forging, enabling our weapons to become sturdier and more durable. As his shout faded, the entire forging area fell into a dead silence, followed by an explosive cheer. The dwarves surrounding him were initially stunned, but as they realized what rune forging meant, they erupted into cheer. Tai Dun squeezed to the front, his rough hand grabbing the edge of the parchment, with trembling voice, "Boss, really? Will we truly be able to inscribe runes on our weapons from now on? Is there any doubt?" He Chue held up the 3 fire resistance runes high, his voice echoing throughout the forging area. Our master has not only granted us the method of the rune blacksmith, but also provided us with 3 ready-made spirit stones. In the past, our axes could not cleave through hard armor, and our iron armor could not withstand the flames of lava. With this rune legacy, none of these will be a problem. The master told me that in 2 years he will lead us into the land of lava. By then we will use our rune-inscribed armor and battle axes to let our enemies know that the dwarves of our master are the hardest bones in the lava. Praise our master. Forging divine weapons. Inscribing runes. Casting our master's glory. Over 500 dwarves shouted in unison, their voices resounding once more across the divine realm. Floating in midair, Chun Dao watched as the faith value on the panel surged rapidly from 6,200 to 8,900, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. This group of dwarves had truly never let him down. Below in the forging area, He Chue had already quieted the clamor of his kin. He waved his hand to clear a circle around the gathered dwarves, creating an open space in front of the main furnace. He first knelt on one knee towards the direction of the sky, bowing deeply in respect, then stood up and picked up the leftmost fire resistance runestone. Tai Dun, bring over the obsidian armor we forged this morning. Got it. Tai Dun responded and dashed out, returning shortly with a polished obsidian armor and placing it steadily on. He Chue took a deep breath, pressing his left hand on the armor while holding the rune stone in his right. The dragon blood golden totem on the back of his hand suddenly glowed brightly. The 36 basic patterns recorded in the parchment seemed to be inherently inscribed in his veins. Every stroke's direction and every hammer's force were vividly etched in his mind. Clang! The first hammer fell, and the rune stone gently brushed against the shoulder plate of the armor, embedding a fine dark red pattern firmly into the obsidian. Sparks flew, and the pattern not only did not crack, but appeared as if it had naturally grown within the metal. The surrounding dwarves instantly held their breath, not daring to make a sound, their eyes fixated on the armor on the anvil. One hammer after another. He Chue's movements grew steadier, the power of dragon blood flowing into the rune stone, fully merging with the flame pattern. The 36 patterns connected end to end, slowly outlining a complete loop on the armor's surface. When the last hammer fell, the rune stone suddenly transformed into a dazzling red light, completely merging into the armor. Buzz. Accompanied by a soft hum, the entire obsidian armor suddenly lit up with continuous flame. A thin layer of flame shield appeared on the cold metallic surface. Even from a few steps away, the dwarves could clearly feel the power capable of withstanding fiery burns. Ding! Congratulations! Your follower He Chue has successfully inscribed the basic fire resistance rune, unlocking the profession junior rune blacksmith. The notification sound from the panel revealed the joy in Chun Dao's eyes that could no longer be concealed. He Chue raised the forging hammer in his hand, deeply bowing once more to the sky, then turned around and issued a command to the entire clan. From today on, He Chue raised the forging hammer in his hand, deeply bowing once more to the sky, then turned around and issued a command to the entire clan. From today onwards, the whole clan will be divided into 3 shifts. The first shift will consist of 20 of the best blacksmiths who will follow me to learn rune inscription. I want every piece of equipment for our warriors in future expeditions to be inscribed with runes. The second shift will be led by Tai Dun with the mining team expanded, and the third shift will ensure the supply of materials. The third shift, led by Tai Dan, will practice battle formations, while also figuring out siege equipment that can be used in the tunnels. The rest will be responsible for the tribe's logistical production. The second shift will be led by Tai Dun with the mining team expanded, and the third shift will ensure the supply of materials. The third shift, led by Tai Dan, will practice battle formations, while also Chun Dao watched the bustling scene below. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness, Chun Yi suddenly sent a message. Brother Chun. I found something incredible. An unbelievable discovery. Take a look. I've gotten my hands on a treasure. JPG. Wasn't I worried sick before? Those trolls just lounge around after eating, causing chaos, mining for 3 days, and then slacking off for 2 days. I only found out from the forum that these guys have an innate love for strong liquor. When they get drunk, their loyalty skyrockets, and they can carry 3 more loads of, or, I bit the bullet and spent 300 pounds of obsidian or to trade with a clan for a complete barbaric fire brew legacy. It can brew strong liquor, and drinking it not only boosts strength, but also provides a slight enhancement to fire resistance. I just had the trolls brew the first batch according to the recipe, and it worked. The alcohol is incredibly strong. My troll leader is drinking from a vat. I heard dwarves also enjoy strong liquor. Should I get you some? In the image, several ceramic vats were placed in a humble stone house. Dark brown liquor, sloshing with. Two trolls taller than the vats were chugging from the wine jars with liquor dripping down their chins to their chests, wearing a satisfied, foolish expression. Chun Dao glanced at the message, his fingers pausing lightly on the screen, his eyes instantly brightening. Previously his mind was entirely focused on the battle power of the clansmen, the forging system, and the rune legacy. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to enhance the dwarves' blacksmithing and combat skills, yet he had overlooked the innate nature inscribed in their bloodline, their obsession with strong liquor. For this group of dwarves who live by forging, the only thing that could make them put down their hammers apart from Chun Dao is perhaps wine. However, they haven't drunk any wine yet, so the love for alcohol that is ingrained in their bones has yet to awaken. Although drinking for a long time can easily make dwarves impulsive, undoubtedly wine is absolutely more beneficial than harmful for dwarves. In the early days of the tribe's establishment, they were weak and eager to strengthen themselves, unable to provide fine wine for the dwarves. Now that the dwarves live in stability with abundant ore and sufficient food, and the rune blacksmith has been successfully established, it is time to get them some fine wine. Thinking of this, Chun Dao quickly replied to Shun, "All right, send me a few vats of wine first. I want to let the dwarves try it. If it's fine, I'll have them trade a black obsidian hammer for a vat of wine." As soon as the message was sent, Shin Yi's reply came back immediately. "Hey brother Chin, with our relationship, don't mention just a few vats. I'll send you dozens. At worst, I'll have my bunch of gluttons refrain from drinking for a few days. Moreover, I don't even need to test this wine. It's always been potent, let me tell you. My ogre leader wanted to come over to call me brother after drinking it." Shin Dao looked at Shun Yi's message and felt somewhat speechless. To be able to get along so well with his own clan, he estimated this was quite unique. Without hesitation, Chun Dao put on his helmet again, immersing his consciousness into the divine realm, connecting to the divine realm. "Welcome back, great sacred forge flame, father of steel and art master of forging." As he opened his eyes, he saw He Chue, surrounded by 20 of the best blacksmiths around the forge. He tirelessly explained the essentials of rune forging to them. Tai Dun and the mining team had just returned from deep within the mine with carts of shiny black ore continuously being transported into the warehouse. Tai Dan was training combat skills with the dwarven warriors in the square, while the remaining dwarves were either farming or feeding the tamed animals. The entire fortress was operating efficiently according to his plans. Chun Dao looked at the thriving scene and nodded inwardly. Without pausing his actions, he conjured 10 vats of strong liquor into the center of the square. The dull thud of the ceramic vats hitting the ground instantly attracted everyone's attention. The dwarves practicing formations all stopped and gathered curiously around. Looking at the 10 large ceramic vats sealed with clay that had suddenly appeared, they whispered among themselves, "What is this?" "Another gift from our master. It looks heavy and it smells quite fragrant." Tai Dan parted the crowd and walked over, knocking on the vat wall and leaning in to smell, his eyes instantly brightening. He had never smelled such an enticing aroma in his life, the rich scent of grain mixed with a heat that tickled the throat. Just the smell made his blood rush with warmth. The commotion quickly reached the forging area. He Chue had just successfully inscribed the second piece of iron armor with flame resistance runes when he heard the noise from the square and immediately set down his forging hammer to stride over. Seeing the 10 neatly arranged large ceramic vats in the center of the square surrounded by layers of clan members, he shouted, "Everyone move aside." The gathered dwarves immediately made way. He patted the vat and walked around it a few times. Finally, after observing for a while, he found the note written by Chun Dao on one of the vats. "Wildfire brew can be consumed directly, can slightly resist flames for 2 hours after drinking." After reading it, He Chue patted the vat and turned to the curious clan members, laughing heartily, "Brothers, this is a great gift from our master called Wildfire brew. It's potent." Before He Chue's words fell, he lightly tapped the clay seal of the vat with his forging hammer. Crack! The dry clay seal shattered, and the faint aroma of wine that had been floating in the air suddenly transformed into an intoxicating fragrance. The rich scent of fermented grains mixed with the fiery heat spread with the wind, instantly enveloping every dwarf in the square. The gathered dwarves took a deep breath, their eyes instantly widening. They dealt with iron ore daily, but had never smelled anything this fragrant. "Boss, what is this smell? It's too fragrant." Tai Dun squeezed to the front, saliva nearly dripping down his chin, his eyes bulging wide, as if he wanted to dive headfirst into the vat. He Chue himself was also stirred by the aroma, his heart racing. He casually picked up a clean wooden bowl nearby and scooped a full bowl of dark brown liquid. The liquid swirled in the bowl with tiny bubbles. He took a deep breath, raised the bowl to his mouth, and gulped down a large mouthful. The moment the strong liquor went down his throat, a wave of scorching heat surged straight to his stomach, spreading through his veins. The shoulders that had become stiff from day and night of smithing felt warm at this moment. Even the cold air brought from the mine was completely dispelled. The rich and strong flavor instantly awakened the sleeping genes in his blood. Hui was stunned for a full 3 seconds before suddenly downing the remaining liquor in the bowl and roaring with unrestrained exhilaration, "Good stuff. This is truly good stuff." He had lived so long without ever having such potent liquor. Compared to the bland wheat water he usually drank, this wildfire brew was the true nectar meant for dwarves. Let me try. Tai Dun could no longer hold back, snatching the wooden bowl and filling it to the brim, mimicking Hui as he downed it in one go. As soon as he swallowed, his face turned bright red, and he belched several times, then slapped his thigh and shouted, so refreshing. I'm all warmed up," he said, directly grabbing the vat and gulping down 2 large swigs, after which his muscles tensed up. He casually picked up a nearby pickaxe and swung it forcefully at the open ground, the strength far exceeding before. "After drinking this I can mine 3 carts of ore in a day. No, 5 carts. With these 2 dwarves leading the charge, the rest of the dwarves rushed in. They all scrambled to drink this rare fine brew. Even Tai Dan, who was usually calm, couldn't help but let out a shout after drinking. The dwarves raised their bowls and sang and danced around the ceramic vat. The fatigue accumulated from mining and smithing disappeared without a trace in this bowl of strong liquor. They sang ancient dwarven songs filled with joy, and every song began with a line praising Chundao. In less than half a day this group of dwarves had already passed out on the ground. Hovering above the fortress, Chundao looked down at the rowdy dwarves and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, no dwarf could escape the allure of strong liquor. He issued a delayed divine command to the already intoxicated Hui, a black obsidian hammer for a vat of strong liquor. This divine decree would reach Hui's mind once he sobered up. In the divine realm, on the morning after, a group of dwarves lay scattered in the square, having drunk themselves into oblivion the night before. Only a few dwarves, unable to consume as much alcohol, stayed awake to ensure the tribe wouldn't encounter any issues at this time. At this moment Hui was still dazed, having lain there for the entire night, his intoxication nearly fading. Suddenly Chun Dao's voice echoed in his mind. "A black obsidian hammer can be exchanged for a vat of strong liquor." Upon hearing this voice, Hui abruptly opened his eyes, instantly sobering up. He immediately knelt down, bowing several times, then turned to wake up the dwarves from the forging team, who were still sound asleep. Sure enough, there was an ambush. Fortunately, they were also in ambush. He signaled silently to Alier beside him, his fingertips. The newly awakened dwarves looked at Hui with bewildered expressions, unsure of what mischief he was up to. "Let me ask you first, do you still want to continue drinking the liquor our master provided yesterday?" Hui didn't directly mention the divine decree, but instead posed a question to the dwarves. "Yes, of course we do," the dwarves replied in unison. "Boss, just say it. Did the master issue another divine decree to give us more liquor?" Tai Dun, watching Hui with a mysterious expression, knew he had received good news. "Oh, that's right." Hui chuckled and patted Tai Dun on the back. "The master told me that if we forge a black obsidian hammer we can exchange it for a vat of liquor." Hui looked at his tribe members' wide-eyed expressions and grinned. He then plunged the dragon's throat battle axe into the ground, and the scene instantly fell silent. Everyone quiet down. His gaze swept over the noisy crowd. "The master rarely gives us such an opportunity, so let's all put in our utmost effort to forge the hammer. We can't let the master lose face in front of the trolls, understood?" After finishing his words, Hui waved his hand, urging the dwarves of the forging team to get back to work. In no time the flames of the 5 main furnaces surged higher than the chimneys. The sounds of clanging and hammering filled the air with the heat from molten iron and the lingering aroma of unfinished liquor wafting through. Several days later, in divine realm time, a dozen freshly forged black obsidian hammers lay piled in the open area of the forging zone. Some hammers even had runes added by Hui himself, striving for this batch to fully satisfy the master. Floating above, Chun Dao gazed at the ground covered with hammers, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Are you ready? The hammers forged by my dwarves are prepared for collection. There's a little surprise waiting for you." Yes, just send it over, Brother Chun." Upon receiving Chun Dao's message, Shun Yi immediately replied, "What is this? What on earth is this? Brother Chun, how did your dwarves even manage to inscribe runes on them?" Just after receiving the astonishing news about the hammers, Shun Yi quickly sent another message. "Shouldn't my trolls be developing trade? Why not just mine and brew alcohol, sticking with you, Brother Chun?" Chen Dao looked at the series of messages from Shun Yi and replied, "Stop joking. You can use these hammers for now, When you're comfortable with them, I'll have the dwarves forge more for you. After saying that, Shun Dao prepared to put down his terminal, but at that moment Shun Yi suddenly initiated a voice call. By the way, Brother Chun, there's something else I need to tell you. I just found out from the homeroom teacher that this month's exam is different from usual. It won't be just our school, we're jointly testing with the neighboring 2nd and 3rd high schools with nearly 300 new students all crammed into the 17th lava ruins. Joint exam. Shun Dao said, slightly surprised. Normally each school holds its own monthly exams. Oh, why has the rule changed this time? That's right. Shun Yi's voice grew serious. Moreover, I heard that Zhou Lei has been up to no good. He not only contacted Zhao Feng from our school, but also got in touch with people from the 2nd high. There's someone named Wang Tung at the 2nd high who awakened as a hellhound, and is also just newly promoted. I've heard his combat power is quite formidable. As expected, Shun Dao felt no surprise. Last time he had pressed Zhou Lei down during the exam, with old and new grievances combined, it was only natural for him to seek revenge. If they want trouble, let them come. During this time, don't just focus on mining, make sure your trolls train more. Don't worry, Brother Chun, I'm watching them practice every day. Shun Yi patted his chest to assure him. By the way, Lin Xingxue contacted me yesterday, saying she wants to team up with us again, and suggested we meet at the cafe in front of the school this weekend. Alright, see you this weekend. Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock, the cafe across from the school. When Shun Dao entered, Shun Yi had already secured a window seat with 3 cups of coffee in front of him, gazing blankly at one of them. You arrived really early, Shun Dao said as he sat down. I was just bored at home, so I figured I'd come early to claim a seat, Shun Yi replied listlessly. Just as he finished speaking, the wind chimes at the cafe entrance tinkled. Lin Xingxue walked in, not wearing her school uniform today. Clad in a simple white casual outfit with her long hair tied in a high ponytail, her face bore no extra expressions. She scanned the area and headed directly towards their table. Sorry to keep you waiting. She pulled out a chair and sat down, placing a stack of folders on the table. With a gentle push of her fingertip, she slid the documents toward the two. This is the complete information regarding the 17th lava ruins. I had someone look into it. It's far more comprehensive than the scattered information on the forums. Shun Dao reached out and opened the folder. The first page displayed a complete map of the ruins with the central lava temple at its core radiating for winding mine tunnels outward. On the left side was the abandoned lava beast nest, while the right side showed the collapsed resource warehouse. The outermost area was an endless expanse of lava wasteland densely marked with the activity zones of wild affiliated tribes. The original owner of the ruins was named Hong Lai, a lava deity who fell 20 years ago. He was ambushed by hostile divine factions during the border war of the Divine Realm. After the Divine Realm shattered, the remaining core area became the current public trial ruins. The scoring rules for this joint exam have also been established. Killing a level 1 wild affiliated tribe grants 1 point, level 2 gives 5 points, level 3 20 points, and killing other students' affiliated tribes earns double points. The final goal is to obtain the inheritance crystal from the temple's core, which directly adds 500 points. 500 points. Shun Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Doesn't that mean whoever gets the crystal will win for sure? It's not that easy. Lin Xingxue shook her head, her fingertip pointing at the temple's position on the map. Inside the temple, there are guardian-affiliated tribes left by the original owner, including a level 5 lava giant lizard and over 100 level 3 fire lizard guards. Even 4th transition students might struggle to take it down, let alone us new students. Shun Dao's gaze skimmed across the 4 mine tunnels on the map before finally settling on the right side's abandoned resource warehouse. Its location was adjacent to the lava river, easy to defend and hard to attack, only 3 miles away from the temple. Shun Dao's gaze skimmed across the 4 mine tunnels on the map before finally settling on the right side's abandoned resource warehouse. Its location was adjacent to the lava river, easy to defend and hard to attack, only 3 miles away from. Shun Dao raised his eyes to look at the two, pointing at the location of the abandoned warehouse. Once we enter the ruins, we should first secure this place. Here there are ready-made mine tunnels and warehouses. My dwarves can forge supplies on site. The warehouse has the rock wall at its back with only one entrance, making it easy to defend and attack, the best stronghold we could have. Lin Xingxue's eyes flashed with approval, too. She had originally also considered this location, but hadn't had the chance to mention it. I had the same thought. She nodded. My elves excel in long-range reconnaissance and tunnel stealth. Once we enter the ruins, I'll send the elves to scout the distribution of wild affiliated tribes nearby, as well as the movements of other teams. What about me? What can I do? Shun Yi chimed in eagerly, his face filled with anticipation. Your trolls will be responsible for the frontal assault. Shun Dao looked at him, saying, with your troll size, as long as we secure the warehouse, the other tribes won't even be able to enter. Don't worry, Brother Chun. Shun Yi patted his chest, a proud smile on his face. I've been keeping an eye on them, practicing formations every day, and I guarantee I'll keep it secure for you. The three settled all tactical details and repeatedly rehearsed the risk points, retreat routes, and emergency plans on the map until the sunset flooded through the cafe's glass window before they each dispersed. Only 7 days remained until the joint examination. In reality, those 7 days equated to a total of 210 days in the Divine Realm. Chen Dao spent nearly all of his free time in the Divine Realm. The 5 furnaces in the fortress burned day and night with the sound of clanging never ceasing. The 30 dwarf blacksmiths in the forging group had all become rune blacksmiths under the guidance of He Chui. They provided multiple black obsidian hammers for all the trolls and also took the time to craft some iron arrows for Lin King's elves. The dwarves' own weapons were stacked high in the fortress warehouse, hundreds of battle axes, and dozens of sets of iron armor. Most of these weapons were inscribed with runes maximizing the dwarves' combat capabilities. The lava river deep within the mine had become a natural training ground for the dwarves. The dwarves practiced day and night on the open land beside the lava river, significantly enhancing their combat abilities and simultaneously increasing their heat resistance. What they were lacking now was the imminent real battle. The 3 earth dragons were also experiencing rapid growth, especially the mutated lava earth dragon, which could easily melt through half a meter thick rock with its lava breath, and had a far superior control over flames than ordinary earth dragons, becoming the most reliable combat reinforcement for the dwarves. The faith value on the panel was steadily rising, now reaching 170 points, enough for Chen Dao to condense divinity and become a 3rd-tier weak deity. However, he still decided to wait until after the monthly examination to advance to avoid any mishaps during the exam. Meanwhile, Shun Yi was also busy. Although he didn't put on airs with his kin, his control over them was still quite good. Thanks to Chen Dao's weapon support, the trolls' mining efficiency more than tripled, continuously providing Chen Dao with raw materials. The other trolls who were not interested in mining were sent by Shun Yi to the newly built brewing shed, and the entire troll tribe finally settled down. What delighted him even more was that thanks to stable or trading and faith value output on the day before the examination, he successfully condensed 10 points of divinity, stepping into the threshold of a 2nd-tier weak deity. Lin Qingxue focused on training the reconnaissance abilities of her kin. Her elven archers repeatedly simulated stealth tactics for the ruins tunnels, ensuring they could gather intelligence without being discovered. 7 days passed in a flash. The day of the joint examination was upon them. As the morning sunlight spilled over the rooftop of the teaching building, the virtual battle hall of Awakener No. 1 high school was already bustling with activity. Amidst the crowd, students were engaged in low conversations everywhere. Some nervously clutched their terminals, others repeatedly confirmed strategies with their companions, while small groups gathered, their eyes filled with eager combat intent. In the school, the monthly examination was a rare opportunity for battle, and no one would underestimate. Lin Qingxue stood in the nearby rest area wearing the school's standardized combat uniform, holding a tactical backpack. Seeing the two approach, she tossed over 2 small bags, saying inside are spare flame resistance charms and a few emergency tunnel reinforcement cards, just in case. Seeing the two approach, she tossed over 2 small bags, saying inside are spare flame resistance charms and a few emergency tunnel reinforcement. Zhou Lei was standing there surrounded by 3 boys, Zhao Feng, Li Hao, and his new recruit Wang Teng. The group was also looking over with Zhou Lei's eyes filled with resentment, clearly still harboring grudges over the last defeat and the firecrackers in the restroom. Beside him, Shun Yi was enjoying the spectacle, making a gesture of throwing firecrackers at them. Just as Zhou Lei was about to erupt, the massive screen in the center of the hall suddenly lit up, and the loud voice of the examiner echoed, "Attention, all candidates, the joint examination for the lava ruins on the 17th is about to begin. All candidates, please prepare. The ruins will officially open in 10 minutes. To reiterate the examination rules, malicious attacks on other candidates' bodies are prohibited. The death of kin does not affect the safety of the candidate's body. The complete death of kin will result in immediate disqualification. Final scoring will be based on system statistics. Now, all candidates, please enter." The crowd surged instantly towards the connecting pods on both sides of the hall. Chen Dao, Shun Yi, and Lin Qingxue exchanged a glance, seeing confidence in each other's eyes. "Let's go." Chen Dao took the lead, stepping towards the corresponding numbered connecting pod. Shun Yi and Lin Qingxue followed closely behind. The metallic hatch slowly closed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them appeared within the ruins. This trial and slaughter belonging to the new gods had officially begun. "Lucky the spawn point is very close to the planned route." Lin Qingxue's voice came from the side, and 2 silvery light doors unfolded before her. More than 60 elven archers streamed out, landing silently, with the leading Ariel kneeling on one knee waiting for orders. Ariel, take 2 teams to scout the abandoned mine tunnels ahead and confirm the safety of the route. Do not engage if you encounter other teams. I'll retreat immediately to report. Lin Qingxue's command was clear and decisive with no hesitation. "Yes, master," Ariel responded, and stood up, selecting 8 elven archers before leaving without a sound. Shun Yi was also unwilling to fall behind, raising his hand to summon a dark red light door, and over 40 trolls marched out wielding brand new black obsidian hammers. The leading troll chief pounded his chest and roared, "Ew!" Although their formation was still a bit messy, each troll's eyes revealed a fierce demeanor, indicating they were not to be trifled with. "Shinga, what do you think?" Shun Yi proudly jutted his chin. "These guys will definitely guard the mine tightly." Shun Dao nodded, not saying much more, raising his hand to summon that familiar gold red light door. Hui was the first to step out, wielding the dragon's roar battle axe and wearing black obsidian armor inscribed with flame resistance runes, looking imposing. Following closely were 80 dwarf warriors, most of whom were wearing iron armor, each holding battle axes and carrying throwing spears. Hui quickly approached Shun Dao's avatar and knelt on one knee, stating, "In accordance with the master's divine decree, your will is our direction. Rise." Shun Dao's voice carried the majesty of a deity, clearly resonating in the ears of every dwarf. "The mine tunnels ahead are our target. Clear obstacles along the way, maintain formation, and do not charge recklessly." "Yes," Hui responded, and stood signaling to the dwarves. The 80 dwarves instantly split into 3 teams, with shield bearers in front, throwing spear users behind, and combat groups on both sides. Their movements flowed smoothly without a hint of awkwardness, a testament to over 200 days of practice by the lava river. The team steadily advanced through the mine tunnel, occasionally receiving reports from the scouts sent back by AI Liar. Suddenly a warning signal was emitted from AI Liar ahead. The elven archers swiftly drew their bows while the rest of the kin tightened their grips on their weapons, entering a state of combat. Hui firmly held onto his dragon throat battle axe, staring intently into the darkness ahead. The trolls led by Shun Yi also shed their usual clumsiness, gripping their obsidian hammers tightly ready. Moments later, a swarm of fire lizards burst forth from the depths of the mine tunnel, flames engulfing their bodies as they emitted hissing cries. With a calm gaze, Hui quickly assessed the situation. Elven archers provide ranged suppression, prioritize attacking the leading fire lizard. Dwarven spur throwers, prepare to launch your spears. As the trolls and the other dwarves charged forward to engage the fire lizards, Hui's command was issued, and the elven archers immediately knocked their arrows, unleashing a flurry of silver projectiles towards the horde of fire lizards. The leading fire lizard was struck by several arrows, but with its tough hide, it only hesitated briefly before continuing its furious charge. Immediately afterward, the dwarven spear throwers hurled their spears with force, the projectiles slicing through the air and piercing into the swarm of fire lizards. The power of the thrown spears far exceeded that of the arrows, embedding themselves in many fire lizards' bodies, resulting in a cacophony of roars. However, these fire lizards seemed oblivious to the pain. After letting out a roar, they charged forward relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, they had reached the waiting dwarves and trolls. The trolls roared as they swung their obsidian hammers, engaging the fire lizards in close combat. The impact of the hammers against the lizard scales sparked bursts of fire. One fire lizard seized an opportunity, lunging to bite at a troll's arm, but the troll, oblivious, swung back and smashed the fire lizard, splattering its brains. "Brothers, let's kill these beasts," Hui shouted, seeing the trolls embroiled in battle. With a roar, he charged into the fray alongside the dwarves. Though these dwarves were only as tall as the trolls' thighs, they were fiercely relentless in battle. 2 or 3 dwarves could take down a fire lizard in under a minute. In less than a minute, the fire lizards had been nearly wiped out by the combined efforts of the dwarves and trolls. Roar. Just as the battle seemed to be ending, a louder roar suddenly echoed from behind. The dwarves immediately turned to look into the darkness. A creature resembling a fire lizard, but more than twice its size, slowly emerged. The dwarves immediately turned to look into the darkness. A creature resembling a fire lizard, but more. Spear throwers. Use your spears against it. At Hui's command, the spur throwers, who had already retreated, quickly drew their weapons and unleashed a volley at the fire lizard king. However, this time the spears had little effect. They merely scraped against the fire lizard king's back, sparking, but causing no damage. Elven archers, concentrate your fire on its eyes. Hui shouted loudly while swinging his dragon throat battle axe, leading the remaining dwarven warriors to form a tight defensive formation as they slowly retreated. The elven archers immediately adjusted their aim, sending a flurry of silver arrows towards the fire lizard king's eyes. The fire lizard king seemed to sense the danger, violently swinging its tail to create a gust of wind that knocked many arrows away. Yet a few arrows still struck near its eyes, causing the fire lizard king to roar in pain, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the elven archers. Trolls, block the flames. Hui shouted, and the trolls quickly responded, positioning their massive bodies in front of the elven archers. The flames crashed against the trolls, scorching their skin red. The trolls gritted their teeth, enduring the onslaught, but their combat effectiveness waned in the short term. Seeing their attacks ineffective, the Fire Lizard King grew even angrier, charging toward the dwarven ranks despite the arrows raining down. "What should we do, Chief? This beast is pretty tough," said Tai Dun, worried. Tai Dan, who had been silent, also looked at Hui without a word. "Fight. Even if it's tough, we must fight. The Lord ordered us to engage. We cannot fail before we even start." Though Hui was also concerned about their losses, he gritted his teeth and led the dwarves forward. Hui charged ahead, swinging his battle axe at the Fire Lizard King's legs. The axe struck its hard scales, sparking brilliantly, but only leaving a shallow mark. Feeling the attack on its legs, the Fire Lizard King suddenly swung, its head snapping at Hui. Hui dodged to the side just in time to avoid this fatal blow, but the Fire Lizard King's teeth still grazed his armor, leaving a bloody scratch on his arm. "Everyone, don't panic. Look for an opportunity to attack its abdomen," Hui shouted, suppressing the pain in his arm. The dwarves echoed in unison, moving flexibly around the Fire Lizard King, looking for openings to strike. Some of the trolls who had not been burned were also desperately searching for weak points to attack the Fire Lizard King. But despite their efforts, the Fire Lizard King still appeared lively. Hui observed the stalemate with growing impatience. He knew that if this continued, their casualties would only increase. At this moment, the Fire Lizard King opened its mouth again, preparing to breathe fire. Hui made a bold decision to take a risk. He took a deep breath, channeling the surging power of dragon blood within him, and the golden dragon blood totem on his hand suddenly shone with brilliant light. This dragon might could only be used once in a short time. Hui had originally planned to use it later, but now he had no choice but to use it early. Roar! Hui howled to the sky, unleashing the dragon might without reservation. In an instant, an indescribable majesty emanated from him. The Fire Lizard King's mouth, which had been wide open, snapped shut as it sensed the suppression from the bloodline. Its fierce gaze turned timid and its movements became sluggish. "Now's the time, attack its abdomen," Hui shouted loudly. The dwarves rushed toward the Fire Lizard King. The elven archers also increased their rate of fire, launching a barrage of arrows at the Fire Lizard King to distract it. The trolls swung their hammers fiercely at the Fire Lizard King. Hui swung his dragon throat battle axe again, this time infusing it with the power of dragon blood. The battle axe gleamed with golden light as it struck toward the Fire Lizard King's abdomen with immense force. Puff! The battle axe sank deep into the Fire Lizard King's abdomen, green blood gushing out. The Fire Lizard King writhed in agony, roaring thunderously. "Brothers, push harder, don't let it recover," Hui shouted as he forcefully pulled out the battle axe, and seeing this, the other dwarves exerted themselves even more, swinging their battle axes, which rained down upon the Fire Lizard King's abdomen. The trolls attacked from the side, using their obsidian hammers to smash the legs of the Fire Lizard King, causing it to stagger. With everyone's combined effort, the Fire Lizard King's roars gradually diminished, and its massive body crashed to the ground. "We won!" The dwarves cheered, and the trolls excitedly pounded their chests. Hui looked at the fallen Fire Lizard King, letting out a long sigh of relief as he plopped down onto the ground. Chun Dao and his companions in the sky let out a sigh of relief as they saw the Fire Lizard King fall. After the initial phase, the deities of the clan could not intervene too much to maintain their authority. Therefore, Chun Dao and his companions would not take action to help unless they were in absolute peril. The clan successfully killed the level 3 leader Fire Lizard King, earning 3 points. Soon the points were credited, and Chun Dao shifted his gaze back to the dwarves. Hui sat on the ground, panting, looking at the cheering clansmen with a satisfied smile on his face. But he knew they couldn't stay here for long. Dangers lurked everywhere in the ruins, and they needed to quickly build a temporary base in the warehouse. He forced his weary body to stand up and shouted, "Everyone, don't relax. Check for casualties and gather usable supplies." The dwarves and trolls sprang into action. Some dwarves hurried to assist their injured companions, while others began to collect useful materials from the Fire Lizard King and ordinary fire lizards. Though the trolls were large in stature, they moved quickly, helping to transport supplies, while vigilantly observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, Alier hurried over with several elven archers. She approached Hui and reported the intelligence they had just gathered. "There are currently no other dangers in the front mine tunnel, but according to our reconnaissance, there seem to be signs of other teams operating in the abandoned resource warehouse not far from here. It seems we need to accelerate our actions. That warehouse is crucial for us. We must occupy it before other teams do." Hui turned to Tai Dun and Tiedon, saying, "Tiedon, take a few brothers and load all the supplies the trolls have carried onto the small cart we brought for easier transport." Tiedon organized the remaining brothers to arrange our weapons and equipment, maintaining a state of readiness for combat, prepared for any unforeseen situations. Tai Dun and Tai Dan responded in unison and set off to carry out their tasks. Before long, the dwarves collected the scales and claws from the fire lizard, which were valuable materials for their move out. Haichui commanded, and the main force immediately accelerated towards the abandoned warehouse. Along the way, everyone remained highly alert, ready to face any potential dangers. As they drew closer to the abandoned warehouse, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Soon a massive warehouse loomed into view, towering for the dwarves. The warehouse was entirely constructed of obsidian, standing over 3 meters tall and several dozen meters wide, with heavy stone doors engraved with mottled lava runes. The stone doors were ajar, a mixture of dusty rust and sulfur seeping through the gap, and the surroundings were silent except for the muffled sound of flowing lava. No one is here for now. Alier, who had entered the warehouse ahead to scout, quickly returned. But someone has been here. The scratches on the stone door are fresh, no more than 2 hours old, and there are footprints left behind along with a faint smell of gunpowder. The warehouse was divided into 2 sections. The front area was an open encampment, while the back area was a mineral storage. The ventilation duct was on the western rock wall leading deep into the mine tunnel. No living beings were found, but there were traces of recent activities. After speaking, Alier retreated to the ranks, waiting for Haichui's command. Haichui stood at the warehouse door, not rushing to enter. He crouched down, running his fingers along the edge of the scratches on the stone door. The marks were indeed fresh, left within the last 2 hours. He leaned closer to sniff. Besides the rust and sulfur, there was a faint smell of gunpowder. Boss, are we not going in? Kiedoin, holding a cart full of fire lizard scales, waited impatiently behind. What's the rush? Haichui stood up and turned to Alier. Do you see anywhere nearby that can hide people? Alier thought for a moment and replied, yes, I see a pile of rocks beside the warehouse. If we squeeze a bit, we should be able to hide some people. How many can be hidden in that rock pile? Alier estimated if we squeeze, we can manage 4 to 50, but to be fully concealed, about 30 at most. Haichui fell silent for a few seconds. 30 people. He still had over 60 capable dwarves, and along with the trolls and elves, it was enough to send a team to ambush in the rock pile. Boss, what are you thinking? Taidun leaned closer, lowering his voice. Are we going in or not? Yes, Haichui stood up, shouldering his battle axe, but not everyone can go in. You and I will take 20 brothers to hide in the rock pile together. You elves take another 10 with us. After I give the signal, you will initiate the first round of shooting. Understood. Alier did not say much more and accepted the order. Then Haichui turned his gaze to the somewhat anxious Taidun and the trolls. You just stay with the trolls inside the warehouse and wait. When you hear fighting outside, rush out and coordinate with us. After a while, everyone followed Haichui's commands and reached their respective positions. The rock pile was very quiet. Haichui crouched between 2 boulders, his battle axe standing before him with the blade buried in the rubble. Behind him, 20 dwarves huddled low, hiding in the crevices and depressions of the rocks, keeping their breaths as light as possible. Alier and 10 elven archers spread out on either side, their bowstrings drawn arrows aimed at the warehouse entrance. They did not have to wait long when a group of figures slowly emerged at the mine tunnel exit. The figures at the end of the mine tunnel gradually became clear. They were not the large force they had expected, but a dozen sneaky goblins followed by 8 dark-furred werewolves. Each of them hunched over, claws resting on short knives at their waists, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings of the warehouse. The leading goblin was taller than his kind, wearing a copper ring on his nose, holding a fuse in his hand, and chattering away with the werewolf leader beside him. The boss said this warehouse is a good place, so a team will definitely come here later. Let's secretly plant some explosives and blow them all up. Alier nodded slightly, her fingers on the bowstring instantly releasing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 silver arrows flew almost simultaneously, making no sound, accurately targeting the heads of the 8 weird. Sure enough, there was an ambush. Fortunately, they were also in ambush. He signaled silently to Alier beside him, his fingertips swiping downward, signaling to attack. Alier nodded slightly, her fingers on the bowstring instantly releasing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 silver arrows flew almost simultaneously, making no sound, accurately targeting the heads of the 8 werewolves. Thud, thud. The dull sound of arrows piercing through skulls followed in succession. The 8 werewolves fell to the ground, without even letting out a scream, their eyes wide open, never realizing where the attack had come from. The thud of the werewolf collapsing shattered the eerie silence of the mine tunnel, causing over a dozen goblins to freeze in place. The little short-legged creatures trembled, their once sneaky gazes now filled with terror, even dropping the fuses they held. The leading copper-ringed goblin reacted the fastest, shrieking in panic as it turned to flee deeper into the mine, waving its hand to signal its companions to run. They had come to set traps, never intending to engage in direct combat, and upon witnessing their companions' instant demise, they were already frightened beyond measure. Wanna run? Too late. Black Hammer shouted, leaping fiercely from the pile of rocks. 20 dwarf warriors hiding among the rubble followed closely behind, brandishing their battle axes and throwing spears, encircling the fleeing goblins. The dwarves were agile. Though not tall, their movements were rapid, and every swing of their axes was precise and brutal. A panicked goblin, having just hidden behind a rock, was caught between two dwarves, its chest pierced by an axe. Ariel, along with the elven archers, remained crouched atop the pile of rocks, their bows incessantly drawing and releasing silver arrows flying forth to accurately harvest the fleeing goblins. The elves' arrows were swift and accurate. Even when goblins wedged themselves into the crevices of the rocks, they could still find the angle to pierce their vital spots. In a short span, 5 goblins fell beneath the rain of arrows. Inside the warehouse, the iron mound could no longer contain itself upon hearing the sounds of battle outside, immediately bellowing, "Brothers, charge out!" The trolls, poised for action, erupted into a frenzy, hefting their iron hammers and moving with heavy steps as they burst through the partially open stone door. Although the trolls were large, they did not skimp on speed, bounding forward in great strides, quickly catching up to the fleeing goblins. The trolls possessed tremendous strength. A single hammer strike could smash a goblin to bits. The once dispersed goblins, now caught between the dwarves and trolls, found themselves with no escape. They screamed and struggled, but could only fall one by one beneath the weapons. Some were struck by dwarf axes, others crushed by troll hammers, and still others pierced by elven arrows. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all the goblins were annihilated, leaving not a single fish that slipped through the net. The mingled scent of blood and sulfur spread through the mine tunnel with goblin limbs, and dropped explosives scattered on the rocky ground. Over a dozen corpses sprawled out without a sound. Iron Mound stepped on a goblin's corpse, reached down to pick up a fallen explosive package, weighed it in his hands, and grinned at Blackhammer, shouting, "Boss, look at this thing, it must be their explosives. This bunch really intended to ambush us." Blackhammer squatted down to pick up a piece of paper discarded by a fleeing goblin. To his surprise, the contents of the paper made Blackhammer increasingly alarmed. It depicted a crooked map of the mine tunnel, densely annotated with explosive placement points, even clearly marking the warehouse's ventilation ducts and the weak spots of the back wall. This was clearly not something this small group of goblins could have figured out. Someone must have already scouted this place. "Ariel, I need your help with something." "All right." Blackhammer stood up and handed the map to the elven leader, who was hastily approaching. "Please use this map to see if you can find the hideout of these goblins." "Understood." Ariel took a glance at the map. Without any hesitation, she turned to signal for elven archers, their figures flickering before vanishing into the darkness of the mine. "Iron Mound, take your men and search for all the explosives in the mine tunnel. Don't miss an inch, especially in the cracks of the rock walls and behind the piles of stones. This bunch can't be allowed to return. There will certainly be more coming afterward. We will continue to ambush them here, and every time they come we will strike them down." Everyone responded in unison, immediately splitting up to take action. The dwarves had a natural sensitivity to the mine, and in less than half an hour they had turned the entire mine tunnel upside down. They unearthed over 20 bundles of black gunpowder and a dozen fuses with wires attached, all piled at the entrance of the warehouse. In the sky, Shun-Yi looked at the explosives and couldn't help but curse. "This bastard is too cunning. If these goblins really succeeded, our kin would either be blown to bits or trapped in the warehouse to die." "Don't worry, don't panic. Look, haven't my dwarves already started to set up? As long as everything goes smoothly, those goblins won't escape." Shun Dao patted Shun-Yi on the shoulder, clearly having complete confidence in his dwarves. The wind in the mine carried the smell of sulfur, the torchlight casting flickering shadows on the rock walls as Blackhammer's gaze swept over the newly uncovered pile of explosives, his eyes filled with anger. He raised his hand to pat Iron Mound on the shoulder, pointing to a narrow pass 30 steps into the mine. "This is a must-pass route. Bury the explosives in the crevices of the rock walls on both sides, pull the fuses to our ambush point, and when the next batch of goblins comes we will send them a grand gift first." "All right." Iron Mound's eyes lit up, carrying the explosives toward the pass, followed by several dwarves skilled in stonework, who quickly chiseled out hidden grooves in the rock walls, moving as if they were in their own home. Blackhammer then turned to the troll leader standing by the stone door, his voice booming. "Troll brothers, please take half of your men and hide in the rock hollows on either side of the pass. When the explosives go off, charge out and block their escape. Don't let a single one get away. Rest assured, leave it to us." The troll leader thumped his chest and bellowed, waving his hand, as several trolls, hammers in tow, marched into the hollows on both sides. The remaining dwarf warriors were divided into 3 teams by Blackhammer. One team hid behind the rock piles in front of the pass, holding throwing spears and waiting to net their prey. Another team guarded behind the stone door of the warehouse as a reserve force ready to reinforce. And the last team, led by Iron Egg, circled around to the rear of the mine tunnel fork, cutting off the possible escape routes for the enemy. The elven archers left behind by Ariel were scattered on the rock shelves and beams at the top of the mine tunnel, bows drawn and aimed at every blind spot of the pass. As long as any living creature entered, they would undoubtedly fall prey to their arrows. In less than 15 minutes, the originally empty mine tunnel was turned into an impenetrable hunting net by Black Hammer. Iron Mound wiped the stone dust from his hands, leaned in beside Black Hammer, and whispered, "Boss, everything is set up. Not to mention a few goblins coming back. Even if a few dragons came, we'd blow them off course." Black Hammer nodded, squatting behind the pile of rocks with his battle axe firmly in hand, his gaze locked onto the darkness deep within the mine. He knew that the goblins' delay meant that reinforcements would soon be sent from the other side to check on them. This battle was just beginning. Time passed slowly, and everyone's gaze remained fixed on the exit of the mine passage. They were not kept waiting long. Soon several shadows darted out from the darkness, covered in black fur, their eyes gleaming red, sniffing the ground with their noses cautiously advancing. It was indeed the hellhounds of Zhou Lei and his group. Following closely behind were a dozen werewolves hunched over their claws, scratching white marks on the rocks, with the leading werewolf occasionally stopping to snarl and growl at the surroundings. "Boss, they're here," said Tai Dun in a low voice, his hand already grasping the fuse. Highhammer pressed his hand down, his eyes fixed intently on the advancing group, and once all the hellhounds and werewolves had stepped into the narrow passage, he suddenly barked, "Pull!" Tai Dun yanked the fuse with all his might. Boom! The deafening explosion instantly reverberated throughout the mine passage. The black gunpowder buried in the walls exploded simultaneously, and the falling debris struck the last few werewolves, turning them into a mushy pulp. The hellhound at the front was thrown into the air by the shockwave, crashing violently against the wall, while the leading hellhound had one of its hind legs broken by falling rubble, letting out a piercing scream. The entire narrow passage was instantly shrouded in dust and smoke. The werewolf ranks completely disbanded, and the hellhounds were trapped amidst the debris, their formation thrown into utter chaos. Throw spears. Fire arrows. Highhammer's roar pierced through the smoke, and the hidden dwarf spear throwers behind the piles of rocks rose up simultaneously, launching dozens of iron spears that whistled through the air, accurately piercing into the werewolf crowd within the haze. Cries of agony rose and fell. On the top of the mine, the elven archers continuously drew and released their bows, sending silver arrows flying, and within mere moments the remaining werewolves and hellhounds were shot to bits. Charge blocked the escape route. The roar of the troll leader echoed from the side caverns as more than a dozen trolls stormed out, wielding iron hammers. Their massive bodies stood at the exit, effectively blocking the only retreat. The hellhound leader, who had lost a leg, attempted to lead the remnants to break through, only to be met by a hammer swung by a troll, which crushed its head and bones into pieces. Highhammer leapt out from behind the rocks with a battle axe in hand, followed by the dwarves. The dwarf warriors surged forward, and amidst the rising and falling of their battle axes, the remaining hellhounds fell into pools of blood, without even having a chance to scream. In barely half a stick of incense's time, the entire reconnaissance team was annihilated, with not a single survivor. As the dust gradually settled, Tai Dun stepped on the corpse of the hellhound leader and pulled a bronze token from its neck. The back of the token was inscribed with a crooked map of the mine, clearly marking their position. "Boss, take a..." Highhammer took the bronze token, and the warm light of the torch illuminated the crooked lines, making them distinct. Not only was their warehouse position marked clearly, but the back of the token also illustrated the layout of them. At the intersection, 3 strongholds were circled in crimson paint, and next to the central mark was carved a wolf's head totem, which was indeed the temporary encampment of Zhou Lei's team. "Well done." Highhammer patted Tai Dun on the shoulder. "With such a commotion on our side, they must have already noticed. We must take advantage of the fact that they haven't fully reacted yet and charge straight into their lair to finish them off. Let's take down this group of scum." Tai Dun immediately responded, swinging his battle axe with a whooshing sound, excitement filling his eyes. The surrounding dwarf warriors also roared in agreement, their axes clanging against their shields, producing a resonant sound. Having just won a great victory, their morale was high, and each one of them burned with the desire to fight. The trolls were even pounding their chests and howling, eager to charge out with their hammers. "Everyone quiet down." Highhammer raised his hand to calm the noise, his gaze landing on the swiftly approaching Alier. "Alier, you know the mine best. What do you think?" Alier took the bronze token and glanced at it, immediately spotting the problem. This stronghold is located at the intersection of the main mine and the temple path, 3 miles away, with 3 narrow passages in between, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Moreover, this token only marks the main path, without indicating the side paths or traps. If we charge recklessly, we could easily fall into an ambush. She paused, looking up at Highhammer. "My suggestion is to first send a reconnaissance team to ascertain the enemy's defenses and troop strength before determining our attack plan. Since the enemy is uncertain about our exact numbers, charging in headlong will only lead to unnecessary casualties." Highhammer nodded, the blood that had surged with battle fervor gradually cooling. He knew Alier was right. Their main task was to hold the stronghold and capture the temple, not to act recklessly. However, letting go of such a good opportunity to annihilate them would only leave them in a passive position if the enemy returned with a large force. Highhammer's fingers traced the uneven patterns on the bronze token, the torchlight, casting flickering shadows on his face, while the dwarves and trolls behind him continued to discuss softly. He was acutely aware of the crux of this battle. Defending while certainly safe, the stronghold of Zhou Lei was lodged at the intersection of the main mine and the temple path, like a nail stuck in their inevitable route. If Zhou Lei did not relocate, they would have to confront them in battle. Attacking while risky was feasible. The reconnaissance team was wiped out in less than half a stick of incense, and Zhou Lei's side definitely had not yet grasped their situation, nor could they anticipate that they would dare to take the initiative. Catching the enemy off guard was far more advantageous than passively waiting for them to come with a large force to launch an assault. You are right, charging in recklessly is definitely not a good idea. Highhammer finally spoke, his voice steady and powerful, his gaze fixed respectfully on Alier. But we absolutely cannot avoid engaging you. Our goal is the temple, and we will inevitably have to fight with them. He raised his hand and, using the dust on the ground, quickly sketched the direction of the main mine based on the map on the token, clearly marking the locations of the 3 passages and strongholds. Alier, please take some elven archers and stealthily scout ahead to ascertain the enemy's troop distribution and if there are any abandoned side paths on either side of the mine that we can use to bypass them. Remember, you must be quick. No problem. Alier immediately nodded, her expression resolute, as if she were ready to enlist. Within half an hour, I will bring you back an accurate defense map. Highhammer then turned to Tai Dun, and the troll leader Tai Dun, take 30 dwarf shield bearers and spear throwers, and follow the troll brothers into the front. Once the elves clear the surrounding traps, you will stage a feigned attack, making as much noise as possible to draw the enemy's main force to the front. Remember, it's just a feigned attack, no reckless charges. Just hold them off. Rest assured, boss, we will definitely leave them stunned. Tai Dun patted his chest in agreement, and the troll leader also thumped his chest in response with a low growl, acknowledging the task. Finally, Highhammer's gaze fell on Tai Dan, lightly pausing his battle axe on the ground. Tai Dan, you take the remaining 20 elite dwarf warriors and follow me through the side path. Once the elves find a way to flank them, we will sneak behind their stronghold, and when the frontal assault begins, we will attack from the rear, launching a pincer attack on them. Ariel said no more, raising her hand to summon 8 of the most agile elven archers, signaling them to be silent with a gesture of her finger. In an instant, the group vanished into the shadows of the mining tunnel, not even disturbing the light of the torches. Haichui looked in the direction where the elves had disappeared, gripping his battle axe tightly, and spoke in a low voice. Everyone proceed as planned. Tai Dun, you go to the front entrance and wait for Ariel's signal before taking action. Tai Dan, come with me, remember to tread lightly and make not a sound. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and the group split into 3 paths, setting off in an orderly fashion. Deep within the mining tunnel, the temporary stronghold of Zhou Lei was brightly lit. Zhou Lei's consciousness projection hovered in midair, his face darkened to the point of being able to drip water. The reconnaissance team they had sent out had been out of contact for half an hour, and not a single message had come back, causing an increasing sense of unease within him. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Zhou Lei shouted angrily at Zhao Chuang. We dispatched over 20 hellhounds and werewolves, yet they couldn't even send a message back. Wang Tung furrowed his brows, rubbing the collar of a hellhound with an impatient tone. What's the rush? Perhaps they found Chun Dao's stronghold and are lurking to gather intelligence, unable to send a message in time. My hellhounds have keen senses. Even if they encounter danger, they can signal. The lack of movement could very well be a good sign. Wang Tung, a collaborator Zhou Lei had brought in from another school, showed no concern for Zhou Lei's anger. A good sign. Zhou Lei sneered, pointing at the map on the ground. Chun Dao's group defeated me so easily during the monthly assessment. They are definitely not pushovers. The reconnaissance team has been uncontactable for so long. Either they were annihilated by them or fell into some other trap. Regardless of which, we must remain vigilant. Zhou Gu is right, and we cannot sit idly by. We set our stronghold at the intersection of the main mining tunnel and the temple, which is the only path Chun Dao's group would take to the temple. They will come here eventually, or we might as well take the initiative. No way. Zhao Chuang immediately opposed. We are unclear about Chun Dao's forces. The warehouse is easy to defend, but hard to attack. Each of their 3 families has their own advantages, and more importantly, we are not sure if the explosives we planted have been discovered by them. In this situation, going to find them is tantamount to courting death. I think we should just stay here and wait for them to come to us. The group argued ceaselessly in the air, unable to convince one another. At that moment, a goblin scout came tumbling and shouting incoherently, his face filled with terror. The goblin leader's expression changed, and he rushed forward to restrain the goblin, shouting loudly, "No." There is movement at the entrance of the main mining tunnel. A large group of trolls and dwarves is charging over, looking to launch a frontal assault on our stronghold. So they have come. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Lei's eyes. I knew they wouldn't dare to hide in the warehouse forever. Wang Tong, take half of your hellhounds to intercept at the front entrance and delay for time. Zhao Chuang, have your halferks guard the entrance of the stronghold, preparing to face the enemy. Heat in. Li Yuan, take the goblins and set traps on both sides of the entrance, detonating them when they charge in. Understood. The three responded in unison and immediately began to mobilize their kin. Wang Tong's dozens of hellhounds charged out first, racing towards the entrance. Zhao Chuang's 30 or so halferks stood guard at the entrance of the stronghold, tightly gripping their stone hammers ready for battle. Li Yuan, meanwhile, took the goblins and stealthily positioned themselves on both sides of the entrance, rapidly setting up explosive traps. Zhou Lei's werewolves followed the hellhounds towards the entrance. Zhou Lei hovered in midair, his gaze fixed on the entrance, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chen Dao, do you think you can catch me off guard by taking the initiative? Today I will show you what it means to walk into a trap. At this moment at the entrance, Tai Dun was hiding behind a pile of rocks with dwarven shield bearers and spear throwers. The trolls were pacing back and forth in front of the entrance with their iron hammers, deliberately making heavy footsteps and occasionally roaring in the direction of the stronghold, creating a tremendous racket. In contrast, the hellhounds and werewolves at the entrance were nervously watching the approaching dwarves and trolls, fearful of their sudden charge. Tai Dun crouched behind the pile of rocks, watching the tense expressions across the way, chuckling foolishly, then lowered his voice to the nearby dwarven spear thrower. Stay steady, don't reveal any flaws, wait for Ariel's signal, and then we'll see if we can truly give them a taste of our strength. The dwarves nodded in agreement, gripping their spears tightly, their eyes fixed on the hellhounds and werewolves across the entrance. The hellhounds were crouching, emitting low growls from their throats, their claws leaving deep scratches on the rock. Yet looking at the group of menacing trolls, they dared not charge forward recklessly. Zhou Lei's werewolves were scattered on both sides of the hellhounds, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, occasionally baring their teeth at the trolls. Behind the rock walls on both sides of the entrance, Li Hao's goblins were racing against time to set up traps. The goblins moved swiftly, burying bundles of explosives in the crevices of the rocks and laying down gravel on the ground as camouflage. In just a quarter of an hour, they set up 3 explosive traps. Though they were rudimentary explosives, they were enough to severely injure the charging dwarves and trolls. Zhou Ge, the traps are set. Li Yuan shouted up to Zhou Lei in midair, his tone filled with pride. As long as they dare to charge, and I guarantee they will be utterly obliterated. Great. Ill, now order the werewolves and hellhounds to retreat. Those dwarves will definitely be unable to resist chasing after us. As Zhou Lei spoke, he issued a command to the werewolves. Once the dwarves catch up, you will immediately detonate the explosives. This time I want Shun Yi to pay the price for that last explosive, Zhou Lei said with a face full of resentment. As soon as Zhou Lei's command was issued, the crouching werewolves instantly withdrew their threatening postures and slowly began to retreat. Their steps were deliberately slow, as if intimidated by the trolls' imposing presence. Dozens of hellhounds followed suit, their growls fading to a low murmur, yet they kept their intense gaze on the dwarves and trolls at the entrance, their eyes filled with reluctance and vigilance. The dwarves crouched behind the pile of rocks, watching the werewolves and hellhounds retreat step by step. One spear thrower nearly couldn't contain himself and was restrained by Tai Dun. What's the hurry? Tai Dun whispered. Ariel's signal hasn't arrived, yet don't fall into their trap. The spear thrower scratched his head, chuckled, then buried his head back down, but his eyes remained fixed on the opposite side, his fingers already poised on the trigger of his spear. Behind the rock walls on both sides of the entrance, Li Yuan was intently watching the movements of the dwarves, his smugness barely contained. He could envision the scene of the explosives detonating, the dwarves and trolls blown to pieces, almost seeing the piles of points beckoning to him. The goblins beside him were also huddled behind the rocks, chattering excitedly, their eyes filled with both excitement and fear. In the sky, Zhou Lei, seeing that the dwarves outside the pass were still hesitant to take action, felt a flicker of impatience in his eyes and immediately issued another divine command. The werewolves instantly tensed their backs, emitting sharp howls one after another. A dozen figures sprang forth, their claws scraping against the rock walls of the tunnel, creating dazzling sparks, feigning an intent to break through the dwarven defenses. Yet they remained several dozen meters away from the dwarves. Nearby, the hellhounds also began to stir, drool dripping from their fangs, while their crimson eyes locked onto the figures behind the pile of rocks. Damn it, why aren't those stinking dwarves moving? Zhou Lei's fist, suspended in midair, clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, as his resentful gaze fixed on the direction of the pass. Completely unaware, the shadow of death silently enveloped the rock walls on both sides, creeping along the shadows at the top of the tunnel. "Look at those stupid wolves still making a racket over there." A distant figure Tai Dun laughed heartily at the agitated werewolves, showing no signs of tension. From the rock crevices at the top of the tunnel, 8 elven figures appeared like phantoms, their breathing nearly imperceptible. The bowstrings were already drawn tight, aimed directly at the unsuspecting goblins. Ariel pressed against the foremost ridge of rocks, her silver-gray pupils reflecting the agitated hellhounds, and werewolves below her fingertips, gently pressing downward. The silent command fell. 8 arrows were loosed, simultaneously slicing through the air to create an almost invisible silver line. A sound of air being pierced resounded, and the goblins guarding the fuse fell backward without even letting out. At that moment, Li Yuan was in the air watching the distant dwarves alongside Zhou Lei, still boasting animate. But halfway through his boasting, he caught a glimpse of the goblins by the fuse, their bodies stiffening, falling straight down. Each of their necks was pierced by a delicate wooden arrow, blood slowly seeping down the shaft. Li Yuan's bragging abruptly ceased, as if a cold hand had tightly gripped his throat. The earlier sense of triumph vanished in an instant. "Crap! There's an ambush!" Li Yuan hurriedly shouted to Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei, suspended in midair, suddenly froze, his gaze swiftly shifting from the dwarves at the pass to follow Li Yuan's trembling finger, looking towards the rock walls on both sides. He saw that the goblins who had just been guarding the fuse were now strewn across the ground, their necks pierced by precisely aimed wooden arrows, unable to utter a single cry. Nearby, several goblins were terrified, their souls fleeing as they screeched and rushed towards the ignition fuse, their fingertips already touching the oil-soaked wire. Ariel, seeing the rushing goblins from her position atop the ridge, maintained a calm demeanor in her silver-white pupils, her fingertips pressing down once more. Another series of piercing sounds echoed. The goblins rushing at the fuse suddenly halted, blood blossoming from their foreheads, crashing straight onto the pile of explosives without igniting a spark. "Elves! It's those damned elven archers." Zhou Lei's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, his previously anxious mood transforming into boundless rage. "Li Yuan, are you blind? They're right under your nose, and you didn't even make a sound." He screamed frantically at the werewolves below, his voice filled with fury. "Come back, all of you, return." The furious command penetrated the minds of every werewolf, causing the beast pack, which had been feigning an attack, to freeze in place. Dozens of werewolves abruptly turned around, their claws screeching against the rocky ground, no longer able to care about luring the dwarves retreating madly towards their stronghold. The nearby hellhounds were also panicking at the sight, their crimson eyes losing their earlier ferocity, scrambling backward in the footsteps of the werewolves, turning the narrow tunnel into chaos. Seeing this, Tai Dun behind the pile of rocks at the pass could not hide his excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! It must be the boss and Ariel who have started their move." Seeing this, Tai Dun behind the pile of rocks at the pass could not hide his excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! It must be the boss and Ariel who have..." The dwarves, who had been holding back for so long, instantly sprang up, dozens of iron-tipped javelins released simultaneously, whistling through the air and plunging into the chaotic beast pack. In the narrow tunnel, the werewolves and hellhounds became entangled with no room to dodge. Several werewolves and hellhounds were mercilessly pierced by the javelins during their escape, their shrill screams barely escaping their lips before they were pinned to the ground, twitching until they breathed their last. The werewolves' screams echoed in the tunnel as the dwarves charged and trampling over the bloodied ground. The heavy oak shields formed an impenetrable barrier, ruthlessly crushing the direction in which the beasts fled. Tai Dun led the charge at the forefront, every swing of his battle axe effortlessly claiming a werewolf, the hot blood splattering across his face as he laughed with increasing ferocity, running. "Weren't you just making a fuss? Leave your lives to me." The trolls behind could no longer contain themselves, striding forward with iron hammers larger than dwarves. In the narrow tunnel, the werewolves and hellhounds were squeezed into a mass, unable to maneuver. They were blocked from charging forward by the suddenly appearing Black Hammer team, and crushed backward by the dwarven shield formation, forced to spin wildly in place, trampling each other. As the heavy iron hammers fell, 3 or 4 hellhounds were crushed into a pulp, unable to even let out a scream. In midair, Zhou Lei watched his werewolves fall in droves, his heart already in turmoil. Though this was just a simulated exam, and the kin would not truly die, it would undoubtedly leave a psychological shadow on them, drastically diminishing his authority. His bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on the charging dwarves and the incessantly shooting elves, he screamed frantically, "Zhao Chuang, are you dead or what?" He no longer cared about the feelings of his collaborators, solely focused on resolving the crisis quickly. Yet the chaos in the tunnel was already beyond. He no longer cared about the feelings of his collaborators, solely focused on resolving the crisis quickly. Yet the chaos in the tunnel was already beyond saving. The Black Hammer team, wielding the elite combat strength of the dwarves, firmly blocked the retreat path. Any werewolf attempting to breach the defense line would instantly be cleaved in half by several battle axes. The face of the Black Hammer covered in stubble bore a wild grin, shouting loudly, "Weren't you quite formidable when we were fighting earlier? Now you want to run. It's too late." Behind them, Tai Dun advanced steadily with the shield formation, the impenetrable oak shields knocking the werewolves and hellhounds off balance. The trolls behind swung iron hammers taller than the dwarves, each strike accompanied by the sound of bones cracking and the screams of the beasts. In the narrow tunnel, there was no room for these agile beasts to maneuver. They could only pile together, either cleaved in half by battle axes or crushed into pulp by iron hammers, unable to mount a decent counterattack. Their defeat was already determined. The battle in the mine tunnel was nearing its end. Zhou Lei's werewolf, Zhao Chuang's halforc, Wang Tung's hellhound, and Li Yuan's goblin. The three clans were trapped like caged beasts, desperately struggling under the onslaught of the dwarven shield formation and the elven archers. No, impossible. Zhou Lei screamed hysterically in midair, watching helplessly as his clan members fell one by one. His divine domain projection began to fluctuate violently. After all his clan members were dead, he too would be expelled from the ruins. Although this was merely a simulation exam, and his clan members would not truly die, the terror and despair of being slaughtered would be deeply etched into the soul of each clan member. "Chen Daoshan, you wait. After the monthly exam, I will make you pay." Zhou Lei's voice echoed in the mine tunnel, filled with unwillingness, but in the end, he was just a jumping clown. After experiencing such a complete failure, his clan would likely lose all faith in him, and their belief in him would diminish infinitely. The distance between them had become a chasm. Before his words had faded, his divine domain projection flickered violently a few times, then, with a poof, it dissipated into the air. Immediately after, Zhao Chuang, Wang Tung, and Li Yuan's divine domain projections also vanished successively. Only Chun Dao, Lin Qingxue, and Shun Yi's clans remained in the mine tunnel, surrounded by corpses that were gradually turning into specks of light and disappearing. Ding! Detection of all enemy clans has been annihilated. Battle ended. Calculating points. The system's prompt sounded simultaneously in the minds of the three. In the mine tunnel, Black Hammer leaned on his battle axe, breathing heavily. His armor was covered in claw marks and bite wounds, and there was a deep gash on his left arm, bleeding profusely. Although the battle had gone smoothly, overall Black Hammer had inevitably sustained some injuries. "Boss, your Iron Block hurried over, pulling out a small pouch from his waist containing a special dwarven hemostatic herb. Black Hammer waved his hand, grinning. "Just a minor injury, no big deal. But that axe swing was impressive. The way you cleaved that hellhound was downright decisive." Iron Block scratched his head awkwardly. "It's all thanks to your good teaching, boss." Meanwhile, Shen Yi's trolls were not faring well either. Although trolls had strong regenerative abilities, many were injured, facing the assault of 4 clans. At this moment, they were sitting on the ground, clumsily bandaging their wounds. "Shen Yi, let your clan rest first." Chen Dao said to Shen Yi, "I'll have my dwarves share some herbs with you." "Thank you, Brother Chun." Shen Yi's voice was filled with gratitude. Iron Block carefully bandaged Black Hammer's wounds. The special dwarven hemostatic herbs emitted a faint fragrance, diluting the strong smell of blood around Black Hammer. Though Black Hammer claimed it was just a minor injury, the cold sweat trickling down his forehead betrayed his pain. "Boss, you should rest for a bit." Iron Block finished bandaging and helped Black Hammer lean against the rock wall. Black Hammer nodded, his gaze sweeping over the dwarves in the mine tunnel. Although everyone bore wounds, their eyes were filled with joy and pride in victory. "Take stock of the casualties," Black Hammer said through gritted teeth. His voice echoed in the mine tunnel, and the dwarves immediately sprang into action to assess the toll. "Report, boss." A young dwarf rushed over, his face filled with sorrow. 12 of our brothers are seriously injured, 23 lightly injured, and 9 brothers didn't make it." Black Hammer's expression gradually turned somber. Although the master had told him that this time, like the last, the clan members would not truly die, the pain of losing comrades was real. "Take good care of the seriously injured, and let the lightly injured bandage each other." After just a moment, Black Hammer adjusted his demeanor. "As for those 9 brothers, let's treat them well when we return and give them a few more barrels of wine." Black Hammer's words reinvigorated the dwarves. For dwarves, wine was the best comfort and the highest. "Boss is right. Let's go back and have a good drink." Iron Block was the first to respond, and the other dwarf. Just then the system's prompt sounded again. "Points calculation complete. Chen Dao Dwarven Clan killed werewolves 43, halforcs 19, hellhounds 23, goblins 13, total points 196. Shen Yi Troll Clan killed werewolves 23, halforcs 38, hellhounds 17, goblins 5, total points 166. Lin Qingxue Elven Clan killed werewolves 12, hellhounds 26, goblins 33, total points 142. Current total team points 504. Awesome. Shen Yi suddenly patted Chun Dao's shoulder, excitedly shouting, We hit the jackpot, Brother Chun. This time we're definitely in the top 5. Shun Yi looked at Chun Dao with a grin resembling an 80-year-old child. Chun Dao gazed at the panel before him, feeling a surge of joy. 504 points. This score indeed exceeded his expectations. However, his gaze quickly fell on another place, the massive stone door deep within the mine tunnel. Don't celebrate too early, Chun Dao said calmly. The real challenge lies ahead. Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. Chun Dao is right. The core of this ruin should be behind that stone door, where the most precious treasures lie, not just points, but also the inheritance within. So what should we do now? Go straight in. Shun Yi scratched his head. Chun Dao stared at the large stone door deep in the mine tunnel, which was carved with ancient runes emitting a faint, ghostly light in the dim tunnel. Let's not rush, Chun Dao said, unlike Shun Yi, who was impatient. Our clan has just gone through a fierce battle and needs to rest, plus we don't know what dangers lie behind the stone door. We must prepare thoroughly. Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. My elven archers have used up more than half of their arrows and need to be resupplied, and the runes on the stone door look very ancient, possibly requiring special methods to open. Though Shun Yi was anxious, he also recognized Chun Dao's reasoning. Then let's let the clan rest for a bit and study the stone door. All right, Chun Dao said, turning his gaze towards Blackhammer in the divine domain, issuing him a divine command: stay put, and let the others investigate the stone door. Upon receiving the divine command, Blackhammer did not dare to delay and immediately organized the dwarves. Some dwarves tended to the injured while others followed Blackhammer to the stone door. The stone door was 10 meters tall and about 5 meters wide, carved from a solid block of black rock. Its surface was covered with intricate runes that emitted a ghostly blue light in the dim mine tunnel, flowing as if alive. Haichui leaned on the battle axe in front of the stone door, his left arm's wound already bandaged, but the pain still caused him to frown slightly. He extended his rough palm and gently touched the surface of the stone door. The eerie blue patterns on the stone door seemed to grow warm, spreading upward along the dragon blood totem on the back of his hand. Boss! Tai Dun exclaimed in surprise at this scene. Haichui appeared to be oblivious. At that moment his consciousness was drawn into an illusion where a giant hammer fell repeatedly, each strike carrying an incomprehensible profundity. Those unspeakable nuances intertwined in the air, shattering and reorganizing, ultimately coalescing into a vague figure. The figure stood with its back to him, wielding a giant hammer, each swing causing the entire space to tremble. Meanwhile, Haichui's hand remained firmly pressed against the stone door. No matter how hard the dwarves and trolls beside him pulled, they could not budge it. Before long, beads of sweat began to appear on Haichui's face, and his skin gradually turned red. What the heck, Brother Chen? What's wrong with this dwarf? Why is he suddenly so red? Shun Yi in the sky also couldn't comprehend the situation, looking at Chun Dao with a face full of confusion. Beside them, Lin Qingxue remained silent, quietly observing Chun Dao, clearly believing that this dwarf deity might know something about the condition of his clan. Chun Dao did not respond to Shun Yi's question, but instead fixed his gaze straight ahead. Indeed, the long silent options had appeared once again. However, this time the options were somewhat different. Detected divine inheritance fragments of Hong Lai's forging principle. Detected that the believer Haichui resonates with the inheritance. Warning: inheritance energy overload. The believer's soul may not withstand it. Please choose your response. Option 1, forceful guidance. Spend 5,000 faith points to guide Haichui to receive the complete inheritance energy. Effect: Haichui has a chance to advance to a higher profession and unlock exclusive forging talents. Risk: Haichui must withstand the divine impact alone, with a chance of soul damage, permanent potential decrease, and a very small chance of soul death, synchronous death in reality. Option 2, divine energy splitting. Spend 3,000 faith points to direct part of the inheritance energy to other believers. Effect: Haichui safely receives the core inheritance energy. Tai Dun, Tai Dan, and 10 other dwarves gain secondary inheritance energy with a chance to unlock talents. Option 3, divine compensation. Spend 8,000 faith points to use one's own divinity as a medium to share the impact. Effect: the probability of Haichui's safe advancement greatly increases, and you gain insights into forging, slightly enhancing your compatibility with forging divinity. Risk: you will enter a brief period of weakness, unable to enter the divine realm for 3 days in reality. Current faith points 17,000. Chun Dao stared at the 3 options on the panel, his palms slightly sweating. Soul death, synchronous death in reality. These words made him reconsider this choice seriously. The death of a clan member in the virtual battlefield might only cause mental trauma, but soul death is true death. Although the probability is extremely low, Chun Dao did not dare to gamble. This was the one person he valued most in his clan, and as long as he grew steadily, his future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Brother Chun, why aren't you speaking? Shin Yi's voice carried a hint of urgency. This dwarf is getting redder. If this continues, he might just be cooked. Lin Qingxue finally spoke, her voice cool, yet tinged with rare seriousness. Chun Dao, your clan member, is undergoing some high-level energy impact. If not handled properly, it might. Given her well-off background, Lin Qingxue likely had heard of such matters, and she couldn't help but remind Chun Dao, fearing he would lose such a promising talent. I know what I'm doing. Chun Dao waved his hand at them, and then turned to consider the other two options, beginning to bring. Although option 3 was safe, the 8,000 faith points cost was enormous, likely slowing down his advancement pace, and the specific improvement in forging divinity compatibility was not clear, so Chun Dao truly hesitated to spend such a large amount. Option 2, divine energy splitting. Spending 3,000 faith points not only allowed Haichui to safely receive the core inheritance energy, but also enabled Tai Dun, Tai Dan, and 10 other dwarves to gain secondary inheritance energy. This would not only preserve Haichui, but also enhance the overall strength of the dwarf tribe, increasing faith point income and not significantly slowing down his advancement pace. Therefore, this option was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Choose 2. Chun Dao silently thought. You have selected divine energy splitting. Faith point cost 3,000, remaining faith points 14,000, guiding inheritance energy splitting. Before the stone door, Haichui's body had turned as red as a heated iron block, with sweat seeping from his skin only to evaporate into white mist. Tai Dun and several dwarves were still desperately pulling at his arm, but the hand pressed against the stone door seemed rooted, refusing to budge. Boss, wake up! Tai Dun exclaimed, his eyes reddening with anxiety, his voice tinged with helplessness. Ever since he began forging with Haichui, he had never felt so helpless. Just then, a gentle, yet vast golden red light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping Haichui. Within the light, Chun Dao's flame avatar slowly manifested. He did not speak, he simply raised his hand and gently pointed at Haichui. Buzz! The eerie blue runes on the stone door suddenly erupted with blinding light. The inheritance energy that had been madly rushing into Haichui's body as if guided by an invisible hand began to gradually weaken and slowly flow towards the surrounding dwarves. Part of this energy continued to remain within Haichui, but its pace slowed, becoming gentler. Another part transformed into 10 small streams of blue light, separating from Haichui, swirling in the air, before precisely shooting towards the surrounding dwarves. Tai Dun, Tai Dan, and 8 other dwarves who had shown the most valor in the previous battle were simultaneously struck by the blue light streams. Tai Dun let out a muffled grunt, feeling a scorching force surge into his body as countless forging images flashed before his eyes, those once blurry images now deeply imprinted in his mind. The other 9 dwarves experienced the same, some crouched down holding their heads while others howled to the heavens, but without exception their expressions rapidly changed from initial pain to confusion and finally to understanding. The redness on his face began to fade, and his breathing gradually steadied. In the illusion, the giant hammer that fell repeatedly no longer raged wildly, but swung at a pace and rhythm he could comprehend. The trajectory of each strike was clearly etched in his mind, allowing his forging skills to grow rapidly. Inheritance guidance complete. Haichui successfully received the core inheritance, significantly enhancing his forging abilities, and comprehended the method of sharp rune engraving. Tai Dun and Tai Dan attack techniques improved, while the other 8 dwarves experienced a slight enhancement in their forging abilities. Soon Haichui slowly opened his eyes. Within those originally golden eyes, a glimmer of deep blue now flickered, dancing like flames. He looked down at his hands, noticing that a delicate pattern of runes had mysteriously appeared along the edge of the dragon blood totem on the back of his hand, identical to the deep blue runes on the stone door. Boss, you're awake. Tai Dun was the first to rush over, his eyes still red. You scared me to death just now. Haichui remained silent, merely patting Tai Dun's shoulder, offering him a reassuring look. An unprecedented sensation surged from his palm, not just a mere strength, but a heightened mastery over metal flames and forging. A completely new method of rune engraving also appeared in his mind. He could clearly discern that if given a piece of obsidian iron or now, he could forge a battle axe that was several times sharper than before. Master! Haichui looked up at the flame avatar slowly dissipating in midair, kneeling on one knee. Thank you for your protection. The flame avatar of Chun Dao slightly nodded before completely vanishing. Ding! Your follower Haichui has successfully advanced rune forging. Master Intermediate. Your follower Haichui has unlocked a new ability, sharp rune engraving, can permanently enhance weapons with armor-piercing effects. Your follower Tai Dun has comprehended heavy strike technique, has a chance to trigger double damage during attacks. Your follower Tai Dan has comprehended precise throwing spear, hit rate 30. The forging abilities of the other 8 dwarfs have been enhanced. Current faith value 140. Chun Dao sighed in relief upon seeing the notifications on the panel. The expenditure of these 300 faith points was well worth it. Not only did it save Haichui, but it also overall enhanced the strength of the dwarf tribe. More importantly, He Chue unlocked sharp rune engraving, which meant the dwarves could mass-produce armor-piercing weapons, a significant advantage for future battles. After completely resolving this matter, Chun Dao finally shifted his gaze to Shun Yi and Lin Qingxue, standing nearby. At this moment, Shun Yi's mouth was agape, clearly shocked by Chun Dao's method of resolution. He looked as if he desperately wanted to know how Chun Dao accomplished this, but all the questions were swallowed back down. Even if his mind was not particularly sharp, he understood that everyone had their own secrets, knowing well which matters could be asked and which could not. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue frowned tightly, watching Chun Dao's gaze shift toward her, and hurriedly spoke. The situation here is different from what the intel described. I apologize, and I will compensate you after we go out. Though her words were few, her tone was clearly filled with regret. There's no need, Chun Dao replied calmly, not wanting to dwell on the earlier incident. Ruins are inherently unpredictable, it's not your fault. After all, they would likely be cooperating for a long time to come, so it was unnecessary to jeopardize goodwill over a minor issue. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly, saying no more, but the regret in her eyes did not dissipate. She turned to look at the lower platform where the elven archers had regrouped, maintaining a vigilant formation. Shun Yi finally closed his mouth and scratched his head as he approached. Brother Chun, what was that blue light just now? It was the inheritance left by the original master, Chun Dao replied succinctly. The stone door conceals the forging principles of the ruins' original owner. Forging principles? Shun Yi's eyes lit up. Does that mean? Exactly, Chun Dao nodded, not denying it. My dwarves can now engrave sharp runes on weapons. Wow. Shun Yi abruptly slung an arm around Chun Dao's shoulder. Brother Chun is amazing. But in a moment, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Since Brother Chun has gotten such a good rune, does that mean? Go away. Chun Dao looked at Shun Yi's smug face, waving his hand to dismiss him. He didn't need to think to know this guy was definitely eyeing the enchanted warhammer. We'll talk about it after we go out, Chun Dao said, turning his attention back to the lower area. The dwarves and trolls, having gone through the earlier ordeal, were feeling weary and had begun to rest on the spot, while the stone door showed no signs of opening. There are only a few hours left until the end of this month's exam. Lin Qingxue's voice rang out again, though she said little. The implication was clear. With the scores they had already obtained, they could confidently enter the elite group. The stone door before them showed no signs of opening, so it would be better to rest until the exam ended. Chun Dao looked at the exhausted dwarves and trolls below, then glanced at the immobile stone door. Lin Qingxue was right. A score of 504 was enough to secure their place at the top, ensuring their entry into the elite group. Now that the followers were weary and the stone door showed no sign of opening, forcing exploration could lead to unnecessary risks. You're right. Chun Dao nodded helplessly. Then I will have them rest in place and wait for the end of the exam. Though Shun Yi was somewhat reluctant, seeing his group of trolls exhausted and leaning in various directions, he could only nod. All right, we've already secured enough points. The three reached a consensus and each issued a divine decree for the followers to rest in place. In front of the stone door, He Chue received the divine decree, and although he was still curious about the secrets behind the stone door, he promptly carried out the order. Brothers, rest in place. He commanded loudly. Tai Dun, keep watch around Tai Dan, check on the injured. The rest focus on recovering your... The dwarves quickly sprang into action. Tai Dun led 10 healthier dwarf warriors to patrol the edges of the group. Tai Dan checked on the injured dwarves one by one, using specially crafted herbal remedies to bandage them. The trolls were even more straightforward, simply lying on the ground, some even snoring. The troll leader leaned against the rock wall, with his iron hammer, looking half dead. The elven archers were dispersed across the high points of the platform, bows and hand arrows ready, vigilantly watching for any movements around them. He Chue approached the stone door once again, reaching out to touch the deep blue runes. This time the runes did not heat up or pull him into an illusion. They simply glowed gently, as if responding to his touch. Boss, this stone door. Tai Dun walked over, lowering his voice with a hint of eagerness. Shouldn't we try to open? He Chue shook his head. The master has his considerations. We should just do our part. Though he said this, his gaze lingered on the stone door for a few more seconds. He could feel something on the other side of the door calling out to him. But since the master had ordered them to rest, he would never act without permission. He Chue turned to a nearby open area, beginning to digest the newly acquired forging knowledge in his mind. Sharp rune engraving. He repeatedly rehearsed the structure of this rune in his heart. Unlike the fire resistance rune he had learned before, the sharp rune was more complex and refined, requiring energy to be concentrated on an extremely small point to create the armor-piercing effect. If I can engrave this rune on all the dwarves' battle axes. He Chue murmured to himself, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The combat power of the dwarf tribe would be elevated to a new level. Soon the vision of the three gradually became blurry. The scene of the ruins slowly faded from their sight, like the receding tide, pulling the consciousness of Chun Dao, Lin Qingxue, and Shun Yi out of the virtual ruins. Chen Dao opened his eyes, discovering that he had returned to the virtual divine domain connection room of the school. The silver-white metal walls and the neatly arranged virtual connection pods looked exactly the same as before entering the ruins. With alongside, Chen Dao sat up from the connection pod. The hatch opened automatically, and the light outside was somewhat blinding. He squinted his eyes, adjusting for a few seconds before seeing the situation in the connection room clearly. Most of the students had already awakened, some were excitedly discussing their experiences in the ruins, some looked dejected, while others still lay in the connection pods, appearing utterly disinterested in life. Chen Gu. Shen Yi's loud voice soon rang out beside him. Chen Dao turned to look only to see Shen Yi climbing out of the connection pod, still wearing the remnants of excitement on his face. We definitely ranked first this time. Lin Xingxue also rose from the connection pod on the other side. She tidied up her somewhat disheveled hair and looked at Chen Dao, her expression neutral. Yet the excitement in her eyes was hard to conceal. The scores should be released soon. Our results should be quite good this time. Chen Dao nodded and stepped out of the connection pod. He twisted his somewhat stiff neck. Having stayed in the virtual ruins for a full 3 days, although only a few hours had passed in the real world, the fatigue on a conscious level was very real. All students gather in the central hall. The voice of teacher Lu Yong echoed through the broadcast. The monthly exam results will be announced soon. As the broadcast ended, the students in the classroom immediately became restless. Some were anxious, others were eager, but most were already impatient to head outside. Chen Dao, Lin Xingxue, and Shen Yi exchanged glances and followed the crowd towards the central hall. The central hall was the largest public space in their school, capable of accommodating thousands of. At this moment, the hall was filled with students standing according to their class divisions. The three quickly found their class spot and stood firm. On the high platform ahead, Lu Yong and several other teachers were already in position. Lu Yong held a shimmering crystal board in his hands, which recorded all the students' monthly exam scores. Silence. Lu Yong's voice resonated throughout the hall with divine power. As he shouted, the noisy discussions gradually subsided. The results of this monthly exam will now be announced. Lu Yong's voice remained calm and powerful. As per tradition, we will start from the last place. He tapped on the crystal board. A light curtain unfolded in the center of the hall, beginning to scroll the names and scores. Rank 1230, Wang Hao points 0. Rank 1229, Li Na points 0. Rank 1228, Zhang Wei points 0. As names scrolled by, most scores ranged between 0 and 20, including students from other schools. Those with low scores looked dejected, but there was not much else to be upset about. They knew the level of their clans and understood they were merely going through the motions. Chen Dao stood quietly in the crowd, his gaze calm as he watched the names scrolling on the light curtain. Indeed, as the ranks climbed, the scores began to rise significantly. Rank 300, Zhao Ming points 63. Rank 200, Sun Xiao points 78. Rank 100, Qian Duodua points 89. When the top 100 were announced, the atmosphere in the hall became noticeably tense. Those who could enter the top 100 were the cream of the crop from each class, and their scores directly affected the class honor and personal resource distribution. Rank 50, Zhou Lei points 93. When this name appeared, Chen Dao noticed Zhou Lei's face instantly turning pale. They had originally planned to ambush in the warehouse and secure a top 10 finish, but were unexpectedly wiped out by Chen Dao and the others, their eyes filled with reluctance and anger. Shen Yi chuckled softly. Hee, that guy looks green with envy. Chen Dao patted his shoulder, whispering, don't talk, focus on listening. Rank 30, Wang Hao class 3 points 99. Rank 20, Li Shui class 1 points 123. Rank 10, Zhang Wei class 1 points 135. When the top 10 were announced, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final results. Rank 9, Lin Xingxue class 1 points 100. Rank 8, Li Shui class 1 points 152. Rank 7, Zhao Gang class 3 points 158. Rank 6, Wang Chang class 4 points 165. Lin Xingxue nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with this score. Rank 5, Shen Yi class 1 points 166. Shen Yi couldn't help but gasp, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. 5th place, not bad. The surrounding classmates began to whisper, clearly surprised that the usually carefree Shen Yi could secure 5th place. Rank 4, Chen Dao class 1 points 196. As Chen Dao's name was announced, a collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. This score far exceeded most people's expectations. It should be noted that in previous monthly exams that utilized point systems, achieving over 150 points was already considered top tier. Now 196 points couldn't even secure a spot in the top 3. Shen Yi widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Chen Dao. Chen Gu, you can't even make it to the top 3 with this score. What kind of monsters are in the top 3? Lin Xingxue also frowned slightly, clearly surprised by this result. Chen Dao was similarly astonished, but more so curious. He had originally thought his score was already high enough, but to his surprise others had surpassed him. It seemed he had been overly confident. Liu Yong's voice resonated again, filled with unmistakable admiration. Next we will announce the top 3. Rank 3, Suyu Class 2.203. I heard her clan is the Frost Elves who have a natural disadvantage in the ruins. How can she still make it to the top 3? It's outrageous. The students below were whispering, all shocked by Su Ye's formidable strength. 203 points. That's just too absurd. Chun Dao silently noted this name. Achieving 203 points in the monthly exam was no small feat. He might encounter her again in the future. Rank 2, Lu Ming Class 3.217. Another unfamiliar name, this time a student from Class 3. Shin Yi couldn't help but click his tongue softly. 217 points. How on earth are they doing this? We've already defeated so many clans, and still only have this little score. Perhaps they found special resource points in the ruins, or completed hidden tasks. There are many ways to earn points in the monthly exam, not just by defeating monsters. Lin Qingxue analyzed quietly, but was indeed shocked by these scores above 200. Chun Dao nodded in agreement. There must be methods to earn points hidden behind the stone gates they encountered. Unfortunately, time had run out, or he might have been in the top 3. Now only the first place remained. The entire central hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, all eyes fixed intently on the crystal stone tablet in Liu Yong's hand. He paused as if deliberately keeping everyone in suspense, and lightly tapped the crystal stone tablet with his fingertip. On the light screen, the final line of text slowly emerged. First place. Chu Feng's second high school score, 256 points. What is this nonsense? 256 points. Are you kidding me? Is this even human? After a brief silence, the entire hall erupted in chaos. The outrageous score, shocking everyone. This score was a complete crushing gap compared to the scores of the following places. Everyone was discussing who Chu Feng was, wondering why they had never heard of him before the monthly exam. The second and third places had at least been known for their remarkable abilities before the exam, while Chu Feng seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. When did the second high school produce such a monster? Shun Yi said in disbelief, his tone altered. Brother Chin, our total score is only 504, and he alone got 256. Is he? Lin Qingxue furrowed her brows tightly, staring at the name on the light screen, her fingers subconsciously resting on her chin. Chu Feng. The Chu Feng from second high school. I've heard that name. His father is a mid-level deity of the 5th transition, and he has some connections with my family, but I hadn't heard anything about him awakening any extraordinary lineage before. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. This was abnormal. Chen Dao remained silent. His gaze lingered on the number 256, feeling a sense of unease within. He had initially thought that with his personal panel he would shine in this monthly exam, but he never expected that the students from Jiang City this year were so hidden and powerful. Silence. Liu Yong's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Scores do not represent everything, but they reflect your current stage of development. Chu Feng's performance is indeed outstanding, but your futures may not be inferior to his. He paused again, his gaze sweeping over the crowd once more. The top 100 students from this monthly exam will automatically join the elite group, and students from the regular class can also apply to join the key class. As soon as he finished speaking, the students below couldn't help but begin discussing. They couldn't compete with the first place, but they still eagerly desired the opportunity to enter the key class and elite group. The day after the monthly exam results were announced, Chun Dao arrived early at school. The key class classroom was quieter than usual, but there was an indescribable tension in the air. The shock of that 256 points still echoed in everyone's hearts, and the name Chu Feng loomed like an invisible mountain pressing down on everyone. Brother Chen, good morning. Shun Yi's voice came from behind. Chen Dao turned around to see Shun Yi and Lin Qingxue walking into the classroom together. Shun Yi no longer wore his usual playful smile, while Lin Qingxue maintained her cool demeanor, but her eyes showed more seriousness. Good morning. Chen Dao nodded, his gaze landing on Lin Qingxue. What did you find out about Chu Feng? Lin Qingxue sat down next to Chen Dao and said, last night, I asked my family. Chu Feng, the lineage he awakened, is that of the stone golem. Stone golem. Shin Yi's eyes widened. Isn't that a lineage of the undead? Moreover, I've heard that their early combat prowess is not impressive. How can he have such a high score? Lin Qingxue interrupted him. Although the stone golem is of the undead lineage, Chu Feng's stone golem is somewhat different. His stone golem possesses the ability to devour minerals for evolution. This area has many small relics. I suspect he just happened to land in a place rich in minerals. Chun Dao frowned slightly. Devouring minerals for evolution. No wonder he could achieve 256 points. This ability indeed holds a significant advantage in the relics. And that's not all. Lin Qingxue continued, after devouring minerals, his stone golem can directly generate weapons suited to itself, making it a natural battle weapon. Both Chen Dao and Shun Yi fell silent after hearing this. Forget it, let's just accept our fate when facing someone born to fight. Shun Yi sighed helplessly. Just then the classroom door was pushed open and Lu Yong walked in. He held a list in his hand, scanning the classroom to confirm everyone was present before slowly walking to the podium. Everyone is here. Lu Yong put down the cup of water he had in hand. First, congratulations to all of you for entering the elite group. Starting today, you will gain more resources and opportunities. He paused, his expression turning serious. However, correspondingly, you will also have to bear more responsibilities and challenges. The first task of the elite group is to explore the deep areas of the lava ruins. Lu Yong waved his hand, and a light screen unfolded on the podium, displaying a detailed map of the ruins. In the last monthly exam, you only explored the already confirmed outer areas, while the core areas of the ruins are still reserved for you by the school. Afterward, I will give you a week to rest, and a week later, I will guide you to the true location of those ruins in the Divine Domain Sea. This time it will not be a virtual entry. If your lineage dies, it is truly dead. Do not harbor any illusions. Once dead, it is truly gone. Lu Yong's voice echoed in the classroom, each word striking like a hammer on the students' hearts. The classroom, which had been somewhat noisy, fell silent immediately. Even the sound of breathing became cautious. Virtual battlefields can be revisited, but the true Divine Domain ruins cannot. Lu Yong's gaze swept over every young face in the audience. Your lineage is the foundation of your path as a deity. Once dead, it is a permanent loss. Shun Yi swallowed hard and murmured, isn't this a bit harsh? How long has it been since we just awakened our lineages, and now we are being sent for real? Harsh. Lu Yong had heard his murmur and turned his gaze towards him. Student Shun Yi, do you think it's harsh? Shun Yi shrank his neck, not daring to respond. Let me tell you, this is already the mildest trial. Lu Yong's voice rose a few notches. This is just a separate Divine Domain Sea created in the school. In the real Divine Domain Sea, you will have to face the lineages of other deities, which is a true life and death struggle. At that time, those who die may not only be lineages, but you yourselves may also fall. His voice grew louder, wanting every student to understand that the path of a deity is not child's play. You have 1 week to prepare. This exploration is not mandatory. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can express it. The classroom fell into silence. No one spoke. Those who could enter the elite group were all top talents of this generation. Who would want to back down at such a moment? Very good. Lu Yong nodded in satisfaction. Since no one is withdrawing, I will continue. He pointed at the light screen, enlarging the map to show the detailed structure of the core area of the ruins. The core area of the ruins is divided into 3 layers. Lu Yong's fingers slid across the light screen, revealing the structure of the map clearly. The school has dispatched reconnaissance familiars to ascertain the general terrain of the entire ruins. The first layer is a lava maze composed of countless lava rivers and narrow passages with extremely high temperatures that make it difficult for ordinary familiars to stay for long. The image on the light screen changed with his explanation, displaying a complex network of passages. The second layer is a plain inhabited by familiars left behind by the original owner. If you have the capability, you can also recruit them into your divine realm. As for the third layer, it is said to contain some valuable items. The school's reconnaissance familiars did not dare to enter, and whether you can seize the opportunities inside depends on your abilities. After leaving behind his last cryptic remark, Lu Yong picked up his cup and walked out, leaving the students to slowly digest the information. Not long after the teacher left, the students in the audience each went home. After becoming deities, most of their time was spent outside the school, and there was not much more the teacher could teach. After returning from school, Chen Dao did not rush to enter the divine realm. He sat at his desk, spreading out the ruins materials given by Lu Yong. 3-layer structure. The first layer is a lava maze with extremely high temperatures that make it difficult for ordinary familiars to stay for long. This is not a problem for him. The dwarven warriors are all equipped with flame-resistant rune armor and often train in the underground lava rivers, so ordinary high temperatures will not render them combat ineffective. The 3 earth dragons are born lava creatures, and high temperatures only make them thrive. The second layer, the magma plane, has familiars left by the original owner. The materials listed 3 types: fire lizards, lava turtles with high defense, and a rare creature called magma elemental. Chen Dao's gaze lingered on the words magma elemental for a few seconds. The description in the materials was brief: elemental life form with lava as its body and a solid crystal core, extremely dangerous. Solid crystal. He wondered if the dwarves could absorb this crystal. If they could hunt the magma elemental and obtain its core crystal for absorption, it would greatly enhance the dwarven perception of fire and lead to a significant leap in their forging techniques. But the words extremely dangerous are no joke. If they truly cannot defeat it, they absolutely cannot force a confrontation. This is the first time something truly deadly has appeared. If any problems arise, the current momentum of the dwarves would undoubtedly be disrupted, something Chen Dao cannot accept. The third layer, the core area of the temple, has only one sentence in the material's internal situation unknown. It will be entirely explored by the students, and who can benefit will depend on the luck of the familiars. After carefully reading through, Chun Dao slowly leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. 7 days in reality equates to exactly 210 days in the divine realm. The dwarves now have over 80 full-time warriors, all equipped with obsidian iron armor and rune war axes. Although their skills are still somewhat rough, they are more than adequate for the current stage. After Black Hammer was promoted to Rune Forging Master, he is now capable of independently engraving sharp runes without needing several dwarven blacksmiths to assist. However, all the war axes need to be remade, and with over 200 days, it is definitely not enough. Moreover, the throwing spears currently used by the dwarves are mostly stone-made, and they need to find time for upgrades. Sigh. Chun Dao sighed slightly. I initially thought development was going quite well, but it turns out there are indeed quite a few things left undone. Now the 3 Earth Dragons have reached an age where they can go to battle. Black Hammer's Little Black is the largest, and is already able to breathe simple dragon fire. Although Little Iron is relatively lazy, its scales are much thicker than the other two. Little Red, the Little Egg, is a natural controller of flames, and the dragon flames it breathes out are more than twice as strong as Little Black's. But right now the most pressing issue is not their combat ability, but their food supply is severely insufficient. When there weren't as many of them, they could barely rely on the wheat field they cultivated, but now, with more full-time warriors and 3 Earth Dragons, the food supply is simply inadequate. Warning: current food reserves are only enough to sustain the entire clan for 15 days. Suggestion: acquire new food sources as soon as possible, otherwise there will be widespread hunger among the followers, leading to a continuous decline in loyalty. The personal panel also issued a warning, further confirming Chun Dao's concerns. If this problem is not resolved quickly, not to mention preparing for the exploration of the ruins, the dwarves will have trouble living normally. Chun Dao submerged his consciousness into the divine realm, overlooking the entire fortress. The 5 furnaces in the forging area are still ablaze, and the sound of hammering continues unabated. Black Hammer is surrounded by dozens of blacksmiths in front of the main furnace, using a chisel to carve intricate patterns on the surface of the war axe, which are the sharp runes he has newly comprehended. Little Iron just returned from the mines with the mining team and trucks of iron, or are continuously being transported to the warehouse. Little Egg is leading the dwarven warriors in drills on the square, with battle cries echoing in the air. Everything seems orderly and prosperous. But Chun Dao knows this prosperity won't last long. His gaze shifted to the grain storage built by the dwarves, where the previous food supply could fill more than half of the storage. But now the food in the storage is already running low. Based on the food here and the crops nearing maturity in the field, it is indeed similar to the system's prediction. At most it will last another year. Moreover, the 3 Earth Dragons are growing day by day, and their appetites are increasing daily. It is likely they won't even last a year. Chun Dao retracted his consciousness, feeling heavy-hearted. The food crisis is more severe than he anticipated. After the dwarven fortress was loaded, productivity has indeed increased. But it also brought a larger population, with newborns continuously arriving. The total population has increased from over 400 before the monthly exams to nearly 600 now. Yet food production has not kept up. The Black Rock mountain range has poor soil, with limited arable land. Dwarves are more skilled in mining and forging than in farming, which has led to stagnation in food production. The hunting team goes into the mountains every day, but the nearby beasts have mostly been caught. Now they have to travel dozens of miles to find decent prey, which is extremely inefficient. I must think of a way, Chun Dao murmured. He opened his personal panel and found the Divine Realm Management option, where there is a resource allocation item, but it requires faith points. Do you want to spend 500 faith points to conduct a comprehensive resource scan of the Divine Realm? Confirm. Cancel. Chun Dao clicked confirm. Scanning. Scan completed. Divine Realm Resource Report: minerals: common iron vein large 2, common iron vein, medium 1, common coal vein medium 3, vegetation: blackwood forest 1, can provide timber, bitter wheat field 30 acres, low yield wild fruit thicket 12, scattered distribution, wild animals: mountain wild boar, rare rock, sheep, small quantities, snow rabbit, few special resources, lava river active 1, underground caves 3. The report is detailed, but the section regarding food is a headache. Bitter wheat is a cold-resistant crop cultivated by the dwarves. Although it can be sown throughout the year, its yield is pitifully low, with only around 100 gene of wheat harvested per mu per year. With 30 mu of land, the total annual yield is only 3,000 gene, averaging less than 10 gene per day. What can that accomplish? Not to mention wild fruits, which are insufficient even as snacks. Wild animals. The word's scarce, limited, and few say it all. Chun Dao rubbed his temples. Perhaps he could trade some jerky with Shunyi. After the initial phase, Shunyi's ogres had begun to farm and raise livestock independently. Although he wasn't clear about the specifics, it seemed that Shun Yi hadn't been particularly active lately, which suggested that things might not be too bad. However, relying on trade is not a long-term solution. A stable source of food must be established. Just as he was worried, the panel that had briefly appeared during the monthly test suddenly lit up again. Ding. Detected a survival crisis in the Divine Realm food shortage. Please choose your response option. 1. Hunting expedition. Consume 1,000 faith points to bless a hunting team of 50 dwarf warriors to conduct large-scale hunting deep in the mountains. Possible harvest a large amount of meat. Risk wild animals in the Divine Realm are on the brink of extinction. Option 2. Agricultural reform. Consume 800 faith points to guide the dwarves in improving bitter wheat planting techniques and opening up new farmland. Effect: bitter wheat yield increases by approximately 50, with an additional 20 mu of farmland. Time required 60 days in the Divine Realm. Limitation: requires dwarves with relevant talents. If none exist, time consumption will significantly increase. Option 3. Livestock breeding. Consume 1,200 faith points to domesticate breedable livestock species, such as mountain goats and wild boars, from existing wild animals and established farms. Effect: secures a stable source of meat with high long-term benefits. Time required 90 days in the Divine Realm. Nice. The moment the panel appeared, Chun Dao's eyes lit up. Indeed, it did not disappoint him. Chun Dao stared at the 3 options on the panel, silently contemplating. The hunting expedition seemed the most direct, but the phrase "wild animals on the brink of extinction" made his heart sink. The ecosystem of the Black Rock Mountains is already fragile. If they were to exhaust it for immediate needs, they might not even have the opportunity to hunt in the future. Thus, he decisively discarded the first option. The second option, agricultural reform, looked quite good, but given that the yield of bitter wheat was already low, even a 50 increase might not suffice for the entire dwarf clan. More importantly, it requires dwarves with relevant talents. Chun Dao looked at the group of simple-minded dwarves below. He didn't expect them to possess any farming talents, otherwise they would not have fallen to the brink of starvation. As for the third option, livestock breeding, it was the one Chun Dao felt most optimistic about. Previously, the dwarves were too busy foraging and mining to have time to tame wild beasts, yet animals actually provide the most food. Moreover, raising earth dragons requires a large amount of meat. Choosing this option could essentially solve most of the dwarves' future food problems. However, Chun Dao's options were not limited to just one. Select 2, select 3. He thought to himself. These 2 options did not conflict, so soon enough 2,000 faith points were consumed. Ding. You have chosen agricultural reform, livestock breeding. Faith points consumed 800, 1200, 2000. Remaining faith points 12,000. Agricultural reform has been initiated. Estimated time 200 days in the Divine Realm. Livestock breeding has been initiated. Estimated time 90 days in the Divine Realm. Please guide your followers to execute. In the Divine Realm Black Rock Fortress, Hei Chue had just finished counting the few remaining grains of wheat in the warehouse with the dwarves and was squatting beside the furnace, troubled. The primal fire brew bestowed by the master, while good, cannot be eaten. The warriors train daily and must ensure they have meat every day. The earth dragon hatchlings are eating more and more, and the stored food in the warehouse is nearly depleted. At that moment, Chun Dao's flame avatar slowly descended in the center of the fortress, golden red light illuminating the busy dwarves around. Hei Chue was the first to see the master's arrival. He immediately put down the hammer in his hand and knelt on one knee, saying, "My lord." The surrounding dwarves also stopped their work and knelt down devoutly. "Rise." Chun Dao's voice carried the unique authority of a deity, yet also held a hint of gentleness. "Hei Chue, I have a new decree." Hei Chue stood up respectfully, bowing his head. "Please, my lord, give your instructions." Food. Chun Dao stated succinctly, "I observe that the food storage in the Divine Realm is insufficient for even a year's needs." Upon hearing this, Hei Chue's face immediately showed a look of shame. It is our inadequacy. The brothers eat a lot, and the earth dragon hatchlings eat even more. The yield of bitter wheat is low, and hunting cannot make up the shortfall. Stop. Chun Dao interrupted his confession with a wave of his hand. This is not your fault. I have not come here to place blame, but rather to bestow 2 methods of salvation. He raised his hand, and 2 beams of golden light respectively entered Hei Chue and the nearby Tai Dun and Tai Dan. In that instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding bitter wheat improvement and wild beast domestication and breeding surged into the minds of the 3. This was a plan optimized by the panel system, most suitable for dwarves to understand and implement. How to select wheat seeds, how to compost to improve soil fertility, how to build livestock pens, and how to tame mountain goats and wild boars. Hei Chue closed his eyes to digest the information for a moment. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with shock and joy. This is, thank you, my lord, for the teachings. With these methods, we will no longer have to go hungry. Next to him, Tai Dun and Tai Dan also pressed their heads to the ground, devoutly praising Chun Dao. Implementing these methods will take considerable time. Chun Dao's avatar's voice turned solemn, temporarily interrupting their joy. Agricultural reform will take about 200 days and livestock breeding will take about 90 days. During this period, the food crisis remains, so we must not be careless. After saying this, Chun Dao's avatar slowly dissipated, leaving the dwarves to attend to the remaining matters. He Chue's brow was tightly furrowed. 200 days and 90 days is not a short time, especially with food running out. He must make arrangements and Tai Dun. He Chue turned around, his voice firm and resolute. Take 30 of the quickest brothers to catch livestock. Follow the methods bestowed by the master. Go to the northern hillside to find the mountain goat herd and quickly bring back the first batch of breeding goats. Yes, chief. Tai Dun patted his chest, selected a few familiar dwarves, and hurried to the warehouse. Brothers, you have seen it. The master has bestowed us with life-saving methods. Let's save on food and drink for the next year and hold out until these methods succeed. After finishing his instructions with Tai Dun, He Chue did not directly arrange for farming, but took the opportunity to inform the dwarves about the need to tighten their belts for the coming year. On the 7th day within the divine realm, the morning wind from the northern hillside carried a biting chill sweeping across the bare rock surface. Tai Dun crouched behind a protruding boulder, his rough fingers tightly gripping a lasso woven from hemp rope, his eyes fixed intently on a small group of gray-brown figures several paces away, nibbling on the moss growing in the rock crevices. Mountain goats. This creature is a unique species of the Black Rock mountain range, larger than an ordinary goat, with long and powerful limbs and special keratin protrusions on the edges of its hooves, allowing it to traverse nearly vertical cliffs as if walking on flat ground. Their meat is firm and not overly gamey, making them the most sought-after prey for the dwarven hunting party, yet they are also the hardest to catch. Previously, they had considered capturing a few mountain goats to raise. However, they yearn for freedom and will stubbornly resist the dwarves. If kept for more than 7 days, they would find a way to end their own lives, causing the dwarves considerable headaches. That's the third one, Tai Dun whispered to the 2 dwarf warriors crouching beside him. Did you see the female goat on the far left? Her belly is swollen, she must be pregnant. We must succeed this time and absolutely cannot let her escape again. Brother Dung, these creatures run too fast, a young dwarf said with a frown. The day before yesterday, we chased 3 mountain peaks and didn't even touch a hare, and we fell several times. Shut up, Tai Dun shot him a glare. The master has bestowed us a method. If we can't even catch a few goats, what face do we have to meet the leader? Listen to my command later. Ergo will circle from the right, sure 2 will block from the left, and I will catch them hidden. Remember, don't use deadly force, we need them alive. The 2 dwarves nodded helplessly, took a deep breath, and simultaneously dashed out from behind the rocks. The mountain goat herd, which had been feeding, immediately became alert as the grass nearby began to shake. The lead male goat was particularly robust, its shoulders almost reaching the dwarves' chests, and it immediately raised its head high. It let out a short bleat, and the entire herd instantly scattered in all directions, as if they had been set off like fireworks. Chase! Tai Dun yelled loudly, throwing the lasso toward the pregnant female goat. The lasso arced through the air, accurately looping around the goat's neck. But then it grazed her fur and flew past, landing on the ground. The female goat made a sharp turn, its hooves striking sparks against the rocks, and in the blink of an eye it had dashed several meters away. Damn it! Tai Dun spat angrily and took off after her. The other 2 dwarves also lunged toward their targets, and for a moment dust flew on the northern hillside as the heavy footsteps of the dwarves mixed with the agile leaps of the mountain goats. Dwarves are naturally short-legged. While they can manage to run on flat ground, they simply cannot catch up to mountain goats that have lived among the cliffs for years on this rugged steep slope. After less than half a stick of incense, the 3 dwarves all stopped, gasping for breath and leaning on their knee. Meanwhile, the herd of mountain goats had long since vanished above the higher cliffs, leaving only a few tufts of gray-brown fur caught in the rock crevices. They got away again. The young dwarf sat down on the ground, his face full of disappointment. Tai Dun remained silent, staring at the direction in which the mountain goats had disappeared, his brow furrowed. The method of domestication bestowed by the master was clearly written to catch them alive. It is best to capture an entire small group together so they can adapt more quickly to the captive environment. But given the current situation, let alone catching a group, even one would be difficult. By the time they returned to the fortress, it was already noon. Tai Dun entered the forge area covered in dust and a sense of defeat, where Black Hammer was squatting in front of the main furnace, carefully examining a battle axe he was carving sharp runes into. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up and saw Tai Dun's face, which was written with defeat, and understood about 7 or 8 parts of what had happened. Didn't catch anything again. Black Hammer put down the battle axe and slowly rose. Boss, those creatures are too difficult to deal with, Tai Dun said, as he sat down heavily on a nearby stone stool, grabbing the water bag and taking a big swig. That herd of mountain goats runs faster than rabbits. They can leap 3 feet high in a single bound. We can't catch up at all at this rate. It would be good to catch 3 or 5 in 90 days, let alone build a breeding farm. His voice grew lower, eventually becoming a mumble. The surrounding dwarven blacksmiths slowed their movements upon hearing the conversation. The food crisis weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, and now that the master had bestowed a solution, they found themselves unable to even take the first step. Black Hammer fell silent for a moment, walked over to Tai Dung, and placed a hand on his shoulder. The method bestowed by the master must have its reasoning. If we can't catch them, it's certainly because we haven't found the right approach yet. Then what other methods are there? Tai Dung raised his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness. We can't throw the lasso accurately, we can't catch up when we chase, and they won't fall for traps. Boss, do you think these mountain goats have become spirits? Black Hammer did not answer immediately. He turned to look at the flames dancing in the furnace, trying to find inspiration from something he was most familiar with. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes brightened. You said you can't catch up with that herd of goats, right? Black Hammer pulled Tai Dung into his embrace, speaking in a mysterious tone. Huh? Yo, what's up, boss? Tai Dung was somewhat puzzled by Black Hammer's demeanor. What if I said that I could make that herd of goats stand still? Oh, would you be able to catch them? Of course we could. We dwarves are not useless. If we stand still, how could we not catch them? Tai Dung said somewhat discontentedly, pushing Black Hammer. But how do we make them stand still? They are not just any ordinary creatures. If we were to kill them, we could use throwing spears, but capturing them is truly too difficult. Hey, you don't need to worry about that. I have my own methods. Black Hammer patted Tai Dung's shoulder confidently and said, all right, you go back first. I will go with you to catch the goats in 2 days. Tai Dung, though filled with doubt, left on his own out of trust in Black Hammer. 3 days later, in the same area of the northern hillside. This time Tai Dung brought 4 dwarves with him, along with Little Black, who squatted beside Black Hammer. This earth dragon had grown to half a human height, its dark golden scales gleaming with a shiny luster in the sunlight, and it occasionally made soft gurgling sounds in its throat, curiously observing its surroundings. It had hardly left the tribe since its birth, making this outing very novel for it. Boss, is the method you mentioned? Tai Dung lowered his voice, filled with doubt. It has always been raised in our tribe, and has never been outright. Little Black seemed to understand Tai Dung's words, turning its head to stare at him with its dark golden vertical pupils for 2 seconds, then letting out a gurgle, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. Do not underestimate it. Hei Chue squatted beside Xiao Hei, gently stroking the warm scales on the neck of the earth dragon with his rough palm. These 3 dragon cubs we are raising are not mere pets. Last time we explored, we didn't let them exert themselves. Next time, if the master sends us to fight in another place, we cannot let them just stay back and watch. Do you remember that female earth dragon? Hei Chue continued. When I was fighting it, it let out a roar, and I felt half my blood run cold. That was the might of the dragon, a suppression engraved in the bloodline. Tai Dung was startled for a moment, then quickly reacted. Boss, you mean let Xiao Hei roar to scare the rock sheep? Exactly. Hei Chue saw Tai Dung finally understand, and patted his shoulder in appreciation. Looks like you're not too stupid. He stood up, his gaze directed at the distant rock wall, where the group of rock sheep had appeared again in their usual spot, munching on the newly grown moss in the stone crevices. The leading majestic rock sheep king stood at the highest point, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The might of the dragon has a natural suppression over ordinary beasts. Hei Chue's voice was soft, afraid of disturbing the distant rock sheep. Although Xiao Hei is not yet of age, it also has dragon blood flowing within it. A single roar will be enough to freeze that group of sheep for a moment. He paused and looked at Tai Dung and the other 4 dwarves. It should be just a few breaths of time. Is that enough for you to throw the lasso? Tai Dung's eyes lit up. Enough. More than enough. Good. Hei Chue squatted down, cupping Xiao Hei's face in his hands, foreheads touching, communicating in a way only they could understand. This was the tacit understanding cultivated between Hei Chue and Xiao Hei over 3 months. No words were needed, as the resonance of their dragon lineage could convey simple intentions. Xiao Hei let out a low rumble from its throat, its dark golden vertical pupils narrowing slightly, as if confirming something. Moments later, Hei Chue stood up and gestured to Tai Dung, get ready. Upon hearing the command, the 5 dwarves tightened their grips on the lassos, their bodies tense. This time, with the help of the boss and the earth dragon, they did not want to disappoint the master's expectations. Tai Dung's heart pounded fiercely in his chest. He focused on the pregnant ewe several dozen steps away, which was their most important target today. According to the master, taming beasts is best started with pregnant females, as the young born and raised in captivity will adapt more easily. Xiao Hei. Hei Chue's voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority. Now is the time. Xiao Hei's half-closed eyes suddenly widened. It gently opened its large mouth, a low, deep roar emanating from its throat. The sound was not loud, yet it spread across the hillside like ripples on water. Like a tiger roaring in the mountains, the group of rock sheep froze in place at the sound of this dragon's throat. Even the majestic rock sheep king could not move its feet at this moment, paralyzed by the pressure from their bloodline. Moments later, the entire flock of rock sheep went into disarray. Several young rock sheep attempted to escape, but as soon as they took a step, their legs went weak, kneeling down and making fearful bleeding sounds. The pregnant ewe collapsed directly to the ground, her belly heaving violently, her eyes filled with terror. "Charge!" Hei commanded. The 5 dwarves dashed out from behind the rock cover like arrows released from a bow. Tai Dun was the fastest. The frustration of his recent failures transformed into power at this moment as the lasso in his hand traced a precise arc through the air. Snap! The lasso landed squarely around the ewe's neck. The ewe tried to struggle, but the pressure from the dragon's might had not yet fully dissipated, and with Tai Dun holding her tightly, she could only weakly kick her legs without escaping. "Got it!" Tai Dun shouted excitedly at Hei. The other 4 dwarves also succeeded, capturing 2 young rams, a half-grown lamb, and a medium-sized ewe. 5 rock sheep, all captured. Xiao Hei's vocalizations gradually ceased. It shook its head, seeming a bit fatigued, and turned to nuzzle Hei's hand, as if seeking praise. "Well done." Hei patted its head in satisfaction, pulling out a large piece of jerky from the pouch at his waist to feed it. Xiao Hei held the jerky in its mouth, letting out a contented rumble. The rock sheep flock was just beginning to recover from the lingering effects of the dragon's might. The rock sheep king let out an angry bleat, stamping its hooves fiercely on the rocks, yet it dared not approach. The dangerous aura of the earth dragon instilled a primal fear in it at the bloodline level. In the end, in its fury, it led the remaining sheep to turn and flee, disappearing in a few leaps up the higher rock wall. "Damn, it runs so fast." A young dwarf looked in the direction where the rock sheep king had vanished, unable to help but click his tongue. "If it weren't for Xiao Hei, we would never catch up to these things in our lifetime." Tai Dun had already tied the front legs of the 5 rock sheep together with hemp ropes to prevent their escape. The pregnant ewe was still trembling, but the fear in her eyes had gradually transformed into resignation. "Boss, look at this." Tai Dun squatted beside the ewe, reaching out to touch her swollen abdomen. With such a big belly, she must be about to give birth. Hei walked over, crouching down to take a closer look. The ewe's abdomen was indeed very swollen, a sign of impending labor. "Good news." Hei grinned. "Once born, they will be our own raised cubs, tamed from a young age, which is much easier than capturing fully grown sheep." He stood up, scanning the 5 rock sheep. "Take them back and build a pen according to the master's instructions." "Yes." Tai Dun responded loudly, his voice filled with excitement. By the time they returned to the stronghold, it was already afternoon. The 5 rock sheep were temporarily kept in an open space beside the warehouse, enclosed by a simple wooden fence. The dwarves gathered outside the fence, curiously observing these 5 sheep that they had managed to capture with great difficulty. "Can these things really be domesticated?" An old dwarf stroked his beard, a look of skepticism on his face. "We've tried capturing live ones before, but didn't they just end up killing themselves after a few days? This time is different." Tai Dun patted his chest. "The master told me that he used some methods this time, and this group of sheep will definitely not run away." Though he said this, he was actually unsure. The master had said that this time the sheep wouldn't run, but hadn't explained why. Hei did not join the onlookers. He walked directly toward the planting area, where the livestock farming had already shown initial progress. Meanwhile, there ought to be some progress on the agricultural side today as well. The improved planting method for the bitter wheat bestowed by the master required selecting higher quality seeds and enhancing the soil fertility. These tasks were handled by Tai Dan. "Boss." Tai Dan saw Hei approaching and set down the wooden hoe in his hands. "I've finished screening the wheat seeds. According to the master's instructions, I've selected 300 pounds of the most plump ones." He pointed to several burlap sacks nearby. "The soil has been turned, fertilizer piled up, just waiting for a few days to plant." Hei walked over and grabbed a handful of the wheat seeds to inspect. The grains were indeed plumper than the original bitter wheat, and their color was a richer golden hue. Black Hammer repeatedly stroked the plump grain seeds, his heart blooming with joy. These seeds are the hope for the future of the tribe. For him, a dwarf who dedicated himself to the tribe, what could be more important than making the tribe stronger? "Ha, well done." Black Hammer patted Iron Egg's shoulder heavily, knowing that Iron Egg had neglected his little Hong for the sake of the seeds. "I guarantee that after this your little Hong will increase in size by double." However, the expected happy response from Iron Egg did not come. Instead, he saw him hesitating to speak. "What's wrong?" Black Hammer asked, full of confusion. "Is it that the irrigation ditch isn't dug well yet?" "You can rest assured. I have been working on that new rune recently. Once I have the rune sorted out, I will bring the brothers from the forging group to help you." Black Hammer thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out why Iron Egg had such an expression, so he cautiously asked, "Is it halfway dug?" Iron Egg nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. "The brothers have never done this work, so it's slow, and—" He hesitated for a moment, then continued, "And some brothers said that digging ditches is a waste of time compared to forging." Black Hammer frowned. "Who said that?" Just a few young ones. Iron Egg lowered his voice. They said that dwarves are born to forge, and farming and digging ditches are lowly tasks not meant for us. This immediately made Blackhammer's heart sink. He recalled what was said when the master bestowed the method for improving the grain. This method would take a long time, and during this period the crisis of food shortage still looms. One must not be careless. If even those who execute it are unwilling, how can this reform be advanced? Gather everyone here. Blackhammer's voice turned cold. After a moment, over 50 dwarves responsible for agricultural reform gathered by the field ridge. Blackhammer stood before them holding a handful of golden grain seeds. Just now I heard someone say that farming and digging ditches are lowly tasks not meant for us dwarves. He spoke, his voice not loud, but every person could hear it clearly, and they all felt the anger contained within. Who said that? Step forward. The crowd immediately stirred. A few young dwarves at the back lowered their heads, hesitated for a few seconds, and then walked out together. Boss, we didn't mean it that way. One of them, seeing Blackhammer's angry expression, tried to explain for himself. Blackhammer raised his hand to interrupt him. I just want to ask you one thing. When you're hungry, can a hammer fill your belly, or can grain do that? A few young dwarves opened their mouths, but couldn't find the words. The master bestowed upon us the method of forging, allowing us to create better weapons and stronger armor. Blackhammer's gaze swept across everyone. The master also bestowed upon us the art of runes, enabling our axes to cleave through iron armor and our throwing spears to hit their mark from 100 paces. He paused, his voice suddenly rising. But the master also granted us the improvement of grain and the methods of livestock cultivation. Why? Because the master knows that having axes alone won't win battles, and having throwing spears alone won't kill enemies. You must first fill your stomach and have strength before you can complain about this or that. The crowd remained silent, but everyone's heads lowered even further. Do you think the master cares for us because we can forge? Blackhammer's voice, rare with anger, echoed. Who can't forge? The master's favor comes from the fact that we dwarves are diligent, hard-working, and not picky about our tasks. He spoke each word carefully. Forging is our innate talent, but farming, raising sheep, and digging ditches. These methods of grain production are fundamental for our survival. Without the foundation, what talk is there of forging? What talk is there of fighting for the master? With the master's great power, it's easy to replace us in the blink of an eye. The few young dwarves felt shame wash over their faces. Boss, we were wrong. The leading dwarf knelt on one knee. We'll go dig the ditch right now. We want rest until it's finished today. The others quickly followed suit, kneeling to admit their mistakes. Seeing the sincere attitude of the few dwarves admitting their mistakes, Blackhammer's expression softened slightly. Get up. Ooh, I didn't come here to punish you, but to let you remember that everything bestowed by the master has its reason. What we need to do is not to be picky, but to do our best with what the master has given us. Yes. This time, not only the few dwarves who made mistakes, but also the dozens behind them responded in unison. Iron Egg watched this scene, secretly admiring Blackhammer for solving the most difficult issue of the food improvement with just a few words. He usually focused on training the combat strength of the dwarven warriors, and indeed, he was not as adept as Blackhammer in handling such matters. 7 days later. On the vacant land on the west side of the fortress, a stone livestock pen half a man's height had already been. This was constructed according to the methods bestowed by the master, with stone walls for protection against impact, straw laid on the ground, drinking troughs and feeding troughs in the corners, and even a designated birthing area, making it quite a luxury for this group of sheep. 5 rock sheep were transferred to the new livestock pen. The pregnant ewe was placed separately in the birthing area, and Iron Egg personally fed it and provided water daily, even adding some herbs to the feed according to the master's methods to help with the pregnancy. Boss, look, its belly is getting bigger and bigger. Iron Egg squatted outside the birthing area, pointing at the ewe inside. I think it will give birth in no more than 10 days. Blackhammer nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Once this ewe gives birth to the lambs, our sheep raising plan should be foolproof. This first step in livestock cultivation, the most important one, was successfully taken. As long as this ewe gives birth smoothly and the lambs grow up in a pen environment, domestication will be considered halfway successful. At that time, gradually expanding the flock in combination with the improved bitter wheat will fundamentally solve the food crisis. By the way, boss, Iron Egg suddenly remembered something, smacking his forehead. In the past few days, Little Black has been running over to the livestock pen watching the rock sheep. Do you think? He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. After all, the earth dragon is a carnivorous animal. What if one day it craved and treated the rock sheep as a snack? Blackhammer thought for a moment. Little Black is under my watch, so it won't act recklessly. But you are right, we do need to be cautious. He turned and walked towards the forging area, preparing to find some materials to lay down a simple rune around the livestock pen. Through his research over the past few days, he discovered that runes could not only be used on weapons, but also on defensive structures. Carving them onto stone walls could slightly enhance their sturdiness. Although it might not be effective against the Earth Dragon, it would at least provide some psychological comfort. On that morning, Iron Egg went to feed the livestock as usual. When he arrived at the birthing area, he heard a faint ba-ba sound coming from inside. It wasn't the sound of the ewe. Iron Egg's heart raced, and he quickly pushed open the wooden door. Inside the birthing area, the ewe was lying on its side in a pile of straw, its abdomen contracting violently, and two damp little things were already beneath it. It's born. Iron Egg shouted excitedly towards Blackhammer's direction. Boss, it's born. It's born. The rock sheep has given birth. His shout echoed throughout the fortress. Blackhammer was the first to rush over, followed by Iron Egg and a dozen other idle dwarves. Inside the birthing area, the ewe was licking the two newly born lambs. The lambs were still covered in amniotic membrane, trembling as they tried to stand, making weak, bleeding sounds. Two of them, one male and one female. Iron Egg squatted beside them, his eyes shining. This is great news. We won't be extinct after all. Blackhammer watched this scene, unable to suppress a smile. Livestock cultivation has succeeded. Although it is just the beginning, it means that the dwarven tribe finally has a stable source of meat. In the real world, 7 days have passed, while in the divine realm, 210 days have gone by. Chun Dao took off his helmet, and as he moved his somewhat stiff shoulders, a message from Lu Yong popped up on his wrist terminal at 9 a.m. I will pull your divine realm in the divine sea, and we will enter the ruins on time. After glancing at Chun Dao, he shifted his gaze to the briefing on the terminal about the divine realm, a smile unconsciously curling at the corner of his mouth. 210 days have allowed the dwarves to undergo a transformative metamorphosis once again. The 5 main furnaces in the forging area have been working day and night, and Blackhammer, accompanied by nearly 30 rune blacksmiths, successfully completed most of the rune engravings on the armor before their departure. Blackhammer personally forged 20 battle axes embedded with sharp runes. Now the dwarf warriors, clad in obsidian armor and wielding these enchanted battle axes, are undoubtedly the elite at this stage. The 3 earth dragons have also entered their growth phase. Blackhammer's little black dragon has already grown to over a person's height, with scales as hard as steel, and its dragon might has tripled in coverage. The little iron of Iron Dun has become a true meat shield, with its thick scales able to withstand the dwarf's battle axes for several minutes without injury. As for the little red of Iron Dan, that mutated lava dragon can now spit a lava breath up to 3 meters long, easily melting through the iron armor worn by the dwarves. This is the current highest combat power of the dwarves, and Chun Dao's trump card for this expedition into the ruins. What reassured Chun Dao even more was the issue of food. The rock sheep herd has increased from an initial 5 to 37, and the first batch of rock sheep has already made its way to the dwarves' dining tables. The improved bitter wheat has also welcomed its first harvest with a yield increase of a full 60%. The granary is filled with golden grains and dried meats, enough to support the entire clan for several months of high-intensity combat, no longer needing to worry about hunger. Ding! The prompt tone of the terminal interrupted Chun Dao's thoughts. It was a message from Chun Yi, accompanied by a series of crying face emojis. Brother Chin, help. My trolls got into trouble again. They drank too much while brewing wine yesterday and burned all 10 sets of leather armor we just made. Chun Dao helplessly shook his head and replied, Sigh, I knew you would get into trouble. Once we go in, I'll have my dwarves send you 10 sets of ordinary iron armor, specially made in larger sizes. He ignored the series of thanks from Chun Yi as Lin Kingsu's call request popped up. Chun Dao, her cool voice came through the terminal, carrying a hint of gravity. I just received news that Chu Feng will also enter the ruins this time. Chu Feng? Why is he coming too? Isn't this expedition organized solely by our school? Chun Dao asked with some confusion. I heard that the items within the ruins might benefit his gargoyle, and it could even be an opportunity for his kin to evolve, Lin Qingxue explained. So his father gave the school some benefits, making an exception to allow him to enter the ruins alone. Understood. Chun Dao's voice remained calm. Well, proceed as planned. Just be careful. After hanging up, Chun Dao put on his helmet again, sinking his consciousness into the divine realm. Although he was somewhat worried about Chu Feng's sudden entry, he thought it had little to do with him. In the square of the Black Rock Fortress, the assembled dwarf warriors stood at attention, ready for orders. Blackhammer stood at the front of the line, clad in heavy obsidian armor embedded with dragon scales, gripping the reforged battle axe, the runes on the axe glowing coldly in the sunlight. Tai Dun, Tai Dan, and the 3 earth dragons followed behind him, exuding an imposing aura. Seeing Chun Dao's fiery avatar descend, Blackhammer immediately knelt on one knee, and the 80 dwarf warriors behind him also knelt in unison, their voices resounding. Chun Dao's gaze swept across the resolute faces, and he slowly spoke. This expedition is far from ordinary. Should you fall in battle, it is true death. But I assure you, all who die fighting for me shall have their souls ascended to the divine kingdom, serving by my side for eternity. Willing to fight for the master. The dwarves shouted in unison, the sound of their battle axes striking their shields echoing throughout the fortress. Chun Dao nodded in satisfaction as his fiery avatar gradually dissipated. At 9 a.m., the divine realms of Chun Dao Shun Yi and Lin Qingxue were simultaneously pulled to the same location outside the ruins. Let's go. With Black Hammer's command, the 80 dwarves turned around, simultaneously marching in orderly steps toward the already open teleportation portal. The 3 earth dragons followed closely behind, exuding an unstoppable momentum. On the other side of the portal lay a turbulent dark red world. As soon as they stepped out of the portal, a wave of scorching heat hit them, mingled with a strong smell of sulfur and the scent of burnt rock. The consciousness projections of Chun Dao Shun Yi and Lin Qingxue appeared simultaneously in midair, with a crisscrossing river of lava beneath them, the scorching magma flowing slowly, casting the entire maze in a crimson glow. Damn, it's way too hot. Shin Yi couldn't help but fan himself. His trolls began to pant heavily as soon as they emerged from the portal, their green skin slightly reddening from the heat. I should have prepared more cooling supplies. Lin Qingxue raised her hand to summon a pale blue shield enveloping the 3 of them, her voice still cool. The average temperature of the lava maze is above 80 degrees. Ordinary kin won't die, but they will lose combat effectiveness in 5 or 6 hours. Your trolls, however, with their thick skin should hold on for quite a while. Chun Dao nodded, scanning his surroundings. The corridors here are narrow and winding, with the rock walls covered in traces of erosion from the magma. At intervals, there are forked paths that look identical, and a moment's inattention could lead to getting lost. As Lu Yong said, this is a veritable maze. Ariel, Black Hammer, looked at the elven leader. Send scouts to assess the situation of the 3 forked paths ahead, roughly marking safe routes and danger zones. Entering the ruins, Black Hammer undoubtedly became the leader once again. All right. Ariel wasted no time, immediately dispatching 6 elves to infiltrate the 3 forked paths. Their figures vanished like phantoms into the darkness, leaving only the faint sound of footsteps. Black Hammer then led the dwarves to quickly build a temporary defense line sheltering the trolls in the middle, and took out the 10 sets of large iron armor and cooling herbs he had prepared. Tai Dun, wielding his battle axe, excitedly looked around. Boss, do you think there will be monsters stronger than earth dragons inside? If we could kill one and make a hammer from its bones, it would definitely be stronger than obsidian. Don't be careless, Black Hammer said solemnly, his gaze scanning the surrounding darkness warily. The master said that every corner here may hide danger. We must never let our guard down. The walls of the maze were scalding hot from the flowing magma, waves of heat crashing against the dwarves' iron. The 3 earth dragons, however, appeared particularly excited, with Xiao Hong wagging its tail, the scales glimmering slightly under the high temperature, as if it was inherently drawn to this environment. He Chue tightened his grip on the battle axe, his gaze sweeping over the narrow passage ahead. The passage was barely 3 meters wide and only 6 meters high. However, the walls on either side of the passage were riddled with honeycomb-like holes from which hot magma occasionally dripped. It seemed harmless, but his instincts told him something was amiss. Everyone maintained distance, shield bearers and trolls in front, spear throwers in the center, elves on guard at both flanks. He Chue commanded loudly to the team behind, his eyes never leaving the walls on either side. Understood. Tai Dun stepped forward with the battle axe, followed closely by 20 dwarf shield bearers who raised their heavy iron shields, forming impenetrable walls. Tai Dan led the spear throwers on the right side of the formation, each holding iron spears ready to throw at any moment. Xiao Hong lay quietly at the front, its vertical pupils fixated on the darkness deep within the passage. The trolls under Shun Yi followed closely behind the dwarves, each wielding massive iron hammers that towered over the dwarves, yet they were well organized by the dwarves. The troll leader scratched his head and leaned over to Tai Dun, saying, "Dun, what's going on with Hammer Brother? Why is he suddenly so tense?" "Stop the chatter and just follow along." Tai Dun shot him a glance. The leader wouldn't be nervous without reason. There's definitely something inside, so don't worry about it unnecessarily. The troll leader, taken aback by Tai Dun's words, chose not to argue and returned to join the other trolls in their silly laughter. Just as the entire team was on high alert, a few figures slowly emerged from the darkness ahead, the returning elves with the lead elf Alir, and kneeling on one knee to report to He Chue. There are 3 forks ahead, and there are movements in the holes of the rock walls, as if something is lurking inside. Good. He Chue's expression grew solemn as he led the team quickly to the fork in the passage. The 3 passages looked identical, with the rock walls covered in densely packed holes and faint green lights flickering in the darkness. "Alir, can you see what it is?" He Chue asked in a low voice. Alir squinted her silver-gray eyes, her fingertips resting on the bowstring, focusing on the depths of the holes. "I can't see clearly, but they are small in size, numerous, likely a gregarious species with a very weak but dense aura." "Dense?" He Chue frowned. Small size and large numbers made such enemies the most troublesome in a narrow passage who once surrounded their team would be unable to maneuver. He raised his hand to signal the team to stop, turned to Xiaohong, next to Tai Dan who was ready to unleash. Xiaohong spit out some lava at the rock wall of the middle passage. Xiaohong let out a low growl, slightly opening its mouth as dark red lava gathered within, then suddenly spewed forward. Boom. The scalding lava struck the rock wall of the middle passage like a fiery serpent, instantly turning a large area of holes black, amidst which came a chorus of agonized screams. Screech. After the screams, a sharp and piercing cry suddenly rang out, followed by thousands of black figures crazily pouring out of the holes like a tide surging towards the dwarves. These were palm-sized creatures resembling insects with short limbs and incredibly sharp teeth, their eyes a strange dark red, covered in fine scales, moving at astonishing speed. Aelir's face changed drastically. Not good, there are too many of them. Retreat. Shield formation. Shield formation. Don't panic, everyone raise your shields. Seeing the dwarves behind him starting to retreat collectively, He Chui hurriedly shouted to halt them. He led the charge, raising his battle axe first, slicing through the first insect that charged at him. The dwarf shield bearers immediately slammed their shields down upon hearing He Chui shout, working together to form a closed shield wall protecting the elves firmly in the center. The sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly. Countless insects crashed into the iron shields, producing a deafening rain-like sound. Though their teeth were sharp, they couldn't penetrate the meticulously forged obsidian armor of the dwarves, only leaving shallow white marks on the shields from their incessant battering. Spear throwers free to fire. Tai Dan barked. Iron spears shot out from the gaps in the shield wall. Although the insects were small, dozens of spears still managed to hit a fair number, black blood splattering onto the shields with a sizzling corrosive sound. Damn, these things are poisonous. A dwarf shield bearer exclaimed, noticing that the spots on his shield splattered with blood were already rising with a layer of white mist, the iron plate slightly dented. Don't touch the blood, hold the line. He Chui shouted as he saw the insect blood splattering everywhere, his hands never stopping as he swung his axe continuously, each strike killing a swarm of lava lice. The dragon might emanating from him also quietly spread during the battle, a faint golden light enveloping him, causing nearby lava lice to move sluggishly, as if pressed by an invisible force. The trolls under Shun Yi were also making their presence felt. With their tough-skinned trolls were utterly unafraid of the lava lice's bites. They swung their iron hammers down hard on the ground, each heavy blow able to crush a swarm, their kill efficiency far surpassing that of the dwarves. Chen Gu, look at how fierce my trolls are. Shun Yi shouted excitedly as he watched his trolls display their might in the passage. Chen Dao gave a brief response, his gaze fixed tightly on the depths of the passage. Though the number of these insects was vast, they posed little threat. What truly concerned him was that these lice seemed to be driven by something, charging recklessly, as if they were attacking in a suicidal frenzy. This was completely unlike the result of Xiaohong's lava spitting. Damn it, why are these things acting like locusts? A troll slapped his face, crushing a few lava lice that had crawled into his nostrils, infuriated. Tai Dan cleaved through the swarm of insects rushing at him, with an axe, black blood splattering his face. He quickly wiped it off with his sleeve, but still felt a burning pain on his cheek. He Chui stood at the forefront of the shield wall, swinging his battle axe like a whirlwind. Each swing stirred a small rain of blood, and any lava lice that came within 3 meters of him would be instantly suppressed by the dragon might before being cleaved in two. However, his brow furrowed deeper. These insects showed no fear of death, even with their companions piling up like a small mountain in front. The ones behind continued to surge forward. Something's not right. He Chui hesitated briefly before making a judgment. They're only charging towards us while the other 2 passages have not a single one. This was not a normal attack. It was as if someone was deliberately driving them. Aelir, upon hearing this, immediately drew her long bow, squinting her eyes to peer into the depths of the passage. After observing carefully for a moment, her expression suddenly changed. Indeed, there is a larger figure deeper in the passage rushing towards us, and the rhythm of these insects' charge is quite regular, as if covering something approaching. As soon as the words fell, Xiaohong suddenly grew restless, pacing back and forth while emitting a low growl towards the depths of the passage, with dark red scales raised all over its body and molten lava bubbling in its throat. Xiao He and Xiao Tai also began to growl in unison, the 3 earth dragons simultaneously assuming battle stances, their dragon might intertwining, causing the previously frenzied insect swarm to pause for a moment. But this pause lasted only a brief moment, as a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the passage, and the ground began to violently shake, sending debris from the rocky walls crashing down. Moments later, a massive shadow slowly emerged from the darkness, 8 long legs covered in spikes thumping against the ground, producing heavy thuds. It was a gigantic spider the size of a truck. Its body was a dark red color with its carapace marked by uneven lava patterns. Its abdomen was swollen, continuously dropping white eggs from its ovipositor, which instantly hatched into new molten larvae upon hitting the ground. Its 8 compound eyes glimmered with a malicious red light, fixating on the dwarven brigade, and the saliva dripping from its mouth created small pits upon contact with the ground. "What the hell is that thing?" Shun-Yi exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw at the sight of the enormous spider. "This spider is way too big. And why is it giving birth while walking? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the lava giant spider, a remarkably powerful cave creature." Lin Kingsu's voice carried a note of gravity. "It releases its offspring to exhaust the prey's stamina, and when the prey is worn out it strikes personally. Those molten larvae we just killed were merely its children." Seeing the huge creature emerge from the darkness, Haichui immediately raised his battle axe and commanded loudly, "Everyone tighten the formation. Shield bearers in front block the insects. Elven archers concentrate fire and aim for its eyes." Before the command could be fully issued, Alier had already led the elven archers in unleashing the first volley of arrows. Dozens of silver arrows flew towards the giant spider like shooting stars, but the giant spider abruptly tossed its head, blocking the arrows with its hard carapace. The arrows struck the carapace, producing a series of clanging sounds as they were all deflected. "It's useless. Its carapace is too tough," Alier shouted towards Haichui. After being struck by the arrows, the giant spider let out a sharp shriek and lunged forward, swinging its 8 long legs with a howling wind towards the shield wall. The first few dwarven shield bearers immediately raised their shields to defend, but with a loud crash the shields were instantly deformed, and several dwarves were blasted away by the immense force, spitting blood. "Tai Dun, bring the trolls to block it," Haichui shouted, leaping aside just in time to avoid the sweeping leg of the giant spider. Tai Dun immediately led a dozen trolls forward, swinging a massive hammer down towards the joint of the giant spider's leg. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer struck against the spikes, sending up sparks, but failed to deal any significant damage. The giant spider was instantly enraged by the troll's strikes, its abdomen contracting sharply as it spewed forth a thick stream of sticky white silk. The silk descended like a large net, covering the trolls. Several trolls caught off guard were ensnared and immobilized. Taking the opportunity, the giant spider raised one long leg and thrust it viciously towards one of the trolls. "Watch out!" Haichua's pupils constricted, and without regard for anything else, he unleashed his dragon might. A pale golden light spread like a tide, causing the giant spider's movements to abruptly slow, and the thrusting leg veered off course, grazing the shoulder of that troll and embedding itself into the ground. "Now's the time." Xiao Hong seized the opportunity, opening its mouth wide to unleash a 3-meter-long stream of molten breath, crashing fiercely against the abdomen of the giant spider. Sizzle. The abdomen of the giant spider was scorched black, emitting a pained roar. Countless unhatched eggs burst under the intense heat, splattering black goo everywhere. "Well done, Xiao Hong," Haichui shouted, taking advantage of the giant spider's moment of agony to muster his strength and leap onto the giant spider's back. He tightly gripped his battle axe, and with all his might hacked down at the junction between the giant spider's head and its thorax. Thud! The axe embedded deeply into the giant spider's body, black blood gushing out and splattering all over Haichui. The giant spider let out a heart-wrenching shriek, thrashing its body madly in an attempt to throw Haichui off. Haichui clung tightly to the battle axe, drawing out another short axe from his waist and relentlessly hacking at the giant spider's carapace. "Tai Dan, throw spears at this beast's abdomen," Haichui yelled from atop the giant spider. Hearing this, Tai Dan immediately led the spear throwers, driving iron spears into the gaping wound in the giant spider's scorched abdomen. Gradually, the giant spider's movements grew sluggish, its 8 long legs trembling incessantly. Xiao Hong spewed out another breath of molten lava, this time directly hitting the giant spider's ovipositor. With a loud bang, the entire abdomen of the giant spider exploded, reducing the eggs inside to ashes. No new insects would emerge any longer. Having lost all its offspring, the giant spider went completely berserk, using its last ounce of strength to charge violently at the nearby rock wall. But Haichui immediately reacted, leaping into the air just as it collided, driving his battle axe forcefully into the giant spider's head. Boom! The massive body of the spider crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Haichui landed heavily, leaning on his battle axe, panting for breath, his body drenched in black blood. The battle was over. The dwarves and trolls erupted into victorious cheers, beginning to clean up the battle. In this battle, only 3 dwarves sustained minor injuries, and 1 troll was slightly bruised when ensnared by the silk, with no fatalities. This was undoubtedly an ideal outcome. Haichui approached the corpse of the giant spider, sensing the energy emanating from its head, and directly cleaved it open with his battle axe, extracting a crystal roughly the size of a fist from within. This crystal core was entirely crimson, radiating a scorching light, as if magma flowed within. Ding! Your follower has successfully slain the lava giant spider adult. Acquired lava core 1. Shun Dao looked at the notification on the panel and nodded in satisfaction. This lava core looks of good quality. After returning, Haichui can try to forge a better weapon with it, or even use it to enhance the furnace for improved forging efficiency. As soon as Ariel's words fell, a synchronized clack echoed from the end of the passage. It was not the sound of footsteps, but the sound of hard stone claws striking against the rock, one after another, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. Haichui instantly gripped his battle axe tightly, raising his left hand, and all the dwarves immediately ceased their cleanup efforts, quickly forming a defensive formation. Shield bearers stood in front, followed by spear throwers with 3 earth dragons aligned in a row at the front of the team, emitting low growls of warning from their throats. The trolls also wiped the grins off their faces, each gripping their obsidian hammers tightly, their green eyes fixed intently on the darkness ahead. Who goes there? Haichui asked in a deep voice, his words echoing in the narrow passage. No one answered. Only the clack-clack sound grew ever nearer. Finally, the first stone gargoyle emerged from the darkness. Its body was a deep gray with a pair of massive stone wings on its back, claws as sharp as blades, and eyes resembling 2 dark red crystals devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Following closely were the second and third, and soon 30 stone gargoyles had formed a neat line, slowly stepping out of the shadows. Their size was noticeably larger than the ordinary stone gargoyles depicted in the illustrations, their rocky skin gleaming with a metallic luster, clearly the form of those who had evolved after devouring a large quantity of ore. It's him. In the air above, Lin Qingxue frowned deeply, instantly recognizing who this special clan belonged to, the stone gargoyles of Chu Feng, exactly as described in the intelligence reports. Shun Yi swallowed nervously. Damn, this thing looks tough. Ooh, I feel like my foolish troll wouldn't even be able to. Shun Dao's gaze swept over the neatly arranged stone gargoyles, an unusual gravity in his eyes. He could clearly sense that within these stone gargoyles was a rich metallic energy, and each of them possessed combat power that would absolutely surpass that of fully armored dwarves. Moreover, their rocky skin had an exceptionally strong resistance to physical attacks. Any conflict with them would undoubtedly result in significant losses. At that moment, a lazy voice floated down from above the line of stone gargoyles. Don't be nervous, everyone. I have no intention of clashing with you. Oh, Lin Qingxue. I remember you, Lin Shu's daughter. Halfway through, the lazy voice suddenly took on a tone of surprise. What a coincidence. With so many entry points in this ruin, we managed to run into each other. Lin Qingxue listened to Chu Feng's monologue without any response, but still maintained a degree of vigilance. Come on, don't be so tense. Chu Feng looked at the 3 in front, who had yet to relax, waving his hand helplessly. Alright, I won't disturb you while you divide the loot. I'm leaving. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he really let all his stone gargoyles slowly fly away, as if simply passing through. This. Shun Yi watched Chu Feng perform his one-man show, still puzzled about what he intended to do. Forget about him. Let's continue with our business. Since he isn't causing trouble, we shouldn't provoke him either. Shun Dao, though equally confused, patted Shun Yi's shoulder, urging him not to stir up trouble. However, what the 3 did not know was that on the other side, Chu Feng was not uninterested in causing trouble. On the contrary, he was quite envious of the magma core that Shun Dao and the others possessed. He did not come to this passage by coincidence. Rather, Chu Feng had sensed the energy fluctuations here through his innate ability, purposefully taking a long detour to arrive. Originally, he had planned to rely on the formidable combat power of his stone gargoyles to directly snatch the items, but unexpectedly upon arriving, he immediately spotted 3 earth dragons lying on the ground. Upon taking a closer look at the deity floating above, he was surprised to find not only Chun Dao, who was 4th in the monthly examination, but also Lin Qingxue, whom he recognized. The initial thought of robbery instantly vanished, and he awkwardly performed a one-man show out of necessity before leaving. On the other side, Haichui ignored the inexplicable stone gargoyles and carefully wrapped the scalding magma core in fireproof cloth, stuffing it into the backpack on his back. He could tell that this was high-quality material, but he was unsure how to use it, so he decided to take it back first. Everyone check your gear and clean off the spider blood. Haichui shook the black blood off his battle axe, refocusing his gaze on the 3 paths ahead. Ariel, which path do you think leads to the 2nd level? Ariel quickly walked to Haichui's side, gently closing her eyes, as if sensing something. This middle path, I can sense the life energy coming from the end of the passage. After just a moment, Ariel made her judgment. Alright, then let's take the middle one. Haichui did not hesitate, clearly showing a high level of trust in her. Tai Dun should lead 10 trolls in front to clear the way, while Tai Dan should have the spear throwers secure the rear, with the elves scattered on both sides for vigilance and the earth dragons following in the middle of the team. The team slowly entered the narrow passage, the temperature significantly higher than before. Shin Yi's trolls all hung their heads, tongues lolling out, their green skin glistening with oil from the heat, barely maintaining the strength to carry their heavy hammers. I can't take it anymore. If we go any further, my trolls are going to turn into roasted trolls. Shin Yi cried out in the air. Brother Chin, how come your dwarves are fine? Chen Dao looked down at the team below. Most of the dwarves were wearing obsidian armor inscribed with runes for fire resistance. This temperature had almost no effect on them. The 3 earth dragons were quite comfortable, with Xiao Hong occasionally spitting molten lava at the rock walls, smoothing the protruding stones into an even surface while swinging their tails to sweep the scattered rock fragments aside. They train by the lava river every day. If this temperature is nothing to them, Chen Dao said calmly. Have your trolls hold on a bit longer. We should be almost there. Shun Yi pouted reluctantly, lowering his divine decree. Just then Haichui, who was at the front below, suddenly raised his hand. Stop. The team came to an immediate halt, all eyes turning towards Haichui. Haichui crouched down, lightly tapping the ground beneath him with his battle axe. Thud. Thud. A hollow thud resonated from beneath the ground. It's empty below. Haichui stood up, shaking his head at the group behind him. The ground in this area feels wrong. The sound, when stepped on, is off. Haichui stepped forward and struck different spots again with his battle axe. Sure enough, within a 3-meter radius, the sound of the strikes was uniformly hollow. On both sides of the passage, faint lines of cracks could be seen, with dark red magma seeping slowly from within. These might be traps left by the original owner. Ariel crouched down, her fingertip brushing over a scratch on the ground. These scratches are the patterns that trigger the mechanism. If too much weight is placed, the entire ground will collapse. Hey, how fortuitous. Upon hearing that the trap was related to the scratches, Haichui's face brightened with glee. To be honest, I'm a rune blacksmith. These patterns, although concealed, cannot escape my eyes. Haimu took out a small chisel from his waist and gently tapped it on the ground, then carved a small cross on an inconspicuous rock. Step here. He then took 2 steps forward and marked the same symbol on another rock. And then here. Haimu's movements were not hurried, but each action was exceptionally precise. He moved as if walking in his own yard, effortlessly avoiding all the trigger points, creating a narrow, safe passage through the trap-laden ground. Everyone pay attention, only step on the places I marked with a cross, Haimu called back. One after another, don't step wrong. If you do, you'll fall, and no one can save you. The dwarves, being short in stature, lined up, carefully stepping on the markings as they moved forward without any issues. The elves, although taller, also quickly reached the other side thanks to their agility. The trolls, however, were much more clumsy. Their large frames and feet meant that only half of a foot could fit on each marking. After struggling for a good half hour, the entire group finally passed safely through the trap area. As the last troll stepped onto solid ground, a loud rumble sounded behind them. The ground of the entire passage collapsed with a crash, and scalding lava erupted instantly, filling the pit that had just been there. The heat wave rushed toward them, warming even the dwarves' iron armor. That was close. Taidun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If we had been a moment late, we would have become roasted dwarves. Haimu smiled, and then looked toward the end of the passage. No longer were there narrow rock walls, but an expanse of bright light. Faintly they could hear the howling of the wind across the plains. Ahead is the second layer, Alier said with a hint of excitement. I can feel that the life energy over there is even denser. The group quickened their pace and soon exited the passage. However, the scene before them overturned everyone's expectations. There was no surging river of lava, nor the scorching heat that made it hard to open one's eyes. Instead, it was a vast expanse of grassy land with a gentle breeze causing the grass to sway, and they could even smell the faint fragrance of grass. In the distance, a clear stream meandered. Is this the second layer? A dwarf rubbed his eyes, unwilling to believe, pinching himself. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I, Chief? This place looks better than our home. However, Alier instantly furrowed her brows, raising her hand to summon an arrow and shooting it at a nearby yellow flower. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the petal, but did not draw out a single drop of juice. The flower that had been shot through wilted and carbonized at a visible speed, finally turning into a wisp of black smoke and dissipating into the air. Something's not right, Lin Qingxue said gravely. All these plants contain rich fire energy. The temperature here might actually be higher than in the first layer, but it has been forcefully suppressed beneath the surface by the original owner. Chun Dao nodded, his gaze falling on the grassy ground beneath him. He could vaguely sense that the soil under the grass was slightly warm. Watch your step. The 3 quickly issued divine decrees to their respective tribes. The surface here is thin, beneath is all lava. Upon receiving the divine command, the group immediately became orderly. The troll leader swung his heavy iron hammer, smashing the ground with each step to confirm its solidity before daring to set foot. The 3 earth dragons also ceased their usual laziness. The little red nose kept twitching vigilantly, scanning the surroundings for any movement. After walking for about half an hour, the grass ahead suddenly became sparse, revealing patches of gray-brown rocks. There's movement ahead. Alier suddenly stopped, her fingers resting on the bowstring. There are things behind the rocks, a lot of them, and their presence is heavy. Haimu raised his hand to signal the group to stop and gestured to Taidun. Taidun understood and quietly led 2 trolls to sneak around to the side of the rocks, suddenly smashing a hammer onto the largest rock. Boom! The rock shattered in response. The next second, dozens of creatures the size of a dining table, with deep brown turtle shells, suddenly emerged from the pile of rubble. Their shells were covered in lava-like patterns, and they had short, stout limbs. Their heads were retracted into their shells, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes that stared intently at the intruders. "It's a lava turtle," Lin Qingxua whispered, "a tribe left behind by the original owner, incredibly defensive. Ordinary attacks can't break their shells, and they can spit lava balls with a long range." As soon as she finished speaking, the foremost lava turtle suddenly opened its mouth and a fist-sized lava ball hurtled toward Taidun. "Watch out!" Taidun had been prepared, raising his obsidian shield in front of him. Clang! The lava ball smashed against the shield, exploding into a shower of sparks. The surface of the shield instantly turned bright red, and Taidun was pushed back 2 steps by the tremendous impact, his arms going numb. "Damn it, this thing packs quite a punch." Taidun shook his arm and roared, "Brothers, grab your weapons." Dozens of lava turtles simultaneously spat lava balls, and the dense fireballs rained down on the group. "Shield formation," Haima bellowed. 20 dwarf shield bearers immediately stepped forward, joining their shields to form an impenetrable iron wall. The lava balls struck the shields, creating a series of explosions and billowing black smoke. "Shoot their eyes," Alier ordered the dozens of elven archers behind her. Dozens of silver arrows immediately shot through the air, accurately aiming at the eyes of the lava turtles. However, the lava turtles reacted extremely quickly, retracting their heads into their shells, and all the arrows struck the hard shells, bouncing off. "It's useless," they pulled their heads in. An elven archer shouted anxiously. Shunyi watched as his trolls were pressed down by the lava balls, anxiously turning to Chun Dao and saying, "This is bad, what should we do?" Chun Dao's mouth slightly curled up, his voice calm. "Don't worry, these few turtles won't be able to defeat our tribe." Just then Haimu suddenly charged out from behind the shield formation. He gripped his battle axe, and the sharp runes on the axe head suddenly shone with dazzling golden light. "Everyone step aside. Watch me." He exerted force under his feet and leaped onto the back of the nearest lava turtle. "Open up for me." Haimu roared, fully activating the runes on the axe head, bringing it down heavily on the seam of the lava turtle's shell. Crack! With a crisp sound, the once indestructible shell was violently split open by the runium-powered battle axe. The lava turtle let out a painful cry, thrashing wildly in an attempt to throw Haimu off. But Haimu tightly grasped the shell, swinging his axe again into the crack. Black-green blood gushed out. The lava turtle's movements froze instantly, and it fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. Haichui stood atop the corpse of the lava turtle, his battle axe deeply embedded in the crack of its shell, dark green blood dripping slowly down the blade. He panted heavily. The lava turtle's defenses were still too thick, and the 2 strikes, just now, had nearly exhausted all his strength. But the effect was significant. The surrounding lava turtles, seeing their companion being easily slain, emitted terrified cries, and the once orderly formation instantly fell into chaos. "Did you see that, eh?" Haichui pulled out his battle axe and shouted at the dwarves behind him. "The seams of their shells are their weak points. Aim for those and strike. Charge." The dwarves responded in unison, their morale greatly lifted. Taidun was the first to rush forward, mimicking Haichui's actions as he leapt onto the back of a lava turtle. He lacked the strength of Haichui. Even with the sharp, runium-imbued axe in hand, his strike only managed to embed the blade slightly. Though it was effective, it was still insufficient. "Damn it, why is this thing so tough?" Taidun cursed, quickly jumping off the turtle's back to evade a fireball that the lava turtle had spat out. The other dwarves faced the same problem. Even with Taidun wielding a rune battle axe, he couldn't directly kill a turtle, let alone the others armed with ordinary battle axes. Even the immensely strong trolls were unable to handle this group of retracting turtles. Most of their hammers were merely ordinary iron forged, and a single strike would likely leave several holes in the lava turtle. They were strong, but unable to utilize their strength. "This won't do," Haichui frowned tightly. "We have too few rune battle axes, it's simply not enough." He turned to Xiaohong. "Xiaohong, see if you can burn through their shells." Xiaohong, unable to hold back any longer, immediately charged forward upon hearing the command, with Xiao Tai and Xiao He following suit. Xiaohong opened her mouth and a thick stream of lava breath erupted, crashing violently against one of the lava turtle's shells. Sizzle. The shell instantly turned bright red, but was not melted through. The lava turtle let out a painful shriek, retracting its head even tighter. Xiao He and Xiao Tai, though unable to spit lava, began to bite at the shell as they saw Xiaohong scorching it. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, 2 lava turtles fell dead in response. The arrival of the 3 earth dragons instantly turned the tide of battle. The once aggressive lava turtles, witnessing 3 of their companions die in an instant, could no longer care about the intruders in their territory and fled in all directions. Looking at the fleeing backs of the lava turtles, Tai Dun wiped the black ash from his face and swung his battle axe down hard onto the ground. These retreating turtles certainly run fast. Weren't they tough when spitting fireballs earlier? He said, ready to lead the pursuit, but was pulled back. All right, stop chasing, Haichui said impatiently. Do you not see how vast this place is? We still have to continue moving forward. Don't waste energy here. Tai Dun, upon hearing this, shrank his neck, reluctantly retracting his foot. I was just speaking out of anger. I wasn't really going to chase. However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, the distant sky suddenly darkened. The originally clear sky was shrouded by a heavy layer of dark clouds, with flashes of lightning flickering. A presence far more powerful than all the lava turtles combined slowly pressed down from the sky, like a mountain crushing down. Xiaohong suddenly trembled, her scales standing on end. She emitted a low growl of fear towards the sky, retreating continually until she hid behind Tai Dan. Xiao He and Xiao Tai were equally restless, their tails drooping limply to the ground, not daring to look up at the sky. Haichui felt a tightness in his chest and suddenly looked up. In the midst of the dark clouds, a massive figure capable of blocking out the sun was slowly flapping its wings. Flames burned on its wings, and with each flap a scorching gale was stirred. It was a giant eagle, entirely crimson, now gazing coldly at the people on the ground. The fear of the 3 earth dragons could no longer be suppressed. Xiaohong, who had been proudly wagging her tail, now seemed drained of all strength, her massive body pressed tightly against the ground, emitting a suppressed whimper from her throat. Xiao He and Xiao Tai were even more pitiful, curling up into a ball, not daring to lift their heads, remaining motionless as the scalding wind whipped up debris against them. They were just 3 ordinary earth dragons, unable to lift their heads before this unknown giant eagle. What is that thing? Tai Dun gripped his battle axe tightly, instinctively shielding Xiao Tai, his voice trembling. He had never seen the 3 earth dragons so terrified, which instilled in him a profound fear of the flying eagle. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue in the sky turned pale, her gaze fixed on the giant eagle circling within the dark clouds, her voice filled with unprecedented seriousness. This must be the flame-feather giant eagle, the strongest being in the former master Hong Lai's domain. The records say it fell alongside Hong Lai over 20 years ago, though I never expected it to still be alive. Hiss! Shen Yi gasped coldly. Just those turtles and spiders were already powerful. How strong must it be? At least level 9, Lin Qingxue said anxiously. It must be stronger than anything we've encountered before. Why didn't the school's reconnaissance clans discover it? Who are you? Just as everyone was on high alert, the giant eagle suddenly spoke. Boss, this big bird can actually talk. Tai Dun exclaimed in surprise, somewhat doubting his own ears. Haichui ignored him as his mind was in turmoil. He had yet to recover from the fatigue consumed in slaying the lava turtle, and was still emitting heat, but at this moment his back felt a chill. The aura descending from the sky was terrifying, heavy as a mountain, as if the moment it flapped its wings it could incinerate everyone present. He suppressed the fear in his heart, and tried to calm Tai Dun. Don't move, don't act recklessly. Big brother, we are outsiders, we mean no offense. Haichui took a deep breath, forcing down the fear within him, his voice as steady as possible. We are merely passing through, and did not intend to disturb you. Outsiders. The giant eagle in the sky flapped its wings with a hint of sadness. If my master were still here, you would have been reduced to ashes by now, but my master has not looked at me for decades. The dwarves below and the members of the 2 other races listened to the giant eagle's mournful tale, without daring to draw breath, fearful that its grief might flare and consume them all. Are you now observed by the gods? The giant eagle fell silent for a moment in the air, then asked Haichui below again. Haichui's palms were slick with cold sweat. He could feel that gaze above him as if it were solid. A single wrong word might mean being reduced to ashes, and then, we have a master. Haichui drew a deep breath, lifted his head to meet the eagle's eyes, and though his voice trembled, it rang with resolute firmness. Our master is the sacred furnace's flame, father of steel, and art lord of forging. The moment the words fell, a golden crimson flame slowly coalesced in midair. Shun Dao's flame avatar descended beside him. Shun Yi manifested as a muscle-bound Jumo, and the graceful Lin Qingxue bore the semblance of an elf. 3 divine projections arrived at once, and the oppressive aura that had made breathing difficult all but the Yin-Yu giant eagle folded its burning wings, lowered its enormous head, and in a tone of respect and hope asked, "Foreign gods, do you know where my lord now dwells?" "He has long since fallen," came the voice of the flame-avatar devoid of feeling. The plain statement struck the Yin-Yu giant eagle like a thunderclap. The sorrow that clung to it seemed to take on substance. The once howling winds gradually stilled. The eagle's tone carried an ineffable lament. "Thank you, foreign gods. For decades I could not sense my master's breath. His gaze has not descended upon us again. Since then I have slept here, I could feel my vitality ebbing away bit by bit, until now so little remained." As it spoke, the aura about the eagle visibly diminished before their eyes. "Before my lord's death, I laid 2 eggs. The energy here is insufficient for their birth. Foreign gods, may I beg you to accept these 2 eggs?" No sooner had the words fallen than the eagle used a current of wind to gently bring 2 eggs, each the size of a jumo, before the 3. Shen Yi's eyes went wide. He furtively poked Chen Dao's arm and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, this eagle is no ordinary beast. If we miss this chance, there will be no second. We must raise it." Lin Qingxue nodded lightly. Her cool voice carried a hint of urgency. "Chen Dao, the Yin-Yu giant eagle's bloodline, is noble and would fill our lack of aerial strength. Taking it would only benefit us." "Take it. Of course we will," Chen Dao replied decisively. "But it will not be me who keeps it." "What do you mean, Brother Chen?" Shen Yi grew anxious as Chen Dao toyed with the secret. Lin Qingxue watched him with a complex look, vaguely guessing his intention. Chen Dao turned to them and said slowly, "I already have 3 earth dragons and sufficient combat strength. Although I lack aerial power, you need this egg far more than I do." "Really?" Shen Yi's eyes bulged in astonishment as he pointed at himself. "For me, Brother Chen, you are too generous." He could not stop rubbing his hands entirely without the dignity of a deity, excited and breathless. "I always knew following Brother Chen would bring rewards. Rest assured, my eagle will be yours from now on. I swear it shall fly east and never west." Chen Dao ignored his clamor and told Lin Qingxue, "You take the other egg. Your elven offensive methods are presently insufficient. This egg will be crucial for you." Lin Qingxue shot a glance up to meet Chen Dao's calm eyes and found herself momentarily speechless. She had suspected he would split the eggs, yet when he did, she was still struck by his generosity. She bit her lower lip, a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. "Chen Dao, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." "There is nothing you must refuse," Chen Dao said, waving his hand in a manner that brooked no refusal. "We are comrades and ought to shore up each other's weaknesses. Moreover, incubating and raising these 2 eggs will demand vast resources and energy. I cannot care for both alone. When they hatch and we join forces, the 3 of us will blaze brilliantly in the great trials to come." Lin Qingxue met Chen Dao's resolute gaze, glanced down at the eagle egg hovering quietly, fell silent for a few seconds, and then solemnly nodded. "Very well, I will remember this favor. From now on, whatever happens, if you call on me, I will never refuse." Her voice remained cool, yet it carried genuine, steadfast resolve. The Yin-Yu giant eagle watched everything from the sky. A glimmer of solace passed through its formerly dim. It slowly beat its wings and gently nudged the 2 eggs toward Shen Yi and Lin Qingxue, its mournful voice offering one last charge. "Thank you, foreign gods. These 2 children are entrusted to you." Having spoken, it raised its head to the roiling clouds and let out a long, desolate cry. The sound pierced the heavens and rolled across the plains, steeped in decades of longing for its former lord. As the cry faded, the Yin-Yu giant eagle's form grew translucent, and countless golden specks drifted from its feathers like a scatter of starlit embers. Its wings gradually dissolved into dust and light until only its burning heart remained. That heart split into 2 golden streams and sank into the 2 giant eagle eggs. With a final burst, the last mote of light scattered into the air, and the clouds above began to part, as if the colossal eagle that had once darkened the sky had never appeared. On the ground, both giant eagle eggs simultaneously flared with dazzling gold. The flame-patterned markings on their shells sharpened, and faint heartbeats could be heard from within. Chen Dao and his 2 companions and the vassal clans below watched the eagle dissolve into light. The deep sorrow seemed to infect them, leaving them mute for a long while. Haichui led the dwarves forward, facing the direction in which the Yin-Yu giant eagle had faded. They lowered themselves to one knee in unison and performed the most solemn of rites. They revered the mighty and honored above all a loyalty that endured unto death. After a moment, Haichui rose and asked Chen Dao's flame avatar, "Master, what shall we do next? Do we return directly or press onward?" Chen Dao considered briefly, shook his head, and said, "Press onward." He looked to Shen Yi and Lin Qingxue. "Place the eggs into your respective divine domain storage spaces. I will cast a little divine art on them to maintain warmth. Once we finish exploring the ruins, we'll return to prepare for incubation." "No problem." Shun Yi immediately nodded, and with exaggerated care placed the giant eagle egg into his divine domain storage slot, fearful of jostling it. Lin Qingxue followed suit, her movements even more gentle and meticulous. Once everything was secured, the party set out again. With the Yinyu giant eagle eggs gained, everyone's morale rose noticeably. The group had been advancing on the plain for half an hour. After the encounter with the flame-winged giant eagle, everyone had put away their initial disdain upon entering the second layer. Even the ogres were no longer causing a ruckus as they did at first, fearing the awakening of a giant creature like the eagle. The three earth dragons had calmed down significantly now. The flame-winged giant eagle had a lineage far superior to theirs, and even its dying might had scared them so much that they still couldn't muster any spirit. Haichui walked at the front of the group, holding a recently picked scarlet mineral, flipping it over and over in his hands. This mineral was something they had found when passing through a rocky area picked up by Taidun. The surface of the mineral was covered in intricate patterns glowing faintly red under the torchlight. It looked intriguing, so Haichui decided to keep it for play. "Boss, look over there." Taidun suddenly leaned in, lowering his voice and pointing ahead with his battle axe. Upon hearing his words, Haichui put down the stone he was fiddling with and looked up, only to be astonished by what he saw. At the edge of the plain, there were no longer flat grasslands and scattered rocks. A massive structure was slowly rising from the horizon. It was entirely constructed from dark red stone, its surface covered with cracks from years of neglect, yet it was still enough to shock these usually short dwarves who lived in houses less than 2 meters tall. Leaning on his battle axe, Haichui gazed up at the colossal building, his heart filled with awe. This structure was much taller than their fortress, and merely looking at it evoked a sense of helplessness within him. Wait a minute. Just as he was gazing up at the fortress, Taidun noticed something unusual, saying, "Boss, do you see that there are people ahead?" "Moi." With this reminder, Haichui quickly snapped back from his shock and turned to look at the entrance of the fort. "It really is people," Haichui confirmed in a low voice, raising his hand to signal the group to slow down. "Alier, take 2 elves and sneak over to see what they are doing without alarming them." "Okay." Alier responded softly, turning to summon 2 of the most agile elves. The 3 of them quietly approached like the wind. The dwarves immediately stood guard as they watched Alier move away. Above, Chen Dao and the other 2 fixed their gazes on the majestic yet dilapidated temple. "Is that the entrance to the 3rd layer of the ruins, eh?" Shun Yi whispered, his tone filled with admiration. "It's truly impressive. I can't help but envy my ogre who is still holed up in a cave. But what if it's Zhou Lei and his group? If they dare to snatch our things, they'll have the ogres smash them flat." "Not likely." Lin Qingxue gently shook her head. "The aura of Zhou Lei and his kin is chaotic and erratic, while the ones ahead have a steady presence. They can't be Zhou Lei's group." As they spoke, the grass ahead stirred slightly, and Alier's figure quietly returned, hastening back to kneel before Haichui. "Report there are a total of 4 groups ahead. Clarify, what races are they, and what are they doing?" Haichui's eyes lit up. "On the left are frost elves, in the center are Lu Ming's stone golems, and the 2 on the right are a boar man and a wind wolf." Alier quickly reported her guesses based on their appearances. "They are all gathered in front of the temple door, seemingly trying to find a way to open it, but the giant door remains unmoved, and there is currently no conflict." Haichui sighed with relief upon hearing this. It seemed there should be no immediate danger. Suyu, Lu Ming, Zhang Hong, and Lu Chong. The 3 above listened to Alier's description and immediately guessed who was in front. They were all among the top ranks of this month's test and had no grievances with them. They were not troublesome characters from Zhou Lei's faction. No signs of aggression. None, Alier affirmed. "It seems they are all studying how to open the door while maintaining their distance from each other." Haichui nodded, slowly gripping his battle axe as he turned to the group and whispered orders. "Everyone relax your guard, but maintain formation. We will approach. Remember, we won't take the initiative to stir trouble, but we must not let anyone look down on us either." "Yes." With Haichui's command, the entire team immediately adjusted their stance. The whole group, moving in a steady rhythm, stepped toward the temple. The 4 groups originally gathered at the door almost simultaneously sensed the movement the moment the dwarven team mobilized. Dozens of gazes turned sharply, landing on the suddenly appearing coalition. On the left side, 40 frost elves donned light blue armor, wielding ice-patterned longbows. The lead, elven female commander with ice crystal earrings, looked at them with a cold gaze. She observed the approaching dwarves, a mixed group of ogres and elves, her fingers lightly resting on the bowstring. In the central position, 10 stone golems over 3 meters tall stood silently, exuding a heavy sense of oppression without making any moves. Above, Lu Ming's projection flickered slightly, glancing at the 3 earth dragons lying in front of the group, then turned towards Chun Dao's projection, remaining still, but with a watchful look. The 2 teams on the right were even more on edge. More than 30 boar men held spiked clubs, bared fangs, panting heavily and staring at them with fierce eyes. Over 20 wind wolves were tense, their wolf eyes glowing green, emitting low growls of threat. These two teams belonged to Zhang Heng and Lu Chong, who were ranked mid-tier in the monthly test. Though they were not as formidable as Su Yu and Lu Ming, they were certainly not pushovers. At this moment, they all assumed defensive stances, clearly viewing Chun Dao's group as a potential threat. In an instant, the atmosphere in front of the temple grew tense. We are Chun Dao Shun Yi and Lin Qingxue passing through this place with no intention of competing, just wishing to take a look at the temple door together. As the atmosphere below grew taut, Chun Dao above was the first to clarify their intentions to the four in front. The air remained tense until Su Ye's voice broke the silence. Her gaze fell on the three of Chun Dao, and she slightly nodded as a greeting. I have long admired your names. We have all noted your achievements on the monthly test leaderboard. Lu Ming's projection also lit up, his voice steady and deep. Our four groups have been here for half an hour, but this temple's door hasn't budged. We have attempted every conceivable method, but none have moved it even a fraction. Zhang Heng and Lu Chong quickly relaxed their defensive stance. They had only made it to the top ranks through luck and steady performance, and were naturally unwilling to provoke someone capable of reaching the top 5 like Chen Dao. Zhang Heng scratched his head and added in a deep voice, the ice arrows shot at this door would directly melt, and the stone golems left no marks after striking it. The wind wolves bit it, and 2 of their teeth broke. It's quite peculiar. The dark red giant doors of the temple loomed at the end of the plain, while the hundreds of people in front of them found themselves helpless. The 7 teams gathered before the doors, the tense atmosphere slightly eased after Chen Dao and his companions stated their intentions, yet an invisible tension still lingered. Su Yu and the others only allowed their respective clans to maintain a minimal level of vigilance, refraining from any further actions. Shun Yi leaned closer to Chen Dao, lowering his voice to mutter, Brother Chen, this door looks solid. Even a stone golem can't break it. Even if my giant troll were to attack, it would be futile. How about we let your little red breathe some lava on it? Perhaps it could melt it. Lin Qingxue gently shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the patterns on the giant doors. It's useless. Hong Lai was almost a mid-tier deity in his lifetime, and his divine position was related to flames. The runes he left behind could not be burned away by mere lava. Instantly, everyone fell into a stalemate, surrounded by the unyielding giant doors, with 7 teams and hundreds of clansmen utterly at a loss. At that moment, the silent Black Hammer suddenly stepped forward. His grip on the battle axe tightened, his gaze fixated on the patterns on the giant doors, growing brighter as he observed. What appeared chaotic and illogical to others began to clarify in his eyes. These winding lines were strikingly similar to the sharp runes he had carved into his battle axe. Boss, what's up? Tai Dun leaned in, following his gaze towards the giant doors, scratching his head. Can you understand the ghostly symbols on this stone? Black Hammer did not respond, merely raised his hand and lightly sketched in the air before him with the tip of his battle axe. Each stroke mirrored the core pattern on the giant doors. As he carved, the sharp runes on the axe glimmered, a soft golden light flowing from the tip of the axe, replicating the identical pattern on the ground. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Black Hammer. The frost elf stood up straight, and Lu Ming's stone golem also turned its head towards this seemingly small but impactful dwarf. You can understand these runes. The voice of the frost elf leader was filled with disbelief. She and her kin had studied for half an hour without understanding anything, and yet a dwarf blacksmith was able to replicate the patterns and even resonate with the giant doors. Ignoring the group's astonishment, Black Hammer looked up into the air, praying, Master, these patterns resemble some I've seen before. I want to see if I can open it. In the air, Chun Dao nodded with satisfaction, a gentle thought entering Black Hammer's mind. I bestow you strength. With Chun Dao's consent, Black Hammer hesitated no longer. He flipped his battle axe and drove it into the ground, raising his hand to cut open his palm. Dark golden blood dripped from his fingertips, landing in the center of the replicated runes on the ground. The moment the dragon blood touched the pattern, the entire rune suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, resonating with the patterns on the giant doors, producing a deep humming sound. Everyone retreat. Black Hammer shouted in a deep voice, pulling up the battle axe and channeling all the dragon blood power into the axe blade. The runes on the axe lit up, interweaving soft golden and crimson light, forming a brilliant shield. He suddenly exerted force, with his legs leaping into the air, gripping the battle axe tightly with both hands, and with all his might, he struck down at the core rune node in the center of the giant doors. Clang! The battle axe collided with the giant doors without the expected explosive sound, only a low resonating hum. The axe blade struck precisely at the center of the rune node, and the dragon blood from Black Hammer spread along the blade, instantly merging into the patterns of the giant doors. The next moment, the entire giant door trembled violently. The previously dim patterns ignited like a river of magma, with red light igniting one after another from the point where Black Hammer struck. The golden red light raced along the patterns, quickly covering the dozens of meters high giant doors. The once unbreakable giant doors began to slowly turn. It's moving. The door is moving. Tai Dun shouted excitedly. The once silent giant doors after decades of stillness began to slowly part under countless gazes. The heavy stone doors rubbed against the ground, producing a dull rumbling sound, causing the entire plane to tremble slightly. Su Yu and Lu Ming exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. They had tried every means to move the doors, but were unable to budge them at all, and yet a dwarf managed to split them apart with a single strike. Shun Yi in midair was laughing, slapping his thigh. Amazing, Brother Chen, your dwarf is incredible. As the heavy doors swung open with a rumble, instead of the expected treasures and heritage, a scorching wave of heat rushed out, capable of burning flesh. Behind the doors was a narrow corridor, its walls adorned with dark red patterns within which faint flames flickered, stretching into an unseen distance. Good things are inside. Charge. A coarse shout shattered the calm. The wild boars under Zhang Heng could no longer contain their desire for the treasures within. More than 30 wild boars waved their spiked clubs, charging madly into the corridor. Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned, realizing he couldn't stop them in time and could only watch as the group rushed in. But just as the wild boars dashed less than 10 steps into the corridor, the patterns on the walls suddenly illuminated with blinding red light. Not good. It's a trap. The wild boar leader's warning had just escaped his lips when countless tongues of flame erupted from the gaps in the walls, instantly turning the entire corridor into a sea of fire. Screams of agony rang out, and the 5 wild boars at the front didn't even have time to scream before they were incinerated into charcoal by the 1,000-degree flames. The remaining wild boars were burned and mangled, rolling and crawling out, each collapsing to the ground in agony, utterly losing their combat ability. This sudden turn of events left the originally restless crowd frozen in place, even retracting the foot that had already stepped in. Zhang Heng looked at his severely injured team, his face pale, legs weakening as he nearly collapsed, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. He never imagined that Hong Lai would set such a terrifying trap within the temple. At the back, Black Hammer observed the wild boars rolling and crawling out, thoughtfully gazing at the patterns on the walls, beginning to devise a countermeasure. But just as everyone was troubled by the trap, several stone figures suddenly dashed out from the distance, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Indeed, it was Chu Feng's stone golems. The projection of Chu Feng hung in midair with a half-smile on his lips, his tone as languid, as if he had just stumbled upon a casual stroll. Oh, what a coincidence. We meet again. You all are quite swift. Haven't I just arrived at this door? Chu Feng glanced at the wide-open stone door, sounding as though he had only just come here. Shun Yi's expression darkened upon hearing him, stepping half a pace in front of Chun Dao. Chu Feng, didn't you say you were heading in another direction? Why have you circled back to us? I got lost. Chu Feng shrugged innocently. This ruin is vast, and after wandering around I ended up here, just in time to catch you opening the door. Isn't this fate? Lin Qingxua shot him a cold glance, her voice lowered to a near whisper. He is lying. At the flight speed of the stone gargoyle, it's impossible for him to be slower than us. He has been waiting nearby. Chun Dao remained silent, merely shifting his gaze towards Chu Feng's lineup of stone gargoyles, his heart already understanding. Looking at the neat formation, it was clear that this guy had not just arrived. His earlier retreat down the passage was likely not due to a desire to avoid conflict, but rather to wait. To wait for them to open the door, then jump out to share in the spoils. But the current situation was delicate. Although the number of Chu Feng's stone gargoyles was few, each one was a product evolved from consuming a massive amount of, or their combat strength far exceeding that of ordinary kin. Meanwhile, their own team had already exhausted a considerable amount of stamina, making them unfit for battle. If they were to confront Chu Feng Heiden, now even if they could win, it would come at a heavy cost. More critically, the traps in this passage had yet to be deciphered. Chun Dao withdrew his gaze and stared directly at Chu Feng. Since you are here, let's go in together. Brother Chun. Shun Yi turned his head abruptly to look at him, his face filled with disbelief. The door was opened by my people. Those stone gargoyles can't solve these traps. Chun Dao gave Shun Yi a reassuring glance. If Chu Feng wants to go in, he must follow our pace. You can make a move in the passage, but if you trigger a fire trap, can your stone gargoyles withstand it? That's uncertain. Chu Feng's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal. Brother Chun is right. Let's all go in together, safety first. He waved his hand, and the stone gargoyles stepped aside, adopting a gesture of after you. Chun Dao was not polite either, issuing a command to He Chue, study the traps and find a safe passage. He Chue accepted the command, dragging his battle axe to the entrance of the passage and crouching down, his rough fingers tracing the patterns on the ground. The flames from earlier had scorched the wild boars, but failed to destroy the patterns on the rock walls. In He Chue's eyes, these red lines resembled markings on a forging diagram, each crooked stroke having its significance. These patterns are part of the same system as the runes on the door, He Chue said without lifting his head. The runes on the door are the lock, and the runes here are the lock core. When the door opens, the core still turns. If you don't walk in order and step on the wrong position, flames will burst from the rock walls. He stood up and pulled out a small chisel from his waist, heavily carving a cross mark onto the ground at the entrance of the passage. First step here. Heichui's voice was steady and powerful. Then watch where I step. You all step where I do. Don't make a single mistake. After saying that, he took the first step, his toes landing precisely on the cross he had carved. The runes on the rock walls remained still. Heichui did not pause, taking 2 more steps forward, carving a mark on another stone slab. Second step, this slab. The dwarves quickly followed, and the various races behind them closely followed the dwarves. Chu Feng's stone gargoyles brought up the rear. They had no breath, no heartbeat, but Chu Feng's gaze never left Heichui's movements, as if he was silently comparing something. They had no breath, no heartbeat, but Chu Feng's gaze never left Heichui's movements, as if he was silent. The team behind formed a winding dragon, all of them fixated on the cross mark carved by the chisel beneath his feet, fearing that a misstep would lead to being burned by flames. 37th step here. Heichui crouched down the chisel, striking a stone slab in front of him, producing a crisp ding-ding sound. 37th step here. Heichui crouched down the chisel, striking a stone slab in front of him. Their fur was charred, and a few could barely walk, yet because they were tempted by the unknown benefits within the temple, they were reluctant to leave directly. Boss, it seems like there's an end up ahead, Tai Dun said in a low voice, the torch in his hand illuminating the scene ahead in the passage. Heichui raised his head upon hearing this. The passage suddenly widened, here no longer a narrow corridor, but a circular hall. The hall had a diameter of about 30 meters, the floor covered with stone slabs marked with runes, each slab flickering with uncertain red light. At the center of the hall, a spiral staircase spiraled upwards, also covered with runes, standing more than 10 meters high from the bottom to the top. At the end of the staircase, a half-open door could be vaguely seen. Behind that door should be the real treasures. Heichui stood up, his gaze scanning the staircase back and forth. Tai Dun leaned closer to him, asking in a low voice, "Boss, there are also runes on this staircase. Do we need to step on them one by one?" Heichui did not answer, merely staring at the staircase, lost in thought. After staring at the staircase for a while, he slowly spoke. "It's not a matter of whether to step or not. The runes on this staircase are more complex than those in the passage. I can't understand them." "What do we do then?" Tai Dun panicked. "We've come this far, we can't get stuck here, can we?" Heichui crouched before the first step of the staircase, his rough fingers hovering in the air, not yet making contact. He dared not touch it. Although the runes in the passage were complex, he could still understand them to some extent, but the runes here were far beyond his current comprehension. Each of these patterns had its own rules, but every rule was different. The first step of the staircase was engraved with flame patterns, the second with rock patterns, and the third with some kind of twisted vortex pattern. The 3 types of patterns were unrelated, yet at their junctions they forcibly merged together, forming a composite rune that Heichui had never seen before. Hong Lai had been close to being a mid-tier deity in his lifetime. These things might have been trivial to his previous kin, but to Heichui and the others they were as incomprehensible as a heavenly script. The voices of their conversation were not loud, but in the spacious circular hall, every word reached everyone's ears. The atmosphere suddenly became delicate. Suyes Frost Elves quietly took a few steps back, their fingertips resting on the strings of their ice bows. The dozens of stone armor puppets under Lu Ming, despite their expressionless faces, had noticeably tightened their formation. Zhang Heng and Lu Chang's kin huddled in a corner shivering. But the most eye-catching were the rows of stone gargoyles at the end of the team. Chu Feng's kin still maintained a neat formation, their stony faces betraying no expressions like 30 real sculptures. "Brother Chun," Chu Feng's voice echoed from above, still in that lazy tone. "If your dwarves can't manage, why not let my stone gargoyles give it a try? They aren't afraid of fire. If they step wrong, they might just lose a layer of stone skin, but it's no big deal." Detected that the believer Heichui is facing the challenge of the composite rune. The current ability of Heichui is insufficient to independently decipher this rune system. Please choose your response method. Option 1, forceful decoding. Consume 3,000 faith points to forcibly suppress the rune energy with divine power and open a safe passage. Risk the backlash of the rune energy may damage the structure of the temple, leading to its collapse. Option 2, rune resonance. Consume 2,000 faith points to guide the remaining dragon blood power within Heichui to resonate with the latter rune. Time required approximately half an incense stick. Option 3, divide and conquer. Consume 1,500 faith points to temporarily enhance the forging skills of Tai Dun and Tiedan, allowing Heichui, Tieduan, and Tai Dan to each study a rune and then collaborate to integrate them. Chen Dao stared at the 3 options on the panel, his gaze drifting back and forth between the second and third. The risk of forceful decoding was too great, so he eliminated it first. Rune resonance seemed safe, but Heichui's dragon blood power was depleted too much. He feared that something might go wrong, especially since that guy Chu Feng was obviously plotting something. He couldn't let Haichui get into trouble. Divide and conquer 1,500 faith points, just right. Let Haichui take Tai Dun and Tai Dan along. They could also practice their rune forging skills. Option 3 selected. You have chosen divide and conquer. Faith points consumed 1,500. Remaining faith points 10500. Guiding Haichui Tieduan and Tai Dan to comprehend their respective runes. In midair, Chu Feng's voice echoed, Brother Chun, if your dwarf can't do it, why not let my gargoyle? No need. Chen Dao's voice was not loud, yet it clearly interrupted Chu Feng's words. Chu Feng's smile froze on his face, then he resumed his lazy demeanor. Oh, so Brother Chun has a solution. Chen Dao ignored his sarcasm. His gaze fell on Haichui below, and his intention was already before the latter. Haichui was frowning at the 3 patterns on the stone steps, when a warm light suddenly burst. Chen Dao's voice sounded again, when needed you Tieduan and Tai Dan will study 3 runes separately. After half an incense stick come together, Haichui suddenly raised his head, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Tai Dun, Tai Dan. He turned and shouted, come here. Tai Dun was squatting on the ground, poking at the moss in the stone slab with a dagger. Hearing this, he sprang up, coming, boss. What's up? Tai Dan said nothing, quietly stepping out from the line and standing beside Haichui. The master has issued a divine decree. Haichui lowered his voice, pointing to the 3 patterns on the stairs. The master wants us to study the 3 runes separately, then come back together after half an incense stick. Tai Dun scratched his head, staring at the rune he was responsible for, and with a bitter face, said, Boss, you taught me the basics of runes. This looks like a celestial script to me. Stop the nonsense. Haichui slapped him on the back of the head. The master said you can understand, so you can understand. Tai Dun shrank his neck from the slap, mumbling something, but still obediently began to study. He extended his rough fingers and cautiously touched it. However, at the moment of contact with the pattern, he jolted. The rune, which had seemed like celestial script, now arranged itself clearly in his mind, making him feel like a rune master. On the other side, Tai Dan had already sat cross-legged in front of another rune. He did not reach out to touch, but merely observed quietly. Tai Dan was the quietest among the 3, but Haichui knew that when it came to focus, few in the entire tribe could match him. He could sit by the lava river all day watching Little Red breathe fire, forgetting to eat. The runes slowly rotated in his eyes. Boss. Tai Dan rarely spoke with excitement. I understand. Haichui was studying his own rune, and without looking up he replied, if you understand, write it down. We need to combine them later. Done. At this moment Tai Dun also shouted excitedly. 3 runes, 3 interpretations. The flickering flames, the flowing lava, the growing veins, these 3 patterns formed in their minds, but were still incomplete. Good. Haichui stood up, integrating the last stroke of the flame rune into his heart. Come over, let's combine them. The 3 gathered at the bottom of the stairs, each displaying their understood runes in front of them. Haichui's flame rune was upstream, responsible for the explosion. Tai Dun's lava flow was in the middle, responsible for conduction. Tai Dun's, or vein rune, was downstream, responsible for carrying. The 3 runes connected end to end, forming a complete circuit. The 3 runes lit up simultaneously, no longer the separate red, orange, and earthy yellow lights, but merging into a dazzling golden red. The light spread up the stairs, burning from the first stone step to the top. The stone steps, over 10 meters high, trembled slightly in the glow. Boom. The half-open stone door at the end of the stairs slowly opened. The light coming from behind the door was a dark, deep brown glow that no one had ever seen. Haichui gripped his battle axe, standing at the foot of the steps, not stepping inside. For he had seen what lay behind the door. It was not a treasure. It was a skeleton. A skeleton over 3 meters tall, its bones glowing with a dark brown light, the remains of some gigantic creature. It lay on the ground at the deepest part of the temple, its chest torn open by something from within, its ribs curling outward like petals. And in the center of that skeleton, a still beating heart emitted a light identical to that of the latter rune. Tai Dun peeked out from behind, and as he saw what it was, he froze in place. Boss. I know. Haichui's voice was hoarse. The bloodline he possessed came from the earth dragon, and now facing the corpse of this true dragon, he found it difficult to even speak. The kin of Hong Lai. This was the kin that guarded the temple. This was Hong Lai's strongest kin in life, a dragon that had died 20 years ago, and now its heart was still beating. In midair, Chu Feng's projection suddenly flashed to the forefront, the smirk on his lips finally turning into a taut straight line. His eyes were fixed on the beating heart, and for the first time unmasked desire surfaced deep within his pupils. Not just him. Su Yu, Lu Ming, Zhang Hung, Lu Chang, everyone's gaze locked onto that heart in the same instant. After a brief silence, Chu Feng spoke first, his voice devoid of laziness, filled only with suppressed excitement. Brother Chen, you brought us here, so it should be your turn to choose first. However, he shifted his tone, and the gargoyles took their first step simultaneously, their eerie voices echoing in the air. I want that heart. The heart still beats. The three-hanglong dragon skeleton lay quietly in the depths of the shrine, each bone emanating a faint dragon might. At the very center of the skeleton, a heart larger than an entire dwarf slowly contracted and expanded each beat, sending a subtle tremor through the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Feng's voice echoed in the air, "I want that heart." Dozens of gargoyles stepped forward simultaneously, their stone claws striking the shrine's floor in a synchronized clatter. Their dark red gemstone eyes fixed firmly on the heart, and an expression of desire flickered in their hollow gazes, their bodies poised to pounce at any moment. "What the hell do you want?" Shun Yi exploded first, his projection flashing in front of Chu Feng, his face twisted with rage. "We opened the door, we broke the traps, and you're just back there picking up the spoils. Now you want to snatch the dragon?" Chu Feng tilted his head, the smirk returning to the corner of his mouth. "Brother Shun, that's not quite right. I just thought you were busy here trying to save you some effort. Who knows if this dragon corpse has traps? I sent my gargoyles to check the path first, and if there are any mechanisms, my people will bear the brunt, right? You." Chu Feng interrupted Shun Yi's tirade with a light chuckle. "Brother Shun, this is a ruin, not a classroom. Whoever gets it first owns it." Before he finished speaking, the three gargoyles at the front of the line had already taken flight, their stone wings slicing through the air, diving directly towards the pulsing heart at the end of the stairs. "Xiaohong!" The shout of Black Hammer thundered. Xiaohong, who had been ready to strike, erupted with a long-suppressed torrent of molten breath at the sound of the command. The dark red fire column brushed the edge of the stone steps and exploded upward, precisely sealing off the flying route of the gargoyles. The molten breath crashed into the leading gargoyle. Flames instantly engulfed half of the gargoyle's body, charring its stone wings. Yet the gargoyle continued its relentless charge towards the dragon heart, as if it felt no pain. Its wings, singed and trembling, did not affect its flying speed. "This thing doesn't fear even lava." Iron Block's eyes widened. Black Hammer's expression changed as he realized the stone skin of the gargoyle, though scorched, was rapidly healing due to the metallic energy flowing within. Xiaohong seemed enraged, molten lava surging in her throat, ready for a second breath attack. But Chu Feng would not give her the chance. The remaining gargoyles instantly dispersed, no longer charging in a straight line, but instead pouncing. Xiaohong seemed enraged, molten lava surging in her throat, ready for a second breath attack. But Chu Feng would not give her the chance. The remaining gargoyles instantly dispersed, no longer charging in a straight line, but instead pouncing towards the dragon heart from different directions. Some swooped down from the air, some glided close to the ground, while others crashed into the rocky walls on either side of the stairs, using the force to spring forward. "Shield formation. Block them." Black Hammer shouted at the still dazed dwarfs. 20 dwarf shield bearers immediately raised their shields, forming an iron wall in front of the steps. But the impact of the gargoyles was too great. The first one collided with the shield formation, the tremendous force sending 3 dwarves and their shields flying, blood gushing as they fell to the ground. The second followed closely, its sharp claws tearing through the gaps in the shields, aiming for the faces of the shield bearers. Clang! A battle axe swung through the air, striking the gargoyle's claws accurately. Black Hammer gripped the axe with both hands, channeling all his strength into his arms, and the runes on the axe glowed brightly. The axe blade bit into the stone claw, producing a sharp, grating sound. The gargoyle's claw was cleaved open with a crack, yet it remained unbroken. It turned to look at Black Hammer, its dark red eyes glaring fiercely at him. "This thing is really tough." Black Hammer gritted his teeth and swung the axe again. This time he aimed for the gargoyle's joints. Clang! 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 Black Hammer exerted all his strength, bringing down 3 strikes on one joint. Finally, the gargoyle's right arm broke off at the joint, crashing to the ground and shattering into several pieces. However, even with one arm lost, the gargoyle's movements showed no signs of slowing down. It continued to attack with its left claw and wings as if pain did not exist for it at all. Iron Block and Iron Egg behind Black Hammer each faced their own opponents. Iron Block swung his battle axe, each blow carrying immense power. Although his hit rate was low, as long as he struck, he could chip off several pieces of stone from the gargoyle. Iron Egg remained even calmer, constantly changing positions, each axe swing precisely targeting the gargoyle's joints or cracks, proving to be more efficient than Iron Block. Watching the chaotic battle below, Shun Yi in the air felt anxious, shouting at his trolls, "Get in there. What are you waiting for?" The trolls finally reacted, howling as they charged forward. They swung their iron hammers, putting all their strength into smashing the gargoyles. Clang! The troll leader's hammer struck one gargoyle in the chest, and the tremendous impact sent the gargoyle flying crashing into the wall with more force than what the dwarves had achieved after fighting for a long time. The gargoyle's chest was deeply dented, but it quickly got back up, still charging towards the dragon heart. "Is this thing impossible to kill?" The troll leader cursed in disbelief, his greatest confidence being his own strength, and now he couldn't even kill a gargoyle that was a third smaller than himself with a single blow. Lin Kingsu's elven archers continued to shoot their arrows, accurately targeting the gargoyle's eyes and joints. But the gargoyle's stone skin was too hard, ordinary arrows could not penetrate, bouncing off upon contact. Only a few arrows from high-ranking elves like Alier could embed themselves into the gargoyle's body, yet they were far from lethal. Chu Feng's projection hovered in midair, observing the chaotic battlefield below, a smirk still curling at the corner of his mouth. Brother Chin, your kin are indeed formidable, able to hold off my gargoyles, Hedon. But this is where it ends. Just as he finished speaking, the 3 gargoyles that had been entangled by the trolls suddenly flapped their wings, breaking free from the encirclement and swiftly charging towards the dragon heart at the end of the stairs. Their speed was too great and the distance too close. Black Hammer's pupils constricted. It was already too late to come to their aid. Xiaohei, he shouted loudly. The little black who had been lurking at the back of the team finally moved. It opened its mouth and a deep dragon roar erupted from its throat. That sound was far louder than Xiaohong's dragon roar. An invisible might rapidly spread out with this roar. The 3 gargoyles diving for the dragon heart suddenly froze, as if an invisible force held down their wings. Their movements slowed and the red light in their eyes dimmed slightly. Dragon might suppresses all beings with lower bloodlines, even if it was just an earth dragon. Now is the time, he shouted fiercely. Tai Dun and Tai Dan charged simultaneously toward the 3 suppressed stone gargoyles. Tai Dun cleaved one gargoyle's head with his axe, while Tai Dan pierced another's chest from behind. The third was slammed to the ground by Xiaohei's paw. The ogre leader along with several ogres surrounded the remaining gargoyle and 6 massive hammers struck down simultaneously, smashing the gargoyle into a pile of rubble. The 3 stone gargoyles finally lay motionless, their stony bodies shattered into fragments. 3 dead. Tai Dun roared with excitement, driving his battle axe forcefully into the head of the already deceased gargoyle. With 30 stone gargoyles, 3 had fallen, but 27 remained. Chu Feng's projection suspended in midair wavered slightly, and the smirk on his face finally faded completely. He stared at the 3 piles of rubble on the ground, remained silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly chuckled. He waved his hand, and the remaining 27 stone gargoyles simultaneously ceased their charge, retreating in unison back to the tunnel's exit, reforming into a neat line, as if the earlier slaughter had never occurred. Brother Chin, Chu Feng's voice returned to its lazy tone. You dwarves really have some skills. Chen Dao remained silent, calmly watching him, curious about what trick he was planning next. Chu Feng shrugged. Don't look at me like that. 30 stone gargoyles for a dragon heart. Is this deal worth it? I don't think so. He paused for a moment, his gaze subtly glancing down at the stone gargoyles which flapped their wings again, but instead of heading toward the dragon heart, they turned and flew toward the temple's entrance. I don't want that heart anymore. Chu Feng's voice came from the tunnel, filled with mirth. However, Brother Chin, we will meet again soon, and next time it won't just be 30. As the last word fell, the line of stone gargoyles had already vanished into the darkness at the tunnel's end. Shun Yi was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned to look at Shun Daohe. Just left? Yes, Lin Qingxue answered for him, her voice still cold, but her brows were tightly furrowed. He doesn't seem like the type to give up easily. His retreat this time is probably just to avoid revealing all his cards, and he is also concerned about being ambushed by those 4 after we both exhaust ourselves. Chen Dao nodded while turning to the 4 bystanders, Su Yu and the others. Chu Feng was a nuisance, but he was not the immediate concern. Everyone, I will take this dragon heart. I trust you have no objections. Chen Dao spoke calmly, yet the underlying threat was clear to them. The heavy heartbeat echoed in the temple, each thump sounding like a hammer striking everyone's hearts. Su Ye's expression instantly turned tense, while Lu Ming's armored puppet formation quietly tightened, and Zhang Heng and Lu Chang didn't dare to even breathe. Chen Dao's words were laid bare. He would take the dragon heart. Who would dare object? Silence lingered for a full 10 seconds. I have no objections. Su Yu was the first to speak. You opened the door, and Chu Feng was driven off by you. I Su Yu will not engage in treachery. Lu Ming remained silent for 2 seconds, the heavy projection slowly nodding. I have no objections either. However, Brother Chen, you can have the dragon heart, but we should at least get a share of the other treasures in the temple. Agreed, Chen Dao replied without hesitation. Aside from the dragon heart, other resources will be allocated based on merit. He did not argue with them. After all, they were all from the elite class, and it would not be wise to completely offend them. Allowing them to have a taste was acceptable. As for Zhang Heng and Lu Chang, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty, nodding repeatedly. They had originally come to pick up the scraps, and were already satisfied with getting a little bit of the spoils. Now that they had seen the strength of those dwarves and ogres, they dared not covet the dragon heart any longer. With the agreement reached, Chen Dao's gaze returned to the pulsating heart. At this moment, a panel notification popped up in his mind, detecting true dragon heart damage, quality legendary status, maintaining vitality, energy loss rate 73, warning heart energy is continuously depleting. Recommended to process quickly. It had lost 70%. But the remaining 30% was enough to make any newly born deity envious. Heiqiao Chun Dao issued a divine decree. Heiqiao immediately knelt on one knee. My lord, that heart is yours. Heiqiao was stunned, looking at the 3 earth dragons beside him, incredulously pointing. My lord, I. Heiqiao's throat tightened, unable to articulate fully. He did not believe the dragon heart was more suited for him, but Chun Dao's choice made him feel deeply grateful. This is what you deserve. Chun Dao's voice was filled with the authority of a deity, yet it also carried a clear sense of comfort. Heiqiao did not speak again. He knelt on one knee, laying his battle axe across his lap, and bowed his forehead heavily against the cold stone slab. Then he stood up and walked toward the pulsating heart. The closer he got to the dragon skeleton, the heavier the draconic might felt. The pressure was not only aimed at the body, but also directly impacted the soul. With each step Heiqiao took, he could feel something trembling deep within his bloodline. The dragon blood totem on the back of his hand also lit up. Within a few meters of the dragon skeleton, even the air became thick. Heiqiao's steps slowed, but he did not stop. Finally, he stood before the dragon heart. The heart was larger than his entire body, its surface adorned with dark golden blood vessel patterns, and each contraction revealed the dark red glow flowing within the vessels. Heiqiao reached out and pressed his hand against the surface of the heart. Then he trembled all over. A dark golden light surged from the heart, spreading along his arm to his entire body. Heiqiao's bloodline was completely activated at that moment, spreading through his veins to his entire being. Roar! Heiqiao threw his head back and howled. The sound was no longer one a dwarf could emit. This sound, imbued with draconic might, echoed throughout the 3rd layer. The howling lasted a full 10 breaths before gradually subsiding. Then the light slowly dissipated. Heiqiao stood in place, his hand still pressed against the surface of the dragon heart, which had now completely lost its vitality. At this moment, he was already transformed. His height had increased significantly. The once small stature now almost reached the shoulders of an ordinary person. The muscles on his arms bulged, and beneath his skin dark golden patterns were faintly visible, flowing. The most striking change was his eyes, which had transformed from pitch-black pupils to entirely dark golden vertical slits. Ding! Your follower Heiqiao has absorbed the residual energy of the true dragon heart. Heiqiao's bloodline evolution. Dragonborn dwarf true dragon bloodline. Thin, Heiqiao's level has risen. Level 3. Level 5. Heiqiao has unlocked talent dragon heart resonance. Can sense the location and emotions of all dragon bloodline creatures within a radius of 3 miles. Heiqiao has unlocked ability dragon breath. Beginner can exhale dragon breath. Power depends on personal strength. Heiqiao's lifespan extended. 350 years, 600 years. Heiqiao stood still with his eyes closed, surrounded by a faint aura of dragon might, no longer the essence of the earth dragon, but truly imbued with the pressure of a true dragon. Tai Dun stood a few meters away, wanting to approach, but hesitating. Boss! Tai Dun cautiously called out in a low voice. Tai Dun stood a few meters away, wanting to approach, but hesitating. Boss! Tai Dun cautiously called out in a low voice. Heiqiao opened his eyes. The dark golden vertical pupils radiated an oppressive aura compared to his previous pitch-black eyes. He looked down at his hands, clenched his fists, released them, and then clenched them again, feeling the immense power within. If before he had only a 20% chance of defeating the ogre leader, now he felt he had a 50% chance of vanquishing the ogre leader within 5 minutes. I'm fine. Heiqiao's voice carried an indescribable excitement. He turned around for one last glance at the heart that had completely ceased beating, then shifted his gaze to the air above. There only Chun Dao's flame avatar floated, while others were collectively directing their respective factions to loot the temple. Thank you for your lord's gifts. Heiqiao knelt on one knee, sincerely grateful to Chun Dao. Chun Dao nodded in satisfaction as he sensed the faith value he provided. Although the true dragon heart only retained 30% of its energy, it had successfully elevated Heiqiao's bloodline to a qualitative leap. Information flashed in his mind. Name: Heiqiao, dragonborn dwarf, level 5 profession, rune craftsman, talents, dragon, might, mastery of forging, innate strength, charismatic leader, resonance. With dragon heart skills, dragon breath, description, chieftain of the Hei Yin tribe, evolved by absorbing the power of the true dragon heart, a natural leader among dwarves. The commotion in the temple quickly subsided. Occasionally some deities arriving at the temple would see the charred wild boar outside and unanimously order their factions to retreat. Sui's frost elf found a whole piece of blue glowing ice crystal, or in a corner the top-tier material for forging ice-type weapons, enough to significantly enhance her elf archer's combat power. Lu Ming's stone-armored puppet unearthed 3 stone cores from beneath the temple's foundation, which could directly strengthen his puppet's hardness. Zhang Heng and Lu Chong also collected quite a few scattered ores. Although not rare, they still deemed the trip worthwhile. Meanwhile, the dragon remains lay quietly in the distance, with no one daring to covet them. The true dragon pressure emanating from He after absorbing the dragon heart made them envious. But with the lessons learned from Chu Feng and the looming threat of the ogres, they obediently scavenged in the corners. Tai Dun, take 20 brothers and dismantle the dragon remains. He pointed at the skeleton on the ground, his voice even louder than before. Not a single bone should be left behind, especially the dragon bones and dragon teeth. These are clearly excellent forging materials. Got it. Tai Dun led the eager dwarves forward. Within half an hour, the massive dragon remains were dismantled into neat parts bound with vines and shouldered by them. Evacuate. After looting the temple, everyone issued divine commands to their respective factions. The two groups diverged at the temple's exit. Chun Dao's team retraced their steps. The flame traps in the corridor had completely extinguished with the depletion of the dragon heart energy, no longer needing to tread carefully on marked spots. As they reached the entrance to the second layer plane, a wave of scorching wind suddenly blew from the side. 3 magma elementals emerged from an unknown source, their bodies composed of flowing magma, with dark red flames pulsing at their cores, exactly the extremely dangerous creatures noted in the documentation. Be careful. Alier immediately knocked an arrow and the elf archers instantly entered combat mode. But He raised his hand to stop her. No need. He stepped forward, taking a deep breath, feeling the intense heat rise in his throat. In the next moment, a crimson dragon breath surged from his mouth, even hotter than the lava spewed by Xiaohong. In just a moment, the magma elementals melted away in the dragon breath as if they were ice and snow, leaving no remnants behind, only 3 charred marks on the ground. This dragon breath had actually roasted the magma-based elementals into oblivion. The entire team fell silent. Tai Dun's mouth hung open, nearly dropping his battle axe. Having fought alongside He in so many battles, he had never witnessed such a clean and decisive method. He had sensed the strength of those 3 magma elementals just moments ago. Each could have killed him in an instant, yet now they were reduced to ash by He's single breath. Boss. Tai Dun swallowed hard. Your breath must be stronger than Xiaohong's, right? Not just Tai Dun, even He himself was taken aback by the power of that strike. He looked down at his hands, then touched his throat, where the residual heat from the dragon breath still lingered. He suppressed the shock in his heart and turned to wave at the team. Keep moving, don't delay here. The team started moving again, but everyone's gaze couldn't help but glance towards He. Especially the 3 earth dragons, Xiao He and Xiao Tai, trailed closely behind, He rumbling in their throats as if expressing their affection. Xiaohong's reaction was even more direct. It nudged up beside He, rubbing its head against his arm, and its dark red vertical pupils rarely showed a gentle demeanor. On the 3rd day after returning from the ruins, Chun Dao finally finished dealing with the backlog of matters. The dragon remains were dismantled and categorized by He and 30 blacksmiths, with the dragon teeth stored separately, and even the shattered bone fragments were not wasted, ground into bone powder and mixed into the refractory clay for the forging furnace. The magma core was temporarily stored next to the main furnace to be forged once He had fully recovered. There were also developments regarding the giant eagle egg. Chun rummaged through the forum for a day and night, finally acquiring a fragmented guide for hatching fire-type flying factions from an old deity, costing him hundreds of pounds of obsidian iron ore. Lin Qingxue directly utilized her family connections to borrow a notebook from an acquaintance of her father's. Inside were detailed records of nurturing the infant flame feather giant eagle, temperature control, and methods for potential bloodline awakening. Chen Dao also consumed 500 faith points each to bestow a temperature-regulating blessing on the 2. In the divine domain at Heiyin Fortress, Chen Dao's consciousness hovered above the fortress, overlooking the bustling scene below. The chimneys of the 5 main furnaces were belching thick black smoke, and the rhythmic sounds of hammering merged into a symphony. New sounds emerged from the livestock pen. The once pregnant mother rock goat had become the ancestor of the flock, and the second batch of rock goats brought back had fully adapted to the pen environment, pushing the total number of goats over 50. Taidan had also recently attempted to tame several wild boars. Although they were much more aggressive than rock goats, the dwarves lured them with a daily diet of bran and distiller's grains, and now they could come over with their snouts seeking food. The bitter wheat in the fields was beginning to head, with the improved stalks thicker than before, and the heavy heads drooped low. The elder dwarf in charge of the farmland squatted on the ridge, squinting to calculate the harvest days, muttering something under his breath. Everything was progressing steadily. However, Chun Dao knew in his heart that it was still not enough. He opened his personal panel, his gaze landing on the column of faith value. Current faith value 12500. Although he had consumed quite a bit in the ruins, the faith provided by the dwarves in recent days had nearly replenished it. He still needed 2,500 points to reach the 15,000 points required for the 3rd transition. At the current rate of increase, it would take about 4 to 5 days in the real world. Chen Dao leaned against the back of his chair and closed his eyes. In his mind flashed the face of Chu Feng as he retreated from the ruins, that ambiguous smile along with the words, "Next time it won't just be 30 of them." Chu Feng's stone golems could devour or to evolve. This time, he only brought 30. But next time, 50, 100. No one knew where Chu Feng's limits lay. Advancing to a weak divinity in the third transition and ensuring his divine domain had the energy to support the second type of kin was what he considered the most crucial task at hand. Chen Dao opened his eyes again, his gaze returning to the panel. Forget it, let's just do what can be done first. He put on his helmet again, and his consciousness sank into the divine domain. Inside the divine domain Blackrock Fortress forging area, Black Hammer was squatting in front of the furnace holding a fist-sized dark red crystal, which was the magma core he had brought back from the ruins. His brow furrowed, his fingers occasionally caressing the surface of the crystal, feeling the searing energy flowing within. "Boss, you've been staring at this thing for 3 days now." His brow furrowed, his fingers occasionally caressing the surface of the crystal, feeling the searing energy flowing within. "Boss, you've been staring at..." Black Hammer replied without looking up, "We only brought back one of these. What if we act rashly and it explodes?" He stood up and held the core up to the light of the furnace. The dark red light shone through the crystal, illuminating the entire gem, and within it a faint golden thread could be seen slowly moving. Black Hammer's pupils slightly constricted. That golden thread was not the light from the furnace. It was blood. Dragon blood. Now that he bore the true dragon bloodline, he was extremely sensitive to this scent. That spider had been in the ruins for so many years, and it had somehow absorbed a trace of dragon aura, although faint enough to be negligible, it indeed existed. Iron Dung. Black Hammer gripped the core in his hand. "Go fetch Little Black." Iron Dung was nearby repairing a damaged shield from the ruins. He put down his hammer in confusion and turned towards the Earth Dragon shed. Before long, Little Black leisurely trotted into the forging area following Iron Dung. This Earth Dragon had grown to the height of Black Hammer's head, its dark golden scales gleaming under the furnace light. It walked up to Black Hammer and rubbed its head against his arm, making a gurgling sound from its throat. Black Hammer squatted down holding the magma core in front of Little Black. "Smell this." Little Black lowered its head, its nostrils close to the core, sniffing twice. Then it suddenly retreated half a step, its vertical pupils narrowing into a thin slit, and a deep low warning sound rumbling from its throat. Indeed, Black Hammer stood up holding the core in his hand. "This thing is related to dragons." Little Black's reaction confirmed his suspicion. The thin thread of dragon blood within the core, while negligible, was enough to make a creature of a lower bloodline like the Earth Dragon feel wary. "Boss, are you planning to use this to forge a weapon?" Iron Dung leaned closer, his eyes sparkling. "Then can I have your current axe?" Black Hammer did not answer, merely gazing at the core in his hand, his mind racing. The dragon's throat battle axe was his strongest weapon at present, but in truth it was forged from ordinary Earth Dragon materials. Yet the core before him contained the power infused with true dragon blood, and even a trace of it surpassed the quality of Earth Dragon materials. If he could forge it into a weapon. Iron Dung, clear the second furnace. Black Hammer finally spoke, his voice more excited than usual. "Today, I will personally forge something." Iron Dung was taken aback for a moment, then his face broke into a broad smile. "All right." He bounced towards the second furnace, shouting as he ran, "Brothers, the boss is going to personally open the furnace. Stop whatever you're doing." The news spread throughout the forging area like it had grown wings. In less than a moment, a dozen ash-covered dwarf faces surrounded him, some still clutching half-finished iron. Pairs of eyes all focused on Black Hammer, filled with excitement and anticipation. Black Hammer ignored their gathering, letting them learn some techniques. He walked to the second furnace, added 3 shovels of coal into the hearth, and sprinkled a handful of crushed dragon bone powder. The moment the dragon bone powder fell into the flames, the originally orange-eared flames surged higher, turning into a dark crimson. "This is a method I devised after absorbing the dragon heart," Black Hammer explained to the surrounding dwarves, placing the core into a specially made heat-resistant pot. The bottom of the pot was lined with a thick layer of lava stone, which he had painstakingly chiseled from the banks of the underground lava river specifically to withstand extreme temperatures. Their ordinary iron pots would melt away under such temperatures in no time. Only the lava stone, which possessed flame resistance, could barely endure. The core lay quietly at the bottom of the pot, the furnace fire crazily washing over the pot walls. The temperature rose higher and higher. The air in the forging area warped from the heat, causing the gathered dwarves to step back 3 or 4 paces. Even Little Black, who was nearby, gurgled and retreated 3 meters away, its tail anxiously swishing back and forth. Black Hammer did not step back. He stood in the position closest to the furnace, the dragon blood totem on the back of his hand, emitting a faint glow under the high temperature. The true dragon bloodline allowed him to withstand fire far better than ordinary dwarves, yet even so sweat beads began to form on his forehead. Boss! Iron Dung was forced to retreat repeatedly by the heat wave squinting at Black Hammer. This temperature is a full double compared to usual. Do we need to add more? Black Hammer stared at the immobile core in the pot, his brow furrowing tighter. Not enough. Still not enough. He could feel the thread of dragon blood within the core resisting the high temperature like a frightened snake madly slithering inside the crystal. It was necessary to use an even higher temperature to completely suppress it, allowing it to merge with the energy of the core itself rather than repel each other. Add more. Iron Dung grimaced, adding another shovel of fine coal into the furnace, then immediately jumped back, fearing the sparks might burn him. The flames surged again, the dark red tongues of fire leaping from the furnace mouth. The walls of the second furnace began to glow faintly red, looking as if it was about to explode. Just as Iron Dung worried about the furnace blowing up, the core in the crucible finally began to change. The dark red shell cracked open a thin seam. Then a second, a third. Fine cracks spread at a visible speed, revealing blinding golden light from the gaps. Now is the time. He suddenly grabbed the long-handled iron tongs he had prepared earlier, reaching into the furnace, accurately clamping the core that was undergoing fission. Iron Dung, prepare the mold. Iron Dung immediately grabbed the nearby mold and steadied it on the anvil. That was the special mold Black Hammer had forged 3 days in advance, made from the hardest skull fragments of the dragon bones mixed with obsidian iron. The core was transferred above the mold. Black Hammer took a deep breath, mobilizing all the power of his dragon blood. The totem on the back of his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling light spreading along the tongs to the surface of the core. The moment the two energies collided, the entire forging area fell into a sudden silence. With the collision of two energies, the core, once riddled with cracks, suddenly exploded. Inside the crystal, a golden thread became visible to the naked eye, yet it was suppressed by the bloodline of the Black Hammer, daring not to move. Tai Dun looked at the crystal, nearly losing his grip on the mold in his hands. The Black Hammer did not respond to him. His entire focus was fixed on the crystal. He could sense the energy inside the crystal rapidly dissipating. After the shell shattered, in just a few minutes it would revert to an ordinary stone. There was only one chance. He could no longer afford to admire it. Tai Dun, hold the mold steady. The Black Hammer shouted, pressing the crystal forcefully into the mold with his right hand. At the same time, he grabbed the forging hammer he had specially made for himself from beside the furnace with his left hand. He tightened his left hand and struck down with the heavy hammer, causing the crystal to burst forth with blinding light. Instantly, a shower of sparks fell onto the Black Hammer's arm. The sleeve of his forearm was instantly reduced to ashes and his skin was scorched red, yet he clutched the iron pincers tightly, without letting go. "Boss!" Tai Dun exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to pull him back. But the Black Hammer's voice stopped him faster. "Don't come over, keep the mold pressed tight." Hearing this, Tai Dun gritted his teeth and continued to press down hard on the edges of the mold with both hands. The searing heat from the metal seeped through the thick gloves, causing blisters to form on his palm, yet he felt no pain, the veins on his forehead bulging. The surrounding dwarves held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, the small black figure that had been nearby had long since scurried away as soon as it sensed the indiscriminate dragon's might from the Black Hammer. "Good lad." The Black Hammer's eyes lit up, seizing the moment when the energy stabilized and once again swung the forging hammer. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of hammering echoed through the forging area, each strike resonating with immense force. The Black Hammer infused all his true dragon blood into the hammer, the dark golden patterns spreading from his arm to the forging hammer, creating a marvelous resonance with the crystal in the mold. The golden thread inside the crystal no longer fled, but instead it began to merge gradually into the metal in rhythm with the hammering. The originally black metal slowly gained a faint golden sheen and intricate patterns appeared on its surface. As time passed, the molten metal in the mold had fully taken shape, with faint golden patterns slowly flowing across its surface. Just a bit more effort. "We're almost there." The Black Hammer growled, his hands never pausing. Bang! With the final strike, the entire forging area suddenly fell silent. The red glow on the surface of the mold gradually faded, and the once scorching metal slowly cooled, revealing its final form. It was a battle axe, even heavier than a dragon's throat, with a dark golden body flowing with patterns like molten lava, and the edge of the axe gleamed with a piercing cold light. At the base of the axe was embedded half of a remaining magma core, pulsing in sync with the Black Hammer's breath, as if a true heart resided within. The Black Hammer reached out to grasp the warm axe handle. A familiar power spread through his palm and coursed through his body as if it was destined to be his. He gently swung the battle axe, splitting the air with a whoosh sound. Where the blade passed, it even left a faint afterimage. "It's done." Tai Dun was the first to jump up, ignoring his burns, and excitedly shouted, "Boss, this axe is incredible. It's even more domineering than the previous one." The dwarves surrounding them erupted in thunderous cheers. The clang of metal resonated with some dwarves immediately pulling out their drinking flasks and gulping down the most direct way dwarves expressed their joy. The black hammer caressed the axe body, feeling the energy flowing within, and he couldn't help but smile. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly turned and struck down at a nearby boulder half his height. There was no earth-shattering boom, only a faint sizzle sound. The battle axe cut through the boulder as easily as slicing tofu, splitting it in two with a smooth mirror-like surface. More astonishingly, the cut surface of the boulder gradually ignited with dark red flames burning for a full incense stick before gradually extinguishing. My goodness! A young blacksmith's eyes widened. This was specifically for testing the black obsidian. Usually it takes effort to chisel it, yet it was split with a single swing. "This is a true divine weapon," the dwarves exclaimed in unison. The black hammer nodded in satisfaction, shouldering the battle axe. This weapon not only surpassed the previous dragon's throat in hardness and sharpness, but also incorporated a trace of dragon blood stored in the core, complementing his own bloodline. "I shall name you Dragonheart," he whispered, as if conversing with the battle axe, or perhaps making a promise. "Ding! Your follower Blackhammer has successfully forged a unique weapon, Dragonheart Battle Axe. Quality, epic, upgradable. Effect, strength 60, fire damage 40, attack, inflicts burning, all attributes, double, when resonating with Blackhammer's bloodline, can consume high-level dragon materials for evolution." A few days after the Blackhammer forged the Dragonheart Battle Axe, Chun Dao received a terminal message from Shini. "Brother Chin, my egg has cracked." Following the message were a series of exclamation marks and a blurry photo. The surface of the giant eagle egg had cracked open, revealing a dark red light inside, with a group of ogres curiously staring at the egg. Chun Dao enlarged the photo and stared at it for 2 seconds before replying, "Follow the instructions, maintain the temperature, and don't let your ogres touch it haphazardly." "We won't touch it. Those ogres are just sitting by and watching." Chun Yi replied instantly. "By the way, Brother Chin, I heard Lin Kinx's egg also cracked this morning. These 2 eggs cracked one after another. What a coincidence." Chun Dao stared at the screen, lost in thought. The flame-feather giant eagle had slept in the ruins for 20 years, sharing its last bit of vitality with the 2 eggs. The 2 hatchlings emerged on the same day, perhaps not by coincidence, but rather by the old eagle deliberately suppressing the hatching time to allow both offspring to be born on the same day. The opportunity for promotion came faster than Chun Dao had anticipated. Just 3 days after returning from the ruins, his faith value had already surpassed 15000. This was thanks to the wave of faith ignited by the black hammer absorbing the dragon's heart, as every dwarf witnessed the transformation of their leader. They watched as their guiding figure grew stronger with daily prayers imbued with an unprecedented fervor. Chun Dao opened his personal panel, his gaze falling upon the shimmering promotion option. Current faith value 15300. Do you wish to consume 15000 faith points to condense 15 points of divinity and promote to a 3rd-tier weak deity? Confirm, cancel. Without any hesitation, Chun Dao directly clicked confirm. As before the moment his finger touched the screen, a tremendous pull resonated from deep within his soul. The faith value began to fluctuate wildly, 15300, 130, 130, until it finally settled on a glaring 300. A full 15000 faith points transformed into 15 golden red strands of divinity, condensing and taking shape deep within Chun Dao's soul. But this time it was completely different from the last. During the last promotion to the 2nd tier, the divinity flowed gently throughout his body, like soaking in warm water. This time, however, those 15 strands of divinity burst forth like red-hot iron chains, violently wrapping around his limbs and bones. Hiss! Chun Dao inhaled sharply, the projection in the ocean of divine realms flickering in and out due to the excruciating pain. This was not just physical pain, it felt as though his soul was being torn apart. The strands of divinity seemed alive, frantically drilling into the depths of his soul, each carrying fragments of different laws. His divinity was too chaotic, they clashed violently within his body. Chun Dao's consciousness began to blur, countless bizarre images flashing before his eyes. He did not know where these images came from, he only knew that they were continuously eroding his sanity. Warning: severe rejection reaction detected in divinity fusion. 3 different attributes of divinity detected within your body, forging flame dragon blood. Forcible fusion may result in soul damage. It is advised to immediately choose a dominant divinity direction. Dominant direction. He recalled the divine position he had chosen during the last promotion, Master of Forging. That was his foundation. Even if his mind was hazy now, he would never forget his foundational principles. Forging, he cried out in pain within his heart. Let forging be the dominant force. In that instant, the few strands of forging divinity glowing with golden light, erupted instantly, consuming the remaining strands. They no longer repelled each other, but began to merge in a wondrous manner. The three began to slowly rotate deep within his soul, ultimately condensing into a dark golden core, quietly floating in the center of his sea of consciousness. Ding! Divinity condensation complete. Your divine position has been updated. Third-tier weak deity. Chun Dao returned to his senses from the earlier peril, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead. Before he could even begin to feel the changes brought by the promotion, the terminal on his wrist began to vibrate violently, the screen shining blindingly. Strong divinity fluctuations detected. Source: user Chun Dao. User detected to be promoting to third-tier weak deity. Promotion successful. Current divine position: third-tier weak deity. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, feeling the new power coursing through him. If the second-tier divinity was a small stream, the third tier was a rushing river. Now, even without wearing a helmet to enter the divine realm, he felt no burden whatsoever. But just as Chun Dao lay quietly in his chair, a blood-red warning suddenly popped up on the panel. Warning: temporary energy imbalance detected in the divine realm. Your promotion has caused energy tremors at the base level of the divine realm, attracting external chaotic energy invasion. In approximately 30 minutes, the divine realm will face a minor energy tidal impact. Suggestion: prepare defenses immediately. Energy tidal. He quickly scanned the detailed explanation. Energy tide minor. Caused during a deity's promotion, the expansion of the divine realm can temporarily cause energy tremors, attracting chaotic energy to surge in. Threat level moderate. Possible consequences: 13 energy fissures randomly generated within the divine realm, from which chaotic monsters may emerge to attack all living beings. Duration: approximately 2 hours. Note: this is a normal phenomenon during deity promotion. Successfully fending it off can solidify the stability of the divine realm. Chun Dao sighed in relief. It seemed this was not just his unique problem, as every deity's promotion would encounter this. But he quickly became anxious. The dwarves had just returned from the ruins, and he did not know if their current state would cause any issues. This occurrence was poorly timed. With no time to hesitate, he immediately donned the helmet, his consciousness sinking into the divine realm. Just to be safe, he chose to wear the helmet this time. In the divine realm, Blackrock Fortress. As soon as Chun Dao's consciousness sank into the divine realm, the entire world underwent violent changes. Above the Black Rock Mountains, the previously clear sky was torn apart by an invisible hand, 3 pitch-black fissures appearing out of thin air. The edges of the fissures boiled with dark purple chaotic energy, emitting a grating sound. At this moment, the Black Hammer was leading the other blacksmiths in the forging area, studying the quenching process of a new batch of rune battle axes. The pressure descending from the sky caused the totem on his hand to glow, reacting more violently than in any previous battle. All units on alert. The Black Hammer immediately dropped the forging hammer in his hand and grabbed the battle axe leaning against the furnace. The core on the axe handle seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit and throbbed violently. Urgent horn sounds echoed throughout the tribe. Dwarf warriors rushed from all corners to the square, the clashing of armor and the sound of footsteps blending into a cacophony. Tai Dan led the patrol team back from the mining tunnel, followed closely by Xiao Hong, whose vertical pupils fixed intently on the 3 fissures in the sky. Boss, what is that thing? Whatever it is, we must not let it into the tribe. The Black Hammer tightened his grip on the axe handle, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Tai Dun, take the shield bearers to guard the livestock pen and the wheat fields. Tai Dan, gather the earth dragons in the central square. All the injured and children retreat to the main fortress quickly. Yes. The two responded in unison, each leading their teams to designated positions. The first fissure tore open. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing shriek, dozens of black misty forms fell from the fissure, crashing onto the rubble-strewn ground on the eastern side of the tribe. As the black mist dispersed, the true forms of the creatures within were revealed. They were pitch-black, ground-dwelling monsters, hairless, and covered only by a slimy membrane that distorted their muscles. Their eyes were murky grayish-white, and the drool dripping from their mouths landed on the rocks, causing them to emit white smoke. Chaotic monsters. Chun Dao floated in midair, the information on the panel flashing before his eyes. Low-tier chaotic beast, threat level 2, survives by devouring energy, possesses a strong inclination to attack any living being. After the dozen or so chaos beasts landed in the distance, even the Black Hammer couldn't help but take half a step back. This eerie creature was unlike any beast he had ever encountered. It had no fur, its entire body covered only by a translucent gray membrane, with the twisted muscles beneath clearly visible. Even more bizarre were its eyes, 3 gray-white eyeballs irregularly distributed on either side of its head, fixated on a dwarf, sending chills down the spine of those who looked. The dwarves were seeing such an ugly creature for the first time. Shield formation. Shield formation. Don't let them rush in. Before Black Hammer's shout could fade, the first batch of a dozen chaos beasts had already begun to move. They ran on all fours, their posture resembling that of a wounded beast, yet their speed was unnaturally fast. The crowd only felt a blur before the chaos beasts dashed several dozen meters, in an instant crashing directly into the outermost dwarf shield soldiers. Bang! The heavy shield was struck with a dull thud, causing the dwarf holding it to carve 2 half-meter-long grooves into the ground before finally collapsing. Bang! 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 One by one, the chaos beasts violently slammed into the oak shield, their viscous saliva sliding down the shield's surface, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion. The originally thick oak shield was instantly corroded with small holes. The dwarf holding the shield felt a piercing pain in his arm, and couldn't help but groan, stumbling back several steps. Hold the line. Everyone hold the line. Ironweight swung his battle axe, aiming it at one of the chaos beasts, crashing into the shield. The axe blade easily embedded itself into the creature's body, but did not spur the expected spray of blood. Only a thick, dark green viscous liquid wrapped around the axe blade, quickly corroding it into a pitted mess. What the hell is this thing? Ironweight cursed, and tried to pull back his battle axe, only to find the blade firmly trapped by the creature. The chaos beast, having been struck suddenly, turned its head, all 3 gray-white eyeballs locking onto Ironweight, as it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, lunging for his arm. Watch out! Before Black Hammer's shout could finish, a crimson dragon's breath shot forth, accurately smashing into the chaos beast's head. The intense heat immediately charred its head, and the disgusting viscous liquid turned into billowing black smoke in the high temperature. Taking the opportunity, Ironweight pulled back his battle axe, glancing nervously at his arm that had almost been bitten. Thanks, boss. This thing is way too creepy. Don't let your guard down. Black Hammer rushed over, pulling the somewhat weak-legged Ironweight before hastily heading to assist the other dwarfs. However, just as Ironweight had pulled back the corroded battle axe and had not yet caught his breath, a second rift suddenly appeared in the air. This time the rift was twice as wide as the first, and 3 larger black mist clouds than before emerged from the rift, crashing onto the open space on the west side of the fortress, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, 3 creatures larger than ordinary chaos beasts slowly stood up. Their front claws glimmered with a chilling light, and torn wings sprouted from their backs, emitting a low growl from their throats. Intermediate Chaos Claw Beasts, Threat Level 4, with greatly enhanced speed and attack power. Claws possess corrosive effects. The panel prompt lit up in Chun Dao's consciousness, and he looked down with concern at the dwarves still battling ordinary chaos beasts. Currently in the Divine Realm, only Black Hammer was a level 5 clan member, while the other dwarves engaged in battle were mostly level 2 to level 3, making it somewhat strenuous for them to face these chaos beasts. Iron Egg, have the spear throwers concentrate fire on the one on the left. Little red spit magma on it. Black Hammer's shout pierced through the battlefield. Received. Iron Egg responded, rising with 20 spear throwers gathering their strength to throw iron spears at the wings of the claw beast several meters away. Puff! Puff! The iron spears pierced through the thin wings, but failed to inflict fatal damage. The claw beast cried out in pain, emitting a sharp shriek as it violently flapped its wings, generating a fierce wind that deflected the incoming spears. While this claw beast was busy flapping its wings, a dark red lava breath howled and accurately hitting its sizzle. The high temperature instantly charred the wing, causing the claw beast to lose its balance and crash heavily to the ground, emitting a pained roar. Well done! Ironweight shouted, charging forward with several dwarf warriors swinging his battle axe toward the claw beast's head. But just as the axe was about to fall, the other 2 claw beasts moved simultaneously. Their speed was astonishing, nearly transforming into 2 shadows as they rushed behind 2 of the dwarves, their glimmering claws slashing fiercely at their backs. Crack! Following 2 crisp sounds, the 2 dwarves, once filled with battle intent, were now left without heads. The bodies of the 2 dwarves fell onto the cold ground, with corrosive acidic liquid continuously dripping onto them, hissing as it fell. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. Ironweight's hand holding the battle axe froze in midair, his face turning pale. The 2 fallen dwarves had been his close companions for years, and now they died so tragically before him. Ironweight let out a beast-like roar, his eyes instantly turning blood-red as he recklessly charged at the 2 claw beasts, ready for mutual destruction. Ironweight, come back! Black Hammer's stern shout to stop him was already too late. One of the claw beasts suddenly turned its glimmering claws, mercilessly swiping towards Ironweight's chest. The iron armor Ironweight wore was as fragile as paper at that moment, instantly corroded with 3 cracks. The claws showed no sign of slowing as they pierced through the armor towards Ironweight. With no ability to resist, Ironweight flew backward like a kite, with its string cut landing on the ground several meters away. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but only coughed out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Iron Weight. Black Hammer's furious roar echoed throughout the fortress. He watched helplessly as his longtime companion fell before him, witnessing the two young dwarves who had barely completed their comingafage ceremony being cleaved apart by claws. An unprecedented rage exploded from the depths of his heart, the brutality of the true dragon bloodline being thoroughly awakened at this moment. The totem on the back of his hand lit up instantly, as if it were about to break free from his body, while the core of the dragon heart battle axe throbbed with an unprecedented frequency. The air around him began to distort, the dragon's might no longer an invisible pressure, but transformed into a tangible wave of energy, sweeping outward from him. You all shall die. Black Hammer's voice had changed pitch, no longer the free-spirited tone of before, but deep like a dragon infused with boundless fury. He pressed down hard with his feet, cracking the ground into a spiderweb of fractures, and transformed into a streak of lightning charging straight at the two claw beasts that had just killed. The figure of He Chue transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly crossing dozens of meters. The battle axe in his hand emitted a low hum, distorting the very air with its scorching energy. The two claw beasts, having just slain the dwarves, had not yet turned around when they felt the overwhelming dragon might behind them. Instinctively they attempted to dodge, but He Chue's speed exceeded theirs by more than double. Die, you bastards! He Chue roared as he charged at one of the claw beasts, the battle axe descending with the force of 1,000 pounds. Being a level above them, he was now in a state of fury, increasing his combat power by at least 30%. With this axe strike, the claw beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before being cleaved in half from the top down. Dark green blood sprayed out, splattering onto He Chue's iron armor, even staining his face. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, directly withdrawing the battle axe and casting a cold gaze at the trembling claw beast beside him. The other claw beast, witnessing this, let out a sharp shriek and turned to flee. But as it took 2 steps, He Chue had already flashed in front of it. With a whistling swing, the battle axe slashed at it, directly severing its 2 hind legs. The claw beast crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a pained howl. It struggled to retaliate with its front claws, but He Chue stepped on its back, pinning it firmly to the ground. You killed my brother. He Chue's voice was calm, yet the golden vertical pupils were filled with rage. I will have you torn to pieces. The battle axe fell again and again. Dark green liquid splattered everywhere, and only when the claw beast was completely reduced to a puddle of mush did He Chue slowly rise. His body was covered in the monster's bodily fluids, and the dragon might surrounding him still lingered, making the chaotic beasts around him too fearful to approach. The entire fortress square fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of wind sweeping through the dust over the corpses could be heard. The hands of the dwarves gripping their battle axes trembled, not from fear, but from anger and sorrow. The bodies of the 2 young dwarves lay not far away, their iron armor corroded and riddled with holes, their once complete faces now unrecognizable. Tai Dun, wake up. Tai Dan was the first to rush over, carefully picking up the fallen Tai Dun. His chest bore 3 deep claw marks, exposing bone as dark green liquid seeped into the flesh through the wounds. His once rosy face was now as pale as paper, his breath so weak it was almost imperceptible. He Chue hurried over, crouched down, and felt Tai Dun's breath. His anxious heart eased slightly. He's still alive. Quick, take him to the main fortress and get the best healing herbs. He absolutely cannot die. 2 dwarves immediately stepped forward, carefully lifting Tai Dun and hastily making their way toward the main fortress. At that moment, the third and widest crack in the sky suddenly emitted a deafening tearing sound. Dark purple chaotic energy poured down like a tide, creating a massive pit in the center of the square. As the dust settled, nearly 30 chaotic beasts stared menacingly at He Chue, among them 5 claw beasts with wings sprouting from their backs. They could scent the essence of the true dragon's bloodline, a delicacy more enticing than any energy. Throw spears. Quickly throw spears. Tai Dun's voice had become hoarse. The previous dozen chaotic beasts had already drained their stamina. Only about 15 spear throwers remained by his side. Xiao Hong was tightly entangled by 3 claw beasts, her dark red scales marked with deep cuts from their claws, and the frequency of her magma eruptions was slowing. Xiao He and Xiao Tai were also surrounded by a dozen ordinary chaotic beasts, their thick scales covered in corrosive dents, relying solely on brute strength to lash out, but unable to break free from the entanglement. The shield formation of the dwarves was teetering on the brink of collapse. The oak shields were corroded and full of holes. The dwarves holding them bore signs of corrosion on their arms, yet they gritted their teeth and held firm. But the number of chaotic beasts was overwhelming. They crashed against the shield wall like a tide, with each collision sending dwarves flying, some never able to rise again. He Chue had just dealt with 2 claw beasts and hadn't even had time to catch his breath when 5 chaotic beasts pounced at him simultaneously. He swung his battle axe to cleave the foremost beast, yet his back was slashed by another claw beast, the dark green venom instantly permeating his iron armor and burning his flesh. The excruciating pain momentarily halted his movements, allowing another chaotic beast to open its maw full of sharp teeth and bite fiercely at his neck. Just at that critical moment, the sky suddenly brightened. Golden red light poured down from the horizon like a tide, instantly illuminating the entire mountain range. The crack that had previously churned with dark purple chaotic energy began to visibly shrink under the bright light. The chaotic beasts lunging at He Chui screamed in agony, as if scalded by a red-hot branding iron, frantically retreating. All the dwarves simultaneously looked up. In midair, a figure far more solid than ever before slowly coalesced. Chun Dao's flame avatar descended upon the divine realm with an unmatched might. The pressure of the deity descended like a tangible force, an absolute suppression emanating from the level of all chaotic beasts froze in place, fear appearing in their gray-white eyes for the first time. They crawled on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to emit a single roar. The flame avatar did not utter a word, but gently extended a finger forward. In an instant, several flames shot out from his fingertip, heading straight for the prostrated chaotic beasts. The slightly higher-level claw beasts exerted all their strength to narrowly evade one of the flames. Those chaotic beasts that failed to dodge were instantaneously transformed into wisps of black smoke, disappearing entirely. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 ordinary chaotic beasts were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The remaining 5 claw beasts, witnessing this, let out a desperate shriek and turned to escape back into the crack. Want to flee? Chun Dao scoffed, his left hand curling into a fist. 5 giant hands formed from flaming energy appeared out of thin air, precisely grasping the necks of the 5 claw beasts. No matter how they struggled or clawed at the giant hands, they could not budge an inch. Chun Dao gently clenched his fist. Crack! With 5 crisp sounds, the necks of the claw beasts were brutally snapped, their bodies falling to the ground, consumed by the flames that ignited thereafter, turning to ashes. The golden red flames gradually extinguished the last wisp of chaotic energy, dissipating into nothingness within the divine flames. The 3 jagged cracks in the sky had completely closed, the swirling dark purple mist dissipating, and the sky over the Black Rock Mountains returned to a clear blue. Had it not been for the charred marks scattered across the square and a few cold corpses, no one would believe that a life-and-death battle had just taken place here. Chun Dao's flame avatar hovered in midair, scanning the chaotic battlefield below. The dwarves still maintained their battle stance, their hands gripping their battle axes, trembling slightly, their faces smeared with blood. That brief quarter-hour of slaughter had been more brutal than all the battles they had experienced in the ruins. This was not a virtual battlefield, and fallen brothers would never awaken again. Wind swept dust from the Blackrock Mountains across the fortress square, skimming over charred scars upon them. No weeping broke the silence. Dwarves rarely shed tears, but grief shone unmistakably in their eyes. Every hand gripping a battle axe trembled faintly, bloodstains still fresh upon their armor had hardened into gritty crusts mixed with dust. Blackamer stood at the fore, clenching his war axe. Its core pulsed slowly along the haft, yet could no longer warm the icy void within his heart. He watched as soil fell shovelful by shovelful, burying the fallen, then watched as 2 crude stone markers were raised before the fresh graves, inscribed only with names, and the solemn line died in service to the Lord, souls returned to the divine realm. Blackamer knelt on one knee before the new mound, silent in solemn mourning. The core of the Dragonheart axe, sensing its master's sorrow, quickened its pulse, and a soft golden radiance crept up the haft like liquid light. It was my failure. I failed to protect them. His voice was hoarse, thick with self-reproach. If I'd moved just a breath faster, they'd still be alive. Behind him, the dwarves bowed their heads in unison, not a word spoken. They all knew this was no fault of the monsters had struck without warning, far stronger than any had foreseen. To hold the fortress at all had demanded every ounce of their strength. Yet the agony of lost kin pierced each heart like a splintered blade. At that moment, a gentle golden red light descended from the heavens, settling softly upon the graves. From the earth sprouted golden flame grass, petals trembling in the breeze, exuding quiet warmth. Chun Dao's voice resonated above them all. Divine in its authority, yet tender beneath, their souls have ascended into my divine realm to serve me for eternity. As the words faded, golden motes rose from the graves, floating upward serene and luminous, before dissolving into Chun Dao's fiery avatar. Truth be told, Chun Dao's power fell far short of founding a true divine realm. Those lights were but crafted flames. Yet even illusion, when wielded with grace, could mend broken spirits. Grief in the dwarves' eyes gradually gave way to resolve. As one, they dropped to one knee and slammed their axes onto the ground. A single ringing thunderous salute. We swear eternal fealty to our lord. We swear eternal defense of the fortress. Ding. Faith loyalty has surged. Current fanatical devotees, 23. Devout followers, 445. Faith points, 2,100, 1,800. Shun Dao nodded in quiet satisfaction and withdrew his consciousness from the divine realm. He removed his helmet. Sunlight streamed through the window. Just as he lifted his water cup, his wrist terminal erupted with a video call from Shun Yi. The instant he accepted Shun Yi's face, flushed with exhilaration, filled the screen. Brother Chun. Brother Chun. It's hatched. My eagle has hatched. He swiveled the lens toward a wooden basin lined with soft dried grass inside the divine realm. A drenched crimson hatchling lay nestled in the straw, eyes closed, cheeping weakly. Its wings still stubby, fragile as spun silk. Look, isn't it adorable? I've named it Lele. It'll rule the skies of my divine realm. Shun Dao smiled faintly at the fluffy little creature on screen. Good choice. Feed it according to the manual. It'll become your aerial vanguard. His smile deepened, then shifted subtly. By the way, besides yours, I have 2 pieces of good news. What is it, Brother Chun? Shun Yi blinked, puzzled by Shun Dao's enigmatic expression. First, I've ascended to Tier 3 minor deity. Shun Yi's face froze mid-expression, his earlier elation collapsing into stunned disbelief. Even the hatchling below suddenly seemed less dazzling. 3 tiers. His voice shot up, nearly shattering Shun Dao's eardrums. Brother Chun, are you even human? You just returned from the ruins. How can you already be Tier 3? I haven't even warmed up my Tier 2 ascension yet. He spun wildly in place, babbling incoherently. No. I must push my ogres harder right now, or I'll never catch your taillights again. Oh right. You said there was a second piece of good news. What is it? Shun Dao pulled the terminal slightly away, chuckling wryly. Have you forgotten? At Tier 3, I can open sustained bidirectional, divine realm channels. After this, our trade logistics will run entirely through loyal servants traversing the channel. No more faith point expenditure. He added, gently, watching Shun Yi's stunned silence. Ah yes. Shun Yi flushed with embarrassment, clearly having blanked on foundational curriculum. Alright. Just send me your divine realm coordinates. Shun Dao merely waved his hand, resigned. Shun Yi stared blankly for 3 full seconds, then scrambled frantically across his terminal, jabbing at the screen until a garbled string of coordinates appeared. My gods, Tier 3 Brother Chun, you're inhuman. I'll have my ogres haul every treasure from the vault. No more fretting over transit costs. Shun Dao ended the call with a smile and tapped lightly on his terminal, entering Shun Yi's divine realm coordinates into the divine realm management interface. Tier 3 minor deity privileges indeed surpassed Tier 2 by a wide margin. The interface instantly displayed the option bidirectional, divine realm channel, annotated, available daily for 4 hours, maximum throughput 100 entities per transit. Consume 500 faith points to establish a permanent bidirectional channel with Shun Yi's divine realm. Confirm, cancel. Confirm. With the command executed, a blinding white light flared in the center of the Blackrock Fortress Square, within Shun Dao's divine realm. The light coalesced into a towering archway, over 4 meters high, its shimmering threshold revealing dense emerald jungle beyond, and the guttural roars of ogres echoing faintly through. Inside the main keep, Blackamer, guarding Iron Anvil, jerked upright. His grip on the war axe tightened instantly. He burst outside, and at the sight of the impossible gate bellowed to his kin battle stations. Dozens of dwarf warriors raised their axes in unison, the shield bearers locked shields into an iron wall, 3 earth dragons lowered their heads and snarled before the portal, ready to strike. Fresh from war, every nerve among them was taut as drawn steel. Then, thudding footsteps echoed from beyond the gate. A massive ogre slightly shorter than his chieftain lumbered forth, shouldering a brimming basket of obsidian iron or grunting with effort. Spotting the dwarves and earth dragons at the threshold, he dropped his basket with a delighted whoop. Boss. We're really here, in the land of these little dwarves. The giant troll that rushed out from the light gate returned to shake the troll leader Galoo to come over, and heavy breaths echoed in the square. He saw the dwarves standing in formation and the earth dragon baring its teeth and growling, and instead of feeling afraid, he grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, excitedly waving his large hand. Aren't these just little dwarves? We will be neighbors from now on. Blackhammer looked at Galoo, who walked out from the teleportation portal, and slowly relaxed his grip on the battle axe, waving his hand at the dwarves behind him. Relax, they are our own people. During the last ruins battle, the two had shared the burden of the magma giant spiders, silk forming a bond of life and death. Gullah, don't you know that you should greet others when entering their home? Blackhammer planted his battle axe into the ground, his voice muffled. I almost cleaved you with my axe just now. Haha, I was just too excited, wasn't I? Gullah scratched the back of his head, his rough palm thumping against his chest. I heard you say last time that you had plenty of food, so we could just bring over some, and trade it for food to brew beer. As he spoke, he waved his hand behind him, and immediately a dozen trolls carrying baskets surged out from the light gate, each basket filled with shiny black obsidian ore. Slow down. Don't spill the ore. Gulu shouted while waving his arms at the back, then turned back to Black Hammer and whispered mysteriously, Brother Black Hammer, let me tell you, I brewed a jar of fiery brew a few days ago. It's much stronger than the others. How about I secretly bring over 2 jars later, just the two of us having a drink? Not yet. Black Hammer shot him a glance and pointed to the nearby pile of grain sacks and dried meat stacked like a small mountain. Let's unload the ore first, and you guys take this food back to avoid that group of gluttons complaining about hunger again. Got it. Gulu patted his chest and turned to instruct the trolls to get to work. The dwarves relaxed their guard upon seeing that these were familiar trolls. Several young blacksmiths rushed over to the trolls or cart, picked up a piece of obsidian, poured away at their eyes shining. This ore is purer than the last time. Your vein is really impressive. Of course, a troll said proudly, slapping his chest. My muscles aren't just for show. Wait till you see I can dig half a cart with one swing. The two sides began bustling about, and the originally tense square gradually filled with the warmth of human activity. Chun Dao's consciousness floated in midair, watching this scene, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. The significance of the bidirectional passage was far more than just saving on teleportation fees. In the future, the trolls under Shun, he would be responsible for mining and farming, while his dwarves would handle forging and planting, forming a complete industrial chain with a development speed that could at least double. Once he became more familiar with Lin Qingxue, he could open another passage, allowing the 3 divine domains to develop in synergy, further enhancing efficiency. As he was pondering, a sudden rush of footsteps came from the direction of the main fortress. A dwarf responsible for caring for Tai Dun stumbled over, his face full of excitement. Boss. Tai Dun has woken up. He's awake. Black Hammer trembled, the battle axe in his hand clattering to the ground, as he turned and dashed towards the main fortress, forgetting to greet Gulu. Chun Dao's consciousness immediately shifted towards the main fortress. Inside the fortress room, Tai Dun was leaning against the stone bed, his face still pale, but his eyes were already open. His chest wound was still covered with the herbs prepared by the dwarves, the poison having been cleaned out, but the edges of the wound were still tinged with a faint dark color. Boss. Tai Dun saw Black Hammer burst in, forcing a smile, but wincing in pain, revealing his teeth. Don't move. Black Hammer quickly pressed him down, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. You scared me to death. I thought. He swallowed his words halfway, his eyes slightly reddening. Tai Dun leaned against the stone bed, looking at Black Hammer's reddened eyes, chuckled softly, and patted his arm. What are you crying for? I'm fine, aren't I? That broken claw just scratched my skin. Once I'm healed, I can still smash those monsters' heads with one swing of my axe. Stop talking nonsense. Black Hammer turned his face away, clumsily tucking the fur covering over him. I'm telling you, you have to lie still for at least 3 months before you can get out of bed. During this time, don't think about doing anything, just focus on healing. 3 months. Tai Dun's face immediately fell. How can that work? I'm still waiting to forge a few more axes, and can I still drink 5 jars of that brew a day? If you keep complaining, I'll take away your wine jar. Black Hammer glared at him and turned to bring over a bowl of steaming meat soup from the stone table. Drink this first. I specifically had a sheep slaughtered for you. Tai Dun's eyes lit up as he immediately took the bowl and gulped it down, the hot soup sliding down his throat and warming him all over. As he drank the soup, his gaze swept over the unhealed scars on Black Hammer's arm, his voice dropping a few degrees. Boss, what about those 2 brothers? Upon hearing this, Black Hammer's hand gripping the edge of the bed tightened fiercely. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly spoke. The Lord has taken their souls to the divine realm. They will never be injured or go hungry again. Tai Dun lowered his head, the bowl's edge obscuring his reddened eyes. Once I'm better, I'll kill 100 monsters to avenge them. Black Hammer said nothing, merely giving his shoulder a heavy pat. Outside the divine realm, Chun Dao leaned back in his chair. The news of Tai Dun waking up finally eased his anxious heart, but the arrival of the chaotic tide also made him feel a sense of crisis. This time, just a small energy tide caused the loss of over a dozen dwarves, and Tai Dun nearly lost his life. If next time they encounter an even greater crisis, the current 80 dwarf warriors would not be enough to defend the entire fortress. The greatest privilege of a 3rd-tier weak deity, besides opening a bidirectional divine domain passage, is having enough energy to accommodate a second type of dependent. This is a critical node in the deity's development. A single type of dependent always has shortcomings, and only by pairing with a complementary second dependent can a complete combat and production system be established. The second dependent. Chun Dao murmured casually, opening the official store in the terminal. A dazzling array of dependent cards appeared ranging from the most common goblins and orcs to the rare frost elves and stone golems, with prices ranging from a few hundred to hundreds of thousands of faith points. Chun Dao continuously swiped the screen, staring at the family cards in the official store, each costing tens of thousands of faith points, his brow furrowing into a line. Even a barely usable Orc Warrior card costs 8,000 faith points, and it is just the most ordinary whiteboard card, without any talent enhancements. Cards with slightly special bloodlines, such as Fire Attribute Orcs, triple in price. As for the High Bloodline family card he had his eye on earlier, it was marked at an exorbitant price of 120,000 faith points, far beyond what he could afford. The official store is robbing people blind, Chun Dao muttered under his breath, directly closing the store interface. He currently had just over 2,000 faith points left, barely enough to buy 2 or 3 goblins for fun, let alone carefully select a suitable second family. The pricing of the official store has always been like this, openly marked, but outrageously expensive, ostensibly to ensure quality, while in reality monopolizing most of the legitimate family resources. However, the matter of the second family could not be delayed any longer. This time the chaotic tide had already exposed the fatal flaw of relying on a single family. Dwarves excel at frontline assaults and forging, but lack flexible mobile forces and ranged firepower. Once surrounded by a numerically superior enemy, they can easily fall into a passive position. If there had been a light infantry unit capable of rapid support at that time, those young dwarves would not have died at all. Chun Dao leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling, pondering what to do. He remembered hearing a few seniors at school secretly discussing it when he was in his second year. There is a spontaneously formed deity black market outside the school, where the prices are more than half cheaper than the official ones. Occasionally one can find limited edition divine domain cards and rare family eggs. However, the black market is a mixed bag filled with counterfeit goods and traps. Although the school does not prohibit students from going there, it certainly does not encourage it. Just as he was hesitating whether to ask someone for directions, the terminal on his wrist suddenly lit up with a message from Lin Qingxue. The egg of the giant eagle has hatched, thank you. Chun Dao's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, no problem, it's just a small matter, friends shouldn't worry about this. By the way, do you know about the deity black market outside the school? Less than 3 seconds after sending the message, a call request from Lin Qingxue popped up. As soon as the call connected, Lin Qingxue's voice came through the terminal, tinged with a barely perceptible surprise. You're going to the black market? Yes, Chun Dao said, leaning back in his chair, feeling helpless. The family cards in the official store are too expensive. I don't have enough faith points right now. I want to see if there are suitable ones in the black market. He did not conceal his situation. The loading of the second family after the third transition is very important, and the sooner it is resolved, the better. Lin Qingxue was silent for 2 seconds, her voice still steady. The black market is very murky. There are a lot of counterfeits and many strong-arm sellers. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll take you. Have you been there? My dad took me there once before, and I know a few reliable sellers, Lin Qingxue added after. Let's meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the entrance of the abandoned No. 3 warehouse in the south of the city. Don't bring too many people, just bring Shun E at most. Okay. After hanging up, Chun Dao looked at Lin Qingxue's avatar on the terminal screen with some gratitude. He had initially only asked casually, not expecting Lin Qingxue to not only know about the black market, but also be willing to take him there in person. She seems quite nice. Just as he was thinking, a message from Shun E popped up, accompanied by a string of exclamation marks. Shingu, my Lele can fly. Just now it took my giant troll's hat, and I chased it for 3 streets before catching up. Attached was a blurry photo of a fluffy little red eagle standing proudly on the head of the giant troll leader, flapping its wings with delight, while the giant troll below wore a face of despair. Chun Dao replied with a smile, keep an eye on it, don't let it pick up random things. By the way, I'm going to the black market this afternoon with Lin Qingxue, do you want to come along? Less than a second after sending the message, Shun E's voice call request came through. Go. I must go. I've heard there are a lot of great things in the black market. Shingu, send me the address. They'll head out now and arrive on time at 3. Chun Dao helplessly shook his head. He had originally planned to quietly look for something, but it seemed he would have to take this lively treasure with him. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the abandoned No. 3 warehouse in the south of the city. This once was the largest logistics transfer station in Jiang City, but later relocated and abandoned, gradually becoming a gathering place for deities to trade privately. The iron gate of the warehouse was rusted, with 2 guards in black hoodies standing at the entrance, their vigilant eyes scanning every person approaching. Chun Dao and Shun E arrived 10 minutes early, and not long after they stood still, Lin Qingxue came. Today she wore a black windbreaker, her long hair tied in a high ponytail with a mask covering her face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes, making her look completely different from her usual self at school. Follow me. She said no more and walked straight toward a small door on the side of the warehouse. The guards visibly relaxed their expressions upon seeing Lin Qingxue, and after a simple inspection of the 3, they let them pass. Passing through the narrow passage, the scene inside opened up. The huge warehouse was divided into numerous small stalls with dim yellow bulbs hanging overhead, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. Shouts, haggling voices, and the sounds of some people breaking down mixed together, forming a unique kind of. Stalls displayed all kinds of cards featuring glowing family eggs, divine domains engraved with strange runes, and unknown monster bones. Shun-Yi was like a child who had just entered the city, unable to resist approaching every stall, occasionally leaning in to point and comment, "Wow, is this a giant? Only 8,000 faith points. The official store sells it for 20,000. And this one? Don't touch anything." Lin Qingxue reached out to pull back Shun-Yi, who nearly overturned someone's stall. Things in the black market may look cheap, but there are many pitfalls. Many family cards are defective, either with flawed bloodlines or inherently low loyalty. Buying them back would just be a hassle. She pointed to a stall not far away that was selling goblin family cards. Like that kind of family card, some people directly seal the rebellious family members inside and sell them to others. Some people's divine domains were destroyed because they loaded such cards. Really? Is it that bad? Isn't it like opening a blind box? Shun-Yi quickly retracted his hand, obediently following behind the two. Pretty much. Lin Qingxue nodded, her gaze not even glancing at the nearby stall. She led the two through the bustling stalls, heading straight toward a secluded corner of the warehouse. It was much quieter here than outside, with only an elderly man with graying hair sitting on a small stool. He was leisurely polishing a copper pot in his hand, with only a few inconspicuous cards displayed on the stall in front of him. "Uncle Li." Lin Qingxue took off her mask, her voice softening a bit. The old man looked up, a glimmer of smile flashing in his murky eyes. "Little Shui, it's been years since I last saw you. How is your father?" "It's going well, but I've been busy dealing with border issues and haven't been home much." Lin Qingxue pointed at Chun Dao and Shun-Yi beside her. "This is my classmate Chun Dao and Shun-Yi. Chun Dao just completed his third transition and is looking for a suitable second lineage card." Uncle Li nodded, his gaze lingering on Chun Dao for a few seconds before waving his hand. "Take a look for yourself. Everything here is legitimate, no shoddy goods that deceive people. The prices are 30% cheaper than the official ones, and there's no bargaining." The cards on the stall were indeed few, but their quality was much better than those mixed stalls outside. A stone puppet card was marked at 12,000 belief points, nearly 5,000 cheaper than the official mall. There was also a wind wolf card costing 8,000 belief points with the talent column stating swift wind charge, which was quite excellent for light cavalry. Shin-Yi's eyes widened as he pointed at the stone puppet card, exclaiming, "Wow, this is really cheap. Now I'm tempted to buy it right here." Lin Qingxue ignored him and turned to Chun Dao. "What type do you want? Ranged or mobile? The wind wolf and stone puppet here are quite suitable for you, compensating for the shortcomings in the mobility and defense of the dwarves." Chun Dao glanced over the cards, but gently shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want them, they were simply too "These aren't what I want." Chun Dao crouched down, scanning the few lineage cards laid out on the stall. "Is there anything cheaper that excels at delicate tasks?" His dwarven blacksmithing was decent, but that was all. He needed to prepare for future technological development. Something cheap that can still do fine work. Uncle Li chuckled, putting down the hammer in his hand. "You have quite the imagination, kid. Elves do fine work, but a card costs 50,000 belief points. Can you afford that?" Shun-Yi leaned over, pointing at a card depicting a small green dwarf, curiously asking, "What about this one? What is it? It looks so small, what can it do?" Uncle Li glanced at it and casually said, "A goblin, the most useless lineage here. It can only dismantle things and loves to steal and cause destruction. Nobody wants it, even if it's given away for free." The card emitted a faint gray light, featuring a goblin with pointed ears and monkey-like features, dressed in tattered rags, patched up, holding a dilapidated torch, looking quite unreliable. Shun-Yi made a face, losing interest. "Sure enough, it's garbage. It looks weak and feeble. My troll is much stronger, it looks tough." However, Chun Dao suddenly became interested and reached out to pick up the goblin card. As soon as his fingertip touched the card surface, the panel automatically popped up with information: basic lineage card, goblin quality, ordinary talent, introduction to engineering, proficient in dismantling, inventive, intuition, weakness, physically weak, moderate loyalty, easily tempted by benefits, description, naturally born craftsman and destroyers, skilled in creating various mechanical devices, also adept at dismantling anything into parts. Engineering. Chun Dao repeated the three words softly, his eyes growing brighter. Isn't this exactly the lineage he envisioned? It was both cheap and skilled in invention. More importantly, these goblins looked so small that their food intake wouldn't be too much, completely not increasing the burden of grain. Kid, let me remind you, don't think about being pennywise. The second lineage isn't something you can choose casually. I know. Chun Dao nodded, his tone firm. Kid, let me remind you, don't think about being pennywise. The second lineage isn't something you can choose casually. I know. Chun Dao nodded, his tone firm. I want this one. Lin Qingxue frowned as while tugging at his arm and softly advised Chun Dao, think it over again. Goblins really aren't useful. If you lack belief points, I can lend you some. Don't be so impulsive. Trust me, I have my reasons for choosing it, Chun Dao said with certainty. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li straightened up, looking sternly at Chun Dao. Kid, are you kidding me? I'm afraid I know your intentions. You want to use these goblins to develop technology, right? I advise you not to be tempted by this cheap option, spend a little more and buy another humanoid lineage instead. No need, Uncle Li, I want him. Yet Uncle Li's earnest advice had no effect on him. The 3 talents of these goblins left him with no doubt about his choice. Uncle Li looked at the stubbornness in Chun Dao's eyes and remained silent for a long time. He had seen too many young deities who believed themselves to be the chosen ones ignoring others' advice, and he had no way to stop them. All right. Uncle Li waved his hand, sighing. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. This card was originally a bottom-of-the-barrel item that nobody wanted. You can take it for 500 belief points. 500? Shen Yi's eyes widened. So cheap. An official goblin card costs 800. What else? Uncle Li rolled his eyes and said irritably, this thing has been around here for so long that it's practically moldy. Selling it is already a win. On the way out of the black market, Shen Yi kept chattering, fearing that Chun Dao would ruin his future. Chun Dao, Uncle Li is right. The second lineage is very important for deities. Choosing the wrong one can at least delay you for half a year. Although goblins do have some research talents, in reality, 99% of goblins only cause destruction, and it's 1 in 10,000 that can produce useful inventions. Lin Qingxue also advised Chun Dao with great concern. She paused, pulled out a document from her terminal, and handed it over. This is a list of common second lineage combinations that I compiled. If you're short on belief points, I can lend you 20,000 to buy a Wind Wolf card to transition. It's definitely better than the goblin. Chun Dao glanced at the document, which detailed the pros and cons and compatibility of various lineages. The handwriting was neat, clearly showing that a lot of effort had been put into organizing it. He felt warm inside, shaking his head with a smile. Thanks, but I really think the goblin suits me. When you see the goblin's abilities, you'll know I didn't make the wrong choice. Lin Qingxue saw his determined attitude and stopped insisting, merely reminding him, just be careful when you load it. If something seems off, resolve them quickly. Understood. The 3 parted ways at the intersection. Chun Dao returned home, lay on his bed, and sank his consciousness into the divine realm. It was nighttime in the divine realm, and most dwarves were already asleep, making it a perfect time to load the lineage card. Chun Dao's consciousness hovered above the fortress, glancing down at the gray glowing lineage card in his palm. Goblin. The goblin depicted on the card, with pointed ears and monkey-like features holding a broken torch, indeed looked shabby. But the 3 talents on the panel, introduction to engineering, proficient in dismantling, inventive, intuition, each struck a chord in his heart. Dwarves excel at forging, but do not understand mechanical principles and cannot create complex devices. He wanted to pursue not just forging, but industry. Now the goblins perfectly filled this gap. However, Chun Dao didn't load this card near the fortress. He turned his gaze toward a basin separated by ridges on the west side of the Blackrock Mountains. He had noticed this place while scanning the divine realm previously. The terrain was flat with streams flowing through, and it was a full 3 mountain peaks away from the main dwarven base, with a straight line distance of no less than 50 miles. The dwarven mine hadn't extended over there yet, and there would be no contact between the 2 sides in the short term. There were only a few dozen goblins at the beginning, not suitable for direct interaction with the dwarves, making it a perfect place to set them. A basin on the western side of the Blackrock Mountains. Here 3 continuous peaks separate it from the dwarven fortress, and with the current population of the dwarves, they cannot arrive here in a short time. Chun Dao's consciousness hovered in the center of the basin, cradling a white card belonging to the goblin kin in his palm. The green little figure with pointed ears and a monkey-like face on the card still looked shabby, but the 3 talent attributes appeared particularly clear in his eyes. Introduction to engineering, mastery in dismantling, and intuitive invention. These are the choices he gambled his future on. If they do not perform well, then the slight progress Chun Dao made over others will vanish. Loading. He silently chanted in his heart. Ding. Do you wish to consume 500 faith points to load the common kin card? Goblin. Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. Faith points consumed. 500 remaining faith points. 1100 loading kin. Loading complete. As his voice fell, Chun Dao's faith points instantly returned to their previous state. The card in his palm transformed into countless tiny specks of light, slowly drifting toward the ground. At the moment the light points landed, they gradually coalesced into a light sphere about 10 meters in diameter. Inside the light sphere, a chattering noise emerged. Creak. After a while, a large opening suddenly appeared in front of the light sphere. The first green little head poked out. It was a goblin no more than 1 meter tall, with skin of varying shades of gray-green, pointed ears, standing on either side of its head, a flat nose, and 2 sharp incisors showing from its mouth. It was wrapped in a tattered hide barefoot with long and thin toes. Cautiously it crawled out of the light sphere, looked around, and suddenly let out a sharp cheer. Immediately after, more goblins surged out from the light sphere. 30, 40, and finally a full 50 goblins crowded into the basin, their chattering instantly shattering the silence. The freshly landed goblins immediately began their exploration. Some picked up small stones from the ground, tossing them at each other, and when they hit, they let out triumphant shrieks. Some climbed up the large trees, breaking branches to wave around, making the leaves rustle. A few bolder ones circled the open space left by the dissipated light sphere, pulling out stones hidden in their hides, and began to clang against the stones above. Crack! Before long, a piece of stone was indeed chipped off by them. The leading goblin held up the fragment, jumping with excitement, waving its spoils at the other goblins. The other 10 or so goblins, seeing its proud demeanor, immediately rushed over, mimicking its actions, using stone's branches and even their fingernails to frantically dismantle the half-a-man-high stone. In just a short while, the originally intact stone was reduced to a pile of rubble. Yet this group of goblins was still unsatisfied, starting to compete for the aesthetically pleasing fragments, wrestling with each other. One small goblin, unable to outcompete the others, angrily ran to the creek, baring its teeth at its reflection in the water. As it looked, it suddenly noticed the smooth and beautiful stones in the water, immediately jumping into the shallow creek, reaching down to touch the pebbles at the bottom. The icy creek water made it shiver, yet it did not dampen its enthusiasm. Instead, it scooped up a large handful of stones and threw them onto the shore, splashing water all over the nearby goblin. The splashed goblin immediately retaliated, jumping into the creek to wrestle with it, splashing water everywhere. The entire basin was thrown into chaos. The current goblins had no order, no rules, acting solely on instinct. They dismantled everything they could, seized everything they could, brimming with energy, as if it would never run out. One goblin even dug a hole, hiding the stolen fragments of stone inside, then squatted at the entrance, vigilantly watching the other passing goblins. Chun Dao hovered in midair, quietly observing all of this. He did not intervene immediately. This is the nature of goblins, chaotic, mischievous, filled with a desire for destruction. Yet it is precisely this instinct for dismantling and creating that grants them a natural talent for. What he needed to do was not to extinguish their nature, but to find a way to guide them, transforming their destructive urges into creativity. When the goblins fought over a particularly smooth stone, with one even getting bruised and rolling on the ground, crying, Chun Dao finally moved. Silence. The two words resonated like thunder, echoing across the basin. The previously noisy basin fell silent in an instant. All the goblins froze in place, bewildered by the resounding voice. The next moment, golden-red flames cascaded down from the sky. In an instant, they coalesced into a figure of immense stature, towering in the eyes of the goblins. Chun Dao's fiery avatar floated in the air, surrounded by a faint glow of flames, the pressure of divinity descending like a tangible force, enveloping the entire basin. This pressure was not directed at their bodies, but at their souls. For these incredibly fragile souls of goblins, this pressure felt as heavy as a mountain, making even breathing difficult. The goblins who had been so arrogant moments ago instantly collapsed to the ground, each one prostrating themselves, burying their heads in the dirt, trembling all over. The goblins who had been so arrogant moments ago instantly collapsed to the ground, each one prostrating themselves, burying their heads in the dirt, trembling. They had no concept of fear, yet instinctively felt absolute reverence toward this pressure emanating from the depths of their souls. Chun Dao's gaze slowly swept across the trembling goblins on the ground. He could clearly sense that deep within the souls of these goblins a faint thread of belief connected them to him. But this was not faith in him, it was merely fear and submission to the strong. I am the sacred furnace, fire, the father of steel, and art the lord of forging. Chun Dao's voice resounded once more, gentle, yet carrying an undeniable authority. I created you, and this is the home I grant you. He raised his hand, a flicker of flame gathering at his fingertips. The flame gently swayed in the air, transforming into dozens of small flames that dropped in front of each goblin. The flames did not burn them, instead they coalesced into a small stone hammer and a rudimentary screwdriver. These were specially crafted by Haichui and the others in advance, much smaller than the tools used by the dwarves, suitable for the goblins' tiny hands. The prostrate goblins cautiously lifted their heads, gazing at the floating tools, curiosity flickering in their yellow eyes. The fear they felt earlier gradually gave way to curiosity, and they tentatively reached out to touch the tools before them. The cold sensation met them, and the tools settled securely in their palms. I grant you tools and a home. Chun Dao's voice continued to resonate within their souls. From this moment on, you must believe in me and follow my guidance. Do not harm one another, nor destroy the things I have granted you. He paused, his gaze landing on the goblin that had led the stone dismantling. That goblin shivered in fear, quickly burying its face back into the dirt. Those who do well, I will grant better tools and more food. Those who defy my will, I will take everything. As his words fell, Chun Dao waved his hand. Dozens of bags wrapped in animal hides containing wheat cakes and dried meat fell from the sky, neatly arranged on the open ground. The aroma of the wheat cakes instantly wafted, penetrating the noses of every goblin. After all their efforts, their stomachs had long been growling. Now upon smelling the food's fragrance, their eyes widened, but they did not dare to move, just staring eagerly at Chun Dao's avatar. This is the first food I grant you. Chun Dao's voice softened a bit. In the future, you must use your own hands to build your houses, create your tools, in exchange for more food and rewards. After saying this, his fiery avatar gradually became transparent. I will watch over you. With the last words spoken, the fiery avatar completely dissipated into the air. The pressure from the deity quickly dissipated. The basin fell silent for a few seconds. Then the goblins erupted into even louder cheers. They no longer fought and struggled. Instead, they carefully picked up the tools in front of them and rushed towards the food bags in a frenzy. This time things went much better. Although they were still noisy and some were pushing against each other, no one dared to resort to violence again due to the pressure exerted by Chun Dao earlier. Each of them grabbed a flatbread and a small piece of jerky, squatting on the ground and devouring it eagerly. The goblin leading the demolition of the stone platform chewed on his flatbread while animatedly chattering to the other goblins. The other goblins nodded in agreement, responding with gurgling sounds. After finishing their food, they stopped dismantling and took the tools given by Chun Dao, running to a clearing by the stream to begin digging holes and building wooden houses. Though their movements were clumsy, with the wooden houses built at odd angles and the holes dug at varying depths, their faces were filled with excitement. From time to time, a goblin would raise the things they had made and excitedly wave them at the sky. Chun Dao's consciousness hovered above the clouds, watching the busy goblins below, nodding with satisfaction. On the panel, the goblin information had been updated. Faction Goblin number 50, level 0, talent Introduction to Engineering, Mastery of Dismantling, Inventive, Intuition, Saint 0, Fanatic, Hero, Devout Believer 0, True Believer 0, General Believer 50, False Believer 0, Non-Believer 0, Faith Value 50 day. All 50 goblins had become general believers, which far exceeded expectations for newly born goblins. Their mischievous nature remained, but the deity's majesty and grace had already left a mark in their hearts. Given time, these seemingly insignificant little goblins would surely become the cornerstone of his divine realm's industrial system. After reviewing the panel, Chun Dao did not immediately leave the basin. He hovered above the clouds, observing the lively green figures below. The 50 goblins were divided into several groups, some hammering the ground with stone hammers, attempting to pound the crooked wooden stakes into the soil. Some crawled into the shallow holes they had dug, using stones to build rudimentary walls. A few bold ones ran to the stream to gather smooth pebbles, stacking them at the entrance of their holes, as if showing off their wealth. The goblin who took the lead in dismantling the stones was particularly lively. He was half a head taller than the other goblins, missing a piece of his nose, and held a screwdriver in his hand. He darted from one wooden stake to another, pointing and gesturing, then hopped over to the edge of a hole, shouting a few words, clearly becoming the temporary leader of the group. Chun Dao also saw his name through the panel wrench. It suited the goblin's character perfectly. Just then, Wrench suddenly stopped what he was doing. He stared at a crooked tree not far away, his yellow eyes spinning around twice before suddenly chattering to a few nearby goblins. A few goblins instantly became excited, dropping their tools and running over. They circled around the big tree a few times and then began to pound at the roots with their stone hammers. The trunk swayed, leaves falling down as they hammered away for quite some time. With a loud crack, the much larger tree was unexpectedly brought down by their chaotic assault. Wrench cheered as he jumped onto the trunk and began to dismantle the branches with his screwdriver. His movements were quite clumsy, but with sheer brute force and no technique, he managed to break the sturdy branches into uneven wooden strips. The other goblins followed suit, and soon the entire tree was reduced to a pile of parts. Wrench hugged the thickest trunk, gesturing at the ground for a long time, then directed the other goblins to nail the wooden strips to the sides of the trunk. As he nailed, he muttered to himself, pausing occasionally to tilt his head in thought, then dismantling and renailing. Chun Dao watched them with great interest, eager to see what this group of natural dismantlers could create. Half an hour later, a bizarre object appeared in the clearing. It had 4 crooked wooden wheels with a rectangular wooden board on top, and a wooden stick standing upright at the front, tied with a piece of tattered animal skin as a sail. Is this a handcart? Chun Dao looked at the shabby little cart in surprise. Although it was ridiculously ugly with wheels of different sizes, it was indeed the prototype of a handcart. Wrench proudly patted his invention before jumping onto the wooden board and waving to the other goblins. 2 goblins immediately stepped forward, grabbing the rope at the front of the board and pulling it with all their might. Creak, creak. The wooden wheels rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. The handcart wobbled a few steps forward before one wheel fell off with a loud thud. Wrench fell off the wooden board, landing in a heap. The surrounding goblins erupted into laughter. Wrench got up, dusted himself off, and his green face turned red with embarrassment. He bared his teeth at the laughing goblins, then picked up the wheel that had fallen to the ground, squatting down to examine it closely. He rubbed the broken axle and looked at the holes in the wooden board, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He ran to the stream, collected a few smooth pebbles, stuffed them between the axle and the holes, and then reattacked. This time he didn't let the other goblins pull. Instead, he pushed the board forward himself. Creak. The harsh friction noise diminished significantly, which made Wrench feel a surge of excitement as he confidently continued to push forward. Although the handcart was still wobbly, it managed to walk steadily for more than 10 steps before stopping. Wrench jumped up excitedly, waving his screwdriver at the sky, emitting sharp cheers. The other goblins also gathered around, curiously touching the rudimentary handcart, their eyes filled. Ding! Your follower Wrench has successfully invented a minimalist handcart. Engineering experience slightly increased. Faith value 100. Not bad. Chen Dao assessed with satisfaction. Indeed, he had not made the wrong choice. This group of goblins, seemingly only capable of destruction, harbored astonishing creativity deep within. Though a simple handcart, it was insignificant, yet they had only been in this new place for a few days. This marked their breakthrough from 0 to 1. As long as they are guided, they will undoubtedly be able to create more complex things in the future, such as minecarts, catapults, and even steam machinery. Chen Dao did not disturb them further. Seeing them so quiet, he turned his attention back to the dwarves. Although 3 great mountains separated the two factions, one could never be sure that a bored dwarf wouldn't come over. Soon Chen Dao's consciousness arrived above the dwarven fortress. In the divine realm 2 months later, the sky was still dimly lit, as the dwarf blacksmiths in the fortress had already risen early to begin their forging. The continuous sound of hammering echoed, and some trolls, unable to contain their impatience, had come early to drink with the dwarves, sitting on the ground watching as the dwarves crafted a new hammer for them. In these 2 months, the changes in the divine realm had far surpassed those that occurred in an entire year before. Since returning from the black market, Chen Dao and Shun Yi had fully accepted Lin Qingxue and established a two-way connection with her divine realm. Now the clans of the 3 were exchanging ideas and trading within Chen Dao's divine realm. The internal injuries of Tai Dun had completely healed, but the deep unseen scratch on his chest remained as a permanent mark. Having experienced life and death, he shed his previous recklessness and became the most capable assistant of the Black Hammer, even leading a mining team that extended the tunnels to the 3rd level of the Black Rock Mountains. The forging skills of the Black Hammer had advanced by leaps and bounds. After absorbing the heart of the true dragon, his control over metal and flame reached new heights, allowing him to forge a standard large hammer for trolls in less than 2 hours. The runic blacksmithing team expanded from the initial 30 members to 50, with the first 10 now capable of teaching other dwarves the techniques. The armory in the fortress was filled with brand new weapons and armor, and even Chinese trolls had many outfitted with custom-made large obsidian armor, no longer resembling their former selves who could only fight with stone hammers. Agriculture and animal husbandry continued to develop steadily, completely resolving the long-standing food crisis. The improved bitter wheat had a second bountiful harvest, filling 3 granaries to the brim. The herd of rock sheep had grown to a total of 120 after several generations of breeding, along with many captured from the wild. The domesticated wild boars now numbered over 40, providing fresh meat daily for the dwarves' tables. The 3 earth dragons had also grown robustly, with the strongest Little Red able to unleash a breath of lava that could pierce through a meter-thick stone, becoming the fortress' most reliable heavy artillery. Militarily, the ranks of the dwarven regular soldiers had expanded to 120, divided into 3 combat teams, led by Black Hammer Tai Dun and Tai Dan. However, they could not be considered full-time soldiers, as during busy farming seasons or forging times they returned to their own tasks, only gathering for training. On the western basin, separated by 3 mountain peaks, the area was no longer the barren land it once was. Wrench, with his extraordinary inventive talent, had become the recognized leader of the goblins. Under Wrench's leadership, 50 goblins had dug out a scattered cluster of caves on the hillside using the cave entrances were reinforced with stones and wooden planks piled at the door were various treasures they had collected, including smooth pebbles, oddly shaped tree roots, and various ores picked from the mountains. In the center of the basin, a simple path made of gravel connected the various caves, with dozens of modified handcarts parked along the roadside. The wheels had been replaced with solid wooden wheels greased with animal fat on the axles, preventing any wheel from falling off while in motion. Chen Dao would also periodically send batches of discarded tools, metal scraps, and a small amount of ores through a temporary portal to the goblins. The goblins' innate dismantling ability made them treasure every part, they disassembled and reassembled each piece repeatedly. Although they hadn't figured out any real principles, yet there were promising prospects for the future. In these 2 months, the number of goblins had grown from 50 to 72, and their belief had transformed from a collective of general followers to 12 true believers and 60 general believers. For this group of goblins, this was already a rare achievement. Upon entering the third transition, the two-way divine realm connection with Shun Yi and Lin Xingxue became the greatest assistance to the current development of the divine realm. Every morning the portal opened on time, and Shun Yi's trolls carried baskets of obsidian or into the dwarf fortress, exchanging them for food and brewing, then trading the brewed alcohol for weapons and equipment. Shun Yi's troll tribe no longer had to worry about weapons significantly increasing their combat power, and even forming a 20-member troll heavy armored unit whose combat strength surpassed that of an equal number of dwarven forces. The pet he raised, Lele, had now grown a full set of flight feathers capable of soaring hundreds of meters high, becoming the aerial scout of the divine realm. Lin Xingxue also made significant contributions after establishing the two-way portal with Qindao. Her elves excelled at gathering rare herbs and cultivating crops. Periodically, they would help the dwarves tend to the bitter wheat fields, while the dwarves crafted more durable bows and lightweight leather armor for them. Lin Qingxu's giant eagle, Yenner, learned to fly a few days earlier than Lele, and now the two young eagles often flew back and forth between the three divine realms. The three divine realms were mutually beneficial, and their development speed was more than twice that of independent growth. A stable triangular alliance had quietly formed. Chen Dao opened his personal panel, and the latest information came into view. Personal panel name: Chen Dao. Divine name: Holy Furnace, Firefather of Steel, and Art Master of Forging. Divine position: Junior Master of Forging. Compatibility 72. Divine nature: 25. Divine fire, unlit. Divine rank: weak. Deity of the third transition: faith value 100. Divine arts: fire summoning, forging. Blessing group: flame. Enchantment equipment: solidification artifact, none. Divine realm: 1500 square kilometers. Religion: forging fire. Cult believers: dwarves. Fanatic 23. Devout believers 500. True believers 127. Total 650 people. Goblins: true believers 12. General believers 60. Total 72 people. Earth dragons 3. Observing the steadily increasing data on the panel, Chun Dao nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, in just over a month, he would gather enough faith value of 25000 to consolidate divine nature and challenge the fourth transition of weak deity. However, there was still one issue to resolve. In the span of 2 months, the goblins had evolved from chaotic beings that could only dismantle stones to capable of constructing stable handcarts. Some goblins had even begun attempting to create simple water storage tanks using wood and animal hides. This creativity exceeded his expectations, but also made him acutely aware of the bottleneck. Some goblins had even begun attempting to create simple water storage tanks using wood and animal hides. This creativity exceeded his expectations, but also made him without more advanced materials, their talents would have no place to shine. The dwarves did not lack iron, but it was not appropriate to allow the dwarves and goblins to interact just yet. The gap in strength between the two sides was too great. Early contact could easily lead to conflict. Moreover, given the goblins' current technology, they had no capacity to start smelting iron. They needed softer metals with lower melting points, such as copper and tin. With these two metals, they could smelt bronze. Bronze tools, bronze parts, bronze machinery. Once these materials were produced, the goblins' engineering could truly transition from the primitive era to the Qindao opened the official store and searched for mineral vein resource card. Copper vein small priced at 8,000 faith points. Tin vein small priced at 7,500 faith points. Lead vein small priced at 6,000 faith points. Coal vein small priced at 5,000 faith points. Seeing the prices soaring to 7 or 8,000, Shan Dao could only shake his head helplessly. The official store still had exorbitant prices. He currently only had 130 faith points, which couldn't support such high expenditures. It seems I must go to the black market instead. He picked up his terminal and sent a message to Lin Xingxue. I want to visit the black market again to buy 2 mineral vein cards. Are you free? The terminal vibrated twice and Lin Xingxue's reply popped up. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, see you at the usual place. Uncle Lee has brought a lot of new stock, including the mineral vein cards you want and several construction cards as well. Copper and tin vein. Chen Dao glanced at the message on the screen, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The copper and tin grew in the same vein, meaning he wouldn't need to buy 2 cards, 1 would suffice. This would sell for at least 1200 in the official store, and it was perpetually out of stock. The accompanied veins occupied only 1 loading opportunity, and every time they were listed they were sold out in an instant. Moreover, Lin Xingxue knew that his goblins needed copper and tin, which clearly required some effort on her part. I owe her more and more favors. Chen Dao shook his head, replied with "see you tomorrow," and set his terminal aside. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, and the image of the little green beings in the western basin floated in his mind. The day he crafted the wrench to make a handcart, he knew he was on the right path. But the handcart was just the beginning. To truly unleash the potential of this group of goblins, they needed metal. Copper used for gears, bearings, and pipes. Tin and copper melt together to form bronze. With bronze, these little creatures could soon step into the Metal Age. But before that, he needed to acquire the mineral veins. Yet his faith points were down to just over 12000. In the official store, this amount was barely enough to buy a copper vein card. In the black market, however, he could buy an entire accompanied vein card and still have some left over. That's for tomorrow. Chen Dao pulled the blanket over himself and closed his eyes to sleep. The next afternoon at the abandoned warehouse No. 3 in the south of the city. When Chen Dao and Shun Yi arrived, Lin Xingxue was already waiting at the side entrance. Today she wore a dark gray jacket with a tactical waist bag slung over her shoulder. Her long hair casually tied behind her, she looked very competent. You're here. Lin Xingxue nodded to the two, her gaze landing on Chen Dao. Uncle Li has brought a lot of new goods today, including the mineral vein cards you wanted, and a few construction cards you can take a look at. Construction cards. Shun Yi immediately leaned closer. Are there any suitable for trolls? My troll is too lazy to build his own house, and the cave is about to collapse. Trolls are too large. There are relatively few building cards that can accommodate them. Lin Xingxue shot him a glance. Hearing this, Shun Yi could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed his troll wouldn't be living in a big house. However, Lin Xingxue paused, and with a smile added, but I had Uncle Li keep an eye out. There seems to be a stone fortress card that can fit large-sized followers, though the price is not low. However, Lin Xingxue paused, and with a smile added, but I had Uncle Li keep an eye out. There seems to be a stone fortress. Shun Yi opened and closed his mouth, straining to suppress his urge to curse. The three entered the warehouse, which was still crowded with people, and the sounds of bargaining filled the air. They walked straight through the bustling central stalls and turned into the quiet corner at the back. Uncle Li was still sitting on the same stool as last time, now polishing a copper teapot. When he saw the three approach, he put down the pot, his gaze lingering on Chen Dao for 2 seconds. Interesting. Uncle Li placed the pot on his lap. You're back so soon. I hope that home hasn't been stripped bare by those goblins. Pretty much stripped. Chen Dao casually pulled up an old chair and sat down, getting straight to the point. Uncle Li, I heard you have a copper tin accompanied mineral vein card. Uncle Li paused in polishing the pot, his murky old eyes lifted, staring into Chen Dao's eyes for several seconds. Did Xiao Shui tell you? He glanced at Lin Xingxue, who stood calmly at the side, pretending to be interested in a stall she clearly had no interest in. Copper tin accompanied vein, at least marked at 120 in the official store, and it's perpetually out of stock. Uncle Li placed the copper pot on his lap, speaking leisurely. What do you want this for? Dwarves can't craft anything worthwhile with copper and tin. Are you giving it to goblins? Chen Dao nodded. Uncle Li fell silent. He stared at Chen Dao for a full 5 seconds, then suddenly laughed, full of mockery. Interesting, truly interesting. I once knew someone who thought just like you, believing goblins could make something out of nothing. His entire family went bankrupt, and all the goblins perished. Are your goblins still around? Uncle Li suddenly asked coldly. Yes, Chen Dao replied without elaboration. Uncle Li fell silent again, reaching under the stool to pull out a tin box. He opened the lid to reveal a neatly stacked array of cards glowing in various hues. He rummaged for a while, finally pulling out a card that shimmered with a bluish-gray glow from the bottom and placed it on the stall. Copper tin accompanied vein, small size, containing 1 main vein and 2 branches. It will last you a long time. Then Uncle Li slowly extended 3 fingers. 3,000. Chen Dao hadn't opened his mouth, yet when Shun Yi exploded, 3,000. Didn't you say it was 30% cheaper than the official price? This is more than 70% off. Shut up. Uncle Li glared at him and returned his attention to Chen Dao. If you really can make something of your goblins, I won't mind selling you this card at a loss. But if you mess it up, don't blame me for ignoring you next time you come here. Chen Dao looked down at the card. The surface depicted a cross-section of a bluish-gray mountain, with 2 mineral veins crisscrossing inside, shimmering with a faint metallic luster under the light. 3,000, I'll take it. He swiped his faith points from the terminal without a hint of hesitation. It's foolish not to seize a bargain, and naturally he wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. After the transaction was completed, Uncle Li pushed the card toward him and suddenly added, Kid goblins can either leave you bankrupt or propel you to great heights. There's no middle ground, so be cautious. Thanks, Uncle Li. Chen Dao pocketed the card and stood up. I've troubled you these past few times. As soon as he exited the black market, he thanked Lin Xingxue. Afterwards, I will have my dwarves prioritize upgrading your elves' equipment, and I will also prioritize supplying equipment for your next follower. All right. Lin Xingxue nodded gently, as if Chen Dao's decision was no surprise to her. Only Shun Yi stood by with a bitter face, pondering how to find a house for his troll. It was already evening by the time he returned home. Chen Dao sat at his desk, placing the companion mine card on the table. 3,000 faith points was not a small sum for Chun Dao at this moment. Uncle Lee's reminder still echoed in his ears. Yet he believed that this group of goblins would not disappoint him. With these thoughts, he closed his eyes and slowly immersed his consciousness into the divine realm. Welcome back, great sacred furnace, fire father of steel, and art master of forging. His consciousness hovered above the western basin, and Chun Dao looked down at the goblin settlement below, which was gradually starting to show signs of life. The sky in the divine realm had not brightened yet. However, several early rising young goblins were squatting by the river using pebbles to strike stones, trying to grind them into rounder wheels. The rest of the goblins were fast asleep. The cave where the wrench lived was larger than those of the other goblins and was located in the center of all the caves. His handcart had now developed into its fourth generation, capable of carrying over a dozen large stones without collapsing. Chun Dao retracted his gaze and opened the Divine Realm Management panel. Current loadable Divine Realm cards: Copper Tin Companion Mine Small 1. Confirm loading. Confirm cancel. Confirm. Loading mine. Loading location: southeastern edge of the western basin. The mine extends approximately 20 meters, containing one main vein and 2 branches. Note: loading the mine will create significant noise, which may cause panic among the kin. The moment the panel's prompt disappeared, the card in Chun Dao's hand flew into the divine realm. The slope on the southeast side of the basin suddenly trembled as the card disappeared. The young goblins by the river who were grinding stones jumped in fright, squeaking and scattering in all directions. The goblins still sleeping in the cave were instantly awakened, peeking their sharp heads out with expressions of terror, looking towards the outside. The wrench was the first to rush out of the cave. Clutching a worn-out screwdriver in his hand, he stood barefoot at the entrance, looking ready to flee at any moment. The tremor lasted for about half a stick of incense before gradually calming down. As the dust settled, the ground at the foot of the once flat slope looked as if a giant hand had torn it open. The rocks that were originally buried deep underground had now been pushed up to the surface, mixed with some brown. The first to recover from the panic were the young goblins grinding pebbles by the river. They hid behind the bushes, peeking their small heads out, their yellow eyes fixed intently on the suddenly appeared crack, still clutching unpolished pebbles. Confirming that there was no danger, one of the boldest young goblins tiptoed carefully to the edge of the crack and reached out to pick up a scattered piece of ore. The ore felt cold in his hand, its surface smooth and delicate, significantly heavier than the pebbles they usually played with. The young goblin raised the ore to the sunlight, marveling at the gleaming luster, letting out a surprised squeal. This squeal acted like a signal, instantly igniting the curiosity of all the goblins. The goblins that had been hiding in their caves, trembling in fear, rushed out in a swarm, eagerly pouncing on the pile of rubble around the crack. They frantically picked up the scattered ore as if they had discovered treasure. Whether it was ordinary stones or glistening copper and tin ores, they picked them all up without hesitation. Chirp, chirp, mine. This one is mine. This one is brighter, give it to me. The green little figures jostled in the pile of rubble, some stuffing stones into leather pouches, while those that couldn't fit stuffed them into their clothes. Some simply lay on the ground, using their bodies to protect a pile of stones they had their eyes on, baring their teeth at approaching companions. A few clever ones dragged their small handcarts, overhauling entire loads of stones back to their caves. The wrench also squeezed into the crowd, taller than the other goblins by half a head, easily pushing aside his crowded companions to pick up a sharply edged rock. He rubbed his fingertips across the surface of the rock, and then scratched it with his screwdriver, leaving only a faint white mark. So hard. The wrench mumbled to himself. The stones that emerged from underground were harder than any he had obtained before. Previously, he had dismantled river pebbles, which would crack open with a single smash. He had also dismantled the shale on the slope, but those stones were even more fragile and could be broken by their group of goblins. But this one was different. He scratched it for a long time without seeing any significant change. Even gnawing on it was futile. The wrench covered his sore front teeth, emitting a series of amazed squeaks. He turned the rock over and over for a long time, then picked up another piece of bluish ore for comparison. The two pieces of rock were of different shapes and weights, but both were equally hard. The pile of rubble had turned into a carnival for the goblins. The green little figures huddled together, squeaking loudly as they darted between the stones, their short fingers quickly rummaging through each piece. The young goblins, unable to compete with their adult counterparts, specifically chose those pebble-sized stones that glimmered with an unusual sheen. They would take them and run back to their little caves, hiding them in the crevices of the stones, not forgetting to seal the entrances tightly with dirt. A few strong adult goblins directly hoisted half-person-high stones, straining and dragging them towards their caves, swaying with every step, but refusing to let go. Within less than an hour, the rubble around the crack was completely snatched away. Each goblin's cave was piled high with stones of various sizes. Some built walls at their cave entrances with stones, some laid smooth stones on the ground as flooring, while others simply hugged their stones and sleep, as if cradling some rare treasure. Chun Dao floated high above, watching the chaotic scene below, unable to suppress a chuckle. These goblins couldn't distinguish between ordinary rocks and ores, treating the rubble on the surface as treasures. In truth, the actual Copperton mine was buried over 20 meters underground, and with the wooden tools they currently had, and the small stone hammer and screwdriver he provided, they couldn't even scratch the surface of the mine. But that was all right, he had plenty of patience. 3 days later, the goblins' novelty towards the stones gradually. The stones piled in the cave occupied more than half the space, forcing them to walk sideways. Some goblins began to throw out useless stones from their cave entrances, causing thuds on the ground. Some were throwing stones at each other for fun, giggling when they hit. Others squatted by the river board, using stones to hit fish in the water, but after half a day, not even a splash was raised. Only one goblin named Shipien was an exception. Shipien was one of the smartest among all the goblins, usually not interested in fighting or causing trouble, preferring to squat by the river and grind stones. The wheels of the handcart were first thought of by him, and it was he who polished the pebbles smoother to solve the bumpy wool problem. At this moment, he was squatting at the entrance of his cave, gripping a piece of black flint, repeatedly striking it against another hard stone. With a crisp sound, the flint cracked open, dropping a sharp-edged stone shard. He picked up the shard and curiously rubbed its edge with his fingers. Instantly, a small cut was made on his fragile finger, and bright red blood dripped down. Yet instead of crying, his eyes lit up. He popped his bleeding finger into his mouth and sucked it, then held the stone shard and gently sliced at a piece of dry grass on the ground. The dry grass snapped in two. Wow! The stone shard let out a delighted squeal and jumped up. He ran to the riverbank, picked up a branch as thick as his wrist, and tore off several sturdy vines, tightly binding the sharpened stone shard to the top of the branch. Gripping the branch, he swung it down forcefully at a small sapling with a trunk the size of his forearm. Crack! The sapling snapped and fell to the ground. The stone shard was stunned for 2 seconds, then erupted into an even louder scream, running wildly in the open space while swinging its weapon. Look at mine! His shout quickly attracted the surrounding goblins. A dozen goblins gathered around, curiously staring at what he was holding. One goblin reached out to touch it, but was pushed away by the stone shard. Proudly, he raised the branch again and swung it at a nearby thick branch, which broke once more. Wow! The watching goblins let out a synchronized gasp, their eyes filled with envy. One goblin immediately ran back to its cave, brought out a pile of stones, and began to mimic the stone shard's actions. Another goblin, being smarter, found a stone with a very sharp edge and haphazardly tied it to a branch with vines. Although it was poorly tied, it could still barely chop off thin branches. News spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the entire goblin settlement. The wrench also heard the news and hurried over. He took the crude stone axe from the stone shard's hand and curiously examined it for a long time before finding a small tree to chop down a branch. Crack! With a solid swing, the branch as thick as his forearm was directly chopped off. Ding! Detected your kin. Goblin successfully crafted a tool. Crude stone axe. Detected kin has acquired basic stone tool processing ability, can autonomously create stone axes, stone knives, stone hoes, and other production tools. Congratulations, your kin has successfully entered the Stone Age. Seeing the notification panel, Chun Dao felt great joy. From being primitive creatures who only knew how to fight every day to now creating their first simple stone axe, these goblins had achieved this in less than 3 months. Although they had not yet encountered the copper and tin veins buried underground, the speed of their learning and creation far exceeded his expectations. In the goblin camp below, they were also busy after discovering how sharp stones could be. They moved all the stones hidden in their caves outside, each finding a hard boulder to start grinding their fragments. In less than 3 days, the goblins successfully ground out more than 10 usable stone axes, some even sharper than the initial one created by the stone shard. Once the stone axes were ready, the goblins didn't rest. In the woods below, they had already started a fervent logging operation. Although a single goblin was not very strong, their numbers made up for it, and they were quick-witted. The wrench divided over 90 goblins into several groups, with each group responsible for chopping down a tree. The stronger goblins swung the axes to chop the trunks, the nimble goblins climbed the trees to cut the branches, and the younger goblins dragged the chopped wood back to the settlement. Heave-a-ho! Heave-a-ho! A dozen goblins pulled several thick vines, shouting off-key as they dragged a freshly felled tree back. The wood made a rustling sound as it scraped against the ground, leaving a deep mark. Some goblins, finding the dragging too slow, brought over a cart to push the wood onto it, but unfortunately, as soon as they placed the wood on, it fell apart. In less than half a month, a small mound of wood was piled up at the edge of the camp. After several days of revelry with their stone axes and the mountain of wood, their leader, the wrench, started to brainstorm new inventions again. Initially, the goblins merely leaned thick branches against the rock walls, creating makeshift triangular shelters barely capable of keeping out the rain. But the wrench was very dissatisfied with this. The shelters were low and damp, collapsing at the slightest breeze, and they didn't feel at all goblin-like. He squatted by his cart, looking down at the stone axe he had made with flint and vines. A vague idea began to take shape in his mind. Wood. The wrench suddenly thought of something and jumped up excitedly. Let's stack the wood. The stone shard flipped over, inexplicably scratching its itchy back against the bark, puzzled. Stack it up. Haven't they always been doing that for the shelters? The wrench grew anxious, gesturing and drawing a crooked square in the dirt with a branch, not leaning against the stones. Stand up. Stand by itself. He was drawing a square that relied entirely on the structure of the wood itself, without leaning on any rock wall or tree. To the goblins who had never seen real buildings, this was simply a wild fantasy. Yet the word invention held an unparalleled allure for them. The stone shard and several other goblins were infected by the wrench's enthusiasm and flocked over. A grand project unprecedented for them was about to commence. For the first time, they chose 4 of the thickest and straightest logs, laboriously sharpened the ends with their stone axes, and attempted to drive the logs directly into the ground. However, beneath the soil of the basin were only loose stones, making it impossible to drive the logs deep. A gust of wind blew by, and the 4 pillars fell down together, startling the surrounding little goblins. The second time, the stone shard suggested tying the tops of the 4 pillars together with vines. They followed the suggestion, forcing the tops of the 4 logs together and tying them tightly to form a pyramid-like shape. This time the structure was much more stable and did not fall. However, the issue remained that it was still a large triangular shelter with limited internal space and the risk of collapsing at any moment. The wrench looked at this triangular structure and felt something was off. It would seem too small. For the third time, he squatted on the ground, staring at the suddenly collapsed triangular shelter for an entire afternoon. He suddenly realized that the biggest problem was not that the wood could not stand, but that the logs would slip against each other. If only there was a way to make them stick together, they could stand firm. He immediately began digging holes in the ground. At the intersection of 2 logs to be connected, he awkwardly carved shallow grooves using his stone axe and flint knife. This was an extremely patience-demanding task. Although the wood was softer than stone, it was still hard for their crude stone tools. Finally, they carved out grooves at both ends of a horizontal log and the tops of 2 vertical logs, barely allowing them to lock into each other. When the wrench and several other goblins carefully aligned the grooves of the horizontal log with those of the vertical logs and pushed hard, click, a crisp sound of interlocking resonated. Without vines or any binding, the 2 logs were firmly locked together solely by their own structure. It's done. On the night the wooden house was completed, the entire goblin settlement was immersed in an unprecedented joy. Wrench stood in front of the wooden house, hands on his hips, looking up at the square structure built entirely by the goblins themselves. Since arriving at this place, he had never felt so proud. What was a handcart? That thing only reached his knees, while this wooden house was a full 2 heads taller than him. GG. Wrench. Wrench. Dozens of goblins surrounded the wooden house, raising their stone axes and wooden sticks, chanting their leader's name in rhythm. Shipian was so excited that he spun around on the spot, nearly tumbling into the pile of rubble beside him. Wrench raised both hands, signaling the goblins to quiet down. The goblins immediately fell silent, their eyes fixed on him. Today, Wrench said, pointing at the wooden house behind him with a screwdriver, his voice filled with excitement. No sleeping in the burrows, we all sleep here. The cheer erupted instantly, with dozens of goblins crowding around Wrench to celebrate. When the sky had completely darkened, several goblins brought over dry firewood they had collected during the day and piled it beside the wooden house. Shipian took out 2 flint stones and squatted on the ground, striking them together for a long time until a spark jumped onto the dry moss, and the orange flame immediately flared up. When the bonfire was lit, the entire goblin settlement gathered around. These goblins usually only cared about fighting among themselves for resources. They had never gathered in such harmony before. Now, with Wrench's newly built wooden house, they rarely sat together in peace. Wrench sat closest to the fire, leaning against the freshly constructed wooden house with a satisfaction he had never felt before. He set aside his beloved screwdriver and animatedly recounted to the goblins who weren't present at the time how he managed to join 2 wooden beams together. If it weren't for the late hour, he would have been tempted to demonstrate for those adoring goblins right then and there. Shipian squatted on the other side of the fire, adding a few twigs to it, and grinning as he watched the flames rise higher. Several young goblins chased each other around the bonfire, picking up splintered wood from the ground and tossing it at each other, their high-pitched laughter sounding surprisingly harmonious at that moment. But no one noticed that several sparks were rising with the heat waves, wobbling their way towards the pile of dry wood beside the wooden house. If it were just dry wood, it would be fine, but more importantly, there was a pile of dry grass beside it. The moment the sparks landed on the pile of dry grass, there was no sound. In an instant, as the grass touched the spark, it burst into tiny flickers of flame and puffs of white smoke. The white smoke was nearly invisible in the night, while the crackling of the bonfire drowned out everything else. The goblins continued dancing around the fire, completely unaware of the impending danger. The white smoke grew thicker. Then an orange flame suddenly burst forth from the pile of dry grass, only the size of a palm. But soon this small flame began to ravenously consume the dry grass. Yet still no one saw it. The goblins around the bonfire were circling Wrench's newly built handcart, their high-pitched songs blending with the rhythm of their stomping feet. Shipian dug out a half-jarred wild sweet potato from the fire, burning his left hand as he switched it to his right, making hissing sounds as he inhaled sharply. Two goblins were wrestling with each other while the others cheered them on. By now the flames had climbed up the wood pile. The dry wood crackled under the heat, and the flames climbed higher and higher. A young goblin dancing suddenly stopped, pointing at the side of the wooden house and letting out a sharp scream. Gigi! All the goblins froze at once. They turned around and saw a sight they had never witnessed before. The pile of wood they had laboriously chopped during the day had transformed into a wall of fire taller than they were. The orange flames danced wildly, and the heat waves hit them like a wall. The goblins stared at the scene dumbfounded. A few goblins took a step forward, wanting to extinguish the flames. But it was too late. The flames had already reached the wooden house. The walls of the wooden house were made of dry pine scorched by the sun for half a month, containing hardly any moisture. The moment the flames climbed up, it was like a hungry wolf pouncing on fresh meat. The entire wall immediately erupted into roaring flames. House! Wrench desperately charged towards the wooden house, screaming hoarsely, "The house!" He dropped the roasted wild sweet potato he had snatched and ran towards the wooden house. The sweet potato fell to the ground, rolling into the bonfire unnoticed. Shipian was the second to react. He turned and ran towards the river, grabbed a large leaf he had left by the bank, filled it with water, and stumbled back, throwing it forcefully at the burning wooden house. But that little water didn't even reach the flames. It evaporated into a cloud of white vapor in midair due to the heat waves. The other goblins also began to react. Some picked up stones from the ground and threw them into the fire as if trying to smash it out. Others took branches and tried to swat at it. A few stood dazed, frozen in place, terrified by this hellish scene. However, their actions were utterly futile. Wrench could not get closer than 3 steps to the wooden house. The heat waves loomed like an invisible wall holding him back. He was swept back by the scorching heat, stumbling as he fell to the ground. Sitting there, he looked up at the wooden house that had taken the entire tribe months to build. The beams of the roof began to crack and sparks poured down like a waterfall. Now they were aflame. Boom! The swaying beams finally broke. The burning timber fell from the roof, crashing through the already tilting walls, and the entire wooden house collapsed like a crushed egg. Sparks shot up into the sky, swirling with burning debris, wildly dancing in the night sky. The goblins were all silent. They stood scattered at a safe distance, watching the building that had once made them cheer slowly turn to charcoal. The firelight reflected in their eyes, yet not a single sound escaped their lips. Wrench climbed up from the ground. His knee was scraped, oozing a trickle of green blood. He looked down at his hands, which bore no wounds, yet trembled uncontrollably. Shipian walked over to him and dropped the wet leaves he was holding onto the ground. He too gazed at the fire, but there was nothing left to burn. The wooden house was gone, completely collapsed, and the fire slowly dwindled. The bonfire had extinguished at some point. The roasted wild sweet potato that had once danced joyfully was now just a charred stub, forlornly stuck in the ashes. The goblins who had danced around the bonfire dispersed, squatting in small groups on the ground. Some hugged their knees, some buried their heads in their arms, and others merely stared quietly at the shrinking flames. The great fire raged throughout the night. When the sunlight shone again upon this desolate ground, the once proud wooden house of the goblins had been reduced to a pile of charred ruins. Scorched wood lay haphazardly on the ground, still emitting wisps of white smoke. The air was thick with a pungent burnt smell that made one cough incessantly. Wrench sat dejectedly in front of the ruins. A scar from the previous night still marked his knee with green blood, having coagulated into a dark scab. The screwdriver in his hand failed to pique his interest. He watched helplessly as the wooden house turned to ash. It was the largest creation he had ever crafted, bigger than anything any goblin had ever made. But now it was all gone. Stone Chip approached from the riverside, cradling a rolled-up leaf filled with clear water. He offered the water to Wrench, who did not take it. Stone Chip leaned closer to Wrench's lips, but Wrench still did not move. Chirp! Stone Chip placed the water at Wrench's feet and squatted beside him, falling silent. Other goblins gradually emerged from their caves. Remarkably, there was no noise and no one was fighting. They simply stood in small groups around the ruins, gazing at the still smoldering charcoal, with some occasionally squatting down to poke at the ashes with sticks. A few brave young goblins edged to the edge of the ruins, poking around in the gray piles with small wooden sticks. Their movements stirred up a cloud of ashes which settled on their pointed ears. Eek! Suddenly a young goblin let out a sharp cry. Wrench did not look up. He wanted to see. The great fire from last night had burned away his confidence. Yet the young goblin cried, even louder, frantically digging through the ash. His nearby companions also gathered around, 4 little green heads huddled together, chattering excitedly about something in the ashes. Stone Chip frowned, feeling annoyed as he approached. He suspected these little ones had found some peculiar pebble. These little creatures could turn anything into a treasure. He bent down to glance into the ashes. Then in the gray heap lay a round object. It was small, only the size of his thumbnail, but its color was unlike any stone he had seen before. In the morning sunlight, the object shimmered with a strange luster. Stone Chip squatted down, carefully extending his hand to touch the object with his fingertip. It felt icy, smoother than he had imagined. He picked it up, cradling it in his palm and examining it closely. His intuition told him that this stone was extraordinary. Chirp! He turned and shouted towards Wrench. Hearing the commotion, Wrench finally lifted his head. Stone Chip held the sparkling little bead, stumbling over to Wrench and shoved the bead into his hand. Look at this. Wrench looked down at the bead in his palm. It was indeed beautiful, more so than any stone he had seen, but what good was it? Their months of effort, their wooden house, had all turned to ash. What could a pretty bead do? Can it be eaten? Can it shelter someone? Can it protect against wind and rain? Wrench threw the bead to the ground and turned his face away. Stone Chip, seeing this, immediately grew anxious. He picked up the bead and grabbed a piece of brown ore he had collected from the crack a few days ago, placing both items side by side in front of Wrench. Wrench frowned, unsure of what he was trying to convey. Stone Chip pointed at the brown ore, this. Then pointed at the shiny bead, this. Look! He held the bead up to the sunlight, letting it shine brightly, then gestured at the charred wood on the ground, mimicking a burning gesture. Burn. He was saying this bead came from the fire. The fire turned the stone into this. After watching Stone Chip gesticulate for a while, Wrench's eyes slowly lit up. He snatched the bead from Stone Chip's hand, staring at it as it spun in his palm. Then he looked back at the piece of brown ore on the ground. They had dug out dozens of these stones from the cracks, yet it looked no different from the stone they used for making axes, and he had never paid much attention to it. But now this bead, its color was almost identical to that of the ore, only brighter and cleaner. It was the fire. The fire turned the stone into this. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the stone axe from Stone Chip's hand, and rushed to the pile of ore they had dug out from the cracks. He crouched down, rummaged for that type of brown ore, and placed the bead beside it for comparison. Indeed, it was the same color. He raised the stone axe, using all his strength to smash down on the little bead. Clang! Clang! He struck twice, and his worn stone axe now bore a small notch. Yet the bead remained unscathed, its smooth surface showing not a single scratch. Wrench's eyes widened. Over the past few months, they goblins had felled so many trees with this broken axe. But now striking it against this tiny bead left not a trace. What a treasure! This is definitely a treasure. Wrench stared at the bead glimmering in the sunlight. A wave of unprecedented fervor surged in his chest. This feeling was even more exhilarating than having built a house. This was the answer given to him by the fire. The fire had burned his wooden house, but also gifted him with something he had never seen before. The pain of losing the house was now overshadowed by this little bead. Chirp! Wrench raised the bead high, letting out a loud shriek to all the goblins. The goblins, still rummaging around the house, heard the commotion and gathered around. They took turns touching the bead, then the ore that Wrench had smashed, their small eyes sparkling with the same light as Wrench's. Some quick ones picked up another piece of brown ore, ran to the still smoldering ash pile, and tossed it in. More goblins began to throw stones into the ruins, the ashes flying up again, causing the goblins to cough, yet none of them stepped back. They all wanted to see if the fire would turn more stones into those sparkling beads. Wrench did not participate in this new stone-burning endeavor. He sat at the edge of the ruins, holding the bead in his hand, as a whole new idea began to form in his mind. Fire could burn wood, and it could also burn stone. The things produced by burning were harder than stone. What if they could make this stuff into an axe, just like chopping wood? Not the kind tied to a wooden stick, but a whole axe made entirely of this sparkling material. Wrench pressed the bead to his forehead, closed his eyes, and broke into a silly grin. The next morning, the ruins were still emitting faint wisps of white smoke, and the charred wood released a pungent, burnt smell. But not a single goblin dared to look at the pile of charcoal that had once inspired their revelry. All the little green heads crowded around the rekindled campfire, their eyes fixed intently on the center of the flames. Shipien was tiptoeing carefully, tossing a fist-sized brown ore into the fire. Sparks flew onto his arm, causing him to hiss in pain. Burn! Burn! He held a branch in his hand, constantly poking at the firewood in the flames, watching the ore with eager anticipation. The surrounding goblins echoed his shouts, their voices shrill and synchronized. Burn! Burn! They had brought over all the brown ores they had collected from the crevices, piling them into a small hill. Each goblin clutched a piece, their eyes shining with fervor. Although they had just endured a great fire, the promise of a new invention once again filled their hearts. The fire blazed higher, sending waves of heat toward the watching goblins and making the stones heat up. Bansho squatted at the front, his gaze fixed tightly on the fire. His knees throbbed with pain, but the frustration of losing the wooden house had long been washed away by this sudden discovery. To him, the wooden house had been built once, and it would eventually be rebuilt. But what they were dealing with now was something never before discovered. He had a premonition that if they could burn more of this substance, they would be able to create tools 100 times sharper than stone axes, allowing them to forge even more useful items. Time passed second by second. The once rising sun was now tilting toward the west, yet the goblins' enthusiasm showed no sign of waning. They all stared fervently at the ores roasting in the fire, with a few eagerly adding more wood to the flames. All right. After a while, Shipien, who had been sitting for a long time, jumped up first, reaching to poke the nearly extinguished fire. Wait! Bansho, sitting next to Shipien, pulled him back. Let it burn a little longer. He remembered that it took a huge fire to produce even a small bead when the wooden house burned. It was clear that the small fire they piled up now had not burned long enough. Shipien, caught by Bansho, felt like he had been doused with cold water, sitting back down gloomily, but not daring to argue. After burning for another hour, the last bits of wood they had prepared were also consumed. The fire now only flickered, with a few remaining embers, leaving behind a pile of charcoal. The goblins immediately gathered around. They all held their breath, watching as Shipien used a branch to slowly push aside the ash. Beneath the ash lay a few stones with slight cracks. Yes, still stones. There were no shiny beads, no hard metals, only a ground of ash and cracked stones. The previously noisy goblins fell silent in an instant. The branch in Shipien's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He squatted down, picked up a fragment of stone, and squeezed it hard, causing it to shatter into pieces. It's gone, he muttered softly, his voice tinged with a sob. The surrounding goblins also hung their heads low. Just moments ago they had been so excited, but now they were equally disappointed. A few young goblins pouted on the verge of tears. The surrounding goblins also drooped their heads. Their previous excitement had turned into profound disappointment. A few young goblins pouted close to crying. One goblin kicked a stone at his feet in frustration and turned. Another threw the stone in his hand to the ground and squatted down, drawing circles in the dirt. The entire camp was enveloped in a cloud of despondency. The sadness that had been swept away by the joy of a new invention had returned. Shipien also felt deflated. He walked over to Bansho and poked his arm. It didn't burn out. Bansho said nothing, squatting in front of the ash, picking up a warm fragment of stone. Why? They had burned it successfully last night. He looked up at the ruins of the wooden house. The fire there had burned larger, longer, and hotter. The fire was not strong enough. This thought struck Bansho like a lightning bolt. Last night's blaze had forced them to stay back 3 meters, but this fire could barely roast sweet potatoes next to it. The fire was not intense enough, not hot enough to melt the stones. But how could they make the fire burn brighter? Bansho crossed his arms and paced back and forth beside the fire. He frowned, murmuring to himself, stopping occasionally to kick the stones on the ground. Shipien watched him walk back and forth with a look of contemplation, not daring to interrupt, and could only squat on the ground, idly stirring the ash. A gust of wind blew by, causing the embers in the fire to swirl up, and the charcoal, which was about to go out, suddenly flared up with a small flame. Bansho's steps came to an abrupt halt. Wind. It was the wind. When the wind blew and the fire he recalled the last time by the river when the wheels of the cart turned, it would also create a gust of wind that made his hide clothing rustle. If they could continuously blow air into the fire, would it stay this strong? Bansho's eyes brightened. He turned and dashed toward his cave, dragging out a hollow tree trunk as thick as his arm. This was something he had specifically left behind during his last tree-cutting venture, originally intended for use as the axle of a cart. He then tore off the largest piece of hide from himself and shouted to Shipien, "Shipien, come here." Shipien paused for a moment, then immediately jumped up, coming. Sew this on. Bansho laid the hide on the ground and placed the hollow tree trunk in the center, sew the sides of the hide onto the tree trunk to make a bag. Although Shipien did not understand what he was doing, he immediately complied. He took out a needle and thread made from beast tendons and clumsily began to sew. The hide was thick and tough, and the stitches were crooked, occasionally pricking his own fingers. Other goblins, seeing them busy, curiously gathered around. What is Bansho trying to make? I don't know. Is he making a cart again? No way. How would a cart need a big bag? The goblins chattered among themselves. No one understood what Bansho was up to, but no one left. They all had a vague feeling that Bansho was about to create something remarkable. Half an hour later, a bizarre object appeared in the clearing. One end of the hollow tree trunk was tightly wrapped in the hide, while the other end was sewn into an opening that could be closed. 2 goblins pulled on either end of the bag. As they pulled and released, air blew out from the other end of the hollow tree trunk. Whoosh! A gust of wind, not particularly strong, blew from the trunk's opening just enough to fan the small fire beside it. The once feeble flame suddenly leaped up half a foot, transforming into a dazzling orangerd. It worked. Banshou jumped up excitedly and hugged Shipien. It worked. This is it. The bellows exhaled a modest gust of wind, just enough to rekindle the dying fire, coaxing half a futhai flames back to life. Fire! The fire's grown. Shipien shrieked, leaping up and flailing his arms toward the dancing blaze. Instantly, the surrounding goblins erupted into shrill cheers, surging forward in a jostling knot, so close they nearly overturned the bellows. Banshou shoved aside the goblins crowding too near, crouched before the fire, and stretched out his hand to feel the wave of heat rolling off the flames. This fire burned far fiercer than before, so fiercely it stung his skin, but he grinned, unable to contain his delight. Not enough. Still not enough. Banshou crouched beside the fire, once more testing the heat with his fingers, only to snatch his hand back, seared by the blistering warmth. He remembered vividly the searing temperature of last night's conflagration. This flame, he knew, fell woefully short. He sprang upright and bellowed at the goblins. Stone. Dig a pit. Enclose the fire. Their trust in Banshou had never been higher, and without hesitation they obeyed his every word. They sprang into action at once, hauling hard fissure-scarred rocks from the ground, then sprinting to the riverbank to dig up a basketful of thick black clay, which they mixed with water into pliant mud. Some hauled stones, others smeared mud. Crooked, wobbling walls of stone were erected, dismantled, and rebuilt again, until after an entire morning's labor, a half-man-high stone furnace rose upon the open ground. The furnace was Banshou's own design, a cylindrical column open at the base to admit the bellows' wooden shaft, and crowned with a wide aperture for feeding in or in firewood. Shipien even laid a broad, flat stone slab across the furnace's base to catch whatever emerged from the fire. Add firewood. Add, or... The moment the furnace stood complete, Banshou waved eagerly. Dry pine logs were fed one by one into the chamber. As soon as the kindling caught, Shipien seized the bellows and began pumping. Ho! With dry timber fueling it, the flame surged violently, erupting from the furnace mouth and nearly singeing Banshou's eyebrows. Yet he recoiled not even a step. Instead, eyes alight with exhilaration, he leaned forward and dropped a fist-sized brown ore into the heart of the glowing embers. It landed with a soft, sizzling hiss upon the crimson coals. Then came the long, silent wait. Every goblin gathered tightly around the furnace, eyes locked unblinking on its mouth. No one spoke. Only the rhythmic wheeze of the bellows and the crackle of burning wood broke the hush. The sun drifted from zenith to western horizon. 3 shifts of goblins took turns pulling the bellows, each pair's arms trembling with exhaustion. One young goblin, legs numb from squatting, quietly rose to stretch, only to be instantly glared down by an elder and hastily dropped back into place, resuming his fixed vigil over the furnace. Shipien wiped sweat from his brow, the droplets sizzling into white vapor the instant they struck the furnace's scorching wall. In a hushed voice he asked Banshou, "Will it truly emerge this time?" Banshou gave no reply. He was too tense to speak. Even he now held no certainty whether this endeavor, yet he knew, if this failed it might be ages before the goblins' fervor could ever reignite. Most of the firewood beneath the furnace had burned away. The once brown ore now glowed deep crimson, its surface softening, oozing downward like molten honey. It's moving. It's moving. A sharp-eyed goblin child suddenly shrieked, pointing wildly at the furnace. All goblins surged forward in unison, heads pressing together in a tight, breathless cluster. There, fully softened, the ore shimmered under a glossy liquid sheen slowly dripping from the furnace mouth. Moments later, a single drop of scarlet liquid detached, trailing a luminous filament as it fell from the mouth of the furnace. SSSSS. The molten copper struck the stone slab below, sparking tiny embers and releasing a delicate plume of white smoke. As the vapor faded, a small dark red nodule remained upon the slab. Time itself seemed to freeze. All eyes remained riveted upon that tiny, softly glowing nodule. No one dared blink, terrified it might vanish at the slightest flutter of an eyelash. Banshou was the first to stir. He shoved aside the goblins blocking his path and lunged toward the furnace, reaching out to seize the nodule. It's hot. Shipien grabbed his arm just in time. Only then did Banshou recall its searing heat. He snatched up a sturdy twig and carefully nudged the nodule toward himself. It had cooled almost entirely, now a dull yellow, unevenly textured, yet gleaming with a metallic luster no stone had ever possessed. Banshou swallowed hard, picked up a hard flint, and struck the nodule with full force. Clang! A crisp, ringing chime echoed clear and bright. The nodule flattened slightly, its edges curling upward, but it did not shatter as stone would have. It yielded. It was malleable. It could be shaped by hammer and blow. It was no stone. Banshou lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing with rapture, and raised the tiny copper nodule high, roaring with all his might. It's done. It's done. That cry cracked like thunder across the stunned silence, jolting every goblin back to life. Wah! An ear-splitting chorus of jubilation swept across the entire basin. The goblins went wild, leaping, howling, slamming shoulders together in ecstatic collision. Some rolled on the ground, others circled the furnace in frenzied loops, still others seized their companions in fierce, smacking embraces, their most primal, unrestrained celebration. Shipian vaulted straight onto the furnace's crown, brandishing a branch and shrieking, nearly toppling headlong into the fiery throat. Several goblin children scrambled to touch the copper nodule, yelping at its lingering heat, yet clinging to it, fiercely refusing to let go. Bansho stood at the center of the throng, still holding aloft the copper nodule, still warm to the touch. He gazed upon his jubilant kin upon the stone furnace, still exhaling faint blue smoke upon the scattered ore and firewood strewn across the earth. And then unexpectedly he smiled. What did last night's burnt hut matter? What did those charred timbers matter? Fire had taken their shelter, but given them something infinitely more precious. This was metal, harder than stone, tougher than wood. Again, Bansho tucked the copper nodule into his chest and roared to the crowd, "Smelt more ore. Smelt more copper. Smelt. Smelt. Smelt." In unison the goblins answered, voices so thunderous the valley trembled with their echo. More ore tumbled into the furnace mouth, the bellows groaned anew, pulled harder, deeper, with renewed fervor. Drop after drop of scarlet copper dripped from the ore, solidifying upon the stone slab into irregular ingots of varying size. And these mischievous, restless goblins for the first time labored with unwavering diligence for such humble, gleaming things. Chun Dao hovered silently above the clouds, observing all below. A quiet notification glided across his interface. Ding! Your follower Wrench has invented the copper mining and smelting technology. The clan has mastered the copper mining and casting processes. Congratulations, your clan is about to enter the Bronze Age. Chun Dao looked at the notifications on the panel with great satisfaction. He originally thought it would take at least another month or two for them to advance to the Bronze Age. Unexpectedly, this group of goblins really brought him pride. The goblins below, after successfully smelting copper, did not rest and immediately began their next actions. Since they smelted the first chunk of copper, the goblins seemed to be possessed. They collected all the copper ore surrounding the huge crack and brought it back to the tribe. The caves that were originally used for sleeping had turned into warehouses, and the open space by the river was dug into pits, while 3 stone furnaces burned day and night for smelting copper. Wrench simply moved his bedding to the side of the furnace, fearing any issues with it. Hurry! Add more firewood. Pump the bellows faster. Wrench shouted as usual. The stone goblin worked bare-chested, swinging his arms rapidly while the bellows went whoosh whoosh without stopping. The 2 goblins beside him were also busy, one continuously tossed ore into the furnace, while the other poked the furnace walls with a long stick, scraping out the burnt ash. Droplets of molten copper fell onto the stone slab, forming copper ingots the size of a palm. The goblins eagerly snatched up the ingots like they were treasures, stacking them on the nearby stone platform until they quickly formed a small mountain of copper. That's enough. That's enough. Wrench jumped onto the stone platform, holding up a copper ingot and shouting, "Now, let's make axes." All the goblins immediately cheered. They were tired of the stone axes that broke with a single chop and dreamed of having a copper axe that wouldn't break. The stone goblin volunteered, selecting the largest and brightest copper ingot, placing it on the stone anvil, and swinging a stone hammer to strike. Clang, clang, clang. The dull sound of hammering echoed in the basin. The copper ingot slowly deformed under the hammer, gradually taking on the shape of an axe. The stone goblin was sweating profusely, his arms aching, but finally forged a crooked copper axe. Although the blade was not very sharp and the handle was just a randomly tied stick, it was the first metal axe in goblin history. Look at me. The stone goblin proudly raised the copper axe and walked up to a small tree with a trunk the size of his arm, took a deep breath, and struck down hard. Crack! The small tree snapped in two. Wow! The goblins erupted in cheers. Hearing his companions' exclamations, the stone goblin grew even prouder and looked for a thicker tree, raising the axe again. Clang! This time the axe did not cut into the trunk, but instead let out a muffled sound. The stone goblin looked down and saw a green face turn pale instantly. The axe blade had actually rolled over from the impact. Too soft. Too soft. He threw the axe on the ground, stomping his feet in anger. It's not even as good as a stone axe. The cheers around him came to an abrupt stop. One goblin picked up the axe and tried to chop a stone, only for the blade to bend at a 90-degree angle. Useless thing. We wasted 3 days. Complaints arose one after another, and the goblins who had been so excited moments ago instantly drooped their heads. The goblins were not particularly united to begin with, and now seeing their hard work over the past few days result in such garbage, their spirits were even lower. Wrench walked over and picked up the copper axe that had been thrown on the ground, looking at its rolled edge with a frown. It really wouldn't do. How could such copper be used to make an axe? Stop the noise. He slammed the copper axe onto a rock, making a loud clang. There must be something wrong. Melt it for a longer time. Get the fire hotter. The goblins, reluctant to move, were forced to get up and add firewood to the furnace since Wrench was their current leader. The bellows pumped as usual, and the flames heated the surrounding stones until they were scorching. Yet the copper produced was still just as soft. For 3 consecutive days they smelted furnace after furnace, stacking the resulting copper ingots higher and higher, yet not a single one could be made into a usable tool. Despair hung over the settlement like dark clouds. On the 4th morning, the stone goblin, exhausted from staying up late to pump the bellows, could barely keep his eyes open. He groggily carried the ore to the furnace, not paying attention to the stones beneath his feet, and fell flat on his face, scattering the ore everywhere. Among these ores were not only brown copper ore but also several silvery tin ores. These had been collected from the crack a few days ago, but were left in the corner because of their different color and ignored. Among these ores were not only brown copper ore but also several silvery tin ores. These had been collected from the crack a few days ago, but were left in the corner. He mumbled, pulled the bellows a couple of times, and then leaned against a nearby rock to doze off. Half an hour later, Wrench came over to check the furnace. As he lifted the furnace lid, he was stunned. The ores inside the furnace melted, not turning into the usual dark red copper liquid, but instead shimmering with a yellow-green hue, looking brighter and more viscous than pure copper. What is this? Wrench frowned and poked it with a stick. The stone goblin, awakened by Wrench's movement, rubbed his eyes and came over, saying, "I don't know, I saw the stones sitting there, so I just dumped them all in." Wrench ignored his carelessness and carefully poured the metallic liquid from the furnace. The yellow-green liquid fell onto the stone slab and quickly solidified into a small chunk of metal. It was darker than copper and felt heavier to hold. Wrench picked up the metal chunk, weighed it in his hands, then raised the stone hammer and struck down hard. Clang! A clear sound rang out. The metal chunk only dented slightly and did not flatten like pure copper. Wrench's eyes brightened instantly. He struck again, and still only a small dent formed. Hard. This is hard. His voice trembled with excitement as he turned to grab the stone goblin's shoulder. "What did you just dump in?" The stone goblin, dizzy from the shaking, stammered it was copper ore and a few pieces of white stone. Wrench immediately rushed to the pile of ores in the corner, and indeed found a few pieces of silvery tin. "Or is it this?" The stone goblin nodded. Without hesitation, Wrench grabbed a piece of tin ore and a piece of copper ore and tossed them together into the furnace. The bellows were pumped again, and the flames roared. Half an hour later, another yellow-green metal chunk was smelted out, identical to the previous one. This time, Wrench did not use the stone hammer to strike, but placed it on the stone and tried to chisel it. Crack! A small piece of metal shavings fell off, leaving a clear incision on the metal chunk. It neither shattered like stone nor bent like pure copper. The hardness was just right. "It's done. It's done." Wrench held the metal chunk and jumped up and placed. "This is it. White stone combined with copper. What we smelled out is hard." The goblins immediately surrounded him, eyes lighting up again as they looked at the "Is it really hard? Let me touch it. Quick, make axes. Quick, make axes." In the next 2 days, the goblins gathered all the tin ores and burned them, mixed with copper or in different proportions. After repeated attempts, they finally found the most suitable ratio. 3 parts copper to 1 part tin yielded the hardest metal that was least likely to crack. This yellow-green metal was also named bronze by them. With the right materials, the next step was to cast real tools. Wrench did not want to smash with stones like last time. He wanted to make a well-shaped, sharp, and durable axe. He thought back to the time he played with mud in the dirt. If he made a mold for the axe out of mud and poured the molten copper into it, wouldn't it produce a complete axe after cooling? And so he set to work. He took several goblins to the riverbank, dug a large basket of black clay, and mixed it with water to form a mud ball. Then he carved the shape of the axe onto the mud ball, splitting it in half to create 2 half molds. Once the mud molds dried, he combined them, binding them tightly with rope, and a rudimentary clay mold was complete. "Pour in the molten copper," Wrench shouted. The stone goblin carefully carried the freshly smelted bronze liquid and cautiously poured the scalding bronze into the mold's pouring opening. The bronze liquid flowed into the mold cavity, emitting white smoke and sizzling sounds. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the clay mold. A few minutes later, under the eager gazes of the many goblins, the Wrench slowly picked up the clay mold. "Come, Shipian, come help me out here." The Wrench grabbed one side of the clay mold and handed the other side to Shipian. Without saying much, Shipian eagerly grabbed the clay mold handed over by the Wrench, excitement written all over his face. Seeing the excitement on Shipian's face, the Wrench nodded in satisfaction, then exerted a slight force with his legs, leaning his upper body back slowly. "Go!" The Wrench shouted loudly, each grabbing half of the clay mold with Shipian, and then they pulled it apart. Crack! With a crisp sound, the tightly held clay mold was forcefully pulled apart, causing both the Wrench and the goblin to fall to the ground. Inside the mold, the already solidified bronze axe blade fell directly to the ground. The edges of the bronze blade were sharp, far surpassing the stone axe blades the goblins had carelessly polished. Wow! The goblins erupted in cheers, nearly tipping over the nearby stone furnace. They rushed forward like mad, all wanting to touch the axe blade, only to be elbowed back by the wrench. Wow! The goblins erupted in cheers, nearly tipping over the nearby stone furnace. They rushed forward like mad, all wanting to touch the axe blade, only to be done. The wrench raised the freshly made axe high, a smile on his lips that he couldn't suppress. Shipian leaned over, gently touched the axe blade with his fingertip, then immediately withdrew his hand, a small cut on his fingertip. Instead of crying out in pain, he smiled with his eyes narrowed into slits. It's great. Much better than the stone axe I made. That goes without saying. The wrench proudly hoisted the axe onto his shoulders, speaking to the envious goblins with a contented expression. From today on, you are all forbidden to use stone axes. Wow! 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 The goblins surrounding the wrench raised their hands high, shouting with excitement. Come on, I'll take you to try out how this axe works. The wrench elbowed aside a few goblins blocking his path and led dozens of goblins to a small tree near the camp. He took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the bronze axe. After preparing himself again, the wrench, under the watchful eyes of the goblins, exerted all his strength and swung the bronze axe hard at the tree. Crack! This time it didn't just leave a small mark like the goblins' usual stone axes, instead it embedded deeply into the wood. The success of the first bronze axe completely ignited the goblins' enthusiasm. The signs of stones being thrown around the camp had vanished. Now all the goblins were gathered around the 3 stone furnaces, wishing they could keep the furnaces running 24 hours a day. These previously scattered goblins even obeyed the wrench's orders and split into 3 groups. One group went to pick up ores by the gap, collecting all the ores they could see. Another group was responsible for smelting the ores, while also casting stone axes and researching other bronze tools. The remaining group was tasked with using stone axes to cut down nearby trees, still yearning for the wooden houses that had previously been burned down. The bronze axes were soon mass-produced. On the day when 50 fully shaped bronze axes were distributed, the entire tribe was in an uproar. They turned and tossed aside their stone axes, which would chip after just a few chops, and charged into the forest with their brand new bronze axes. In less than a day, these goblins brought back more timber than they had in the past 3 days. However, a new problem soon arose. At the edge of the camp, there was a dense oak forest. The oak trees there had thick trunks, and the wood was as hard as stone. It was clear from the goblins' perspective that this type of tree was excellent material for building houses. But even with a sharp bronze axe, cutting the oak was still quite laborious. With the goblin's strength, a single swing could only create a shallow notch. This is driving me crazy. Shipian slammed the axe into the ground, stomping in frustration. He had been chopping away at an oak tree as thick as a bowl for half a day, and had only managed to inflict some surface damage. Why is this wood so hard? He kicked the tree trunk, but in the end he could only hold his foot and wail. The nearby goblins wore worried expressions. They also wanted to replace their shabby caves with sturdy wooden houses. But such pine trees would require several goblins to chop for a day or two just to fell one tree. Turning their homes into wooden houses seemed like a distant dream. The wrench also squatted on the ground, staring at the half-chopped oak tree, his small green fingers tracing over. With their strength, using an axe on smaller pieces of wood was fine, but tackling such large and hard wood was there anything that could break the wood without chopping it? As he pondered, he suddenly remembered how the little goblins in the tribe used vines to cut through grass roots when playing. What if the bronze was made into thin strips, and a row of small teeth was carved on them, so that back and forth motion could saw through the wood? Once the thought popped into his mind, it could no longer be suppressed. Without hesitation, the wrench jumped up, rushed back to the stone furnace, threw in a few larger pieces of ore, and began to operate the bellows. While melting, he also used a stone chisel to carve a long groove on the spare clay mold, and carefully carved a row of tightly packed small sawteeth on one side of the groove. It needs to be dense, otherwise it won't hold the wood, he muttered while carving, redoing it if he made a mistake. After toiling for a while, he finally created a clay mold with somewhat crooked sawteeth. When the first bronze saw blade was taken out of the clay mold, it was almost dark. The saw blade was only as wide as a finger and half a foot long, with edges covered in uneven small sawteeth. The wrench found 2 sturdy sticks, tied them to the ends of the saw blade, and fashioned a crude 2-person saw. Let's go, time to try it out. The wrench hoisted the saw, and along with the goblins who had gathered to watch, returned to the oak tree. The 2 strongest goblins grabbed either end of the saw, standing on either side of the trunk. Pull, the wrench commanded. Whoosh! The bronze saw blade brushed against the trunk, and with a gentle pull, a crisp rustling sound followed. The saw blade easily cut into the hard oak, and wood shavings floated down from the saw's mouth like snowflakes. All the goblins widened their eyes incredulously watching as this strange saw blade effortlessly cut. The two goblins pulling the saw were also stunned. They had braced themselves for a tremendous effort, but found it surprisingly effortless. "What are you standing there for? Keep pulling," the wrench shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The saw moved back and forth, the rustling sound never ceasing. In less than 2 hours, the oak tree, which had been difficult to chop, even with a bronze axe, made a dull crack sound and slowly fell to the ground. All right. Shipian was the first to rush up, jumping and bouncing around the fallen trunk. He touched the smooth and even saw cut, excitedly mumbling, "It's flat. It's actually flat. Better than chopping with an axe." The surrounding goblins erupted into deafening cheers as they looked at the flat wood. They surrounded the saw and the fallen oak, singing and dancing, throwing the wrench high into the air before catching him securely. "Wrench, wrench, the greatest, the greatest." The appearance of the saw greatly enhanced the productivity of the goblins. What once required dozens of goblins to cut down a robust oak tree over several days now only needed 2 goblins to pull the saw back and forth for 2 to 3 hours before it would crash to the ground. The smooth and level cut of the saw also saved the effort of subsequent adjustments, allowing them to chop 3 times as much wood in the time originally spent on splitting firewood. In the oak forest at the edge of the basin, small green figures were everywhere. The goblins, shouldering brand new saws and axes, formed neat lines as they moved through the woods. The sound of sawing echoed continuously, accompanied by the thunderous crash of timber falling to the ground. Shipian stood beneath a massive oak tree, directing 2 goblins as they operated the saw. He held a branch in his hand, occasionally offering pointers. "Apply force on the left. Yes, pull a bit more. Be careful not to saw crooked." Crack. The great oak tree slowly toppled, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shipian jumped up excitedly, slapping his thigh and shouting, "Another one. We've already chopped several today." Within less than half a month, a mountain of wood towering higher than the goblins themselves had accumulated beside the camp. With ample timber, plans to rebuild the wooden houses were immediately put on the agenda. Thanks to the goblins' reproductive power, the tribe had nearly 200 goblins after a few months of development. The goblins spontaneously divided into different teams. The lumber team was responsible for transporting wood, the processing team was in charge of sawing logs into planks and beams, and the construction team built houses under the guidance of Banzo. Banzo learned from the last fire disaster, and this time the wooden houses would not use flammable straw for roofs, but would instead be topped with thick wooden planks. The roofs were specifically constructed with a sloped angle to prevent rainwater from entering. Wide pathways were left between the houses to avoid a fire in one house spreading to the entire village. What was even more surprising was that the goblins had learned to designate functions for the houses. The largest wooden house in the center of the basin served as a smelting workshop. Inside were 3 improved stone furnaces side by side with bellows, crucibles, and clay molds neatly arranged along the walls, eliminating the need to refine copper outdoors under the sun and wind. Next to the workshop was the tool room, where all the bronze axes, saws, and chisels were categorized and hung on the walls. After use, they had to be returned to their original places. Anyone who lost one would be punished by not being allowed to eat meat for 3 days. Beside that was the warehouse for storing ores, wood, and grain. The walls of the warehouse were thickened, and 2 goblins took turns guarding the entrance to prevent anyone from sneaking in and taking things. The remaining wooden houses served as residences for the goblins, with each room accommodating 4 to 5 goblins. Although still simple, they were a vast improvement over the dark and damp caves. When the last wooden plank was nailed onto the roof of the final house, the entire basin erupted in excitement. The goblins circled the newly built settlement with torches, singing and dancing until dawn. The firelight reflected on their excited faces, and the once chaotic goblin settlement finally resembled a true home. However, behind this prosperity, a new crisis was quietly approaching. With the popularity of bronze tools, the demand for smelting bronze grew increasingly urgent. Every day, a substantial amount of copper and tin ingots were cast into axes, saws, hoes, and various parts, with the 3 stone furnaces operating day and night, consuming ore at several times the previous rate. That morning, the team responsible for collecting ores returned to the camp empty-handed. The lead little goblin ran to Banzo with a sorrowful face, turning his empty pockets inside out to show him, "Bancho, it's all gone. The stones on the ground have all been picked clean." Banzo's heart sank, and he immediately led the team to the crack nearby. The pile of rubble that had once been strewn with abundant ores was now turned upside down, with even nail-sized fragments of ore collected. There were now no traces of ore to be seen beside the crack. How could it be gone so quickly? Shipian kicked at the dirt beneath his feet, his face filled with anxiety. There was still plenty a few days ago. "We've refined too much. Banzho squatted down looking at the bare ground ahead, his brow tightly furrowed. Just relying on picking up what's on the ground is simply not enough. Or they couldn't smelt bronze. Without bronze, there would be no tools. Without tools, they couldn't fell trees or build houses. Without the ability to build houses, they couldn't have children. The very lifeblood of the entire tribe depended on these ores. Banzho stood up and looked towards the dark mountain body deep within the crack. If there were no ores on the surface, they would have to dig underground. This thought suddenly arose in his mind, growing uncontrollably. He turned to all the gathered goblins, raising the bronze pickaxe in his hand high underground. The stones are underground. We must dig down. The goblins, seeing Banzho's excitement, responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the valley. Their thirst for metal overcame their fear of the dark underground. The next morning, the first mine was officially excavated next to the crack. The goblins swung their pickaxes vigorously, digging into the hard rock face. Chunks of rock fell continuously, quickly digging out a pit over a person deep on the ground. However, mining proved far more difficult than anticipated. The rocks underground were much harder than those on the surface, and the goblins, being naturally small in strength, could only leave a white mark with each strike. Moreover, the further they dug down, the more unstable the rock face became. Just as they reached a depth of 3 meters, an accident occurred. Boom! A loud noise erupted as a rock from the side of the mine suddenly fell, striking one of the goblins working below on the leg. Ow! A shrill cry of agony pierced the air as that goblin fell to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling about in pain. The goblins above were instantly thrown into a panic, rushing to pull him up. Fortunately, he had only injured his leg and was not in life-threatening danger, but everyone was so frightened that they dared not dig any further. It's too dangerous. Sherpian patted his chest, looking nervously at the unstable rock face in the mine. If we dig any deeper, a goblin will die. Banzho frowned, as while pondering the perilous mine. They couldn't just dig blindly. A way had to be found to support the rock face. His gaze swept over the pile of wood nearby, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wood could be used to build houses, so it must also be able to support the rock face. Without delay, he immediately instructed several goblins to chop down some sturdy logs and cut them into pillars over 1 meter long. Then he placed the pillars in the 4 corners of the mine, connecting the tops with horizontal beams to form a simple framework. Let's try digging again. Banzho pointed at the reinforced mine, encouraging the goblins who were mining. A brave little goblin cautiously climbed down and lifted his pickaxe to continue digging. This time the rock face did not collapse again. The wooden pillars steadily supported the loose rocks, minimizing the risk of collapse. All right. The goblins raised their hands in jubilation once more. The invention of the mine support made underground mining possible. After half a year of rapid development in the divine realm, the dwarves across 3 mountains were also busy. Haichui pushed open the heavy stone door of the main fortress, and the fresh morning breeze rushed to meet him. He took a deep breath, savoring the sensation of the morning wind filling his chest. Boss! The loud voice of Taidun suddenly came from the direction of the square, clear, even from dozens of meters away, a far cry from the feeble figure lying in bed just half a year ago. The deep scar on his chest, visible to the bone, was now completely concealed by a thick beard, only revealed when he lifted his shirt to boast about it after a few drinks. Haichui lightly nodded at Tieduan, his gaze sweeping across the scene before him. Even though he saw it every day, a smile unconsciously spread across his lips. The once empty central square now featured a stone tablet carved by Haichui himself, inscribed in dwarven script with the words, Furnace Fire Trading Post. Next to the stone tablet, 2 portals lit up in succession. The portal on Shun E's side opened as the white light stabilized. A green hand larger than a dwarf's head pushed aside the edge of the light gate, followed by the signature bald head of the troll chief Galu. Brother Haichui. Upon seeing Haichui in the distance, Galu rushed towards him without hesitation, even dropping a few pieces of black obsidian or from the 2 large baskets he was carrying on his shoulders. 5 other trolls followed behind him, each carrying or panting heavily, but with proud expressions. Galu ran up to Haichui and slammed the ore down in front of him. The purity of this ore is really high. We dug for 3 days and nights. Look at this reflection, he said, grabbing a fist-sized piece of ore to present to Haichui. Haichui took it, weighed it in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it looks better than last time. Let's trade after my blacksmith comes out. Sure. Hearing Haichui's approval, Galu cheerfully signaled the trolls behind him to quickly put down the ore and prepare for the upcoming trade. On the other side, Alier stepped out of the pale green light gate, accompanied by 3 elven archers. Their steps were light, a stark contrast to the heavy-footed trolls. They carried vine baskets filled with herbs on their backs and held several bundles of sturdy-looking vines in their arms. Tribe leader Haichui, Alier said, slightly bowing as she offered the vine basket. These are the moonlight grasses and vines we just picked. The moonlight grass is already dried and ground into powder. You just mix it into the hemostatic medicine according to the previous ratio. These vines were also picked from the ancient trees in our area. They are perfect for the lining of your armor. Mentioning their ancient trees, even the usually stern Ali couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your hard work. Haichui took the vine basket and tugged at one of the vines, finding it indeed very resilient. I will have Taidun bring over the 50 short bows you ordered. They are all custom-made and easy to pull back. Thank you. Alier maintained her bowing posture, expressing her gratitude to Haichui. Haichui waved his hand about to respond, when a sharp eagle cry suddenly rang out above. Two massive shadows dove down from the clouds. A red and a gray giant eagle spread their wings, each spanning 3 meters wide, their feather edges glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The tail feathers of Leander had already developed the signature flame patterns of the flame wing eagle. Lele was slightly smaller than Leander, but flew with greater agility, performing a flip in the air before landing at the highest point of the fortress. 3 earth dragons heard the commotion caused by the 2 birds overhead and simultaneously emerged from their dwelling. Little Red reacted the quickest, its scales slightly raised, huffing at the sky towards Lele. Little Black and Little Iron flanked Little Red, their slit pupils fixed firmly on the 2 birds that disturbed their sleep every day. But Leander didn't even glance at them. They elegantly folded their wings and lowered their heads to groom a slightly ruffled feather on their chests, as if to say, you can keep making noise, it has nothing to do with me. Lele tilted its head to look at the 3 earth dragons for a few seconds, then opened its mouth to yawn, burying its head in its wings to begin sleeping. After all, these 3 earth dragons could only huff and puff. They couldn't reach them. Little Red was enraged by the attitude of the 2 foul birds, spewing a mouthful of lava onto the ground, causing the stone slab to sizzle. However, it only dared to spray it on the ground, not truly aiming at the fortress. Last time it had sprayed lava at Leander, only to be sent flying 3 meters away by that mother eagle's wing, and had gotten 2 big nose pinches from Haichui for burning a patch of the fortress. Tieduan, who was not far away, watched this scene and burst into laughter. Ever since the trading post was established, Taidun had taken it upon himself to manage the order. He was straightforward and strong, and could handle trolls trying to take advantage without being easily swatted away. As the antics of the 2 giant eagles and the 3 earth dragons came to an end, the trading post quickly became lively. Dwarves displayed various freshly forged weapons on the stone platforms, while the trolls gathered around, pointing and discussing, occasionally picking up a large hammer to swing it, producing sounds of admiration. The elves preferred the silver accessories and finely crafted carving knives forged by the dwarves, exchanging them for herbs and vines. But if one were to speak of the most bustling place in the trading post, it would always be the Corner's Furnace Fire Tavern. This tavern was personally built by Haichui, using the sturdiest materials capable of accommodating over 100 dwarves drinking together without issue. Every day when the trading post opened, it was filled with people. At this moment, a large circle of people surrounded the center of the tavern, the noise almost toppling the roof. Come on, one more round, I don't believe I can't win you. A 3-meter-tall troll shouted, slamming his hands on the stone table, causing the ale on the table to spill everywhere. He was Gulla's brother, named Gulon, the best drinker and arm wrestler of the entire troll tribe. Sitting across from him was an old dwarf with a scraggly white beard named Sergio, famously known as a drunkard in the Blackrock tribe. Sergio wiped the alcohol stains from the corner of his mouth, stroked his beard, and said, "Let's do it again. But no crying if you lose." Ha ha. The 2 grasped each other's hands, and the surrounding crowd immediately cheered for them. Go, Gulon. Uncle Sergio, give it your all. Take down this big guy. Gulon flushed his arm muscles, bulging his green skin taut. Sergio was equally unwilling to back down, putting all his strength into his right hand, his face turning as red as a ripe apple. They remained in a stalemate for over 10 seconds. Although Sergio could drink better than Gulon, he gradually began to lose strength, his hand being pressed down little by little. I won. I won. Gulon shouted excitedly, slamming his hand down on the table. Crack. With a crisp sound, the whole oak table split in half right down the middle, spilling ale, roasted meat, and splintered wood everywhere. The tavern instantly fell silent, everyone staring in shock at the broken table on the ground. Gulon was also stunned, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. I didn't mean to. You fool. A furious roar came from the door as Taidun stormed in with a frown, holding a large wooden stick. He had just been patrolling outside and knew something was wrong upon hearing the loud noise from the tavern. That's the 3rd table you've smashed this month. Taidun pointed at Gulon's nose and scolded. Last time you smashed the bar, the time before that you broke the chair, and now you directly smashed the table. Do you have a grudge against our tavern? I will compensate. Is that okay? Gulon shrank his neck, mumbling softly. Compensate. 1 table is 3 baskets of iron, or not a single piece less. Taidun rolled up his sleeves and was about to grab Gulon's ear, Also, I'm punishing you with 3 days of no tavern. Don't. Gilon turned pale at the thought of not being able to drink with the tavern's drunks turning and running out. I'm going to mine 10 baskets right now. You stop right there. Tydun chased after him with the wooden stick. 10 baskets won't cut it. At least 20 baskets. The two of them chased and fled, running around the trading post for 3 whole streets, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Once again, the sounds of clanging and forging echoed throughout the fortress at midday. As trade flourished in the marketplace, the 5 furnaces in the forging area blazed with fire. Hui stood on the balcony of the main fortress, overlooking the bustling scene below, his brow slightly furrowed. He unfolded a rough piece of hemp paper on which a crude sketch of the fortress expansion plan was drawn with charcoal. The scale of the marketplace was no longer sufficient. With the frequency of trade among the 3 parties increasing, dozens of trolls and elves passed through the fortress daily, and the originally small stalls became overcrowded, leaving no space even to stand. Gulu had mentioned to him just yesterday that his trolls complained about having to bake under the sun for half a day during each trade and requested the construction of a covered trading area. In addition, 3 new furnaces needed to be built in the forging area. After Hui was promoted to rune forging master, even the apprentices he brought along could independently craft ordinary rune weapons. The existing furnaces could not keep up, and many orders had been delayed for half a month without being started. As for the fortress walls, although they had been repaired after the last chaotic tide, Hui still felt they were not sturdy enough and planned to build another 3-meter thick stone wall on the outer side. However, all these projects relied on one thing: wood. Boss, it's bad. Tydun rushed up from downstairs holding a broken-handled axe, his face full of anxiety. The lumber warehouse is empty. The last batch of wood was all used to make bows for the elves, and now there's not even enough wood left to repair a cart. Hui put down the plans in his hands and helplessly rubbed his beard. What about that pine forest to the south? Wasn't there a large area last month? It's all been cut down. Tydun threw the axe on the ground and stomped his foot, saying, half of it was used to build the tavern, and the remaining half has been used up for making weapons and fuel. It's all gone now. What about the oak forest to the west? It's gone too. All the trees were cut down to expand the warehouse a few days ago. Now within several miles around the fortress, there's not a single 5-meter tall tree to be found. Hui fell silent upon hearing this. He had been too focused on forging and training soldiers to notice how quickly the wood was being consumed. They dealt with metal every day and had always neglected wood, thinking there were plenty of trees in the mountains, and once one area was cut down, another would be available. But now that they really lacked wood, they realized it was more important than iron ore. Without wood, they couldn't build houses, make tools, or even stoke the furnaces. What about Tydun? Hui turned to ask. He's in the armory. Go call him and bring 20 strong brothers, take good axes, and head north to cut down trees. Hui ordered Tydun without hesitation, his tone leaving no room for doubt. North? Tydun was taken aback. Isn't it all mountains to the north? The roads are difficult to traverse. Difficult or not, we must go. Hui patted his shoulder. We can't just shut down our furnaces completely. Half an hour later, a lumber team consisting of 21 dwarves gathered at the northern gate of the fortress. Each person carried a gleaming iron axe on their back with enough provisions and water for several days at their waists. Tydun personally led the team, carrying a bundle of coarse hemp rope for tying the wood. Listen carefully. Hui stood at the front of the team, making final reminders before they set off. The mountain roads to the north are difficult. Everyone look out for each other and be cautious while cutting trees to avoid being struck by falling ones. Don't worry, boss. Tydun patted his chest and assured, I promise to bring back 3 full carts of wood before nightfall. Go on then. Hui waved his hand. The lumber team set off in high spirits, with Tydun leading the way, using a small axe to clear the thorns by the roadside for the team. The mountain paths of the high mountain range were indeed difficult to traverse. Everywhere was exposed rock and steep slopes, and the loose gravel underfoot could easily cause slips. The team walked for a whole morning before finally crossing the first mountain peak. Standing at the summit and looking down, they indeed saw a dense pine forest growing in the valley below, lush and expansive, stretching as far as the eye could see. Great, a young dwarf shouted excitedly. With so many trees, we should have enough for at least half a year. Don't celebrate too early. Tydun shot him a glare. Let's cut enough for today. First, we must return before dark. There are beasts in the mountains at night. The iron axes were indeed sharp. With just a few strikes, the pine trees as thick as bowls fell with a crash, unlike the goblins who could take 1 or 2. The iron axes were indeed sharp. With just a few strikes, the pine trees as thick as bowls fell with a crash, unlike the goblins who could take 1 or 2 days to fell a single tree. Wood chips flew, and the thudding sound of logs hitting the ground echoed in succession. In less than 2 hours, a large pile of cut wood had accumulated in the valley. That's enough for now. Well, let's tie these up and transport them back. We'll come again tomorrow. Dan wiped the sweat from his brow and directed everyone to bundle the wood. Just then a young dwarf suddenly ran over, his face somewhat pale. Dan, something's wrong, you need to come and see. What is it? Dan frowned and walked over. Why are you in such a panic? Have you seen a ghost? No, look over there. The stone axe pointed toward the depths of the valley, his voice trembling. The trees over there seemed to have been cut down by someone. Don's heart sank, and he immediately led a few dwarves deeper into the valley. The deeper they went, the more stumps appeared on the ground. Who did this? A dwarf gasped. We've never come here before. Dan crouched down to carefully examine the traces on the ground. In addition to the stumps, there were many footprints. These footprints were very small, smaller than a dwarf's foot, by a circle, clearly not belonging to dwarves, trolls, or elves. What was even stranger was that there were some peculiar scratches on the ground, as if scratched by something sharp, and several greenish metal fragments lay scattered nearby. Dan picked up a fragment, weighted in his hand. The fragment was very light, its texture much softer than iron ore, and it shimmered with a strange luster. He had never seen such metal before. Dan, what should we do? The stone axe looked at him nervously. Could it be that those beasts have come back again? Impossible. Dan immediately shook his head. Those beasts couldn't make such smooth cuts. Moreover, these trees were cut with great precision. Only strong adult trees were felled, and the saplings were left standing, indicating that it was done by intelligent beings. Something isn't right here. Dan stood up, his expression serious. Immediately stop cutting trees, take the wood we've already cut, and return to the fortress to report to the boss. What about this wood? A dwarf looked at the pile of wood stacked like a small mountain, feeling somewhat reluctant. Is life more important, or the wood? Dan shot him a glare. We don't know how many of them there are, nor do we know if they are friend or foe. If we get surrounded, none of us will escape. Haichui, after listening to Dan's report, irritably tugged at his own beard. He crumpled the expansion blueprint he had studied for half a day and stuffed it into his pocket, then turned and headed towards the armory, casually issuing an order to Tieduan, gather 30 fully armored brothers at the square. Go and call Gulu, as well have him bring 5 ogres with me. Bring ogres? Dan was taken aback. Boss, isn't that a bit much? Is it just a few trees that were cut down? Haichui abruptly stopped, turned around, and the smile faded from his face, his gaze fixed intensely on Dan. He pressed his hand on Dan's shoulder with enough force to make Dan grimace. Not too much. Haichui's voice was low, but it terrified Dan into immobility. He had never seen Dan so furious. Have you forgotten the day half a year ago when those beasts killed our brothers? Dan's relaxed expression instantly froze, and he instinctively touched the scar on his chest that still ached faintly. The roars of the chaotic beasts, the screams of the dwarves, and the sight of brothers falling before him were forever etched into his soul, along with the wound on his chest. He could never forget the sight of the 2 young dwarves who hadn't even come of age having their chests cleaved open by those beasts. He couldn't forget being thrown away while watching Haichui bloodied, standing in front of him. We lost 9 brothers and 23 seriously injured. Haichui's voice trembled slightly. All because we thought it's just a few wild beasts and believed not too much. I don't want our brothers to die because of our misjudgment. Dan nodded heavily, his face devoid of any playful expressions. I understand, boss. They'll go call the others right away. Half an hour later, at the north gate of the fortress, 30 dwarven warriors clad in iron armor stood in a neat line, their battle axes looking intimidating. 5 ogres, nearly 4 meters tall, stood at the sides of the line, wielding giant hammers taller than the dwarves, their faces filled with excitement as they stared at the northern forests. Golu scratched the back of his head and walked over to Haichui, asking in a deep voice, Brother Haichui, who are we going to fight? We haven't been in a battle for half a year, and am itching for a fight. I don't know yet. Haichui shook his head and mounted a specially trained mountain goat. We're going to check the northern valley. Someone has been cutting down trees there. Remember, don't act recklessly without my command. Don't worry. I understand. Golu patted his chest and guaranteed, I'll just stand behind, and if anyone dares to hit you, I'll smash their head with a hammer. Haichui said no more and urged the goat forward, leading the way into the northern forest. Dan walked at the front of the line, looking ahead at the uncertain woods, feeling a vague sense of foreboding. After crossing 2 hills, the group finally arrived at the pine forest. As soon as they stepped into the valley, everyone immediately sensed something was wrong. There were even more freshly cut stumps in the valley than Dan had seen in the morning, scattered thickly throughout. The footprints on the ground had increased as well. Those tiny footprints crisscrossed and extended deep into the valley behind the ridges. Something's off. Haichui reined in the goat, dismounted, and crouched down to examine the traces on the ground closely. These footprints are very fresh, at most no more than 2 hours old. They shouldn't have gone far. This definitely wasn't done by beasts. He reached out to touch the cut surface of a stump, which was smooth, and even obviously not gnawed by animals. What kind of tools did they use? As he stroked the smooth stump, Haichui said with a serious tone, moreover, it's smoother than what we would achieve with our... Just then a young dwarf at the front suddenly stumbled, falling forward. Watch out. Tide shouted, reaching out to pull him back, but it was too late. With a loud crash, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a pit half a person deep. The bottom of the pit was filled with a sticky green liquid, and as the dwarf fell in, he was instantly glued by the liquid, unable to struggle free. A trap! Haichui shouted, and all the dwarves immediately raised their shields, forming a defensive formation. The ogres also gripped their hammers tightly, scanning the surrounding woods with vigilance. Help me! Quick, help me! The dwarf in the pit struggled desperately, but the green liquid was too sticky. The more he moved, the tighter it held him, and now he couldn't even lift his arms. Don't move! Tide shouted as he rushed over, untying the hemp rope from his waist, intending to pull him up. But just as the rope touched the dwarf, a wooden spike suddenly shot out from a nearby tree. Although it didn't hit Haichui, it struck the ground in front of him, halting his advance. Who? Come out! Haichui raised his battle axe and shouted sternly into the woods. Just as he finished speaking, a series of high-pitched chirps echoed from within the trees. Immediately, countless small green figures emerged from behind the trees, the bushes, and even from the ground. They were barely a meter tall, with pointed ears, flat noses, and sharp little teeth protruding from their mouths. Wielding crude bronze axes and slingshots, they bared their teeth and waved their weapons at the dwarves, their eyes filled with caution and anger. The leader among them was a goblin half a head taller than the others, missing a piece of his nose, clutching a uniquely shaped saw. He was their leader, Wrench. He stood on a large rock, issuing a series of sharp shrieks at the dwarves. Although they couldn't understand his words, the warning in his tone was unmistakable. What the hell is this? Tidun's eyes widened in disbelief. There are even shorter ones than us. He had previously dealt with elves and ogres, all of whom were like small giants, and he never expected to find such tiny creatures now. Gulu scratched his head and shouted at Wrench, "Oi, little green man, why are you cutting our trees and digging traps to harm us?" Wrench couldn't understand him, feeling the large fellow's voice vibrating painfully in his ears. Thinking the other party was about to attack, he immediately raised his saw and screamed. All the goblins simultaneously pulled back their slingshots, launching countless stones towards the dwarves. Shield formation. Haichui bellowed. The dwarven shield bearers immediately raised their shields above their heads, forming an impenetrable iron wall. The stones struck the shields with a crash, but caused no damage. As soon as the goblins finished their round of stone throwing, the dwarves immediately drew their axes, preparing to charge at the goblins. Wait. Haichui held back Tieduan, who wanted to rush forward. We still don't know their details. Let's hold off. The dwarves stopped, but the goblins showed no signs of stopping. Seeing that the slingshots were ineffective, a few goblins quickly ran to the nearby big tree, pulling the hidden tripwires from the tree. Several boulders the size of millstones rolled down the slope, crashing towards the dwarven line. Get out of the way. Haichui pushed Tidun aside and leaped away himself. The boulders struck the ground with a tremendous noise, causing the earth to tremble 3 times. Now even the mild-tempered Tidun was furious. Boss, they won't stop. Let us charge. These little things are no match for us. The ogres roared, ready to rush in and turn those little creatures into mush. Just as both sides were on the verge of conflict, the sky suddenly lit up. A golden-red flame cascaded down from the clouds, coalescing into a towering figure at the center of the Chun Daos flame avatar floated in midair, the pressure of the divine being descending like a tangible force, instantly silencing the previously agitated parties. The dwarves immediately knelt on one knee upon seeing Chun Daos avatar, placing their battle axes across their knees, and collectively shouted, "My lord." The trolls also knelt down, though their deity was Chun Daos divine might instilled in them a sense. The goblins, however, were terrified beyond measure. They had never witnessed such a fearsome pressure, collapsing to the ground, their weapons falling from their hands, too frightened to move. The avatars they had seen before were gentle. This time, however, the pressure was directed squarely at them. The wrench fell from the stone, trembling on the ground, burying its head in the dirt, lacking even the courage to look up. Everyone rise. Chun Daos' voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority, slowly reverberating through the valley. He first looked at Black Hammer and spoke softly, "Black Hammer, they are not enemies." Then he turned to the trembling wrench on the ground, his voice softening a bit, "Wrench, lift your head." The wrench trembled as it raised its head, gazing at the golden figure in the air, confusion and reverence filling its small eyes. It had thought Chun Daos' descent was to punish them, but it seemed otherwise now. "My lord." The wrench mumbled in goblin language, its voice still trembling uncontrollably. Chun Dao smiled slightly, his majestic voice emanating from above. "Black Hammer, they are goblins just like you, beloved children of mine. Your strength and forging are the bones of the divine realm. Their ingenuity and creativity will be the blood of the divine realm. Bones and blood neither can be absent." He waved his hand, and a gentle golden light fell upon the dwarf that had fallen into the pit. The viscous green liquid instantly transformed into blue smoke and dissipated. The dwarf felt a lightness throughout its body, and immediately crawled out of the pit, respectfully bowing its head towards the sky. They do not know this forest belongs to you, Chun Dao continued, just as you do not know on the other side of the mountain there are others like you striving for survival. Black Hammer fell silent. He looked at the trembling goblins on the ground whose height barely reached the dwarves' necks. Such small creatures could not possibly pose a real threat to the dwarf clan. He slowly stood up, sheathing his axe, and gesturing to the dwarves behind him, "Put away your weapons." Iron Block mumbled as he hoisted his axe back onto his shoulder, but his eyes remained fixed on the strange saw in the wrench's hands. "Boss, look at that thing in their hands, it looks odd." Chun Dao's gaze turned to the trembling goblins on the ground. "Wrench, lift your head." A gentle voice rang out, intertwined with Chun Dao's divine power, dispelling the fear in his heart. He quivered as he lifted his head, gazing in awe at the flame avatar in the air. "My lord," the wrench dared not say anything more. "What stands before you is not an enemy, but your brother." Chun Dao's voice carried a barely perceptible smile. "They possess the innate power of forging, capable of crafting metals and tools of unimaginable hardness. And you possess a creativity that even I admire, capable of creating machinery that could change the world." He gestured, and a beam of golden light fell upon the saw in the wrench's hands. The saw instantly became sharper, its teeth aligning neatly along the edges. The wrench looked in delight at the newly revitalized saw in its hands, then glanced up at Black Hammer's shining axe, its eyes suddenly lighting up. It finally understood Chun Dao's meaning. They had the best brains able to conceive the finest designs, and these slightly taller dwarves had the best forging skills to help them create useful metals. If they could work together. The wrench suddenly jumped up from the ground, bowing deeply before Chun Dao, then awkwardly imitating the dwarves, placed the saw across its chest. "Dwarves good," he said in broken language to the dwarves, though only a few words came out stutteringly. The meaning was crystal clear. Black Hammer was taken aback for a moment, then nodded to the wrench. Chun Dao watched this scene with satisfaction, slowly descending to the center of the valley, golden red light coalescing into a stone table beneath his feet. "Today I established the fires and gears pact here." His voice resonated throughout the valley, carrying the majesty and sanctity of a deity. Dwarves with fire as their soul forge metals, provide weapons and tools, and safeguard the peace of the divine realm. Goblins with gears as their heart delve into mechanics, create inventions, and drive the progress of the divine realm. Both parties shall share the mountains and mines, neither infringing upon the other, and shall assist one another. Anyone who violates this pact shall face divine punishment. As his words fell, two beams of golden light shot forth from Chun Dao's hands, one landing on Black Hammer's dragon heart battle axe, the other on the wrench's bronze saw. The battle axe and the saw both lit up simultaneously, intertwining in the air to form a complete pattern, a golden gear, slowly turning within burning flames. "This is the mark of the pact," Chun Dao said. "As long as this mark remains, the pact will be eternally valid. Dwarves, I vow by the fires to uphold the pact." Black Hammer stepped forward and solemnly addressed the goblins. The wrench immediately ran up to the front, though he did not know what a gear was. He was inexplicably drawn to the word. "Goblins, I vow by the gears to uphold the pact." The wrench shouted loudly, excitement filling his voice. Black Hammer looked at the peculiar saw on the stone table, then glanced at his small palm, extending his rough hand to gently pat the wrench on the shoulder. "From now on, if you need anything forged, just come find me in the south. That's where our tribe is." The wrench's eyes immediately lit up, pointing to the pile of wood in the distance. "Can we use these trees we cut down to trade for your iron? We can also make bellows, handcarts, and many, many things." "Of course," Black Hammer nodded. "Good. Great." The wrench jumped up in joy, shouting to the goblins behind, "Put away your weapons. These are good." The goblins immediately cheered, tossing aside their slings and wooden spikes, and gathered around the stone table, curiously watching the iron axes brought by the dwarves. They reached out their fingers, carefully touching the cold surface of the iron axe, their eyes filled with wonder. Iron Block leaned close to Black Hammer and whispered, "Boss, can these tiny ones really make useful things?" Before Black Hammer could respond, the wrench heard his words. He immediately grabbed Iron Block's hand and ran to a pine tree as thick as a bowl, raising the bronze saw in his hand. Swish, swish. The saw moved back and forth, with shavings flying everywhere. In no time, the pine tree fell with a crack. Iron Block's eyes widened as he stared at the smooth cut on the ground, then looked at the large axe in his hand. To fell such a thick tree, he would need to strike at least a dozen times, and it would be a crooked cut. This thing is so useful." Iron Block snatched the saw from the wrench's hands and tried pulling it a couple of times, finding it indeed effortless. "Absolutely." The wrench proudly lifted his chin. "We can make even better ones, definitely superior to this." Iron Block looked at the saw in his hand, then at the wrench's confident demeanor, scratching his head and chuckling. "All right, you've got some skills. Stick with us, and I'll guarantee you'll have endless meat to eat." Chun Dao floated above, watching the harmonious scene below, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Fires and gears had finally at this moment come together tightly. He knew that from this day forward his divine realm would usher in a brand new era. As for the trolls on the side, they returned to the fortress with expressions of regret. On the third day after the signing of the Covenant, outsiders first arrived in the basin west of the Blackrock Mountains. 10 dwarf blacksmiths laden with 3 carts full of tools followed behind He Shui and curiously entered the goblin settlement. The once chattering goblins instantly fell silent. One by one they hid at the doorways of their wooden houses, peeking out their sharp little heads, curiously observing the newcomers who towered over them with their bushy beards. Wrench was the first to charge forward, holding the bronze saw that had been enchanted by Chun Dao, his face brimming with excitement. "He Shui, you're here." He Shui nodded, pointing to the large cart behind him. "We have brought the first batch of tools for you, including 30 mining picks, 20 shovels, and a few other items." The goblins immediately erupted into cheers, flocking to the little cart and carefully touching the tools they had never seen before. A small goblin picked up a pickaxe that was half his size and struck it hard against a nearby rock, creating a crack. He exclaimed in delight, spinning around with the pickaxe in hand. "Is this enough?" He Shui laughed heartily at the excited goblins, saying, "If it's not enough, just come to our fortress next time to exchange for more." "It's enough, it's enough." Wrench nodded repeatedly, not stopping his gesturing with the iron pick. As the dwarves and goblins energetically discussed when to formally start trading in the real world, Chun Dao's terminal suddenly vibrated. He slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his slightly sore eyes, and looked at the terminal to find a message from Lin Qingxiu. "Meet at the Oak Cafe in the old street south of the city at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I have something important to discuss with you." Chun Dao glanced at the message with curiosity. Lin Qingxiu rarely spoke in such a serious tone, indicating that this matter was indeed unusual. He immediately sent a message to Shun Yi agreeing to meet at the cafe entrance at 1:30. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the Oak Cafe. This is a retro cafe located in the old city. With wooden tables and chairs, dim lighting, and the rich aroma of coffee filling the air, it was quite serene. When Chun Dao and Shun Yi arrived, Lin Qingxiu was already seated by the window. Today she wore a white shirt, her long hair draped over her shoulders. In front of her was a latte that had not been touched, clearly lost in thought. "You're here," Lin Qingxiu said, looking up and gesturing for the two to sit down, then waved to call over the waiter, "2 Americanos, please." "What's with the mystery?" Shen Yi couldn't wait to ask as soon as he sat down. "Did that guy Chu Feng stir up?" "It's not about Chu Feng," Lin Qingxiu shook her head. "It's a commission from an old acquaintance of my father." "A commission?" Chun Dao picked up the coffee that had just been served and took a sip, asking, "What kind of commission?" Lin Qingxiu took a deep breath and slowly began. "The client is named Huaku, a mid-level deity of the 6th transition, specialized in earth godhood. You should have heard of him. 10 years ago, during the border war, he led his mountain giant kin to fend off the attacks of 3 foreign deities, achieving great merit." Chun Dao and Shun Yi nodded in unison. They certainly knew Huaku's name. He was a well-known figure. His core kin was the mountain giants, known for their explosive power and defense, a top-tier kin that countless deities yearned for. Half a year ago, Lord Huaku led an expedition to explore a chaotic rift and fell into an ambush by foreign forces. Lin Qingxiu's tone gradually darkened. One of the top combat powers in his divine domain, the mountain giant Yin, was struck by chaotic energy during the battle, injuring its essence and falling into a deep slumber. "Injured kin?" Chun Dao asked in confusion. "Isn't this something that can be healed with divine power?" "It's not that simple." Lin Qingxiu shook her head. "The chaotic energy has corroded its essence, and forcibly healing it with divine power may lead to its death. Only a rare material known as blood of the earth can awaken it without harming its essence." "Blood of the earth?" Shun Yi repeated the name as if recalling something. "I think I've heard my dad mention this. It's said to be the essence formed from the laws of the earth, extremely rare." "Exactly," Lin Qingxiu nodded. "Lord Huaku has been looking for half a year, and recently finally tracked down its presence in an abandoned divine domain that just fell. That divine domain, Lord Huaku calls it Dragon King's Lair." "Dragon King's Lair?" Shin Yi's eyes lit up. "Just the name sounds impressive. Are there many treasures inside?" "Don't interrupt." Lin Qingxiu set down her coffee and continued. "The original owner of this divine domain was a deity specializing in dragon blood godhood, but the dragon's aura in his divine domain attracted the Dragon King, who directly seized his domain. He also fell as a result." She paused, her tone becoming particularly grave. "Most importantly, anyone above a weak 6th transition deity entering would immediately trigger the collapse of the divine domain, so Lord Huaku cannot enter, nor can his kin. So he wants us young deities to go in and help him retrieve the blood of the earth." Chun Dao immediately understood her meaning. "Exactly." Lin Qingxiu nodded. "He originally wanted to ask my father for help, but my father has been tied up at the border recently, so he recommended the 3 of us." "What about the risk?" Shen Dao asked with concern, not believing that a mid-level deity's task would be without risk. The risks are significant. Lin Qingxue did not hide anything. Firstly, the structure of the divine domain is unstable and could collapse at any moment, leading to disasters like energy storms. Secondly, remnants of the original owner's kin remain, and most importantly, we don't know if the Dragon King is still there. The Dragon King. Shen Yi nearly spat out his coffee. Are we capable of fighting that? Lin Qingxue took out a tissue to wipe the table, her tone still calm. Lord Huaku said that the original owner's strength is not weak, and that the Dragon King is likely severely injured even if it is not dead. What about the reward? Shen Dao, having listened for a while, decided to ask about the reward first. There's no such thing as a free lunch, or a commission from a mid-level deity of the 6th transition can't possibly require us to just run errands for nothing. Mentioning the reward, Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up as she took out a photograph from her bag. The photo depicted a blood-soaked giant raising a massive axe and roaring at the sky. This is the core reward of the task, a very rare skill type, Divine Domain card, blood-burning combat. Lin Qingxue's finger gently brushed over the surface of the photo, her voice carrying a hint of gravity. The effect of this card is to allow kin to learn it and burn their own life force at critical moments, trading it for a temporary doubling of all attributes. The more life force burned, the greater the explosive power. All attributes doubled. Shen Yi suddenly stood up, his eyes fixated on the photo, his breathing becoming rapid. Is it really that powerful? What's the cost? He was well aware that such an extreme explosive skill must come with a heavy price. The cost is that the burned vitality cannot be restored. Lin Qingxue's voice remained unchanged, still stating it matter-of-factly. If it's just a small amount of burning, resting for a few months can make up for it. But if it exceeds 30% of vitality, you can only replenish it by consuming some precious materials. Shen Yi sat back down in his chair, the excitement on his face extinguished like a splash of cold water, fading significantly. He stared at the photo of the giant roaring in blood, unable to resist starting to fantasize. The temptation of the phrase, all attributes doubled, was simply too great. Currently his trolls relied entirely on brute strength in battle. Once their power could not match the opponent, they were utterly helpless. Yet the price was equally heavy. Burning vitality that could not be restored. Shen Yi scratched his head, agitatedly tugging at his hair. He looked up at Shen Dao, who was quietly holding a coffee cup, his gaze calm as he waited for Shen Yi to make a decision. He glanced at Lin Qingxue, who also said nothing, merely stirring her latte gently. The cafe was quiet, with only the distant hum of the coffee machine coming from the bar. I'll take it. Suddenly Shen Yi lifted his head. His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm, and the big grin on his face returned, though his eyes held a degree of seriousness. Isn't it just burning a bit of vitality? My trolls may not excel in other areas, but they are resilient. Shen Dao looked at him, a slight smile creeping onto his lips as he patted Shen Yi's shoulder. Well done. Lin Qingxue also breathed a sigh of relief, putting down the silver spoon in her hand, her expression softening. I thought you would hesitate for a long time. Hesitate about what? Shen Yi waved his hand, grabbing the American coffee on the table and downing it in one go. Such a great opportunity must not be wasted. Besides, can't the three of us join forces to take down the mere Earth Dragon King? Lin Qingxue watched Shen Yi thump his chest, her lips curving into a rare smile. The deadline is 20 days from now. She pulled out a neatly folded document from her bag and laid it out on the table. Lord Hawk needs time to return from outside, and we should take this time to prepare for battle. Shen Dao took the document and glanced at it. It was filled with known intelligence about the Earth Dragon King's lair. 20 days. Shen Dao quickly calculated in his mind. In the divine realm, that equated to 600 days, almost 2 years. This time was enough for the dwarves and goblins to fully refine their alliance, and they could load 2 more divine realm cards to enhance their strength. There's one more thing. Lin Qingxue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone lighter than before. Lord Hawk said that apart from the blood-burning battle technique divine realm card, upon completing the task, he will also give each of us an additional clan card worth no more than 200,000 belief points, or equivalent resources. 200,000. Shen Yi almost dropped his coffee cup on the floor. Is that for real? 200,000 belief points for a clan card. Of course it's real. Lin Qingxue took a sip of her coffee, turning her gaze towards Shen Yi. Haven't you just broken through to the 3rd transition of a weak deity? Just in time to load a 2nd clan. A clan card worth 200,000 belief points would be enough for you to choose a rather decent one. Shen Yi was stunned for 2 seconds, then nearly burst with joy. That's right, I've transitioned to the 3rd level. I can load a 2nd clan now. He excitedly spun around in his seat, already calculating what he should buy in his mind. After returning from the Oakwood Cafe, Shen Dao did not immediately enter the divine realm. He sat down at his desk, opened the deity forum, and began to search for posts related to goblins. The information on the forum was chaotic. Some claimed that goblins were merely a useless clan, while others argued that goblins were not inferior to humans in terms of scientific research capabilities. After browsing for a while, Chun Dao closed the forum and leaned back in his chair. There was no useful information on the forum, but it seemed that the future path would be similar to ordinary humans following the path of scientific research. That made gunpowder extremely important. He knew the dangers of gunpowder. However, relying on the dwarves and trolls, their cold weapons were already quite excellent, but their long-range lethality was severely limited. Throwing spears and bows had limited lethality, and although Little Hong's magma breath was fierce, it had a long cooldown, and its coverage was nowhere near that of a row of cannons. If he could refine gunpowder, the subsequent long-range weapons would undergo a qualitative change. But the premise was that he needed sulfur. He opened the official mall and searched for sulfur vein. Sulfur vein small priced at 1800 belief points. Chun Dao directly closed the page. 18,000. He currently had just over 9,000 left, not even half. I still have to go to the black market. In the abandoned warehouse, no. 3 in the south of the city. Entering through the rusty iron door for the third time, Chun Dao was already familiar with the way. Passing through the bustling central stalls, he turned straight into the quiet corner at the back. Uncle Lee was still sitting on that small stool, the item he was polishing having changed from a copper kettle to a brass pocket watch. He heard footsteps, but did not raise his head. What are you here for again? Isn't that companion mind vein enough? It's enough. Chun Dao squatted down in front of his stall, getting straight to the point. Uncle Lee, I'd like to ask if you have a sulfur vein card here. Uncle Lee's hand that was polishing the watch stopped. He lifted his head, his murky old eyes fixed on Chun Dao's face for several seconds, as if confirming whether this kid was joking. Then he placed the watch on his lap and slowly spoke. Sulfur. Yes, sulfur. What do you need sulfur for? I'm in urgent need of long-range firepower. Chun Dao did not hide anything. I want to see if the goblins can invent gunpowder. Uncle Lee fell silent. Hey, it seems you really have some skills. The silence lasted only a moment before Uncle Lee looked up at Chun Dao again. I see you have potential. I'll sell you this sulfur vein card at a cheaper price. Saying this, he bent down again and pulled out the familiar metal box from under the stool. He opened the lid and rummaged inside for a while. Finally, he pulled out a card glowing with a faint yellow light and placed it on the stall. Sulfur vein card small. Here, this one, I'll give it to you for 8,000. Chun Dao stared at the card. He only had just over 9,000 belief points left. Buying this card meant he would have no spare capacity to purchase any other resources for a long time. 8,000 belief points, more than half cheaper than the official price. Uncle Lee said nothing more, pushed the card forward, then lowered his head and continued to polish his watch. Chun Dao swiped the belief points from his terminal. 8,000 belief points were instantly deducted, and the vein card was secured by Chun Dao. Uncle Lee tucked the watch into his pocket, glanced at him with a casual warning in his tone. Gunpowder is not like the petty squabbles before, you better be careful. I know. Chun Dao put away the vein card and nodded. I will keep an eye on them. You better do. Uncle Lee waved his hand, signaling him to leave. I hope that when you come back next time I won't see your goblins getting themselves killed. After returning from the black market, Chun Dao did not delay. He sat on the bed, carefully examining the sulfur vein card. Unexpectedly, as he looked closer, he suddenly noticed the edge marked with the words, small sulfur vein associated niter. Niter. Chun Dao looked at the words on the card with some surprise. He had not expected such a valuable addition. He originally only wanted sulfur, but he never thought it would also come with niter. Now with sulfur and niter already in the mix, the remaining component, charcoal, was easily obtainable. He hadn't expected that the 8,000 faith points spent would yield such great value. Without further thought, he closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the divine realm. After a moment, his divine sense hovered above the western basin, overlooking the transformed goblin settlement below. In just over 10 days since entering the divine realm, the entire area of wooden houses had replaced the former caves. The 3 stone furnaces in the center had also been improved with the help of the dwarves, now functioning continuously day and night. At that moment, Wrench was discussing something animatedly with several goblins at the entrance of the smelting workshop. He held a drawing on animal skin in his hand, pointing and gesturing like a true leader. Chun Dao withdrew his gaze and opened the divine realm management panel. Current loadable divine realm cards: sulfur vein, small 1, confirm loading. Confirm, cancel, confirm. Loading vein. Loading location: southwest edge of the western basin, approximately 300 meters from the goblin settlement. Warning: the surface features of the sulfur vein are significant, and it may be accompanied by slight toxic gas release. Protective measures are advised for the kin. As the prompt fell, the ground in the southwest suddenly began to tremble. This tremor was not as intense as when the copperton vein was loaded, but most of the sulfur was on the surface, making it highly visible. Ding. Sulfur vein loaded successfully. Associated vein detected. Niter. Small warning: trace amounts of hydrogen sulfide exist in the air of the mining area. All prolonged exposure may cause dizziness and nausea to the kin. Chen Dao looked at the panel prompt, nodding in satisfaction, although the two warnings still caused him some concern. With the goblin's small stature, they shouldn't suffocate from the sulfur. Chen Dao thought with some amusement, should I warn them that this stuff is dangerous? Forget it, let's see what they can figure out. After considering, he decided not to issue a divine command just yet, but rather to observe the situation. He wanted to see if this group of goblins could produce gunpowder by themselves. Not long after, the sulfur in the western basin began to emit a strong odor. The breeze, which originally carried the scent of grass and earth, was now mixed with a pungent, foul odor reminiscent of burnt rotten eggs. Several goblins playing by the river suddenly covered their noses, looking disgustedly at their companions. What is that smell? It's disgusting. Stone Chip rubbed his red nose and ran out from the smelting workshop, fanning his face vigorously. He had just spent the entire morning by the furnace, and the smoke had already made him feel nauseous. This strange smell nearly made him vomit. Wrench also walked out frowning. The odor grew stronger, even causing a stinging sensation in his eyes, making him squint involuntarily. What's happening over there? He pointed towards the originally bare hillside in the southwest and asked the nearby goblins. No one answered. Everyone was pinching their noses, looking curiously yet disgustedly at the hillside that had never been visited. At that moment, a wisp of pale yellow smoke suddenly rose from the hillside, drifting lazily over. It's smoking. Is it on fire? A goblin screamed, turning to grab a water bucket. Wait. Wrench pressed him down. He observed that the smoke was faint and the previous odor was so pungent that it didn't seem like a fire. Let's go take a look. Wrench casually picked up an iron pickaxe nearby and waved at Stone Chip, get a few people to come. Stone Chip, although reluctant, nodded in agreement after smelling the pungent odor. Soon a small team of 5 goblins set out, each covering their noses and mouths with damp animal skins, cautiously making their way towards the southwestern hillside. The closer they got to the hillside, the stronger the strange smell became. The ground also changed. The originally brown soil had turned a light yellow, becoming loose and making a crunching sound when stepped on. The wild grass at the roadside had all withered as if burned by something, and not a single bug could be seen. Wrench, look over there. The leading goblin suddenly stopped, pointing at a large stone not far away and screaming. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. On the half-human-tall rock, several fist-sized yellow stones were embedded. They remained motionless, but seemed to have an inexplicable allure to the goblins. What kind of stone is this? Stone Chip approached, carefully, gently poking one of the yellow stones with the pickaxe's tip. The stone was fragile, and a small piece broke off upon contact. I don't know. Wrench squatted down, picking up a small piece of yellow stone to examine. This small piece of yellow stone was much lighter than ordinary stones, smooth to the touch and slightly warm. He brought it to his nose and took a whiff, immediately getting a sharp scent that made him sneeze. Achoo! Ugh! Wrench rubbed his nose and tossed the stone to the ground. This damn stone smells terrible and stings the eyes. At that moment, the goblin who first discovered the stone suddenly picked up a small one and ran to the nearby stream, tossing it into the water. Puff! The yellow stone fell into the water, immediately giving rise to a series of white bubbles while emitting an even stronger strange odor. The originally clear creek water instantly became murky, and several fish swimming by flipped belly up. Wow! It poisoned the fish. The goblin jumped back in fright, pointing at the dead fish in the water and shouting. Wrench walked over, staring at the yellow stones on the ground, then glancing at the upside-down fish in the water. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Toxic stones. He muttered, can they be used to harm people? This thought sprang forth and could no longer. They now had bronze axes, saws, and pickaxes, but these could only rely on brute force for combat, which was precisely what the goblins lacked the most. Suddenly, having a toxic substance presented to them was like a pie falling from the sky. Gather all these stones. Wrench suddenly stood up, ordering the goblins behind him, gather more, take them back to the workshop. Ooh, I want to study. Huh? Stone Chip widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Wrench. Boss, these stones are toxic. What are you afraid of? Wrench patted his shoulder. We're not eating them, just studying them. Just be careful not to get them in your eyes or mouth. The goblins looked at the sulfur with trepidation, but still obeyed Wrench's orders. They found several large baskets and carefully collected the yellow stones from the ground, not daring to touch them directly, using branches instead. After a busy half-day, they finally filled 3 baskets with yellow stones and transported them back to the smelting workshop. The door of the smelting workshop was suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. 6 goblins carrying 3 baskets filled with yellow stones stumbled inside. A pungent odor of rotten eggs instantly filled the workshop, causing the goblins who were busy by the furnace to drop their tasks. They all rushed over, eager to carry the tools away. What is that smell? It's terrible. Quick, throw that stink! The goblins exclaimed indignantly at the tools. Stop! Seeing that he had incurred the wrath of the others by bringing back the sulfur that smelled like rotten eggs, the tool wielder quickly raised his hand to halt them. He placed his basket on the ground and said proudly to the goblins, I'm telling you, this is a good thing. It's toxic. Toxic. Upon hearing this, the goblins were no longer in a hurry to carry the tools away. Their eyes lit up as they stared at the sulfur in the basket. For these goblins who loved new things, the sudden appearance of a toxic substance was far more important than its foul. One of them spilled the last basket of sulfur onto the ground, rubbing his red nose and complaining, "What's so good about it? It nearly suffocated me, and isn't it just to kill a few fish?" "What do you mean just a few fish? I'm telling you, this stuff will definitely be useful later on." The tool wielder picked up a piece of sulfur and toyed with it, countering the complaints from the one who spilled it. "Think about it. If we can turn it into a weapon, who would dare bully us? Those wild wolves on the mountain wouldn't be slaughtered by us." He became increasingly excited, as if he could already see those wild wolves bowing down to him. "Let's make a poison gas bomb. We'll grind these stones into powder, add some other stinky stuff, wrap it in leaves, light it, and it'll definitely make our enemies lose their way." "Good idea. Poison gas bomb. Poison gas bomb." Upon hearing that they would begin to invent something new again, the goblins immediately started cheering, completely forgetting their earlier disdain. They swarmed around the pile of sulfur, pinching their noses as they began to crush the sulfur blocks into powder. Some used stones to smash it, while others stomped on it, causing sulfur dust to fly everywhere in the workshop, making everyone sneeze non-stop. "Achoo! Achoo!" One goblin sneezed thunderously, wiped the dust from his nose, and suddenly had a bright idea. "I know what smells bad. There's a muddy pit over the back mountain filled with rotten fruits and animal droppings. It smells so bad it could knock me out. Yes, add that. The smell should be as foul as possible." The tool wielder slapped his thigh and immediately ordered, "You take 3 others to dig up the mud. Also pick some rotten fruits, the more rotten the better." "No problem." The goblin patted his chest in agreement and ran out with 3 others carrying baskets. Half an hour later they returned. Each of the 4 goblins was holding their noses, their faces green, looking as if they had just crawled out of a cesspit. They brought back 4 baskets filled with dark, murky mud. Inside it was mixed with rotting wild fruits, animal droppings, and some sticky, unknown substances, emitting a nauseating stench. The combination of this smell with the sulfur was simply the level of a biochemical weapon. Half of the workshop was instantly cleared out, and a few goblins who ran slowly leaned against the wall to vomit. "Ugh, you're crazy. This is way too stinky." The tool wielder also staggered back from the smell, nearly throwing up his breakfast. "Didn't you say the stinkier the better?" The one who spilled the sulfur pouted in grievance. "I dug up the smelliest mud pit on the back mountain." The tool wielder held back his nausea and waved his hand. "All right, fine, just pour it all and mix it together." Several goblins pinched their noses and poured the mud into the sulfur powder. The tool wielder picked up a stick and began to stir vigorously. The black muck and yellow sulfur powder mixed together, forming a disgusting yellow-green paste with the stench reaching its peak. Now even the one who could tolerate the smell the best could no longer stand it, running to the door to gasp for air. After stirring for a long time, the tool wielder finally stopped satisfactorily. "Now let's divide it into small pieces and wrap them in big leaves. The poison gas bomb is ready." The goblins immediately got to work finding large oak leaves to wrap the mixed paste into fist-sized packages, then tying them tightly with vines. In less than an hour, over 20 round poison gas bombs were piled on the ground. "Let's go. Test the power outside." The tool wielder picked up a poison gas bomb and rushed out of the workshop first. All the goblins followed, standing at a distance in the open field, excited yet nervous as they watched him. Taking a deep breath, the tool wielder walked to the center of the open area, lit the fuse of the poison gas bomb, then turned and ran. "Run! It's going to explode." The goblins all covered their noses and mouths, stepping back several paces. A few seconds later they heard the poison gas bomb did not explode, but merely cracked open, releasing a plume of unknown yellow green. The thick smoke quickly spread out, carrying a stench 10 times worse than before, drifting towards the goblins. "Wow, it stinks." Standing at the front, the one who spilled the sulfur was the first to be hit. He felt a wave of foul odor rushing to his head, his stomach churning, and he vomited. The other goblins could not stand the smell either. As soon as they caught a whiff, they immediately started to vomit. Wherever the smoke drifted, there were sounds of retching and coughing. The tool wielder ran the fastest, directly hiding behind a large tree. He poked his head out to see the effect, but a wave of thick smoke drifted by, entering his nose. Cough, cough, cough. The tool wielder started to cough violently, feeling dizzy and faint, nearly collapsed. The one who spilled the sulfur was lying on the ground, rolling his eyes, looking as if he were about to pass out. "Ugh, tool wielder, this thing." The goblins lay scattered on the ground, each pale-faced, having vomited to the point of being dazed. The one who spilled the sulfur was lying on the ground, rolling his eyes, looking as if he were about to pass out. "Ugh, tool wielder, this thing is way too stinky. And it doesn't even kill anyone." The tool wielder slumped down on the ground, rubbing his aching head, looking very... One goblin complained, holding his stomach. "Why am I being blamed? You said the stinkier the better." The one who spilled the sulfur immediately returned. One goblin complained, holding his stomach. Why am I being blamed? You said the stinkier the better. The one who spilled the sulfur immediately retorted defiantly. You dug up the mud that was too stinky. You wrapped it in leaves that were too thin. The goblins instantly began to argue, blaming each other and shirking responsibility. The tool wielder shouted in frustration, "Shut up. What are you arguing about? It's normal to fail the first time. Let's try another method." He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and suddenly thought of a good idea. If the poison gas bomb doesn't work, let's try applying poison. Upon returning to the workshop, the goblins immediately fetched stones and poured all the remaining sulfur chunks onto them, starting to grind them into powder with wooden sticks. Grinding sulfur was a laborious task. The goblins created a yellow powder that flew everywhere, sticking to their skin, causing both itchiness and pain, and every inhalation triggered a fit of sneezing. The entire workshop was filled with sneezes. After nearly half an hour, they finally ground out 2 small baskets of sulfur powder. Enough. The foreman waved his hand and picked up a bronze axe, grabbing a handful of sulfur powder to smear on the blade. But immediately problems arose. The dry sulfur powder could not adhere to the smooth axe blade. It fell off with the slightest touch and vanished into thin air with a gentle blow. What's going on? The foreman paused for a moment, grabbed another handful of powder to apply, but the result was the same. The powder quickly fell off completely, leaving nothing on the blade. It won't stick, a goblin cried anxiously, having smeared the sulfur powder on an arrowhead only for it to vanish as soon as he raised the arrow. Is the powder too dry? The foreman pondered while staring at the axe, spat into his hand, and mixed the saliva with the sulfur powder to smear on the blade. This time it stuck a little, but when the blade barely touched a stone, the adhered powder dropped off completely, leaving an unsightly mark on the blade. Useless. The foreman pushed the axe away in frustration. This broken powder simply won't stick. It's as if nothing was applied at all. After the failed experiment with the poison coating, the workshop was devoid of its usual lively chatter. The goblins sat dejectedly on the ground, staring at the basket of remaining sulfur powder in the corner, with no one feeling motivated. The foreman squatted beside the sulfur powder, feeling somewhat disheartened, cradling his head. The poison gas bomb had harmed their own people, and the attempt to coat with poison failed entirely. Was his idea truly worthless? Squeak. Suddenly, a young goblin cautiously approached, holding a half-baked sweet potato and offering it to the foreman. It was a treat delivered by the dwarven trade caravan that morning, sweet and popular among them. The foreman shook his head and patted the little one's head. "You eat it, I'm not hungry." The young goblin blinked its yellow eyes and ran off with the sweet potato, squatting at the door with other little ones, drawing crooked pictures on the ground with small stones. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, smoke began to rise from the workshop's chimney. No matter how disheartened they were yesterday, life had to go on. Orders for saws piled up like a small mountain. The dwarves loved this tool, coming to collect goods every 3 days. The foreman yawned and walked to the bellows, rubbing his still sore arms as he pulled the bellows. Huff puff. The bellows sounded rhythmically, and the blazing flames danced in the stone furnace. Several goblins surrounded the furnace, carefully placing the clay mold at the furnace's outlet, waiting for the bronze liquid to be ready. Foreman, the dwarves are coming." A lookout goblin rolled and tumbled down the hillside, shouting, excited. The foreman immediately set aside his work, wiped the dust off his hands, and ran towards the tribe's entrance. In the open space at the entrance, 2 wooden handcarts were parked, and 2 dwarves were unloading iron ingots from the carts. Seeing the foreman approach, the leading dwarf grinned. "Foreman, have the saws been completed? The last batch was so effective that our lumber team went crazy over them." They're done. The foreman nodded eagerly and waved at the goblins behind him, who immediately pushed over 5 brand new handcarts. The carts held 20 polished bronze saws. The dwarf stepped forward, picked up a saw to try it out, and the sharp teeth easily sliced through a nearby branch. He nodded in satisfaction, turned and lifted a heavy sack from the cart. "Here are 50 pounds of iron ingots plus 20 pounds of charcoal, just as we agreed." The dwarf patted his shoulder with a smile and handed over a small package. "This is freshly baked flatbread from our chief, with honey added inside." The foreman took the cloth bag, inhaling the sweet fragrance wafting from within, feeling quite pleased. Forming an alliance with the dwarves was truly beneficial. They had previously been ignorant of iron, but now they could exchange useful items for a continuous supply of iron ingots and food. After seeing off the dwarven trade caravan, the foreman returned to the workshop, chewing on the flatbread while pondering how to use the sulfur. He still couldn't believe that it was utterly useless. The foreman, munching on the flatbread, walked over to the basket of sulfur powder in the corner, kicked the basket, and grimaced. "This broken stone, if only it could be exchanged for something. It takes up space and smells foul." As he spoke, he pushed the basket aside casually. But he didn't notice that the bottom of the basket had already been corroded by the sulfur, creating a hole. With that push, the basket tipped sharply, and half a basket of yellow sulfur powder spilled out, drifting towards the burning stone furnace. "Shit! Watch out!" The foreman instinctively wanted to warn the foreman when he saw the sulfur powder heading towards the furnace, but it was already too late. Countless sulfur particles floated into the furnace, and the moment they came into contact with the flames. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the workshop. The flames that originally only flickered inside the furnace suddenly leapt to the roof of the workshop. The foreman closest to the blast felt his head seared, and he screamed in fright, falling backward and landing hard. The entire workshop shook violently. Stones from the walls fell continuously, and tools hanging on the walls clattered to the ground. Fire! Fire! Run! The goblins were terrified and screamed as they rushed out the door. Some collided in the chaos, tumbling into a heap. The young goblins were crying loudly, hugging their heads and trembling in the corner. The foreman was also knocked back several steps by the shockwave, crashing against the wall, his chest feeling tight. He looked up at the roof, engulfed in flames, his heart sinking. This workshop had taken them a long time to build, and it could not be allowed to end up like the previous wooden houses that were burned down. Get water! Quickly get water to put out the fire! He yelled, being the first to react, grabbing a nearby bucket of water and throwing it at the roof. The other goblins quickly responded, frantically grabbing buckets and wooden basins, fetching water from the nearby stream to pour into the workshop. Splash, splash. Buckets of water were thrown and making sizzling sounds as white steam filled the entire. After working hard for most of half an hour, the fire was finally extinguished. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a chaotic, smelting workshop. A large hole had been blown open in the roof, and their tools were scattered everywhere. Shipian sat on the ground, touching his already sparse scalp, tears welling up in his eyes. My hair. I've lost my hair. The other goblins also looked disheveled, their clothes charred and tattered. As they gazed at the ruined workshop, silence enveloped them. After the shock, only a sense of deep disappointment remained. After struggling to establish a proper workshop, it had now turned into this. Wrench remained silent as he walked to the spot where the furnace had exploded, crouching down to examine the ground closely. On the hard stone slab, a finger-wide crack had actually been blasted open, surrounded by powdery stone debris. Did that one blast really shatter the stone? Wrench's heart skipped a beat. He had seen dwarves use iron axes to split stones, and even with their strength, it would take several strikes to leave a crack on the slab. Yet those light sulfur powders, upon encountering fire, produced such tremendous power. This was more powerful than any weapon they had now. If they could harness this kind of power. Wrench's eyes brightened. The earlier disappointment swept away, replaced by an indescribable excitement. He suddenly stood up and shouted at the dejected goblins, "Don't be sad. I've discovered a treasure." Treasure? Shipian raised his head, wiped his tears, and looked at him with confusion. What treasure? Our workshop is all burnt down. It's those yellow stones. Wrench pointed at the soil mixed with sulfur powder on the ground, speaking excitedly. You see, those yellow stones exploded when they encountered fire. This is 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than a gas bomb. The goblins gathered around, looking at the crack on the ground with expressions of disbelief. It really exploded. If we throw this into a pile of enemies, can't we blow them all away at once? Everyone began to discuss excitedly, their eyes rekindling with hope. The previous disappointment and fear transformed into a desire for new power. Exactly. Wrench nodded vigorously. We need to figure out how to make the yellow stones explode. If we succeed, we will be the most powerful. Research. Research. The goblins cheered in unison, the fatigue from before vanishing completely. They immediately sprang into action, some tidying up the workshop, while others went to the back mountain to collect sulfur blocks, each taking on their tasks. In just 2 days, the smelting workshop was repaired. This time, they specifically replaced the entire roof with stone slabs, doubled the thickness of the walls, and dug a large pit outside the workshop specifically for experiments. The experiments officially began. Wrench mixed sulfur powder and charcoal powder in a 1:10 ratio and placed them into a small ceramic jar. Then he sealed the opening with clay, leaving only a small hole for the fuse. Everyone stay back. Wrench shouted to the surrounding goblins, then lit the fuse and turned to run. The goblins hid behind the stones, peeking out nervously as they focused on the ceramic jar. The fuse sizzled as it burned quickly towards the jar. A few seconds later, with a soft poof, the lid of the jar was blown off, releasing a puff of black smoke, but nothing else happened. Huh. Why didn't it explode? Shipian walked out disappointed from behind the stone and kicked the empty jar. Did we put too much charcoal? A goblin guessed. Then let's use less charcoal next time. Wrench showed no signs of discouragement as he picked up the jar. Let's try again. In the second experiment, they changed the ratio to 3 parts sulfur to 1 part charcoal. The result was the same, producing only a bit of smoke without even blowing off the lid. In the third attempt, they used 2 parts sulfur and 1 part charcoal. This time it burned more fiercely, and the jar turned red hot before it cracked, but it still didn't produce an explosion like the last time. Something's wrong. There must be a mistake somewhere. Wrench crouched on the ground, frantically scratching his head. Last time it exploded so powerfully, why is it not working now? Could it be that the jar wasn't sealed tightly enough? Shipian suggested. Last time it was in the furnace surrounded by stones sealed tightly. That makes sense. Wrench's eyes lit up. This time we'll use a thicker jar and seal it tighter. This time they found the thickest clay jar, mixed the sulfur and charcoal, and sealed the jar's opening tightly with thick mud, leaving no gaps. They ignited the fuse and all hid behind the stones again. The noise this time was slightly louder than before. Bang! The jar exploded and pieces flew everywhere. It exploded. It exploded. Shipian jumped up excitedly shouting. However, when everyone rushed over to take a look, they were once again disappointed. The explosion's power was minimal, only shattering the jar, and not even creating a dent in the soil beneath. It was nothing compared to the fiery blast next to the furnace before. Still not good enough. Wrench shook his head. The power is too small. It couldn't even kill a rabbit. In the following days, the goblins fell into an endless cycle of trial and error. They tried various ratios from 5 to 1 to 1 to 5. But no matter how they experimented, the explosion's power remained minimal, only shattering the jars and never achieving the effect of breaking stones like before. As failures mounted, the goblins' enthusiasm gradually waned. Some began to complain, suggesting it would be better to return to making wheelbarrows and saws. At least they could trade with the dwarves. Shipian also lost the initial excitement. After pulling the bellows each day, he would sit at the door and soak up the sun, no longer volunteering to help with the experiments. Once they added too much sulfur into a bronze jar. When it exploded, the bronze jar shattered into pieces, and one shard flew past Shipian's ear, embedding itself in a wooden board behind. Shipian turned pale with fear, refusing to go near the experiment pit again. Wrench stopped trying. Shipian pulled on Wrench's arm, earnestly advising him. It's too dangerous. I almost got blasted just now. Let's just focus on refining bronze. We shouldn't mess with these dangerous things anymore. The other goblins echoed. Yes, Wrench, it's too dangerous. What if someone gets killed? We've been trying for over 10 days, and it still doesn't work. We must be doing something wrong. Wrench looked at the frightened faces of his companions, then glanced at the pit filled with shattered ceramic jars, feeling somewhat swayed. Could it be that he was mistaken? Was the last explosion merely an accident? He squatted by the edge of the experiment pit, staring at the black ashes on the ground, lost in silence. Chun Dao hovered high above, observing the bored goblins below. The chimney of the smelting workshop still emitted smoke, yet the once ceaseless clamor had diminished greatly. Wrench squatted by the testing pit, gazing at the shattered ceramic jars scattered around, his green face filled with frustration. Shard leaned against the workshop door, aimlessly poking at ants on the ground with a stick. The goblins who usually clamored around the furnace were no longer gathered there, each lost in their own corner. They had nearly finished crafting the saw, but now they didn't know what to do. As for the pile of sulfur, it still lay in the corner, but no one wanted to touch it anymore. Chun Dao watched this scene, lost in thought. Days had passed. This group of little ones had tried dozens of formulas, yet each explosion was pitifully weak. At most, they could only shatter the jars, failing to create a decent pit in the ground. He was contemplating whether to send down a divine hint to Wrench, lest they completely lose confidence. Just then, the long silent personal panel suddenly popped up. Ding. Detected that your followers are stuck at an important development bottleneck. Current research progress, gunpowder prototype. Please select your response method. Option 1, bestow formula. Consume 800 belief points to directly grant the black powder formula to Wrench in the form of divine revelation. Risk skipping the research process will weaken the goblin's engineering talent. Option 2, guide discovery. Consume 500 belief points to bestow a revelation in Wrench's dreams, hinting that the manufacture of gunpowder requires nitrate. Option 3, physical demonstration. Consume 1200 belief points to create a controlled black powder explosion in the basin, allowing all goblins to witness the correct proportions and power. Current belief points, 1100. Chun Dao's gaze lingered on the three options for a moment, beginning to ponder which to choose. Bestowing the formula directly was undoubtedly the quickest option, and 800 belief points was not too expensive, but he could not accept weakening the goblins' engineering talent. What the goblins valued most was never a single invention, but their innate inventive intuition. If he weakened this talent, he might as well borrow some ogres from Shani. As for the last option of a physical demonstration, it was essentially no different from the first, as it would also foster dependence on him among the goblins. Most importantly, he only had 1,100 belief points, which was insufficient to choose it. Option 2, he silently decided. You have chosen guide discovery. Consumed belief points 500. Remaining belief points 600. Weaving the dream of revelation, it will take effect during the follower's sleep. The moment the panel's prompt vanished, a thin golden glimmer shot from Chun Dao, silently merging into Wrench's forehead. At that moment, Wrench was squatting by the testing pit, staring blankly at the broken pieces of ceramic on the ground, even ignoring the roasted sweet potato that Shard offered him. Chirp! Shard stuffed the sweet potato into his hand, and squatted down beside him, poking at a piece of ceramic covered in sulfur powder with a stick, saying, "It won't explode when burned." Wrench took a bite of the sweet potato, finding it tasteless. He tossed it aside, picked up a piece of sulfur, grabbed a chunk of charcoal, and squeezed them together, rubbing them forcefully. Powder scattered everywhere, but nothing happened. "Why?" he murmured, confusion filling his voice. "Clearly the houses he provided us before exploded." Shard shook his head, equally uncertain. After a long time the sun gradually set. The goblins returned to their little wooden houses in small groups, and the furnace in the smelting workshop was extinguished. Wrench was the last to leave. Before he went, he tossed a handful of powder into the testing pit. Watching it scatter in the evening breeze, he drooped his head and trudged back to his cave. He lay on the straw-covered stone bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with those broken jars and the disappointed gazes of his kin. He didn't know how long had passed when sleepiness finally overtook him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he fell into a deep slumber. In the dream, there were no familiar woods or rivers, nor the chattering companions. Only a vast white world remained. The ground was covered in white stones resembling snow. Wrench squatted down and picked up a white stone. It felt cool and smooth to the touch, unlike any stone he had encountered before. Then he saw his hand lift the white stone, mixing it with yellow sulfur and black charcoal. The three powders were evenly stirred in a stone bowl, turning into a gray-black powder. He poured the powder into a ceramic jar, sealing the mouth with clay, leaving only a thin fuse. Then he lit the fuse. Boom! The ceramic jar exploded, instantly shattering into pieces that flew like raindrops, creating a deep pit in the ground with dust swirling around. Wrench was startled by the loud noise, abruptly sitting up in bed. He gasped for breath, cold sweat covering his forehead, and his heart raced. The room was quiet and dark. Yet the earlier dream felt so vivid, the sound of the explosion echoing in his ears, making his eardrums buzz. "The white stone," Wrench murmured, incredulously patting his head. He threw off the animal skin covering him and dashed out of the cave barefoot. "Shard! Shard!" he shouted while running, his voice piercing the silence of the night. Shard was awakened from his slumber, rubbing his eyes as he poked his head out of the house, looking bewildered. "What happened? Is there a fire?" "No. I dreamed it. I dreamed it," Wrench excitedly stammered, grabbing Shard's arm and pulling him out of the house. "I know why it couldn't explode. We're missing a type of stone. The white stone." "White stone?" Shard yawned, still not quite understanding. "What white stone?" "The white stone. Cool and smooth." Wrench anxiously gestured. "If we added it, will explode. It could create a huge pit." Seeing Wrench nearly bouncing with excitement, Shard finally woke up a bit. "Shall we go find it now?" Shard asked. "Let's go now," Wrench said without hesitation. "Let's go find the white stone now." His shouting awakened more goblins. Dozens of green little heads peeked out from various houses, curiously watching Wrench and Shard dancing around in the open space. But when they heard that Wrench had found a method to make the powder explode, all the goblins' eyes lit up. The earlier disappointment and gloom vanished, replaced by unprecedented enthusiasm. "Find the stone! Find the white stone!" someone shouted, and all the goblins immediately sprang. They lit torches, wielded stone axes and picks like a swarm of green tornadoes, rushing out of the settlement, heading into the mountains and caves surrounding the basin. "This isn't it. This isn't smooth. This one isn't either. It crumbles at a touch." "Hey, race a cave. Let's check it out." Wrench held the torch, the first to dash into a cave on the northern side of the basin that had never been entered before. The cave was dry, with a thin layer of white powder covering the ground. The torchlight illuminated the cave walls. The walls were coated with a thick layer of white crystals resembling frost, shimmering with a glistening sheen in the firelight. Wrench's breath momentarily halted. This was it. The white stone that was exactly like in his dream. The Wrench rushed forward, reaching out to pry off a piece of crystal. This crystal felt icy to the touch, its surface smooth and delicate, exactly matching the sensation he had felt in his dreams. "I found it." The Wrench turned around, holding the white crystal high, shouting with all his might. "I found it. This is it." Cheers instantly echoed throughout the entire cave. The goblins swarmed in, frantically prying at the white crystal on the walls. They stuffed their beast skin pouches to the brim like a group of ants carrying treasures, excitedly heading back to the settlement. As soon as they returned to the tribe, the furnace in the smelting workshop was rekindled, burning more vigorously than ever. The Wrench personally took action, carefully measuring out 3 portions of saltpeter, 2 portions of sulfur, and 1 portion of charcoal, according to the proportions from his dreams. The stone shard helped to grind the 3 materials into powder separately, then they poured them into a stone bowl and stirred them slowly with a wooden stick until they were well mixed. All the goblins surrounded the workshop, holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. Dozens of yellow eyes fixed intently on the pile of gray-black powder in the stone bowl, filled with anticipation and tension. Once mixed evenly, the Wrench poured the powder into a coarse clay jar, carefully sealing the opening with clay, leaving only a small hole at the top. He twisted a dry vine soaked in grease, inserting it into the small hole to make a fuse. Everyone stepped back, the wrench shouted to the surrounding goblins. The goblins immediately stepped back a dozen paces, each covering their ears, crouching down, with only their eyes visible, nervously watching the wrench. The wrench took a deep breath, picked up a burning torch, and lit the fuse. Sizzle. The fuse emitted white smoke, burning rapidly. The wrench dropped the firewood and turned to run, crouching down next to the goblins while tightly covering his ears. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. In the next second, boom. A deafening explosion rang out. The entire basin seemed to tremble at that. In the next second, boom. A deafening explosion rang out. The entire basin seemed to tremble at that. The coarse clay jar was instantly blown to pieces, shards flying out like bullets, embedding deep into the surrounding soil and tree trunks. The test pit was blown open to a width of 2 meters and a depth of half a meter, dust and debris soaring into the sky. The shockwave hit the goblins, causing them to stagger, their faces covered in dust. Silence. A deathly silence. After a full 10 seconds, someone finally reacted. It exploded. The stone shard's voice. Silence. A deathly silence. After a full 10 seconds, someone finally reacted. It exploded. The stone shard's voice trembled as he pointed at the big pit. It really exploded. It exploded. It exploded. The wrench was the first to jump up, rushing towards the big pit, kneeling at the edge, reaching out to touch the charred earth of the pit wall, trembling with excitement. We did it. We succeeded. He tilted his head back and let out a sharp, joyous scream. Immediately, deafening cheers swept across the entire basin. The goblins jumped, shouted, hugged each other. Some rolled on the ground, while others ran in circles around the large pit. All the frustration and discouragement that had built up over the past few days vanished in that moment, replaced by unparalleled ecstasy and pride. They did it. They created something more terrifying and powerful than fire. Chun Dao floated high above, watching the goblins, celebrating below, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. 600 faith points were well spent. This explosion directly blasted open the door to a new era for goblin civilization. In the following days, the entire goblin settlement transformed into a massive gunpowder workshop. The stone furnace in the smelting workshop burned day and night, crazily producing charcoal. The wrench specifically assigned several goblins to handle this task. In the saltpeter cave on the back mountain, 5 goblins took turns mining saltpeter. The wrench taught them to place the extracted white crystals under the sun to dry before grinding them into powder. He also specifically instructed that saltpeter powder and sulfur powder must be stored separately, and no one was allowed to light a fire in the storage room, fearing it might blow up the house. The stone shard was responsible for the mixing. The wrench inscribed the proportions from his dreams on a stone tablet, hanging it in the most visible spot in the workshop: 3 portions of saltpeter, 2 portions of sulfur, and 1 portion of charcoal. The stone shard watched this stone tablet every day, weighing out each portion with a small scale. When the 3 powders were mixed evenly, they formed a gray-black powder. The wrench named it gunpowder. However, gunpowder alone was not enough. Although the last experiment was successful, the wrench noticed a problem: the clay jars were too brittle, and after exploding, the shards flew everywhere, which would be troublesome if they hit their own people. He squatted by the test pit, pondering all morning, ultimately deciding to change his approach. He resolved to make the jars thicker. Without hesitation, the new clay jars were quickly produced. They were exactly twice as thick as the previous ones, shaped like a squat winter melon, large in the middle with a small opening. After filling them with gunpowder, he used a grease-soaked vine for the fuse, poking it out from the small hole. The wrench named this new weapon Thunderclap. The sound of the last explosion traveled farther than the wrench had imagined. A few days later, an army of dwarves appeared at the entrance of the basin. Leading them was none other than Blackhammer himself. Behind him were Iron Stump and 5 fully armed dwarf warriors, each wielding battle axes, their faces etched with tension. Iron Stump even raised a shield, ready for a fight at any moment. Wrench. Blackhammer's loud voice boomed as always. What's going on over here? A few days ago we heard it in the mine. It sounded like thunder. Did the mountain collapse? The wrench ran out from the smelting workshop, his face still smeared with partially burned charcoal dust. But he was grinning so widely his eyes nearly closed, scampering up to Blackhammer. It didn't collapse, he said, excitedly gesturing. We made something new called Thunderclap. It's incredibly powerful. It can blow up rocks. Thunderclap. Blackhammer furrowed his brow, thrusting his battle axe into the ground. What is that? What kind of mischief are you little ones up to this time? The wrench didn't explain, but instead pulled on Blackhammer's arm, dragging him towards the test pit. Blackhammer stumbled from the pull, nearly falling over. Damn it, be gentle. You little arms and legs are surprisingly strong. Blackhammer's words were cut off. Standing by the test pit, he looked at the enormous hole on the ground that was bigger than himself, completely petrified. Iron Stump squeezed in from behind, peering over, and his shield clattered to the ground. What? What the hell caused this? Iron Stump's astonished voice came through. The wrench proudly puffed out his chest, holding up a thunderclap that hadn't been fitted with a fuse, yet presenting it to Black Hammer. This. We packed explosive powder in the clay jar, and it blows up when ignited. The last time it was just a small pit, but this time we modified the jar's design, and look at how big the pit turned out. Black Hammer took the heavy clay jar, examining it closely. The jar seemed plain, just a thicker jar with no special features aside from the small hole. He looked at the big pit on the ground, then back at the jar in his hand. Again at the big pit. Wrench. Black Hammer's voice became very soft, lighter than his usual booming voice. Moi. Can you say that again? What is this thing made of? Sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. The wrench counted on his fingers. Grind these three things into powder, mix them together, pack them into the jar, and ignite it. Saltpeter is the white stone, and there's plenty of it in the back mountain cave. Sulfur is the yellow stone, and last time we complained about its smell. Smell? Iron Stump suddenly interjected, scratching his head. When we came last time, didn't we smell something like rotten eggs? Is that the yellow stone you were talking about? Yes. The stone shard peeked out from behind the wrench. That's the one. Last time it almost made us vomit, but now it's a treasure. Black Hammer said nothing. He crouched down, gently placing the clay jar on the ground, then looked excitedly at the big pit. They dwarves came from a mining background. He knew better than anyone how difficult mining was. Their current method still involved using iron picks to chip away, which left their arms sore, and they could only mine a little in a whole day. In the mine, dwarves often suffered injuries from overexertion. But now these little goblins had blasted such a huge pit with a jar no bigger than a palm. What if they used this in the tunnels? Black Hammer suddenly stood up. Wrench, his voice returned to its usual loudness, but this time with a seriousness never heard before. Can you sell us this thunderclap? The wrench caught the seriousness in the voice of Black Hammer and couldn't help but be taken aback. He looked up at the dwarf, who was nearly twice his height, with confusion in his small eyes. What do you need this for? Are you going to war? War? Black Hammer squatted down to meet the wrench's gaze. We don't lack for weapons for war. What we need are good tools for mining. He stood up and gestured to the continuous mountains surrounding them, his tone laced with helplessness. As you can see, we can only mine with pickaxes every day, and we can't extract much in a day. But if we switch to your thunderclap, we could finish a day's work in just a few minutes. The wrench rubbed his bald head thoughtfully after hearing this. He had only been focused on creating the device and hadn't considered what it could actually be used for. After some contemplation, he hesitantly spoke up. But this thunderclap is newly made and not very stable. What if it causes the mine shaft to collapse? If it collapses, well, just dig it out again. Black Hammer grinned confidently, patting the wrench on the shoulder. You goblins are timid, but we dwarves aren't afraid. As long as we can mine more, what's a little collapse? The wrench still felt somewhat undecided. He turned to look at the goblins behind him. The last sudden explosion had scared several of the little goblins to tears, and a few still dared not approach the smelting workshop. He feared that if something went wrong, Black Hammer would come to trouble him. Well, brother Black Hammer, the wrench scratched his head. How about we try it out once first? Let's find a deserted place and set it off to see the effect. If it works, then we can use it in the mine shaft. All right, Black Hammer decisively said, dragging the wrench towards an empty lot. Along the way, he waved back at the watching Iron Pillar. Hurry back and tell the brothers to bring 20 men tomorrow to help the goblins move stuff. Got it. Iron Pillar grinned and hurried back to gather people. The next morning, 20 dwarf warriors arrived punctually at the entrance of the basin. Each of them pushed a cart covered with thick hay for placing the thunderclaps. The wrench and the goblins worked diligently for an entire morning, carefully loading the first batch of 10 thunderclaps onto the carts, wrapping them tightly with hay to avoid any bumps or knocks. Be careful, be careful, the wrench shouted to the goblins carrying the jars beside the cart. If this thing explodes here, we'll all be dead. Shards was trembling as he held a thunderclap, shakily placing it on the cart. His hand slipped, and the jar nearly fell to the ground, causing his face to turn pale with fright. The wrench smacked him on the back of the head. I told you to be careful. I caught it, didn't I? Shards pouted, feeling aggrieved. Black Hammer watched the clumsy goblins without urging them, waiting until all 10 thunderclaps were loaded before waving his hand. Let's go. The team marched through the woods towards the depths of the Black Rock Mountains. Black Hammer chose an abandoned mine shaft where the ore had already been completely extracted. It was 2 miles away from the main shaft, and the rock layers were thick, meaning that even if it collapsed, it wouldn't affect the main production. At the entrance of the mine, Iron Egg was already waiting with a dozen dwarves. Following the wrench's instructions, they had chiseled a few shallow holes deep inside the mine. They stuffed the thunderclaps inside, pulled out the fuses, and then used rubble and clay to seal the openings. Done. Iron Egg ran out from the mine, his face covered in dust. Boss, we followed your instructions and set everything up. Good. Black Hammer nodded and turned to the wrench. Do you want to do it, or should I? The wrench swallowed hard, taking the torch. Black Hammer handed him, his hands trembling. He approached the mine entrance looking at the dark fuse inside, took a deep breath, and brought the torch closer. The sound of the fuse burning was particularly clear in the silent mine. The wrench dropped the torch and turned to run, dashing several dozen meters before diving into the shelter Blackhammer had dug out in advance. "Cover your ears," Blackhammer shouted. Everyone simultaneously covered their ears and crouched down. A few seconds later, boom. A muffled explosion echoed from the mine, shaking the entire ground violently. Rubble erupted from the mine entrance like a volcanic eruption, and black smoke soared into the sky, obscuring half the heavens. As the smoke gradually cleared, Blackhammer was the first to stand up and rush toward the mine entrance. What was once a narrow entrance had now transformed into a pile of ruins. Rubble and dirt had formed a small mound, completely blocking the opening. It collapsed like this. Iron pillars squeezed through from behind, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Take another look. This is not a collapse at all." Blackhammer squatted down and cleared away a few stones, revealing the mine tunnel beneath. "This has blasted open the rock layers inside, and we just need to dig out the rubble to access it." He turned to Iron Egg. "Get people to clear the entrance and see what's going on inside." Iron Egg responded and called over a few dwarves to start clearing. Half an hour later, the mine entrance was cleared. Blackhammer held the torch and walked inside with the wrench following closely behind. They walked several steps along the tunnel before stopping simultaneously. At the end of the tunnel, the once solid granite layer now had a massive crack. The gap was wide enough for a person to pass through, and it was pitch black inside with no visible bottom. "This is..." The wrench crouched down, feeling the edge of the crack. The rock was now covered with fine crack. It blasted open. Blackhammer's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. It directly blasted open the rock layer. He held the torch up to the crack, and the firelight illuminated the rocky wall, faintly revealing glimmers of iron ore. That was the vein they hadn't found or in months, and had almost given up, not realizing they were so close to it. Now that the stones had been blasted open by the thunderclap, the new vein was naturally revealed. "We did it." Blackhammer turned around, lifted the wrench above his head. "Brother, your thunderclaps are incredibly useful." The wrench felt dizzy being lifted, but couldn't help but smile broadly. They had succeeded. They had truly succeeded. The invention he had worked on was indeed useful. The news of the successful test explosion of the thunderclap in the mine spread like wildfire throughout the entire fortress. The next morning, Blackhammer brought 20 dwarves again, pushing 10 carts, marching grandly to the goblin settlement. "Wrench!" Blackhammer's booming voice echoed from afar. "We want to place an order. 100 thunderclaps. No 200. The wrench, who was squatting at the entrance of the smelting workshop eating roasted sweet potatoes, nearly dropped the sweet potato in his hand upon hearing this. 200. He looked up at Blackhammer's excited face. "Do you think this is just picking up stones? You can just say you want them. It's not for free labor." Blackhammer waved his hand, and the dwarves behind him unloaded the items from the cart. 50 pounds of iron ingots plus 10 jars of wine. "Is that enough?" The wrench stared at the shiny metal and jars of wine on the ground, his eyes going wide. He swallowed hard, wanting to refuse, but the words that came out were, 200 is too much. We don't have enough manpower. It will take at least a month. 1 month. Then it's 1 month. Blackhammer slapped his thigh. "We can wait." The wrench nodded, just about to agree, when Shards suddenly ran out from the workshop, grabbed the wrench's arm, and pulled him aside. "Wrench, are you crazy?" Shards whispered urgently. 200 thunderclaps, and you know how dangerous that is. What if it explodes in the workshop? "I know," the wrench interrupted him, "but look at those iron ingots. They've come to us for free. We should take advantage of it. With these ingots, we might be able to create something new again. Is new stuff more important than life?" Shards was getting anxious. "Last time during the experiment, you nearly blew yourself up. What if you have to make 200 more, and one goes off in your hands?" "It won't happen." The wrench patted his shoulder. "Well, just be careful." Shards opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but looking at the wrench's determined eyes, he eventually shut his mouth and gloomily returned to the workshop. Blackhammer witnessed the argument between the two goblins, but didn't intervene. He was squatting on the ground, holding a jar of wildfire brew, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Blackhammer," the wrench approached, 200 thunderclaps to be delivered in a month, but there's a condition." "What is it?" "You need to help us mine for saltpeter." The wrench pointed towards the mountains behind. "There's a lot of saltpeter in that cave. To make gunpowder, we need a large amount of saltpeter, and with just a small frames, we won't be able to dig enough by next year." "No problem." Blackhammer agreed immediately. "We're best at mining. I'll send 50 brothers over tomorrow." In the days that followed, the goblin settlement had transformed into a bustling armory. The smelting workshop burned day and night. They stored sulfur powder, nitrate powder, and charcoal powder in 3 separate stone houses, each with a crooked sign reading "No torches allowed" hanging at the entrance. The wrench divided the goblins into 3 groups. The first group was responsible for mining nitrate and sulfur, assisted by dwarves sent by the Blackhammer, achieving several times the efficiency of before. The second group was tasked with grinding and mixing the powders, the most dangerous job, closely overseen by the wrench. Each batch of gunpowder had to be mixed in an exact ratio of 3 to 2 to 1. The third group was in charge of firing clay pots and filling them with gunpowder. The filled thunder bombs were neatly stacked at the back of the warehouse, surrounded by sandbags to prevent accidental explosions. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. However, the wrench's worries grew deeper, not because of the gunpowder, but due to the recent attitude of the Black Hammer. Since the successful test explosion of the thunder bomb in the mine tunnel, the Black Hammer visited the goblin settlement almost every 3 days. Each time he required the wrench to take him to the test pit, where he would detonate a thunder bomb to see the effects. At first, the wrench felt there was nothing unusual. After all, the Black Hammer was their partner, and it was normal to check the product's performance. But in recent visits, the Black Hammer's gaze had changed. He no longer focused on the large crater created by the explosion, but instead stared at the scattered fragments of clay pots, fixating on the debris embedded in the tree trunks. His eyes were no longer filled with a thirst for tools, but with a fervor for weapons. Wrench. The Black Hammer squatted once again by the test pit, holding a thunder bomb that had yet to be fitted with a fuse, examining it closely. What you said that day was indeed correct. This thing is truly suitable for warfare. What do you think would happen if we threw this into a crowd of people? The wrench's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned nonchalance on his face, saying, throw it into a crowd. Wouldn't that just cause an explosion? Shrapnel would fly everywhere. It would surely injure many people. Injure? The Black Hammer shook his head, his face full of excitement. It's not just injury, it's killing. Just this one thunder bomb thrown into a dense enemy formation could at least kill 3 to 5, injure a dozen. He stood up, returned the thunder bomb to the wrench, and brushed off the dust from his hands. Brother, these things you make are not just mining tools, they are also instruments of death. The wrench took the thunder bomb, remaining silent. He certainly knew that this thing could kill. From the moment it unexpectedly exploded at the furnace, blasting rocks apart, he had known. But he had always been reluctant to think in that direction. Everything he created was meant to improve the lives of his kin. The only creatures he had ever killed were small animals in the mountains. Yet the Black Hammer's words forced him to contemplate the lethality of the thunder bomb. That night the wrench lay on his stone bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with the Black Hammer's words from earlier that day, not just a mining tool, but also an instrument of death. He sat up, gazing at the pitch-black room, his mind a tangled mess. Create more thunder bombs for the dwarves to use in battle. He did not want that. But if he did not create them, the Black Hammer would not provide them with good things, and might even come to trouble them. Moreover, the Black Hammer was not wrong. Even if the dwarves did not use thunder bombs in battle, could their enemies not possibly produce such things to use against them? He had heard the Black Hammer speak of the last time that group of monsters invaded, during which they lost over a dozen dwarves. If only they had thunder bombs back then. The wrench shook his head, casting aside those chaotic thoughts from his mind. No more thinking. First he would finish the orders in hand. 200 thunder bombs would be enough to keep them busy for a month. As for what came after, that would be dealt with later. Days passed, and as the goblins continued to produce, the gunpowder output of the goblin settlement steadily increased. The first batch of 50 thunder bombs had already been sealed in cans neatly stacked in the warehouse, waiting for the dwarves to collect. The wrench had to check the warehouse 3 times a day to ensure there was no explosion risk. The stone fragment said he was overly anxious, but the wrench did not argue, nor did he dare to relax. That day's unexpected explosion by the furnace still frequently appeared in his nightmares. That evening, as usual, the wrench went to the warehouse for a check, preparing to return to the workshop for dinner. When passing by the test pit, he suddenly stopped. Next to the test pit, several piles of broken stones had been delivered from the mine tunnel. These stones were sent by the Black Hammer's men, claiming they were ores mined from deep within the tunnel, asking the wrench to see if they were useful. The wrench squatted down, casually picking up a piece of broken stone, examining it closely. The stone's surface was covered in fine patterns, not natural, but carved by the dwarves. He touched those patterns and suddenly recalled the runes carved by the dwarven craftsmen on metal tools. He had seen those runes before. Many dwarven warriors had weapons adorned with them, glowing faintly, with golden light, appearing both mysterious and beautiful. Staring at the broken stone in his hand, the wrench fell into a daze over the patterns. He suddenly thought of a question: why do dwarven weapons have those patterns carved on them? He remembered the Black Hammer saying that those runes could make weapons sharper and sturdier. But how do the runes achieve that? The wrench was puzzled. He threw the broken stone back into the pile, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his hands. Just then a gust of wind blew, causing the dry leaves of a nearby tree to fall. The dry leaves spun in the air as they slowly descended to the ground. Watching the falling leaf, a vision suddenly flashed through the wrench's mind. It was an image he had never seen before: 2 discs of different sizes, their edges lined with uniform teeth, tightly interlocking with each other. As one disc turned, the other turned in the opposite direction at different speeds, yet perfectly meshed together without any gaps. The wrench was taken aback. He had seen round stones, seen circular wooden wheels, but had never seen a disc with teeth along its edge. What was that? The wrench strained to remember, but he couldn't recall. That image seemed to have appeared out of nowhere in his mind, without any reason. He squatted down, picked up a branch, and began to draw on the ground. First he drew a circle, then along the edge of the circle, he sketched a row of small teeth. Then he drew another slightly smaller circle, also with a row of small teeth along the edge. The two circles leaned against each other, their teeth interlocking. What is this? The stone fragment had somehow approached and squatted beside him, looking at the crooked drawing on the ground. I don't know, the wrench shook his head. It just came to me suddenly. It looks quite interesting. The stone fragment reached out to touch the drawing on the ground. If it can really be made, it should be quite fun to spin around. The wrench said nothing, merely staring at the drawing on the ground, his eyes growing brighter. Disc teeth interlocking. If a large disc drives a smaller disc, then the smaller one would spin faster than the larger one. If reversed, if the smaller drives the larger, then the larger would spin slower. Speed could change. Power could be transmitted. Could this be the gears spoken of by the Father God? Stone fragment. The wrench suddenly stood up, grabbing the stone fragment's shoulders. Let's go. Back to the workshop. Huh? What for? The stone fragment stumbled slightly from being pulled. To make something you've never seen before. As the wrench rushed into the smelting workshop, the sky was nearly dark. The furnace in the workshop was still burning, but there was no need to refine anything anymore. A few duty goblins were sitting idly in the corner, poking at the charcoal with small wooden sticks. Seeing the wrench burst, and they were all startled, thinking something major had happened. Wrench, what's wrong? One goblin stood up, his face filled with anxiety. Did something happen to the warehouse? No. The wrench released the stone slab from his arm, quickly walked to the stone platform in the center of the workshop, and picked up a piece of burnt charcoal to start drawing on the stone. He first drew a circle. Then around the edge of the circle, he drew a series of densely packed small teeth. Next he drew a slightly smaller circle beside it, also with a row of small teeth on the edge. The two circles leaned against each other, their teeth interlocking. What is this? A few goblins gathered around, curiously staring at the drawing on the stone. It's a gear, the wrench said, without looking up, picking up another piece of charcoal to draw a horizontal rod next to the two gears with one end connecting to a small gear. This is an idea that the Father God told me before. If a large gear drives a small one, the small one will turn faster than the large one. As he explained while drawing, his fingers glided along the lines made by the charcoal, his tone growing more and more excited. If it's reversed, and the small one drives the large one, then the large one will turn slower, but with more power. Squatting beside him, the stone slab stared at the crooked drawings, scratching his bald head. Sounds quite interesting, but why didn't you think of it before? Previously the Father God only told me about the existence of gears, the wrench excitedly replied. But just now I suddenly realized what a gear is. After a while he put down the charcoal, brushed off the dust from his hands, and said, starting tomorrow we will make gears. The surrounding goblins exchanged glances. They trusted the wrench and every word he said. But this gear sounded too mystical. Two discs with a ring of teeth biting together could speed up and slow down. The stone slab didn't think too much about it. He always trusted the wrench's words, but he asked with some worry, what will we use to make them? Wood. Let's try with wood first, the wrench nodded. If wood doesn't work, we'll use bronze. Let's go chop some trees now. Now. The stone slab glanced at the pitch-black night sky outside, somewhat reluctant. But it's almost dark out there. What are you afraid of? While the stone slab was still hesitating, the wrench had already grabbed the axe, leaning against the wall, and strode out saying, we have torches, it's not like we can't see. The stone slab grimaced, but had no choice but to follow. The other goblins exchanged glances, also picking up axes and saws, carrying torches, and rushing into the night. An hour later, several thick oak logs were dragged back to the workshop. The wrench picked the straightest one and sawed it into half-foot-long wooden stumps. Then he took a stone chisel and wooden mallet, squatted down, and began to sculpt the wooden stumps. He first drew a circle, then slowly chiseled along the charcoal line with the stone chisel. Wood shavings flew everywhere, splattering all over his face. But the wood was too hard, and the stone chisel wasn't sharp enough. After chiseling for a long time, he managed to carve out the circle, but the edges of the teeth were crooked, some deep, and some shallow, some wide, and some narrow. Can this work? The stone slab squatted beside him, reaching out to touch the uneven teeth, wrinkling his nose. Let's give it a try. The wrench handed the chiseled gear to the stone slab, and picked up another wooden stump, starting to carve the second one. After 2 hours, the two crooked wooden gears were finally completed. The wrench placed them side by side, their teeth interlocking. He took a deep breath and turned the first gear. The first gear turned halfway, the second gear moved slightly, and then it got stuck. One tooth was too wide, wedging between two adjacent teeth, firmly biting together and unable to move. It stuck the stone slab side. I know. The wrench squatted down, picked up the stone chisel, and chiseled off a small piece from the too wide tooth. Then he turned it again. Click, click. This time it turned halfway and got stuck again. Another tooth was too narrow to hold on to its counterpart, sliding right past. The wrench helplessly rubbed his round head, fixing them one by one. After toiling all night as dawn broke, the two gears finally managed to barely mesh and rotate. It's turning. Watching the two wooden gears finally starting to creak, the stone slab exclaimed, "It's really..." The wrench looked at the two slowly turning gears, his eyes bloodshot, yet the excitement was still unmistakable. Though these two gears turned unevenly, and the sound was quite grating, they indeed turned. The large one made one full turn, while the small one made 1.5. It worked. The wrench sat down heavily on the ground, letting out a long breath. He carefully placed the two gears on the stone platform, and said to the stone slab, who was already struggling to keep his eyes open, "That's enough for today. Tomorrow we'll try to install them on the bellows." The stone slab yawned, groggily nodded, and then collapsed onto a nearby pile of hay, falling asleep in less than 3 seconds. The wrench was also extremely tired, but he couldn't sleep yet. He sat in front of the stone platform staring at the two wooden gears, already imagining how they would look when installed on the bellows. The lever of the bellows connected to a large gear. The large gear drove a small gear, and the small gear connected to another lever. This way the bellows, which originally blew one puff of air with one pull, could blow 2 puffs with one pull. The fire would burn brighter, and the copper would be refined faster. The more the wrench thought about it, the more excited he became, shaking off his drowsiness, and picked up the charcoal to start drawing on the stone again. 5 days later, a strange new device in the smelting workshop attracted the attention of all the goblins. The wrench stood beside the bellows, unable to conceal the smile at the corner of his mouth. A wooden large gear had been installed on the lever of the bellows. Next to the large gear was a smaller wooden gear, the two tightly meshing together. On the shaft of the small gear, there was also a metal rod, the other end of which connected to the air intake of the bellows. Watch closely. The wrench took a deep breath, gripped the lever of the bellows, and pulled hard. The large gear turned, driving the small gear. The small gear spun rapidly, causing the connected metal rod to move back and forth quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air intake of the bellows was pulled by the rod, opening and closing at a speed more than twice the usual. The flames in the furnace surged, high tongues of fire spouting half a foot from the furnace mouth, waves of heat. Wow! A dozen goblins gathered around gasped in unison, their eyes wide with wonder at the newly refurbished bellows. Sherpien was the first to react. He dashed to the furnace mouth, stretched out his hand to feel the scorching wave of heat, and exclaimed, "The fire's stronger. Stronger than before, indeed." Bansho puffed out his chest proudly and patted the whirring gears. From now on, just one goblin needs to operate the bellows, and a single pull delivers twice the airflow of before. The goblins instantly swarmed forward, jostling to touch the gear mechanism. Some marveled aloud as their fingers traced the ridged gear surfaces, others crouched beside the bellows, entranced by the rhythmic back-and-forth motion of the iron rod. Still others snatched the lever and pumped it themselves, howling with exhilaration. "Bansho, can this be traded for things?" asked the goblin, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Traded?" Bansho waved dismissively. "No, it's for our own use. First we raise the workshop's productivity. We haven't even finished the Thunderclap Grenade order yet." Thunderclap Grenade. At the mention, the goblins' earlier exuberance dimmed noticeably. Ever since accepting the dwarves' commission, they'd spent every day inside the workshop assembling thunderclap grenades. Exhausted beyond measure, they lived in constant dread, fearing that one misstep might send the entire workshop skyward in flames. One goblin muttered softly, "If only the loading of thunderclap grenades could also be handled by gears." Bansho overheard the murmur and stroked his chin thoughtfully. He turned and walked to the stone workbench in the corner of the workshop, picked up a piece of charcoal, and began sketching again. This time he did not draw gears, but a cylindrical object. At its base, he sketched a fuse across its body, countless tiny perforations, beside it a burning torch. Sherpien leaned and glanced at the sketch and recognized it immediately. "This is a thunderclap grenade." Bansho nodded, then added several small circles beside the cylinder. "I'm thinking, what if we made them larger? Not thrown by hand, but launched by something else." "Something else?" Sherpien scratched his head. "A handcart?" "No." Bansho shook his head, pointing at the gears drawn earlier on the slate. "With these, imagine a massive gear driven by many smaller ones rotating a long lever to hurl the thunderclap grenade outward." His excitement mounted as he spoke. The charcoal flew faster across the slate, utterly forgetting the anxiety he'd felt moments before about the weapon's lethal potential. Sherpien listened bewildered, but seeing Bansho's fervor, he refrained from interrupting. He simply crouched beside him, silently watching the increasingly intricate lines bloom across the slate, nodding occasionally, as though he understood every word. By dusk, Hei-Chue returned, this time alone with Tai Dun, without any dwarf warriors. They pushed a handcart laden with several large wooden casks brimming with freshly brewed savage fire brew. "Bansho, Hui's booming voice carried from afar. We've brought you fine gifts. Bansho dashed out of the workshop, his eyes lit up at the sight of the casks, then quickly settled into calm composure. Brother Hui. He approached and looked up at the dwarf. The thunderclap grenades are still in production. We'll deliver in another half-month. No rush, no rush. Hui waved a hand, squatted down to meet Bansho eye to eye. I'm not here to press for delivery. I'm here to thank you. We've been using your thunderclap grenades daily these past days, and my brothers all agree this is truly a marvel. He clapped Bansho's shoulder so hard the goblin staggered. You little folk, you're the dwarves' greatest benefit. No need to thank us, Bansho mumbled, scratching his head bashfully. You helped us mine saltpeter, and gave us so many fine things. Making thunderclap grenades is only fair. Huh. Hui laughed heartily, rising to his feet and patting the casks atop the handcart. 10 casks, enough to last you a full month. And when the thunderclap grenades are done, we'll bring an even greater gift. As he turned to leave, Bansho called out, Brother Hui, then paused, hesitating before asking. When you said before, you wanted to kill with thunderclap grenades, that was true, wasn't it? Hui halted mid-step. He turned, met Bansho's hesitant gaze, and remained silent for several seconds. True, he replied without evasion or hesitation. So, you've made up your mind. Bansho kept his head lowered, speechless, his eyes fixed on his own toes. No words came to explain what churned within him. Hui did not press. He simply stood there, one hand resting lightly on the cast, the other hanging relaxed at his side, waiting quietly and patiently. Tai Dun stood nearby, holding his breath, too awestruck to stir. Though usually boisterous, even he sensed the gravity thickening the air. After a long silence, Bansho finally lifted his head. The fiery enthusiasm from his drafting had vanished from his eyes, replaced by a deep, indescribable complexity. Brother Hui. His voice trembled with layered emotion. I don't want to kill anyone. Hui said nothing, only watched steadily. Everything I make, the saws, the handcarts, the bellows, is meant to ease my people's lives. Bansho's voice dropped lower still. Even the thunderclap grenade, I never imagined what it would become. Hui nodded. But, Bansho clenched his fists. What you said before made me think deeply. A weapon is just a tool. Whether it kills or saves, depends not on the weapon but on the hand that wields it. Exactly. Then, Bansho raised his gaze, locking eyes with Hui. If one day you use a thunderclap grenade to kill, whose act is it? Mine, or yours? Hui paused in silence for several seconds, then knelt, placed a firm but gentle hand upon Bansho's shoulder, and said, Bansho, I'll ask you something. When you forged the saw, did you ever imagine someone might use it to harm another? Bansho blinked, then slowly shook his head. And if someone did use it to wound another, would that be your fault? Bansho opened his mouth, then closed it again, wordless. I'm not here to decide for you. Hui rose, brushed dust from his knees, and continued. 1,000 words from others won't clarify it. Only your own clarity will. All I know is this: dwarves and goblins are brothers now. And I will wield the thunderclap grenade for only 3 purposes. He raised 3 fingers. First, to mine or yielding more iron, more copper. Second, to blast mountains open, making roads safer and homes sturdier. Third, he paused, his gaze held Bansho's unwaveringly, to protect our brothers. Should outsiders ever invade, to slaughter your kin, I will hurl thunderclap grenades at them. In that moment, I won't hold you responsible. I'll only deem them deserving of their fate. Bansho bowed his head. Hui said no more, turned, grasped the handcart, and walked away. Tai Dun followed, took 2 steps, and glanced back at Bansho, lips parting as if to speak, then shut them tight and hurried after Hui. Well, still think I'm uncultured? Ha ha ha. On the road, Hui finally slapped Tai Dun's shoulder and roared with laughter. The blacksmith and the ironclad pushed the handcart away. Wrench sat alone at the workshop entrance, holding a thunderbolt without a fuse. He sat there watching the blacksmith and the others leave, lost in thought. Stone Chip poked his head out of the workshop, carrying 2 bowls of wheat porridge, and handed one to Wrench, asking, Do you want to eat? Wrench shook his head. Stone Chip didn't insist, placing the porridge by Wrench's feet, and squatted down beside him, slurping it up. After finishing, he wiped his mouth, but didn't leave squatting there, afraid that Wrench might do something foolish. After a long while, Wrench suddenly spoke. Stone Chip, what do you think about the things we create? Are they good or bad? Stone Chip was taken aback, scratching his head. What's there to distinguish? A saw cuts wood, an axe chops trees, and thunderbolt blasts rocks. Aren't they all just tools? Wrench didn't respond. Stone Chip's words were rough, but made sense. He recalled the 3 phrases the blacksmith had said: mine, open mountains, protect our brothers. If they were only used for these 3 things, then thunderbolt would indeed be a good thing. But the problem is, who can guarantee that they will only do these 3 things forever? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Wrench stood up, carefully placing the thunderbolt back in the nearby wooden box, and gulped down the now cold porridge. Let's sleep, we have work to do tomorrow. Stone Chip yawned and stood up, the two of them walking back to their wooden huts one after the other. That night Wrench slept soundly without dreaming. Early the next morning smoke rose from the furnace of the smelting workshop on time. Wrench was squatting beside the test pit checking the seal on a newly made Thunderbolt. Stone Chip was next to him operating the bellows, the gears. Wrench! Wrench! A lookout goblin came rolling down the hillside, his face. Wrench stood up, dusting off his hands, and walked toward the entrance of the tribe. This time the blacksmith didn't push the handcart. Ironclad was at the forefront shouting from a distance, Wrench! Good news! Great news! What? Wrench walked over, looking at the uncontainable smile on the blacksmith's face, filled with curiosity. We found it. The blacksmith squatted down, pulling out a fist-sized piece of white stone from his pocket and handing it to Wrench. Saltpeter. A large amount of saltpeter. It's more than 10 times bigger than the cave in your back mountain. Wrench took the stone, feeling its coldness and smooth surface, confirming it was indeed saltpeter. Where did you find it? Seeing the unexpected abundance of saltpeter, he asked excitedly. In the depths of the mine. The blacksmith slapped Ironclad's shoulder, causing him to grimace. Yesterday we used Thunderbolt to blast open a rock layer, and the back was filled with saltpeter. An entire vein. It will definitely last us a long time. Really? Wrench's eyes sparkled. There can't be any doubt about it. The blacksmith stood up, pointing at the dwarves carrying the animal skin bags behind him. Look, I brought back all the freshly mined saltpeter, a whole dozen bags. No way. Chun Dao, listening to the conversation between Wrench and the blacksmith below, had his brains suddenly. A saltpeter vein. He distinctly remembered that he had only loaded a sulfur vein card, which included a small saltpeter companion mine located in the cave behind the goblin settlement. Where did the dwarves get the saltpeter from? Moreover, from the blacksmith's description, it was an entire vein, far exceeding the companion mine on the goblin side. He hadn't checked on the dwarves for a while. How did they suddenly produce such a thing? It didn't make sense. Chun Dao didn't immediately reveal himself, but opened the Divine Domain Management panel to pull up the mineral distribution map. Divine Domain Mineral Resource Distribution, owned veins: iron, ore vein medium, 2 coal vein medium, 2 copper tin companion vein, small sulfur vein, small companion saltpeter, small, naturally generated veins. Chun Dao's gaze instantly locked onto the last line. Naturally generated veins, this thing hadn't existed before. He clicked on the details and lines of information popped up, detected that the energy concentration of the Divine Domain has surpassed the critical value. Current Divine Domain energy level 3 active. Under sufficient energy, the Divine Domain will randomly generate mineral resources. Generated resources: saltpeter vein medium. Generation time, 72 hours ago. Chun Dao stared at the screen, his eyes gradually brightening. Sufficient energy, naturally generated minerals. This mechanism hadn't appeared before because the energy level of the Divine Domain had always been insufficient. After promoting to the 3rd transition, the energy concentration of the Divine Domain's lower level significantly increased. Combined with the steady development of the dwarves and goblins, the faith value output stabilized, and the entire energy cycle of the Divine Domain had entered a virtuous cycle. In simple terms, the Divine Domain had come to life. It was no longer just passively bearing the resources loaded by Chun Dao, but actively nurturing its own mineral deposits. It was like a real piece of land. As long as there was enough energy to nourish it, it would grow things on its own. This meant that if he were lucky in the future, he might not even need to spend faith values to buy veins, and could even package and sell the generated useless veins. After calming his excited heart, Chun Dao looked back down at the blacksmith and Wrench. Blacksmith brother, after seeing those dozen bags of saltpeter, Wrench turned around and looked at the blacksmith. What do you mean by this? The blacksmith grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile. I want to invite you all to move near the fortress. Wrench was taken aback. We found an empty plot near the mine entrance. The terrain is flatter than here, and it's closer to the saltpeter vein. The blacksmith squatted down and drew a rough map on the ground. You can build a new workshop there specifically for making gunpowder and Thunderbolt, while we dwarves will be responsible for mining saltpeter and transporting materials. You just need to focus on production. How about it? The Wrench fell silent for a long time. The stone piece beside him was anxiously stamping his feet. The smile on Black Hammer's face gradually faded, and even the dwarves carrying leather bags began to whisper among themselves. Wrench, the stone piece could not help but call out again, tugging at his arm. You need to speak. We can't move. If we do, we're done for. I know. The Wrench finally spoke, his voice soft, but bringing an immediate hush to everyone. He did not look at the stone piece, but stared at Black Hammer. Black Hammer was also looking at him. The two leaders, one tall and one short, locked eyes across a few steps. Brother Black Hammer, the Wrench said, do you truly want us to move for our sake, or is it just to conveniently access the Thunderboom? Black Hammer paused for a moment, then grinned. You little one, you speak quite directly. He crouched down, resting his battle axe on his knee, and looked straight at the Wrench. If I say it's for your good, would you believe me? The wrench did not answer. If I say it's for the thunderboom, would you believe me? Black Hammer asked again. The wrench remained silent. Both are true, Black Hammer answered himself, his tone candid without a hint of concealment. I want to be closer to you because the things you make are useful. It makes it easier for us to mine spirit stone, and it's convenient for you to make thunderboom. Both sides will benefit. But I genuinely feel that you live too far away. If something happens, we won't be able to help in time. He paused, then pointed towards the direction of the dwarven fortress. Last time you had an explosion here, we rushed over from the fortress, crossed 2 mountains, and it took us almost an hour. If a serious incident occurs in such a long time, you might all be dead. The wrench followed his finger and looked westward. The continuous mountain range seemed endless, indeed very far. Brother Black Hammer. The wrench withdrew his gaze and looked at Black Hammer again. If we don't move, will you still provide us with spirit stone? Black Hammer did not hesitate, patting his chest. Of course. We dwarves never go back on our word. What if we only move part of it? Black Hammer paused, a bit confused, and asked, part of it? Yes. The wrench nodded, a vague idea rapidly taking shape in his mind. Between your fortress and our settlement, choose a location to build a new workshop specifically for producing gunpowder and thunderboom. We'll send half the goblins to live there responsible for production, while the other half stays here to continue our work. As he spoke, he crouched down, picking up a stick, and began drawing on the ground. He drew a circle on the left and wrote, Dwarven Fortress. On the right, he drew another circle and wrote, Goblin Settlement. Then in between the 2 circles, he drew a large pentagram. The new workshop will be built here. The wrench pointed at the pentagram with the stick. It's close to the spirit stone vein, and also near the fortress, so you can transport the spirit stone directly to us, and we can hand over the thunderboom you've made directly to you. He raised his head, looking at Black Hammer. This way it's convenient for you, and it's convenient for us, and... He paused, gathering his thoughts before slowly speaking. And if something happens one day, at least half of our kin will remain in the old settlement, so not all will perish inside. This was said quite straightforwardly. So straightforward that even the stone piece was startled, not expecting the wrench to say such things in front of Black Hammer. This statement caused the dwarves behind Black Hammer to start whispering among themselves, some already frowning, clearly displeased with the wrench's words. But Black Hammer was not angry. He just stared at the wrench for a long time. Then he smiled, laughing louder and more heartily than before. He seemed to take no offense at the wrench's words. In his heart, he felt that the goblin race was also serving the master. Their sharp considerations made Black Hammer even more gratified. Great. He slapped his knee and stood up. Let's do as you said. Move half, leave half. Ironblock was anxious, moving closer to say something. Black Hammer raised his hand to interrupt him. The wrench is right. They are our brothers, not our slaves. The fact that they are willing to move half over is already showing us great respect. He turned to look at the wrench, extending his hand. Where the new workshop will be built is up to you to decide. How big it will be is up to you. How many dwarves are needed to help is also up to you. We will only provide the labor and materials, nothing else. The wrench looked at that rough, calloused palm, hesitated for a moment, and then extended his own hand. The 2 hands clasped tightly together. The wrench's hand was firmly enveloped by Black Hammer's rough palm. Then it settled, the wrench said. Settled. Black Hammer shook it firmly before releasing his grip and turning to shout at the dwarves behind him. Did you all hear that? After we go back, clear out a piece of land for me right at the foot of the mountain to the west, near the entrance of the mine. We heard you. The dwarves replied in unison. Black Hammer turned back, patting the wrench on the shoulder. Tomorrow, I will bring people over to help you choose a site for the workshop. You all get ready and think about what to bring over. All right, the wrench nodded. After receiving the response, Black Hammer left with the dwarves. Ironblock followed behind him, took a few steps, then looked back at the wrench, wanting to say something, but ultimately closed his mouth and jogged to catch up with the group. After the dwarves left, the wrench squatted next to the map he had drawn, staring blankly at the pentagram on the ground. The stone piece squatted beside him, still holding the stick and drawing circles on the ground. Wrench, the stone piece finally spoke, his voice muffled. Are you really sure? Moving half over. Then? Who goes and who stays? The wrench fell silent. This was the most difficult question. The goblins going to the new workshop would mean leaving their familiar home to live under the dwarves' watch. Although Black Hammer said he would not interfere, the feeling of living under someone else's roof was ultimately uncomfortable. The goblins who stayed in the old settlement would be safe, but it meant saying goodbye to the most advanced inventions. The new workshop would certainly be making gunpowder and thunderboom, which were the most exciting things. Who wouldn't want to participate? Let those who want to go. The wrench stood up, brushing off the dirt from his knees. No forcing, no assigning. Whoever wants to go to the new workshop can sign up. But what if no one signs up? The stone piece asked. Impossible, the wrench shook his head. Gunpowder and thunderboom are our most important things right now. There will definitely be people who want to go. The stone piece thought for a moment and felt that made sense. He really wanted to go. Although he said they couldn't move when it came to making gunpowder at the new workshop, his heart still felt astir. The wrench looked at him saying nothing. The stone piece felt uneasy under his gaze and took a step back. What are you looking at me for? I'm not staying. I want to go to the new workshop. I know. The wrench withdrew his gaze as if he had made a certain decision, turning to walk towards the workshop. I'm staying here. After the wrench finished speaking, he turned and walked into the workshop. Shipian stood there watching his retreating figure, opening his mouth, but not knowing what to say. He wanted to catch up, but lacked the courage. Wrench. He called softly, his voice quickly drowned out by the winds in the valley. No one responded. Shipian stood alone at the workshop entrance for a long time, thinking many thoughts, and finally sighed, before turning to walk towards his wooden hut. That night the goblin settlement was exceptionally quiet. There were no chattering noises, no raucous dancing around the bonfire, and even the young goblins were kept indoors by their parents, not allowed to go out. Each wooden hut was lit by faint firelight. The goblins gathered in small groups, quietly discussing the relocation. Do you want to go to the new workshop? I don't know. How about you? I want to go. I heard that good items made by the dwarves can be obtained, but it's too close to the dwarves. What if? Didn't the wrench say? Move half and leave half. Even if something happens, we won't lose everything. But who will go and who will stay? The wrench said to sign up voluntarily. What if too many people want to go? That's impossible. A look at Shipian. He will definitely be the first to sign up. Shipian, didn't he oppose the move? What does opposing matter? That person, while saying he doesn't want to, will run faster than anyone when good things come along. Similar conversations repeated in every wooden hut. Some wanted to go, some didn't. Some wanted to go, but were too scared, while others didn't want to go, but feared being left behind. Only the wrench's hut was dark. He did not hang a torch, just lay alone on the stone bed, staring at the pitch black ceiling, his mind filled with the conversations from the day. He did not know what it meant to agree with Blackhammer. He did not understand why he had been so certain to stay back. He did not know if he was making the right decision. But he knew this was the best solution he could think of. Move half, leave, advance to attack, retreat to defend. It neither offends the dwarves nor puts the lives of the entire clan in someone else's hands. Father God. The wrench murmured softly, am I doing the right thing? His small body curled up slowly on the stone bed. No one answered him. Outside, the night wind rustled through the trees. The next morning Blackhammer arrived as promised, reaching the place around the same time as the wrench. This time he brought 30 dwarves and even had 2 trolls following. Each held a pickaxe and shovel with several handcarts behind them filled with wood and stone. Wrench. Blackhammer's loud voice echoed from a distance. We are here. Where do you want the new workshop? The wrench walked over from several dozen meters away, dark circles under his eyes, evidently having not slept all night. He pointed to a nearby empty space, clearly having observed it for some time. Right here. Blackhammer came over to take a look and nodded. All right, this place is close to the mine, and the terrain is flat, suitable for building a workshop. He stood up and waved to the dwarves behind him. Did you all hear that? Right here. Let's get to work. The dwarves and trolls responded in unison, shouldering their tools and rushing forward. Some began leveling the ground, some started digging the foundation, and others ran to the nearby woods to chop wood, bustling and orderly. The wrench stood by, watching, his heart mixed with emotions. These dwarves worked efficiently, far surpassing the clumsy goblins. But precisely because of this, he was even more worried. If the dwarves turned against them one day, the goblins would have no chance to fight back against their strength. Wrench. Blackhammer walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't think too much, or we are brothers. The wrench looked up at his rugged face, trying to see some hesitation in his eyes. But Blackhammer's gaze was very open, so open that it made the wrench feel somewhat petty. The wrench nodded, saying nothing more. In the following days, the construction of the new workshop was in full swing. 30 dwarves took turns working, leveling the ground and building stone walls during the day, and continuing to work by torchlight at night. The goblins were also busy. Shipian led 20 goblins to dismantle the tools, molds, and bellows from the smelting workshop, transporting them to the new workshop, one cartload after another. Meanwhile, the wrench took the remaining goblins to continue producing thunder bombs in the old settlement. With 200 orders still unfinished, they could not delay delivery because of the relocation. Days passed by. By the 5th day, the framework of the new workshop was already up. 3 stone furnaces stood side by side, their chimneys pointing straight to the sky. Beside it was a spacious workshop with a floor paved with even stone slabs and walls built with thick stones 3 times larger than the old settlement's smelting workshop. Behind the workshop were 3 independent warehouses used to store sulfur nitrate and charcoal. Each warehouse's walls were deliberately thickened, and a wooden sign hung at the entrance saying no torches allowed. This was specifically requested by the wrench, and although Blackhammer felt it was unnecessary, he still complied. Wrench. Look here. Blackhammer stood at the new workshop's entrance, arms wide open, face full of pride. How about it? Our craftsmanship is not bad, right? The wrench walked inside, looking at the tidy appearance of the new workshop, nodded. Very good, much better than our original one. Of course. Black Hammer slapped the stone furnace. As for our dwarves, we are definitely good workers. The wrench forced a smile, not responding. He turned and walked out of the workshop, gazing at the distant mountain range. That direction was where the old settlement lay. Brother Blackhammer, he spoke up. Tomorrow I will have Shipian bring 40 goblins over to officially start producing gunpowder. All right. Blackhammer readily agreed, patting his proud beard with satisfaction. We are ready here. 2 nitrate is always available, and we will also help bring over sulfur. There's one more thing. You say? The wrench turned around, looking at Blackhammer, his small body now stubbornly staring back at him. The affairs of the new workshop will be entirely handled by Shipian. I will not come. The wrench did not hide. Although thunder bombs are useful, their power is not strong enough, and their range is not far enough. The wrench did not hide. Although thunder bombs are useful, their power is not strong enough, and their range is not far enough. I want to create a larger one that can be thrown further. Blackhammer stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. All right, then you research. If you need any materials, just tell me. We dwarves may not have much, but we have plenty of iron and copper pipes. Good. The wrench nodded. Early the next morning, Shipian set off with 40 goblins in a grand procession. Each one carried bulging beast skin bags filled with their change of clothes, some tools, and a few pieces of dry rations. Shipian walked at the forefront, bearing the bronze saw crafted for him by the wrench on his shoulder, with a small iron hammer tucked at his waist, appearing quite formidable among the goblins. Shipian, the wrench shouted at him from the entrance of the settlement. The new workshop is in your hands. Do a good job. Don't worry. Shipian turned around and waved his hand vigorously, saying, once I get things settled over there, I'll come back for you. The wrench smiled, but did not respond. He watched as Shipian and the 40 goblins gradually disappeared into the mountains and forests until they were no longer visible, before turning back towards the workshop. The workshop was empty. Without Shipian's loud shouts and the goblins chattering, even the fire in the furnace seemed dimmer than usual. The wrench stood alone in the center of the workshop, gazing at the disassembled tool racks, feeling a sudden emptiness in his heart. He took a deep breath, shook his head, and dispelled the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Then he approached the stone platform, picked up some charcoal, and continued to draw. Gears, thunderous explosive throwing device. These lines gradually came together under his pen, transforming into a colossal machine he had never seen before. The new workshop was bustling with activity. Shipian, with the help of the dwarves, quickly ignited all 3 stone furnaces. On the 5th day, the first batch of gunpowder was successfully produced. Shipian carefully poured the gray-black powder into a ceramic jar, sealed it, inserted a fuse, and then detonated it in the testing pit. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, stones flew, and the ground was blasted into a half-meter wide pit. Though not perfect, its power was already quite impressive. It worked! It worked! Shipian jumped up in excitement, hugging a nearby dwarf and kissing him on the face. The dwarf was taken aback, and the goblins nearby laughed uncontrollably. When the news reached the old settlement, the wrench was squatting at the workshop entrance, drawing intricate lines in the dirt with a stick. He listened to the report from the goblin messenger, merely grunting in response, without lifting his head. Wrench, aren't you happy? The goblin messenger asked, puzzled. Happy? The wrench replied, still not looking up, but his tone betrayed no hint of joy. He simply focused on the lines in the dirt, drawing with the stick, completing one line only to erase it, erasing it only to redraw. The lines grew increasingly complex and dense, transforming from simple circles to ellipses, from ellipses to parabolas, and then from parabolas to a myriad of intricate symbols. These numbers and symbols were invented by the wrench himself. He did not understand mathematical formulas, but he possessed an innate intuition. He had an almost instinctual sensitivity to the trajectories of objects, force, and angles. This was his unique. Chun Dao hovered in the sky, gazing down at the solitary figure below, feeling that he should do something. The matters to ponder over these few short days were simply too much for a small goblin. Wrench. Chun Dao's voice resonated in his mind, gentle yet commanding. The wrench suddenly froze, stopping in his tracks. He immediately dropped the stick, bent his knee, and knelt down, saying, Father God. Get up, Chun Dao said. I ask you, what are you drawing? The wrench stood up, looked up at the sky, and his small eyes sparkled with excitement. Father God, I am drawing something that can throw thunderous explosives. Throw thunderous explosives? Yes. The wrench excitedly babbled, squatting down and pointing at the densely packed lines on the ground. Father God, look, this is a big frame with thunderous explosives on this side and many gears on this side, along with this long rod. He spoke rapidly, gesturing with his fingers across the crooked lines, his voice growing faster and more. And if I press down on this rod, this end will lift up and fling the thunderous explosive far away. Chun Dao looked at the chaotic lines on the ground, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. He did not tell the wrench that this thing was actually called a catapult. He also did not mention that the principle of the catapult was quite simple, a lever. He said nothing. He merely observed quietly watching this small goblin only about a meter tall use a stick and a stone slab to recreate the path humanity had traveled over thousands of years. Very good, Chun Dao's voice carried an almost imperceptible satisfaction. Continue. The wrench was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously, saying yes. Father God. He squatted down again, picked up the stick, and continued to draw. This time, he drew faster, and with more focus, as if Chun Dao's words had given him boundless strength. Over the next 3 days, the wrench came to the front of the workshop every day before dawn to draw his blueprints. The goblins who remained in the tribe watched the wrench with a serious demeanor, coming over to observe him while he drew. Though they did not know what he was drawing, they vaguely felt that they were becoming smarter. On the 4th morning, when the first rays of sunlight hit the stone slab at the workshop entrance, the wrench finally discarded the worn stick in his hand. All right, this time the drawing on the ground was no longer a chaotic mess of lines, but a complete blueprint. On the left, a tall wooden frame was drawn with a thick wooden rod lying across the top. One end of the wooden rod depicted a massive counterweight box, while the other end illustrated a long throwing arm with a round thunderous explosive depicted at the tip. The base of the wooden frame was covered in gears of various sizes, some used to pull the throwing arm, some to control the release, and others to adjust the angle. The wrench gazed at the blueprint, growing increasingly satisfied. Although it looked simple, it was the result of 3 days of intense contemplation. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his rear, turned, and walked into the workshop, rummaging through a forgotten piece of charcoal in the corner, and awkwardly wrote a line on the stone slab. Can throw 300 steps. After writing it, he was momentarily stunned, scratching his head, and crossed out 300 steps, changing it to 100 steps. But after a moment's thought, he felt it was too little, scratched it out again, and changed it to 200 steps. Then he stared at the line for quite a while, ultimately crossing out the numbers, and leaving just 4 words, can throw, ding. Detected that your follower wrench has successfully developed a new type of weapon, catapult, power level approximately level 3, launching thunderous explosives. Ding. Your follower wrench has made significant breakthroughs in the field of engineering. Career changed none. Goblin Engineer Jr. Goblin Engineer Jr. Traits 1. Blueprint simulation, increased probability of inspiration when inventing new machinery. 2. Engineering heritage enhances the efficiency of guiding other goblins in engineering knowledge. Current follower wrench personal information has been updated. Name, wrench, race, goblin, occupation, goblin engineer, junior level, level 1, talent, introduction to engineering, mastery of disassembly, inventive intuition, evaluation, born wise. The next day, Chun Dao sat up in bed and habitually stretched. Ever since the goblin settlement got on the right track, his sleep quality had improved significantly. The assembly of the trebuchet had already begun at the wrench station. The stone shards in the new workshop were being produced day and night by 40 goblins, continuously making gunpowder and thunderclap bombs. The dwarves were also full of enthusiasm, and the discovery of the niter vein had everyone eagerly anticipating the practical applications following the thunderclap bombs. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Chun Dao picked up the terminal from his bedside, and as he activated the screen, a prominent notification popped up. Jiangxing No. 1 High School Divine Development Academy notification. Title notification for school-level friendship match registration content. To further strengthen inter-school exchanges and enhance students' practical abilities, our school will hold a friendship match with Jiangxing No. 2 High School in 3 days. The competition will take the form of virtual battles, and students may voluntarily register to participate. Winners will receive resource rewards provided by the school. Specific rewards below. Students interested in participating should complete their registration by 1800 today. Competition time starts at 9:00 3 days later. Competition format: team, individual match, maximum of 3 people per team, randomly matched battles. Rewards: champion team. Each member may choose 1 family card or resource card worth no more than 3000 faith points. Runner-up T. Third place team. Each member receives 5000 faith points for trading. Note: in this competition, friendship comes first, competition second. Chun Dao stared at the screen for a few seconds, contemplating whether to participate in this friendship match. 3 days later. The task commissioned by Hawk wouldn't start for another 10 days, so there was no conflict in time. Moreover, the rewards were indeed attractive. A champion team would get 3000 faith points worth of family cards or resource cards, which was no small sum for him. He only had a few thousand faith points left, barely scraping by, and this month he could also load another domain card into his divine realm. The school's resources should be exploited while they were available. As for the competition format, it was still a virtual battle where the family members wouldn't truly die, making the risks almost non-existent. Let's do it. Chun Dao did not hesitate and directly clicked on the registration link. After filling in his information, he casually forwarded the notification to Shun Yi and Lin Qingxue, attaching a message: Chun Dao friendship match, should we register? In less than 10 seconds, Shun Yi's message popped up and a series of exclamation marks conveyed his excitement through the screen. Shin Yi, register. We must register. Brother Chin, you have already signed up. How can I back down? 30000 faith points. It's rare for the school to be generous. I can't just ignore this. Then Lin King's message arrived succinct and to the point. Lin Qingxue register. Chun Dao smiled, filled in the team information for the three of them, and submitted the registration. Then he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and together with the other two sank their consciousness into the divine. Welcome back, great sacred forge fire, father of steel, and art master of forging. Welcome back, great undying wild blood, father of strength and rebirth, lord of the wilderness. Welcome back, great silver moon, silent shadow, mother of forests and precision, lord of the wind hunter. The moment Chun Dao's consciousness sank into the divine realm, he felt two familiar presences descending at the same time. Shun Yi's divine power surged fiercely and wildly, and even through the divine realm's barrier one could feel that unreasonable ferocity. Lin Qingxue's divine power, on the other hand, was completely opposite, silently seeping in without any impatience. The three divine powers converged above the black rock fortress, weaving together in tacit harmony. Chun Dao nodded slightly as the flame avatar slowly condensed above the fortress. Meanwhile, in the fortress square, two beams of light illuminated simultaneously. On the left, a dark red light gate tore through the air, and Shun Yi's avatar stepped out from within. His image was as wild as ever. Standing 2 meters tall, his body covered in totem patterns, muscles bulging like rock, holding a giant hammer engulfed in flames in his left hand, with countless battle scars wrapped around his right arm. "Ha! Brother Chun, Lin Qingxue." Shin Yi's voice was as loud as ever. If it weren't for this being a conversation infused with divine power, the goblins below would probably think he was angry. This place is still so lively. And as soon as his avatar appeared, the giants unloading cargo in the square immediately erupted in excitement. Golu was the first to drop the boulder basket he was holding and knelt down with a thud, his green face filled with flattery. "My king." Other giants also knelt down one after another, all of them excitedly howling, eager to rush up and hug. Shun Yi proudly patted Gulu's head, a piece of wheat straw inexplicably stuck in his mouth. Get up, no need for all this formality, just get to work." On the right, a silvery light gate silently unfolded, and Lin Qingxue's avatar walked out. Her image was exquisite and cold. Tall and slender, enveloped in a faint glow, her long hair cascaded like a galaxy, holding a silver longbow in her hand. She said nothing, merely nodded slightly, her gaze directed at the elves. As the elves saw Lin Qingxue's gaze upon them, they immediately knelt on one knee in a synchronized manner. Alier knelt in the front, her silver eyes cast down, her voice trembling with suppressed excitement. "My lord, welcome your arrival." "Get up." Lin Qingxue's voice was cold, yet carried the authority of a deity. No need for such formalities. The three divine avatars hovered above the fortress, their three colors of light interweaving and illuminating the square below. He Xiao looked up at Chun Dao's flame avatar, kneeling on one knee, quietly waiting for Chun Dao's divine decree. Gulu, on the other hand, lay on the ground, muttering Shun Yi's divine name. The elves also knelt in reverence, not making any unnecessary movements. "Everyone get up." Chun Dao spoke first, his voice echoing throughout the square. Dwarves, giants, elves, and dozens of goblins all stood up, their gazes fixed toward the sky. Chun Dao's flame avatar leaned slightly forward, as if watching each face below. "In 90 days there will be a battle. Just like the first time, your consciousness will battle, and you won't truly die." Chun Dao added, observing the nervous expressions of the family members below. Tai Dun's tense shoulders instantly relaxed, and he let out a sound, almost laughing, but was elbowed back by He Xiao. "But the opponents won't be weak." Shun Yi's avatar interrupted, his voice louder than Chun Dao's by more than double. "If you lose, you'll not only lose face, but also mine." As he spoke, the piece of wheat straw in his mouth had somehow transformed into a burning dark red cigarette resting at the corner of his mouth, giving him a fierce yet amusing appearance. Gulu immediately stood up, pounding his chest and howling. "My king, rest assured. We will definitely smash our opponents into meat patties." "Smash them into meat patties," the giants echoed in unison, howling. Lin Qingxue's avatar remained silent, merely tilting her head, slightly glancing at Alier. Alier immediately knelt on one knee, a sharp glimmer flashing in her silver eyes. "My lord, we will ensure every arrow strikes true into the enemy's throat." He Xiao listened to the words from both sides, planted his battle axe into the ground, producing a dull clang. "The dwarves will not lose." He raised his head, his dark, golden vertical pupils locking onto Chun Dao's avatar. "My lord, in 90 days, I will definitely lead my kin and the goblin brothers to slay all enemies for you." Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. On the day of the competition, at 7 in the morning, the entrance of Jiangxingno One High School's gymnasium was already packed with people. Although this friendly match was jointly organized by Jiangxingno One High School and Jiangxingno Two High School, the venue was set in the virtual battle hall of No. One High School. The venue, which could accommodate thousands, was now completely full, with spectators crowding in the viewing area. Students from all grades rushed to see the excitement. As Chen Dao entered the player tunnel with Shun Yi and Lin Qingxue, he immediately spotted the gigantic virtual projection hovering in the center of the hall. The battle list had just been displayed. A total of 64 teams were participating, most of which were 3-member teams, with a few 2-person teams or solo players. The competition format was straightforward elimination rounds, advancing through each stage. There are quite a few people here, Shun Yi said, looking around excitedly and rubbing his hands. Brother Chen, how far do you think we can go? To win the championship, Chen Dao replied without hesitation. Shun Yi was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Alright, just because you said that, I have to grab those 30,000 faith points today. Lin Qingxue stood beside them quietly, listening to Chen Dao and Shun Yi joke around. At 9 o'clock sharp, the competition officially began. In the first round, the red team, Chen Dao, Shen Yi, and Qingxue, faced off against the blue team, a trio from No. 2 High School. As the virtual battlefield loaded, the three of them immediately executed the most conventional tactics. Lin Qingxue's elf archer seized the high ground, suppressing the enemy's backline at the first opportunity. Shun Yi's troll charged heat in, tearing through the enemy's formation with his terrifying physique and recovery abilities. Meanwhile, Chen Dao's dwarf, under the guidance of the Black Hammer, completed the encirclement from the flank with the thunderous grenades thrown by the goblins. The battle lasted less than an hour from start to finish. The blue team's faction couldn't organize even a decent resistance before being completely defeated. Winner red team. The second, third, and fourth matches followed, and they swept through effortlessly. Chen Dao's dwarf, combined with the goblins' thunderous grenades, had become a nightmare for everyone. Those dwarf warriors, known for their toughness, combined with the goblins continuously throwing explosives, created a deafening roar that could shatter the morale of the opposing faction. After 3 rounds, there were hardly any records of the opposing faction being killed in their team. Many in the viewing area had started to discuss. Who is that red team? They're so fierce. The leader is called Chen Dao. Oh, he seemed to rank high in the last monthly exam. The main faction is dwarves. They look unremarkable, but they are indeed ferocious in battle. Don't just talk about the dwarves, those goblins are quite remarkable too. It hasn't been long, and they've already developed gunpowder. Did they use some sort of shortcut? And that girl's elf archer not only shoots accurately, but I noticed all her arrows are made of iron. The semifinals were now within reach. However, just as the list of semifinalists refreshed on the projection, the entire venue fell silent for a moment. The semifinals were now within reach. However, just as the list of semifinalists refreshed on the projection, the entire venue fell silent for a moment. Red team, Chen Dao, Shen Yi, and Qingxue. Blue team, Su Moyang, solo. Shun Yi was taken aback, scratching his head. What kind of person is this? How did he make it to the semifinals alone? Chen Dao frowned as well. A solo player was actually able to reach the semifinals. He instinctively glanced towards the direction of the opposing player area. The boy named Su Moyang sat quietly in a corner, wearing a faded school uniform and black-rimmed glasses. He looked rather unremarkable, completely unlike a top-tier player. However, the faint aura of divine power emanating from him made Chen Dao's heart skip a beat. That aura was pure, holy, radiating an unassailable pressure. Chen Dao's heart trembled, and a bad premonition flashed through his mind. His faction couldn't possibly be an angel. The moment the virtual battlefield loaded, Chen Dao felt something was amiss. The battlefield before him was an endless white plain, the ground so smooth it seemed artificially level. The sky had no clouds or sun, only a uniform blinding white light pouring down from above. There were no cover, no high ground, and no rivers. It was an utterly flat expanse. This map. Even Shun Yi, who usually was oblivious, sensed something was off. Why does it feel so strange? Lin Qingxue said nothing, but her slightly clenched fists revealed her inner unease. Chen Dao didn't rush to summon his faction, but first released his divine sense to perceive the entire battlefield. There was nothing around. Let's summon the faction first. Seeing that there was no information for the time being, Chen Dao had no choice but to call out his faction. 3 portals of light opened simultaneously on the plain. From the golden-red portal, the Black Hammer led the dwarf warriors and 50 goblins out in a single file. After this period of development, the number of dwarf warriors had expanded to 200 each, wearing chainmail forged from fine iron, wielding battle axes, and carrying 5 finely made throwing spears on their backs. Tai Dan led the way at the front. His magma earth dragon form was now larger than before, making him appear like a moving mountain among the dwarfs. Following behind was a group of goblins led by the wrench, dragging 2 enormous catapults and several carts of thunderous grenades. From the dark red portal, Gulu led 60 trolls roaring out. They appeared even more formidable than before, each wielding heavy obsidian hammers and donned in custom-made iron armor, causing the ground to tremble with every step. From the silver-white portal, Alier and 60 elf archers silently materialized. The crude longbows they held had all been replaced with sturdy bows crafted by the dwarves, and their quivers were filled with arrows tipped with iron heads. The 4 teams arranged themselves on the plain. Dwarves in the center, trolls on the left, elves on the right, and goblins constantly following behind. Neat and orderly, they looked imposing. Then the portal on the opposite side slowly opened. It was a pure white portal with soft golden light flowing at the edges, and a low chant reminiscent of a holy song faintly emanating from within. Chun Dao stared intently at the portal, and his unease grew stronger. The first angel stepped out of it. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, it was covered entirely in silver-white armor, with faint golden runes flowing across the surface. It unfolded a pair of massive white wings behind it, each feather radiating a holy glow. Its face resembled that of a human, but its features were so exquisite that it seemed less than human, more like a perfect creation. Its eyes had no pupils, only a pure golden halo coldly gazing forward. In its hand was a long sword engulfed in white flames, emanating a scorching heat that could be felt even from hundreds of meters away. On the white plain, 4 sacred figures stood silently. They made no unnecessary movements. The 4 angels merely stood there, their wings slightly folded, their flaming swords pointing to the ground. In the golden pupils the dark array opposite them was reflected, yet there was no fluctuation of emotion, as if they were waiting for the other side to make the first move. For angels. Shen Yi swallowed hard, his voice unusually shaky. Just for this is too underestimated. Lin Qingxue said nothing, but a rare hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Chen Dao stared at the 4 figures, his mind racing. Angels. Even the lowest-ranking angels stood at the pinnacle of the initial blessed clans. They possessed innate high resistance to darkness, flames, and physical attacks, and had the ability to fly, making them nearly unbeatable in open terrain. Even more terrifying was that angels shared an innate combat synergy. Requiring no words, they could execute complex tactical maneuvers solely through perception. For angels could form a complete combat team. Moreover, the most crucial point was whether this Su Moyong had only these 4 angels, or if he had summoned more. This Sun Zong. Truly terrifying, Chun Dao thought in shock, yet his expression remained impassive. Soon the battlefield fell into a brief silence. The 4 angels exuded no violent aura, not even a hint of murderous intent. Yet it was this extreme calmness that set off alarm bells in Chun Dao's heart. True powerhouses never need to flaunt their strength. Below, the Black Hammer observed the angels standing in the distance, took a deep breath, suppressed his unease, and began commanding the main force. Dwarves form up, prepare to throw spears. Aerial elves spread out, use armor-piercing arrows for an initial strike. Wrench set up the catapults and load the thunder bombs. Gulu trolls, brace yourselves, charge after the dwarves throw their spears. The commands were issued and the dark array began to move in an orderly fashion. The dwarves moved forward 20 steps, the first row kneeling on the ground, the second row raised their battle axes to protect the flanks, while the third row's spear throwers prepared to launch. Tai Dan rode on the back of a lava land dragon, the dragon's tail nervously whipping the ground, producing a muffled thudding sound. Ariel led 100 elven archers, silently spreading into 3 rows. Each archer drew an iron arrow from their quiver, drew their bowstring taut, and aimed at the 4 angels. Wrench crouched behind the catapult, holding a black thunder bomb, grinning at the goblins behind him. Wait for my command to release the catapult. Gulu led 60 trolls, standing at the front, looking poised for action. Everything was ready. The Black Hammer raised his right hand, and then gently lowered it. Release. As soon as he spoke, 70 spears were simultaneously launched, carving dense arcs through the air, raining down like a black storm upon the 4 angels. Following closely were the armor-piercing arrows from the elven archers, 100 arrows slicing through the air, with sharp whistling sounds hurtling towards the angels in the sky. The catapult's winch also sprang into action, launching 2 watermelon-sized thunder bombs roaring toward the center of the angel array. Hundreds of attacks flooded the air, almost obscuring the sky over the white plain. However, after the rain of arrows, the white plain returned to a deathly silence. The Black Hammer maintained the throwing posture, his arms still raised, but his eyes fixed on the area covered by the attack. As the dust began to settle, he saw a pair of wings unfurling. Pure white feathers without a trace of char, not a single scratch, not even a feather broken. The 4 angels maintained their initial positions, not even moving their feet. The leading angel finally lowered the raised long sword. His golden pupils scanned the dark array of the 4 clans, devoid of any emotion, yet carrying a hint of compassion. You should not be doing this. The angel spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. That voice was gentle like a spring breeze, yet it carried an undeniable certainty, as if declaring a conclusion that had long been predetermined. Hearing these words, the Black Hammer's hands trembled, nearly dropping his battle axe to the ground. He could not understand why the angel said this. Yet he felt that this group of angels could eliminate him in an instant. Fire again. He gritted his teeth and raised his right hand once more. 70 spears were launched again, 100 arrows shot forth again, and 2 thunderbombs roared out again. This attack was even denser and fiercer than the first round. However, this time the 4 angels moved simultaneously. They did not evade but stepped forward to meet the rain of arrows. The leading angel waved his long sword, and a white blade flew out heading toward the dense volley of spears and arrows. Buzz! At the moment of collision between the blade and the rain of arrows, a low hum resonated. The spears and arrows in the air seemed to hit an invisible wall, halting in midair before falling helplessly to the ground. The 2 thunderbombs, however, passed through the light arc. They struck a few meters in front of the angel array, exploding with a loud bang. Fragments of stone flew everywhere. Yet when the smoke cleared, the 4 angels still stood there. Their armor was dusted with a bit of debris, and one angel had a fine cut on the edge of his wing, oozing a hint of light golden liquid. That was all. Bring it on. The Black Hammer gritted his teeth, raising his right hand for the 3rd time. But this time, before his hand could lower, the leading angel had disappeared from his position. Those golden pupils looked down upon the dwarf leader, who was much shorter than him, without a hint of killing intent. Those golden pupils looked down upon the dwarf leader, who was much shorter than him, without a hint of killing intent, yet carrying a kind of compassionate superiority. You have done your best, the angel said gently. However, despite his words, his actions did not cease. He lightly swung the flaming sword in his hand. The white blade cut through the air silently, and wrench only fell to flash. The white blade cut through the air silently, and wrench only fell to flash before his carefully crafted catapult was silently sliced in half. Wood chips flew, gears scattered across the ground, and even the few thunder bombs that had not yet been launched rolled a few times on the ground before. Boom! The thunder bomb exploded. Flames soared into the sky, fragments flew, and 3 goblins caught too close were hurled away by the shockwave, crashing to the ground with wails. Wrench lay on the ground, face covered in dust, watching his beloved catapult turn to ashes in the flames, utterly stunned. No! He reached out, wanting to do something, but could only watch helplessly.